Chapter 1 Not Too Bad a Start. Chapter 1 Not Too Bad a Start. Pain. It hurts. The darkness hit like a tide, and Eli's soul felt as if it had been pricked by countless needles, and the pain was unbearable. Suddenly, a little light appeared, and he rushed towards the light with all his strength. Finally, with a splash, it sounded like breaking the water from the bottom of the water, and Eli finally opened his eyes. Advertisement. Eli woke up from his sleep and found himself lying on a plank bed, and saw a very strange room. This is a dilapidated, narrow wooden house with a small area, only about a dozen square meters, and there seems to be nothing in the whole room except the broken wooden bed where Eli is lying on. Where is this? One second he was staying up late and working overtime, and the next second he appeared here? Crossed over? Isn't it just working overtime until the early morning for a month and a half? Sure enough, staying up late and working overtime is easy to time travel? Eli was a little dazed, and he couldn't believe it when he looked at the stranger in front of him. He sat up slowly. Suddenly a stream of strange and familiar memories kept pouring into his brain, and he couldn't help but let out a soft hiss. Servants of nobles. Mysterious books. Sacrificial souls stripped. One after another, memory fragments poured into Eli's brain like a tide, which made Eli instantly understand his situation. A year ago, Eli was a slave of a noble family, but an accident caused Eli to escape from the noble family, and then fled all the way, and came to the king city of the kingdom of Bern half a month ago. Relying on what he had learned with the advantages of writing, he entered the imperial library and became a librarian of the lowest rank. Until a few days ago, the original body accidentally saw a hidden book from the library, and then secretly brought it back tonight, opened it, and then a strange wave struck. He felt very uncomfortable, had a terrible headache, so he lay down on the bed, and then lost his life. Outrageous. This is how Eli felt after browsing the memory of the original body. A book costs a man a life. After Eli browsed the memory of the original body, he also understood that he had indeed time traveled. Because in this world, there is a real semi-transcendent power. Night. And the reason why he took the book secretly was because the original body seemed to think it was a hidden night's breathing method. Nightly? Lie to ghosts. Eli's mouth twitched. If memory serves me correctly. The road of nights. It shouldn't be a profession that taps one's own strength and then relies on strength and even blood to fight, but how did Eli die? Just because I glanced at a book and died. Advertisement. You tell me that's night's breath? It's impossible, it's absolutely impossible. Calm down. Eli rubbed his dizzy brain and began to think about his current situation. Otherworldly night powers and mysterious books. Correct? Books? Eli seemed to have suddenly realized something, and looked not far away. A few meters away, there was a small trembling table, and on the table was an open book. The table was in the corner, so Eli didn't see it just now. The outside of the book is wrapped in a dark green hardbook cover, the edge of the book is wrapped in silver, and the inside is densely written with the common characters of the Ryan Empire. This is the book that caused the original body to die, because the original body died after opening the book. But it seems that the original body's soul has already satisfied this evil book. Even if it is opened at this time, it seems that it will not cause any harm to him. Hiss, too careless. Eli patted his head. He subconsciously glanced at the book he brought out from the library. If it didn't seem that the peculiarity of the book had disappeared, he would have to die again. It would be funny enough to die right after transmigrating. Eli sat up from the bed and walked over to the books. A few meters away, Eli stopped and looked at the book from a distance, as if treating something evil. Thanks to the fact that there is no persecution of electronic products in this world, Eli has excellent eyesight, so he can clearly see the opened content. Dear friends. As you can see, although I don't know who you are, you must remember that before you, a poor human being lost his life because of this. Let's just count it as my bad taste. This is a truly extraordinary book. The extraordinary here does not refer to the inferior, ignorant, and weak extraordinary of knights, but the extraordinary that has truly come into contact with the origin of this world. This is one of my early wizard notebooks. In addition to a basic meditation method, it also records many interesting little witchcrafts. Of course, the level is not very high. Oh sure, it might take some talent, but since you can browse normally without feeling dizzy, you should have wizard talent. That's all. I don't know if I finally found it. Signed Saren Meditlin. That's all for the first page, and Eli stands there, mouth twitching. It seems that this world is not as simple as he understands. It seems that besides knights, there are other transcendent paths. Moreover, it can only be said that the original body was really unlucky. Although he obtained this book, which could already be regarded as a treasure, he died because of the evil taste of the original owner, and then made it easier for Eli who came through time. I have to say, everything is fate. After a few more tests, and after confirming that the book was not dangerous, Eli took a brief look at the book. After an hourglass, Eli slowly closed the book. Advertisement. Indeed, as the title page said, this book does record a meditation method. There are also some witchcraft that Eli thinks are extraordinary, and there are a lot of notes. It is completely a so-called wizard enlightenment book. This start doesn't seem too bad. Putting the notes aside, Eli felt that his luck was pretty good. Other traversers are either some monsters at the beginning, or their status is so low that they don't even have any supernatural channels, but he not only has a job as a librarian, but also has supernatural books that seem to surpass the current version, and even has a book that is worthless. Called the dreaded gold finger. Yes, he also has golden fingers. It's just that he was too surprised just now, so he didn't realize it, and he didn't react until just now. Eli closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking deeper into his body. A little light appeared in front of Eli's eyes. As his consciousness approached, the light spot became bigger and bigger. Consciousness and light contacted, and the next moment, terrifying pictures appeared in his eyes. In the dark endless space, an endless river of time runs through the void. Through it, fragments of time appear in Eli's eyes. There is a 10,000 meter long terrifying long snake swaying its huge body in the void. There are grey and white pupil-like horror creatures whose eyes reach many worlds. There are worlds where life is born and then gradually toward destruction. There are powerful creatures that walk the endless void. The pictures are all random, and Eli has no control over them. This process lasted for about 10 seconds, followed by an explosion. The seemingly endless river of time suddenly compressed and began to shrink. After a few seconds, the river disappeared, leaving only a huge pillar of spiritual light in Eli's body. As for this beam of light, Eli vaguely remembered that during his long overtime work at that time, he seemed to have seen white light when he was in a trance. He thought it was an illusion caused by dry eyes, but he didn't expect it to follow him here. But not necessarily, maybe Eli was brought here by this beam of light. Eli looked at the beam of light, subconsciously the ability that the beam of light gave him appeared in his mind. Eternal life. After reaching a certain age, the essence of the body will never change again. To be precise, the lifespan will not change, but you will still bleed when you are injured, and you will still die if you are killed. An ordinary longevity buff, endowing Eli with endless lifespan. The immortals of the extraordinary world? Chapter 2 Testing. Chapter 2 Testing. Eternal life? It sounds outrageous. Throughout the ages, I don't know how many kings, maybe even people in this world are tirelessly pursuing a longer life, and even resort to various means. But the result was so easily achieved by Eli. Advertisement. So many thoughts flashed through Eli's mind at once. Now that he has just crossed over, his understanding of this world is limited to the memories of his original body, but only those. He already knows that this world is completely different from before. Whether it is social rules or social systems, they are quite cruel to ordinary people. Knights are above ordinary people, and nobles are above most people. The danger is not low at all. If this is the case, then simply follow the trajectory of the original body, first work in the library, and try to master the extraordinary power while learning about the world. This should be the safest solution. I don't want to be so steady, it's all forced by the environment. He sighed. I have made a decision. I will develop slowly in the library for decades before going out. Eli took a deep breath and made an instant decision. Although the tentative development period is a bit longer, who made him an immortal? Decades passed quickly. Suddenly, a glare of sunlight hit Eli's eyes. Eli looked sideways, there was a glimmer of light outside the window, and the sun had already appeared slightly. It's daybreak. Eli walked out of the house. The glare of the sun made him unable to bear to cover his eyes, and it wasn't until a few seconds later that Eli regained his sight again. After determining the direction, Eli walked towards the library in his memory while observing the surrounding environment. This place seems to be a slum area. Most of the buildings are just stones and wood, which look dilapidated and low. The road surface is also very broken, and disgusting things can often be seen. Pedestrians on both sides are also wearing rough linen clothes, most of them have blue pupils and black pupils, which are the main pupil colors of the Byrne Empire, and most of their hair colors are brown, black, and golden. Eli was wearing coarse linen shorts and rootless shoes. The original body who escaped in a hurry had almost no property. Fortunately, he also found a job as a librarian. Otherwise, even if Eli crossed over, he didn't know what to do. Survive. From the prosperous modern city to the backward world with extraordinary medieval background, I believe that few people can adapt quickly, even Eli, which is why he chooses to continue working. Advertisement. Of course there is another more important reason, that is poverty. Money is equally important in this world, it is the guarantee of survival. Through the slums, Eli enters the city. As soon as you enter the city, the scenery suddenly changes again. Whether it is buildings or passers-by, there is a huge gap with the civilian area, and it can even be said to be two worlds. Soon, Eli crossed a few streets and arrived at his destination. Look up. In front of you is a tall building. The pure white stone reflects the soft light of the sun, the oval vault is raised, and some beautiful sculptures are carefully carved on the outer wall, which looks magnificent. This is the Imperial Library. Eli took a deep breath and entered through the small door on the side. Through a long corridor, Eli came to a small room, and changed into a small dark red vest similar to that of a waiter, and black trousers, which were the work clothes of the library. Out of the room, Eli walked towards the museum. Enter the hall. Eli raised his head, and the top floor is a huge glazed glass. At this time, the weak sunlight shines in, reflecting various beautiful colors, and various epic pictures are depicted around it. The lower part is divided into 3 floors, using bookshelves made of a kind of wood that is very precious in the Empire, and various books are placed on the bookshelves. This is where I will work in the future. Eli looked at the library, which was still closed at this time, and Eli needed to sort out the books first. Little Eli has been trained before, so Eli is also familiar with it at this time. While arranging the books, Eli is also thinking about the future. Go naturally still has to go on. But how, that is another question. After all, this is an extraordinary world. Although he has the power of immortality, he does not have the power to protect it. Even if it is an apprentice knight, or even a stronger ordinary person, it is very easy to kill him. So, I need a certain amount of power. Eli put a book on the shelf, thinking about how to get power. The otherworldly path that the Empire seems to be propagating at the moment is that of knights. Cultivating a knight is a good choice. But he also doesn't have chivalry laws, which are generally passed down by nobles from generation to generation, and they are very precious. Advertisement. Either make contributions to the nobles, get rewards for practicing chivalry, or join organizations such as the army, and there may be chivalry, but these are not suitable for the current Eli. So this path was directly rejected, so there is only one path for wizards. And if you look at the content of the title page at that time, it seems that the author of the book looked down on knights, calling them inferior, weak, and ignorant extraordinary. Does that mean that wizards are stronger than knights? Well, he had no choice at all. In fact, compared to knight cultivation, which requires a lot of medicinal materials and even money, it seems that the wizard method, which only requires meditation at first, seems to be very suitable for him, very poor. However, judging from the books, it seems that the money consumed afterwards is quite a lot. After all, how could the consumption of mages be lower than that of knights? Eli, what are you thinking? Suddenly a voice came, and Eli turned his head and saw Kate, who was also wearing a small vest. He has blonde hair and common blue eyes, and he is also one of the librarians in memory. It is said that his grandfather used to be a baron, and then committed a crime, and his family was deprived of the noble seat, and then he came here after going around. It's okay, I just thought that there are so many books here, but I haven't read a few of them, so I'm a little sad. Eli and Kate didn't know each other very well, so they were going to fool around. Kate stroked her blonde hair, her gaze stayed on the bookshelf for a few seconds, then she turned to Eli, nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, I haven't read a few books either." Just as Eli was about to respond, Kate paused suddenly, and then said, "I've only read a few hundred books." Eli. He was going to answer a sentence casually, but the next sentence came to this, "How do you want me to answer it?" Although there seems to be no problem with this statement, Eli always feels a little toothache, which is too Versailles. But Kate is such a person in my memory, always full of superiority, he either looks down on you, or is simply arrogant, how should I put it, just like the top student in the class in Eli's previous life. In short, he is a very Versailles person. Kate, I suggest you don't talk like that. Eli finally couldn't hold back and persuaded. Hey? Kate asked in a questioning tone, as if she didn't understand Eli's meaning. I mean, speak up. Eli's mouth twitched. No problem. Kate was a little puzzled. He looked at Eli, seeming to think of something, and then said, "How are you preparing for the test 3 months later? I heard that only 2 new librarians will be left for this test, and everyone else will be leave." Test? What test? Hearing this, Eli was a little dumbfounded. Chapter 3 Quick Memory. Chapter 3 Quick Memory. Eli froze for a moment, and found the relevant information from his memory after a few seconds. It turns out that although the original body is a librarian, it doesn't seem to be official, it's just a temporary worker. Every year, the library recruits many such people, and then conducts a unified test to retain suitable ones. During this period of time, their wages were not much. Is there still an internship period in another world? This is what Eli didn't expect. Advertisement. After browsing the memory again, I found that the test is to test some conventional knowledge and some problems in various aspects. The difficulty is not low, and there are many contents. The overall difficulty is quite good. But here comes the problem, the original body has only been in the library for less than a month. What he knows is only the general text, and he has no understanding of those things. In other words, he is bound to be eliminated. Seeing Eli's frowning expression, the corners of Kate's mouth couldn't help but raised her head, her blonde hair was flying backwards, and she said in great melancholy. Yeah, this time there are only 2, and there were 3 before. Hey, it's too difficult, and I don't know if I can pass it. If I don't pass it, I'm finished. What should I do? Kate's tone was worried, and the corner of Eli's mouth twitched. What do you call worry? I can see a trace of worry in your eyes, it is clearly a little bit of expectation and joy, and even a little bit of excitement, where is there any worry? But this guy seems to have the capital to say so. In Eli's impression, Kate seems to have the most knowledge of all the temporary administrators, and the occasional small tests are always the first. As annoying as Kate is, Eli really needs to think about testing. He better pass this test if he doesn't want to lose his decent job. As long as he works in the Imperial Library, he may not be able to live a luxurious life, but it is enough for him to move out of that narrow, dilapidated slum. Advertisement. However, in just 3 months, considering that he has to work every day, and other things, busy with food, it is by no means an easy task to accumulate enough knowledge to pass the test during this period of time. There are also books, he can only look at them occasionally during the breaks in the library. Apprentices like them cannot just ask to borrow books. The previous notes were completely accidental. I remember like there was a zero-ring witchcraft in that note, quick memory. Eli suddenly remembered the note. According to the notes, if you advance to the first level of wizard apprenticeship, you can start learning witchcraft. Quick memory is one of the most basic zero-ring witchcrafts in the wizard's apprenticeship stage. It allows people to quickly memorize knowledge and is one of the foundations for wizards to learn and master a large amount of knowledge. On top of this, there is also first-level barrier-free reading, and second-level soul reading, and very importantly, this witchcraft is very simple, almost one of the simplest witchcrafts. Can quickly master. The only obstacle is that in 3 months, no, at least half a month of reading time must be reserved, so what is left for him is 2.5 months. During this time, he must become a wizard apprentice to have the opportunity to stay here. After becoming an official librarian, he will be very stable all of a sudden. As long as he doesn't commit any crimes, he will almost never be fired. It is very suitable for Eli who wants to grow up. So, advance to first-class apprentice first. Eli looked at the bookshelf in front of him and made up his mind. At this time, it was almost 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, and the door of the library opened slowly. Gentlemen and ladies walked into the library neatly dressed. Most of the clothes were gorgeous, much better than Eli's original sackcloth. In this era, reading is a luxury. Poor people don't have that energy and money, only rich gentlemen and ladies can do it. As for the nobles, they usually don't come here. They usually have their own library, and they only come here when they want to check some books that they don't have. On the other hand, Kate seemed a little bit disappointed when she saw that Eli didn't respond after listening to his words, but when she saw the library door opened, she had no choice but to give up the idea of continuing to chat with Eli, turned around and left. Time passed with the sound of Sasha flipping through the pages. Gentlemen reading books. The gentleman glanced at the setting sun outside the library, knowing that it was almost time, so one by one handed the books to the administrators around, and then left one by one. Eli watched them leave one by one, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Today is going well. He did it properly according to his memory, and there were no mistakes. Just as he was about to take off his clothes and leave, suddenly, there was a rattling sound. Eli looked over, and a man in a black robe came in. Advertisement. Maester Lyman, in the library, who manages the librarians. He has long brown hair and black pupils, and he is holding a thick book in his right hand. Temporary librarians stay here. Following his words, most of the librarians in the library slowly left, leaving only a dozen or so who gathered towards Maester Lyman, including Eli and Kate. Yes. Maester Lemon nodded in satisfaction, and then said. After 3 months, we will test your abilities. The top 2 can stay here, the others will leave here, and then there will be a reward from Silver Tower. The currency of the Burn Empire is divided into Hintel, Silver Tower, and Copper Tower, with a rate of 100. 1 silver tar is what a normal labor force can earn in a month. As for Eli, his monthly salary is 50 copper tars, which is barely enough for him to survive. As for the official administrator, there are 5 silver towers in January, not counting the tips that the gentlemen and ladies may give, which is one of the important reasons why Eli is determined to stay here. Librarians, but real well-paid people. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Maester Lyman's words, but then they thought that if they couldn't pass, their mood suddenly sank again, and the atmosphere was a bit strange. It seemed that Lemon just made an announcement, and then turned around and left, leaving only dozens of temporary workers standing in place. Eli looked around for a week, and most of the people discussed together in groups of 2s and 3s, among which the most pessimistic was undoubtedly Kate, whom Eli was more familiar with. At this time, he was standing among several people, and sighed, "It's so difficult this time, I feel like I'm on the verge of death, and there are only 2 people. In fact, 1 silver coin is also good." As if feeling Eli's gaze, Kate raised her head and looked around, and saw Eli, who just cast his gaze over him. His eyes lit up and he walked towards Eli. Eli saw it, pretended he didn't see it, and hurried back to the locker room, joking, he didn't want to hear the same routine 3 times. After changing his clothes, Eli walked out of the library. On the way home, Eli looked at the silver moon in the sky, the carriages passing by and poor people in linen clothes, and realized that everything had changed. "Don't wait until you have enough strength, then talk about other things." Eli looked at the silver moonlight and murmured. He has not forgotten that there are extraordinary powers in this world. Chapter 4 The talent is mediocre, time comes. Chapter 4 The talent is mediocre, time comes. Soon Eli returned home and lit the oil lamp filled with animal fat. This is an oil lamp commonly used in the world. Not only is it bad for the eyes, but it also has a strange and choking smell. It is generally used by the poor. But Eli didn't care about these. Under the dim light, he couldn't wait to take out the previous notes. Looking at the books inlaid with silver borders, Eli's heart agitated. Advertisement. Who didn't go to secondary school when they were young, and who never fantasized about mastering supernatural power? It's just that the reality of the previous life didn't allow it, but at this moment, a real supernatural notebook was placed in front of Eli's eyes, and he was free to pick it up, which made him, how could he not be excited? Open the book. Scheming the meaningless ravings of the original author Salim Meditlan, I came to the position of meditation. According to the notes, a wizard is completely different from a knight. A knight relies on the body, while a wizard is an extraordinary profession that relies on spiritual power to interfere with reality. Natural meditation improves spiritual power. The wizard's meditation method is to use the spiritual power of the wizard to contact the elemental world, and then fuse with the elements to achieve the purpose of improving the spiritual power. The process is very simple, and what Eli has to do is to complete the first step and feel the elemental world. As long as you feel the elemental world and complete the first complete meditation, you can be regarded as an entry-level wizard apprentice, or a first-level wizard apprentice. This process is difficult, but also very simple. According to Salim Meditlan, depending on the talents of the wizards, the shortest time is a few days and half a month, and the longest time is 1 or 2 months. Generally, it will not be too long, and the longest time will not exceed 4 months. I don't know what my talent is. Eli was a little curious, hoping to become a wizard apprentice according to the established plan. The meditation was not very long. Eli memorized it quickly, closed the notes, recited it twice again, and made sure there was nothing forgotten. Eli took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and prepared to start his first meditation. 2 hours later, Eli opened his eyes slowly. He failed. For 2 full hours, he was trying to perceive the elemental world, but he couldn't perceive anything, only a vague feeling, but he couldn't catch it. This is described in the notes and is normal. What he has to do is to turn that faint trace into substance within more than 2 months, so as to truly perceive the elemental world and step into the gate of the extraordinary. Advertisement. I didn't feel that the elemental world was already in Eli's plan. After all, even if it is a top talent, it is impossible to succeed the first time. Eli also understands that his talent may not be that good. Failed the first time. Eli was not discouraged, but after a while, Eli closed his eyes again and meditated for the second time. The result is obvious, the second time still fails. Looking at the sky through the window, Eli knew it was late, so he hid the notes and went to sleep. This is Eli's first day in this world. I hope I can become a first-level apprentice as soon as possible. Before falling asleep, Eli thought. 2 months later. Failed again. In the room, Eli frowned, once again failing to perceive the elemental world. It has been 2 months since Eli meditated for the first time, and he has gradually adapted to the life here, to the roads full of feces and garbage, to the hard black bread, to the library and the slums 2 points and 1-line work. During this time, Eli insisted on meditating every day while learning relevant knowledge and working hard for the upcoming test. Although he feels good about himself, he is still much worse than those who studied at a young age. In the past 2 months, Kate has changed the area of work, so Eli rarely sees him, and he is very happy about it. Of course, the most important thing is the progress of breaking through to the first-level wizard apprentice. He's still stuck on the first step. That's right, he hasn't sensed the existence of the elemental world yet. Eli originally thought that his talent might not be considered good, but it shouldn't be bad, but the facts told him that his talent should be the bottom part, which is very awkward. If I follow my current progress, I'm afraid I'll have to find another way out in a month. Eli frowned, thinking. Librarian is undoubtedly a very good job. If he leaves, it may be difficult to find a job with such a good environment and good pay in a short time. Or go to work as a coolie, which Eli is unwilling to accept. But fortunately, there is a faster way recorded in the notes. Advertisement. Eli took out the hidden note from the recess of the wooden bed against the wall, and opened it. The notes were thick and the paper was hard. There were about 100 pages, and Eli started to flip through them. With his strong memory, Eli quickly found the place he wanted to see. Crush the white koji flower, and the smell it emits can assist in perceiving the elemental world. White song flower is a precious medicinal material. For knights, it is very effective in healing wounds, but for wizards, it is one of the important means to experience the elemental world in the early stage. And the reason why he didn't buy it before was entirely because he was too poor. It just happened that he was paid a few days ago, and a gentleman gave him a little tip a few days ago, which reminded him of this method. In fact, it's okay to meditate slowly, and he doesn't have much thought. After all, he is immortal. As long as you keep meditating, you will be able to perceive the elemental world one day. This has never been a problem, because I have never heard of any apprentice who has not even felt the elemental world. Even the second and third level apprentices after the first level apprenticeship, Eli is not too worried. Although his talent is not good, as long as he keeps meditating, his mental power will always improve, and he can always reach that limit. Although this time may be 20 years, it may be 30 years, 50 years, or even 100 years. He doesn't care, after all, as long as he can improve, time doesn't matter to him at all. Short-lived species are always in a hurry, and the short life is an important reason, but for him, it's the opposite, which is why Eli set going forward with the general route. It may not be passionate enough, but it is the path that suits him best. And the only obstacle on this road at present is to find a place where he can develop with peace of mind. Eli chose the library. This is why Eli is a little anxious. No way, if you want to farm safely, you must first have a field. The library is very good, there are not only a large number of books for him to read, but don't think that the library is really that simple. The curator of the library, the legend, and the king of the empire are all close friends. So, first go buy white koji flowers, advance to an apprentice, then learn to memorize quickly, stay in the library, and then stay in the library until you can't stay any longer. Eli elaborated on the next thing, and immediately took all his belongings out of the groove as well. 2 silver towers, 34 copper towers. This is because he has saved his salary for the past 2 months, which is why he has such savings. Poor. Eli sighed, he didn't know the exact price of the white song flower, he only knew that it was not cheap. Chapter 5 Level 1 Wizard Apprentice. Chapter 5 Level 1 Wizard Apprentice. Crossing a path, Eli tightened his clothes, and held the silver tower that he carried with him in his arms. He is heading to the bazaar where herbs are sold. The market is located in the east of King's Landing City, and Eli needs to go through the slums and urban areas before arriving. During this process, Eli chose to take the main road. After all, although this is the royal city, don't think that the shadows here are the same as the bright places. There are many gangsters, thugs, and idlers in the dark alleys. Advertisement. Soon, he came to the market. After a brief inquiry, Eli walked into a pharmacy. Are there any white koji flowers? Eli knocked on the table in front of the oak counter and asked the people inside. The teller was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, with a pair of brown eyes, looking very weak, but when he heard Eli's voice, his eyes gradually began to light up, and he replied with a smile. Yes, yes, 20 copper towers for 1 white song flower. So expensive. Why is it so expensive? Eli asked. After the white song flower is activated, the breath can only last for an hour. 1 flower is definitely not enough, at least 1 week is needed, that is, 7 flowers. 7 flowers are 1 silver tear and 40 copper tears. Guest, you don't know about this white koji flower. It grows in the dark swamp, and there are often poisonous snakes and scorpions around it. It's very difficult to collect it. Every one of these bakwa flowers is hard won. The clerk shouted. It's cheaper, I'll buy more. Eli didn't pay attention, but said directly. Are you a pharmacist? The clerk asked curiously, you know, most people don't need a lot of herbal medicine at all, only those pharmacists do. No. Oh, excuse me. It wasn't the pharmacist, and the clerk was not so excited, then he glanced at Eli's attire and said, well, if you buy more than 10 flowers at a time, I can give you 5 copper towers cheaper for each. This is already a great discount, if you have more than 5 flowers, you will get 2 copper towers cheaper. Then give me 10 flowers. Eli said after thinking for a while. 7 flowers may not be enough, but 10 flowers should be enough. And it doesn't take much trouble if there are still white koji flowers left when the time comes. White koji flowers are one of the ingredients of many basic medicines, and they are a very common medicine material. Advertisement. Okay. The clerk smiled, and then walked into the back cabin, and when he came out again, he already had 10 packed white koji flowers in his hand. Pay with one hand and deliver with one hand. Eli paid the money and left directly. Go home. Eli took out the white koji flower. White song flower is a kind of off-white flower with succulent-like petals, and the roots hang down like tentacles. It is hard to imagine that this seemingly ordinary plant can help perceive the elemental world. Crush a white koji flower, and then put it into the container prepared in advance, and a faint herbal fragrance will be released immediately. Smelling this smell, Eli only felt his whole body for a while, as if his body was transparent. Knowing that time is precious, Eli sat straight up on the bed and began his first meditation of the day. The refreshing smell filled the room. Eli closed his eyes and began to perceive the elemental world. In the dimness, a little bit of element light began to appear in his consciousness, that is the element, but at this moment there seemed to be a barrier between him and the element, which could be seen but not touched. The smell of white koji flowers constantly stimulates Eli's spirit, shortening the distance between them little by little. An hour later, Eli opened his eyes with excitement. Although he still didn't perceive the elemental world this time, he could feel that with the help of Baekuhua, within half a month, or even less, he could definitely perceive the elemental world. Soon. Baekuhua does have effects, but it is a bit more expensive. If Eli has enough money at this time, he can even directly buy a large number of Baekhu flowers. I believe he may be able to perceive the elemental world in less than 3 days, but life is helpless and poor. But it's harmless, as long as you are promoted to apprentice, everything will be fine. 10 days later. It's today. Eli looked at the last white song flower in front of him calmly. With the help of Baekuhua, Eli finally touched the boundary of the elemental world, even just one step away. Today is the day when he breaks through as a first-class apprentice. Advertisement. Crush the white koji flowers as usual, and Eli fell into meditation. In the empty consciousness, Eli is like a ghost, and surrounded by almost clear element particles, floating freely in the air. Finally, suddenly, it disappeared like an invisible membrane. There is no obstacle between Eli and the elemental world anymore. A large number of elemental particles instantly submerge Eli, transforming this weak body that has come into contact with elements for the first time. At first he wanted to observe this state carefully, but with the contact of the elements, he only felt his head getting heavier and heavier, and finally fell into a deep sleep after 10 minutes. It was already late at night when Eli woke up. Is this the wizard apprentice? Eli sat up. Even with his eyes open, he could feel the looming elements around him. His mental power also seemed to have achieved some breakthroughs, which made Eli feel that his surroundings became much clearer, and even if he thought about it carefully, he could even recall all the things that happened a few days ago. Of course, these are not the happiest things. The happiest thing is that he can finally learn the zero-ring witchcraft of fast memory. There is still time, everything is in time. Eli finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it's true that he hasn't broken through to the first level apprenticeship in 3 months, it will be really troublesome. But fortunately, it only took him 2 months and 10 days to break through. To be honest, it's been a long time, but Eli thinks it's okay. After all, there are no other people around him to compare with. Speaking of this, Eli found a strange thing. That is, during the 2 months in the library, he had never heard any information about wizards at all. It seemed that this was really a kingdom of knights. It seems that the owner of that book is not simple. Eli thought of the author of the notebook, Saline Meditlan, but he didn't know who he was. Forget it, I don't want to worry about that, let's just focus on solving the witchcraft model of quick memory first. After thinking for a long time, there was no answer, so Eli simply gave up. Anyway, these things have nothing to do with him at the moment. Now his primary goal is to learn to memorize quickly. According to the precautions for witchcraft in the notes, Eli concentrated his mental power, and then used his mental power to draw a quick memory model in his consciousness. Because it was the first time, Eli was very careful in every step, but because he was still very unskilled, he finally failed in building the whole rune. Since this didn't consume too much of his mental power, after 10 minutes of reflection and rest, he began to draw the model again. After 3 failures, he finally completely carved the rune belonging to the quick memory. Quick memorization, learning is complete. Newcomer and new book, request to play. Chapter 6 The Night. Chapter 6 The Night. The next day. Facing the dawn, Eli went to the library. Along the way, Eli feels the difference of being a first-degree wizard's apprentice. The breakthrough in mental power made Eli's world suddenly different, everything around him became clearly visible, and the speed of his brain became faster. Advertisement. As long as he is within a certain range close to Eli, he can clearly perceive all the wind and grass. There were passers-by walking in a hurry with anxious expressions on their faces, some smiling young ladies, and some people who huddled together in the crowd with their eyes wandering. They didn't look like good people. Even across the crowd, it is clear that this is the perception of wizards. As a kind of mage, wizards completely crush knights in perception, memory, and many other aspects. Even at this time, Eli felt that his perception at this time, even if it was a high-level knight, might not be comparable. Just as Eli was walking and feeling the change, suddenly, Eli felt a kind of abundant and powerful vitality suddenly appearing behind him, like a beast. With the sound of the horse's hooves, Eli turned his head away. A few meters away, a strong man was standing in the middle of the road on a strong horse. The brawny man was tall, quite burly, and his ordinary casual clothes were stretched out by his muscles. There was a huge sword hanging on the side of the horse, shining with a sharp cold light. Needless to say, this is definitely a knight. Whether it is holding a sword or following the knight attendants on both sides, it all shows his special identity. And judging from the knight badge on his chest, this is still an intermediate knight. Knights are divided into low-level knights, middle-level knights, high-level knights, big knights, and sky knights. Low-level knights generally have the power to burst out energy and blood, and burst out power beyond the limits of human beings. Intermediate knights are more powerful, with more energy and blood, and longer-lasting power. Every muscle in the body is controlled, and dozens of people are not allowed to get close. As for the Great Knight and the Sky Knight Eli, I don't know the specific information. Moreover, as the backbone of the extraordinary power in this world, knights generally enjoy very generous treatment in the empire. Most of them are nobles or families composed of blood, and their status is high. However, according to his notes, as long as he is fully prepared, a first-level wizard apprentice can even kill a high-level knight. Therefore, Saline Meditlin's notes are full of disdain for knights. But disdain is disdain, this empire is still controlled by knights. Advertisement. Knights are the mainstream, but Saline Meditlin's wizard system seems to have popped out of nowhere. At this moment, opposite this knight was another knight. A blonde-haired knight with eyes as sharp as an eagle's was staring closely at the strong man opposite him. "Ives, are you looking for trouble with me?" The burly knight glanced at the blonde knight and said. "Humph, obviously I passed first, and you wanted to steal my way." The knight named Ives did not back down, and the badge with two swords engraved on his chest showed that he was also an intermediate knight. "Then let's fight." The strong man looked at Ives and said directly. "Duel. A solution to the problem among knights." And Eli, who was discussing among the crowd, also understood what happened. It turned out that it was the knight named Ives who robbed the strong man's way, which caused this conflict. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? But Eli, who has been here for more than 2 months, feels normal. This is the way this world is, not to mention occupying the way, even a bottle of honey can be the reason for 2 knights to fight. As for the reasons, there are various reasons, you can't think of it, and you can't see it. Let alone 2 knights, or even 2 earls, they may go to war for various reasons, such as the ownership of a peasant, or because of a good horse. Inside the empire, battles broke out all the time. In war, knights are the main combat force, they are extremely brave, and ordinary people will die in front of them, unless they are heavily armored. Even if the war fails and the knights are captured, they are generally not killed, but as captives, their families or lords will pay a lot of money to redeem them. A world where only ordinary people get hurt was born. Okay. Facing the knight's provocation, Ives also nodded. Then, in the eyes of all the civilians, the 2 knights swaggered away. Along the way, no one dared to stand in front, and everyone dodged one after another. The 2 knights were both riding horses, and they seemed to take some things for granted. They looked at the civilians around them without any fluctuation in their eyes, only occasionally when they looked at each other, their eyes flickered like sparks. A few tens of meters away, Eli watched the scene, the knights were walking towards them, and he also hurried to the side, he didn't want to cause trouble. Really, what a harsh world. After the 2 knights left, Eli stood on the spot and said softly. Advertisement. From the eyes of the 2 knights passing by just now, Eli saw the awe-inspiring feeling of aloofness, just like ordinary humans looking at their own pets. They will appreciate you, communicate with you normally, and even protect you from danger, but deep down, they will still despise you. Not discrimination, discrimination means looking down on you, and contempt means completely indifference. This is the knight. In the eyes of the knight, the status of ordinary people is even worse than Eli imagined. At this time, a few meters away from Eli, a child looked at Eli who was standing there, showing excitement, looked around, rubbed his hands together, and came up to him. He reached for the purse by Eli's side with one hand, watching Eli's movements. Very good, staring straight ahead, without a trace of defense. The kid suppressed the joy in his heart, he hasn't opened yet today. But just as he was about to touch the purse, a hand grabbed his wrist directly. The child looked at Eli who turned his head, showing an incredulous expression, looked at the purse, then at Eli, as if he had seen a ghost. Do you have eyes behind your back? I haven't met it yet, how the hell did you find out? This is unreasonable. Eli glanced at the boy in front of him. He was wearing tattered sackcloth and was very thin. He shook his head, then let go of his hand and left. There are many such children in this world, and they usually belong to gangs, and they are used as money-making tools by gangs. It's very pitiful, and Eli doesn't need to make things difficult for them. The main reason is that it is really troublesome. Even if he handed him over to the magistrate, he would turn around and let him go. After all, he is only a child, and it is difficult to make effective punishments. And the child who was released also showed gratitude, and then ran directly towards the crowd, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This is the way of the world. Eli touched his empty pocket and sighed. Just now, he naturally relied on the wizard's extraordinary perception to perceive the child's infidelity, but in fact, even if he didn't do anything, the result would not be bad. He has no money at all. Oh, as long as I have no money, you can't steal my money. Damn, it's almost late. As if he suddenly realized something, Eli didn't bother to sigh, and immediately ran towards the library. Chapter 7 Recommendations. Chapter 7 Recommendations. The time is just right. Eli panted heavily and came to the library locker room. The relative weakness of the body is an inevitable defect of the wizard in the early stage. Although the promotion of the apprenticeship period will also increase the physical strength, but relatively speaking, the increase is quite limited, and there is still a certain gap between it and the knight. Advertisement. There is a potion in the notes of Saline Mediclin, hereinafter referred to as Saline, that can directly elevate the body of a wizard to a high-level knight, but most of the materials in it, Eli has not even heard of it, let alone not to mention the configuration. He doesn't even have a wizard's most basic crystal ball. Probably the poorest wizard in history. Tisk tisk tisk, when you have money, you must first make yourself a good crystal ball. Eli imagined. But just thinking about it now, after all, the price of crystals is not low at all. Eli, you were almost late. At this time, there were other people in the locker room. Roland, a handsome 16-year-old boy with black hair and blue eyes, was Eli's new friend. He was the nephew of a baron, and his father was a small businessman. I lost a little time today. Eli said with a smile. Roland only came last month, so he has no competitive relationship with Eli at all. In addition, Eli treats people more gently, so the relationship between the two will not be too bad. That's good, I'm still worried about what's wrong with you. Roland relaxed after reading it, and then leaned over and asked, how is your preparation for the test? There is a test every 6 months, and he has to take the test a few months later, so he is more concerned about this aspect. It's okay, it's still relatively sure. Although Eli answered this way on the surface, in fact, his progress is probably the slowest among all of them. After all, meditation accounts for most of his free time, so naturally there is not much time left for study. Therefore, for the next half a month or so, he will reduce his meditation time and shift his attention to studying. Then go ahead. Roland encouraged, and then walked out. Although he thinks that Eli is a good friend, in terms of the knowledge he has, he doesn't seem to be very good, and there is a high chance that he will be eliminated. It's a pity. Seeing the complicated expression in Roland's eyes, Eli naturally understood what it meant. No way, he really didn't have much knowledge before. Advertisement. Half a month of struggle, I want to go to the Imperial Library. Eli thought of this sentence somehow, and smiled. Half a month's time. Enough. Putting on a little red vest and black pants, Eli stood in front of the mirror. In the mirror, there is a handsome young man with black hair and eyes as deep as the night. Although his facial features are not particularly outstanding, they look very comfortable. After a brief grooming, Eli walked out with a smile. Today I don't need to be in charge of receiving people outside, I just need to tidy up the bookshelves. It's not difficult to work in the library, but you have to have certain qualities, otherwise the gentlemen and ladies will just think this place is too low-end and won't come here. Working hours are always quick. It was afternoon in the blink of an eye. The orange-red sunset shines through the glass of the dome, and the library is dyed red. Coupled with the sculptures and murals on the surrounding walls, it is as beautiful as a painting. This is also one of the characteristics of the Imperial Library. Eli stretched his body, looked at the neatly organized bookshelves in front of him, and smiled. The working hours of regular administrators are usually only half a day, but part-time workers like them are full-time, but for the sake of the upcoming test, Bachelor Lemon allows them to stay in the library to read after the afternoon until the library is closed. What to look at? Eli had a hard time. The Imperial Library is the largest library in the Bern Empire. The collection of books is more than tens of thousands. It is as vast as stars, and the types are also diverse. From rhythm to mathematics, from oceans to astronomy, from history to human body, there are hundreds of types. Easily. The original body's understanding of the test is also very limited, and he himself is focused on advancing to the wizard apprentice, so he doesn't know much about it. At this time, it is really difficult to find the right one from the hundreds of thousands of books. At this moment, a man in a black robe came out of a room dozens of meters away, Bachelor Lemon. Eli's eyes lit up. Isn't this the best person to ask for advice? He immediately walked over in small steps. Bachelor Lemon also saw him, stopped, and asked curiously. Is there anything you need? The library is a relatively independent department from the Empire, and Bachelor Lemon relies on his knowledge step by step, so he is not as arrogant as those nobles. Bachelor, I would like to ask, what is the best content to study for the test? Eli asked directly without beating around the bush. What? Advertisement. Maester Lyman looked at Eli with a strange expression on his face. Although he didn't announce it, he was actually one of the questioners, so Eli's question at this time seemed to be asking the answer in front of the examiner. No wonder he had a strange expression. What's your name? Lemon asked curiously. In fact, the content of the test is usually the same, and it's not a secret, so he wasn't very strict. Master, my name is Eli Lucifer. Eli is just his name, the original full name is Eli Lucifer. It's a good name. Lemon nodded, but he still felt a little dumbfounded, and said with a smile. You can take a look at history and heraldry. These are very popular knowledge recently. There are also some common sense knowledge. It is best to dabble a little bit. Well, thank you Maester. Eli nodded in gratitude. It's okay, let's go. Bachelor Lemon encouraged, and then left here quickly. I can't hold back anymore. I really want to laugh. After being a bachelor for so many years, this was the first time someone asked him directly. In a state of mental strength, Eli looked at the Maester's slightly shrugged shoulders and the slightly raised corners of his mouth, but he still didn't understand what happened. I must have thought of something funny. But these are not important. Knowing what to learn is the first step. In the next half-month, these hard bones will be gnawed down. Complete history of the Empire, geography of the Empire, heraldry of nobility, and world encyclopedia. Soon, Eli found the appropriate data, and after reporting, Eli took the 4 books into a small reading room in the library. In the reading room, Eli lit a candle on one side, put the lampshade on, and began to read. Candles are provided by the library, so they are not in vain. Under the bright candlelight, Eli took a deep breath, and quickly built a zero-ring witchcraft speed reading mental power model in his mind. A few seconds later, a light flashed in Eli's eyes. He lowered his head, opened the book, and began to read. Chapter 8 Learning. Chapter 8 Learning. What is the fastest way to understand a world? Eli thinks it's history. History is not just a simple record of what happened in the past, but also carries all the traces of the world's past, as well as changes in thinking and appearance. Eli browsed the complete works of imperial history and gained a deeper understanding of this world. Advertisement. Of course, the deeper understanding is about the Bern Empire. Bern Empire. Located in an area south of the Dark Mountains and north of the Endless Sea, there are 4 principalities under the Empire, namely the Frost Wolf Principality, the Angry Lion Principality, the Elk Principality, and the Giant Whale Principality. The 4 duchies are located in the 4 sides of the Empire, and they are managed by 4 dukes respectively. King's Landing City is located in the center of the Empire, managing the vast land of the vast Empire, and coordinating various marquises, earls, barons, viscounts, and other forces. Each aristocratic territory is managed by itself, and the Empire does not ask too much. Therefore, although the Empire is in a unified state, wars have been happening all the time. There is even such a sentence. Every noble has waged war with the king. Of course, this is just a joke, but it can also reflect the current situation of this huge empire. And the complete works of empire history is all the things that happened in the empire from its establishment to its subsequent development. There are detailed details of each war, and some major events occurred in it. But the strange thing is that the name of the first king who established the kingdom was not written in it. Eli was a little surprised, but he ignored it. Eli sat on the chair and flipped through the book page by page. He only reads each page once. If you look at it from the perspective of other people, you can see that Eli seems to be flipping through the books quickly, without any memory at all. But only Eli himself knows, he really remembers. It's so cool. Eli had never felt this way before. This is Eli's feeling at this time. Words are printed into Eli's brain one by one, as if engraved in the brain, and will never be forgotten. Every word and every punctuation mark can be clearly recalled by him. If Eli had this kind of memory in his previous life, where would he have had the chance to work overtime for more than a month? It should be the one that made other people work overtime. After watching the complete anthology of imperial history for a while, Eli closed it to one side and opened the aristocratic heraldry on the other side. If the history of the empire is not only remembered in books and in the brains of people in the past, then there is another place where he is definitely the most condensed, and that is the coat of arms. Advertisement. The coat of arms was originally just a badge representing the identity of the family, but with the development of the empire, it was also instilled with deeper meanings by the nobles and knights. In addition to representative signs, the nobles would also engrave some historically significant symbols. Show family honor. It can be said that a coat of arms is the condensed history of a noble family. As far as he knew, the coats of arms of the four dukes were Frost Wolf, Angry Lion, Elk and Giant Whale. There is also the king, who is said to be violet. Therefore, the family of the king, also known as the Violet family, represents its supreme honor. Therefore, heraldry has always been one of the most popular aspects of the empire, and it is also called by the nobles of King's Landing as an elegant knowledge that only true nobles can master. Of course, this is just the rhetoric of the nobles. Eli naturally doesn't take it too seriously, but he will still remember it. After all, his position determines what he will do. If he was in other countries, he might not even look at it, but he still has to live here for a long time, and the upcoming test determines that Eli must master it. Hey, 3 days should be enough. Eli looked down at him for 4 books. None of these books are independent of each other, and are all aspects of Maester Lemon's speaking. After mastering these, I should memorize dozens of books, so it should be no problem. Eli memorized the unique coat of arms one by one, while flipping through the history of the empire to study. He didn't know how difficult the test was, so he could only go all out. Time passed little by little. Eli was so immersed in the book that he had completely lost track of time. Hey, is there anyone else here? Clutching the books, Clement returned from outside the library. As a bachelor, he also took care of some nobles' consultations, and that was exactly why he went out just now. He didn't just return after finishing his work, and saw that the reading room that was supposed to be closed was still lit. Could it be some careless kid who forgot to turn off the lights? Maester Lemon frowned. He put the sorted books aside, then walked towards the reading room, and saw Eli who was still reading with his head down. That kid during the day. Seeing some strange figures inside, Maester Lyman remembered something. Isn't this the kid who asked him what the exam was for? What are you doing? Reading a book. He did seem to have said that they were allowed to stay and read. Advertisement. But, is this called reading? Maester Lemon's mouth twitched as he watched Eli flip through the books quickly. That speed is simply outrageous. It's all nonsense. Eli? What are you doing? Bachelor Lemon, as a veteran scholar, finally couldn't stand Eli's blasphemy of knowledge anymore, and said angrily. Hearing the sound, Eli raised his head and saw Maester Lemon with an angry face. Eli was a little confused, but looking at the slowly approaching Bachelor Lemon, he said in an uncertain tone, I'm reading. What's the problem? Reading? You call that reading? The corner of Maester Lyman's mouth twitched. 1 page per second, what do you call reading? You call it sweeping books. I have been observing for half a minute. During this time, I saw you flipping through the book aimlessly. Eli, I thought you were a good boy during the day. You disappointed me so much. Bachelor Lemon shaking his head, he looked at Eli with disappointment in his eyes. Ah, this. Eli didn't expect such a thing to happen, so he immediately said. Bachelor Lemon, I was really memorizing just now, but I have read all the previous ones, so I quickly read them. No way, he can't say that he is really remembering. Humph, so don't you remember everything? Maester Lemon also realized that he was getting agitated, but he still asked, I don't believe you can remember so much. Remember. Eli replied. Remember. Clement felt that his extinguished flames were burning again, staring at Eli and said, Okay, then I will test you. If you can't answer, you don't need to take the test. Let me ask you, how many barons are there in the empire? Bachelor Lemon asked a question that he thought was treacherous. After all, who would memorize the number of barons? 2221. Eli blurted out. Lemon? So fast? At first glance, it was really 2221. Coincidence, must be a coincidence. 10 minutes later. Clement stood there with a dazed expression. Chapter 9 Noble Character. Chapter 9 Noble Character. Maester Lyman left, he left with a confused expression on his face. That's unreasonable. On the way out of the reading room, Bachelor Lemon was a little confused. He also got angry for a while just now, so he made things difficult for Eli, even if Eli couldn't answer it, it's actually okay, he just educated him and then let him go. Advertisement. After all, who hasn't made a mistake yet? But looking back at the question just now, no matter what he asked within the scope of what Eli was reading just now, Eli can quickly answer it as if he didn't need to recall. Tossed and tossed for 10 minutes. He couldn't stop Eli. It's as if he memorized all the content, but even the content that Eli read just now is probably close to 100 pages. He actually memorized all of them, shouldn't it be impossible? Maester Lyman thought that his knowledge was not shallow, but it was impossible to remember it so clearly, after all, he had learned too much. Hey, it must have been a long time of study. Bachelor Lemon sighed. This amount of memory cannot be completed in 3 days or 2 days, at least a few months, or even a year. That was hard work. Maester Lyman automatically made up a picture in his brain. In a dilapidated wooden house, a young man lit a dim light, endured the choking smell, and recited with difficulty. This is a hard-working kid. Maester Lemon felt a little ashamed for a moment, ashamed that he almost wronged a good hard-working boy. However, the test is comprehensive after all. He is good at history, but I am afraid that he is average in other aspects. It is estimated that it will be difficult to pass. Maester Lyman shook his head. The test is comprehensive, those wealthy families do have a great advantage over the common people, let alone the poor, the number of passers is generally very small, or even none. In this era, family background has largely determined how much knowledge you can come into contact with. It's a pity. Maester Lemon sighed, and went up to the second floor. He still had some work to do. It seems that the effect of quick memory is really good. In the reading room, Eli looked at the back of Lei Meng and thought in a low voice. At that time, he was completely focused on the books, so he didn't notice that Bachelor Lemon was already standing outside the room. Of course, this had something to do with the fact that he had just advanced and was not very proficient. But in the test just now, Eli also verified that the fast memory is really powerful. What ordinary people may take several months to fully memorize, he may only be able to fully grasp it in half an hour. Advertisement. It can only be said that the wizard is too powerful. Memory, soul, these things are all aspects that wizards are good at, and compared to strength, wizards are likely to be higher than knights. It is said in the notes that as long as you are promoted to an official wizard, even a sky knight is nothing more than a bigger ant, and the wizard can easily solve it. But thinking of his talent, Eli babbled. As far as his rubbish talent is concerned, if he is placed in a wizard, he may not be able to advance to the wizard in his life, and he may be able to advance to the stage of a third-level apprentice when he dies with mental power. However, it's a good thing I'm an immortal. The corners of Eli's mouth raised slightly. If it was an ordinary wizard, facing this situation, his heart would probably be full of despair, and then he would fall flat, and even use some special methods to forcefully improve his spiritual power. But Eli didn't panic at all, he was very calm. The talent is almost there, at least there is. If the meditation speed is slow down, at least it is still improving. If it was placed in the previous life, this would be a proper salted fish thought. But at this moment, Eli feels that this is the path he should choose. Fighting and killing is not suitable for him. I am an immortal species, so I am still fighting for my life with a short-lived species like you. If you die, you will only lose a few decades. If he dies, you will lose a lot. That is endless lifespan. If you round it up, you will directly lose a world. That's too bad, it's not equal at all. Fight with the sky and fight with people. Sorry, I just boiled the sky and the people to death together. What, you got a treasure? That's okay, I'll find a house near your house, and I'll get it after you die. What, my talent is too poor to master these. I'm sorry, let me learn it for 100 years first, or if it doesn't work, let me learn it for 1,000 years. The most indispensable thing for the immortal is time, which is also an important reason why he is very cautious during this time. But these are things for later, for the current Eli, he is still too weak. Weak enough to die in any accident, so Eli decided to join the library, find a place to live, and learn the power of wizards silently. The next step is to wait for the test in 15 days. No, it seems to be only 14 days. After thinking a lot, Eli sat down and continued to sit and read. The test is yet to come, and he has to work on it. Advertisement. In the evening, Roland came in to remind him that the time was up, and Eli stretched his body before closing the book. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening, and the library was about to be completely closed. After turning off the candles, Eli returned the borrowed books one by one, and then walked out of the library with Roland. Roland returned so late because he was working tonight. Library mouth. Eli, are you going to Luying Street? Roland said with a smile. No. Eli refused. Luying Street, a street located in the lower city of King's Landing, is a street full of pink atmosphere, and it is one of the favorite places of entertainment for the citizens of King's Landing. Not to mention ordinary citizens, even occasionally in some high-end places, there may even be nobles. That's a pity. Roland shook his head, and then left quickly. As the nephew of a nobleman, his family background is not too bad, so he often goes there. Hey! Eli glanced at the silver moon outside, touched his empty pockets, and then heaved a long sigh. Luying Street. When he has money. At this time, Maester Lemon had also finished his work and was about to leave the library. When he went downstairs, he saw Eli at the entrance of the library, with a different light in his eyes. It's already 12 o'clock in the evening now. Everyone else left, but Eli learned to leave at this point. Sure enough, he is a diligent young man. Under the moonlight, Lei Meng showed a kind smile. What happened before was that he misunderstood Eli, ashamed. In the next 10 days. After working during the day, Eli read and memorized frantically. In addition to the history and heraldry he focused on analyzing at the beginning, he also read a lot of other materials, dabbled in various aspects, and slowed down in meditation. In just a few days, Eli's knowledge has completely changed drastically. If it was at the kindergarten level, now it can at least reach the level of high school students, and some subjects even reach the level of college students. During this process, Roland would invite him to visit Luying Street from time to time, but Eli seriously rejected them. This time made Roland admire Eli's character very much. It was against this backdrop that Eli waited more than 3 months for the test. It's finally here. The time will be updated in the future, 8 chapters in the morning and 5 chapters in the evening. The new book is about to start, I hope you will support me a lot. Chapter 10 Testing. Chapter 10 Testing. This day. The Imperial Library is open as usual, but it closes earlier than usual. Some people who didn't know were surprised at first, but after being told the reason, they all nodded in agreement and left. It turned out to be an exam. Advertisement. The Imperial Library is not just a library institution, but also one of the few places in King's Landing that cultivates talents. Every year, some outstanding scholars are trained here. Although the number cannot be compared with the Imperial Knight Academy and the Imperial Monastery, it cannot be ignored that from here, many high-level figures of the Empire also came out. Every June and December, the selection of librarians is held here. The librarian is the bottom layer of the library system. From here on up, scholars, bachelors. The curator of the library is a great scholar, a great knight, and even one of the king's staff, and he is considered one of the most prestigious people in the empire. After all, even knights, although they despise ordinary people, have a different attitude towards scholars. It is reasonable to think about it carefully. After all, a group of combat professions will more or less feel awe of knowledge that they do not understand. So here we can also know that this guy, the original body, actually left a lot of good things for Eli. If it weren't for Saline Meditlin's bad taste, maybe one day, he would become a big man who stirred up the situation of the empire. It's a pity that all of this is left to Eli who came from time travel. What a nice guy. Yo, long time no see, Eli. At the door of the library, Eli met Kate who hadn't seen him for a long time. He was wearing black trousers, a black top, and a slightly inferior golden armband on the cuffs. It could be seen that he had dressed up well today. How are you? Are you ready? How is your preparation? Kate asked with concern when she saw Eli, almost writing the words well prepared on his face. Eli looked at Kate in front of him and felt a pain in his head. With so many people, why do you keep staring at me all the time? It's annoying. Advertisement. Is it because the original body is a student? Do scumbags have no human rights? Facing Kate's question, Eli could only smile and said, it's okay. Really? I didn't prepare much, I just read a little bit, such as the coat of arms, I didn't read too much, I hope I don't take too many exams, A&D. Obviously Kate didn't care about Eli's progress at all. So, he just wanted to talk about his simple preparation in front of Eli. In this regard, Eli glanced at Kate, made an excuse casually, and immediately slipped into the library door. Looking at Eli who left, the worry on Kate's face just now slowly faded away, her body straightened, the corners of her mouth began to rise, and a confident expression appeared on her face. He patted the golden armband on his cuff, and strode into the library. Kate's affair was just a sideshow. When Eli came to the lobby of the library, 20 or 30 temporary librarians had already gathered in the lobby, standing in 2s and 3s, as if waiting for something. Among these people, Eli was not familiar with many people, so he simply found a place to stand. I don't know if it's enough. Eli glanced at the people around him, everyone was his competitor. I don't know if the mere 50 books he recited are enough. In the past 13 days, after working every day, Eli devoted his time to books. On average, he could read 3 to 4 books every day from get-off work time to 12 o'clock. Including other things, he read about 50 books about. Among them, history and heraldry accounted for half, followed by medicine and botany, and the others were all kinds of miscellaneous studies, which were not too in-depth. After waiting for a while, there were more and more temporary administrators, and the number gradually increased to 30. Kate also walked in with her head held high, as if she had already won. Eli ignored him because someone was coming from the other entrance. Still in the familiar black robe, Bachelor Lemon came in with a book, but at this time, there were 2 young men behind him, also wearing library attire. Everyone find a place to sit apart, but don't sit together. Bachelor Lemon said casually. A library table, in itself, is a great place to take an exam. Eli found a random place and sat down. Maester Lyman took out a stack of test papers from his black robe, and handed them to the two behind him, who then handed out the test papers to everyone. A test in another world. It is also a keynote that determines the fate of Eli for a period of time in the future. Open the test paper. I hope it's not too difficult, not too deep. Eli took a deep breath, and then solemnly opened the test paper. Advertisement. After a few seconds, Eli was stunned. Not because it's too difficult, but too simple. So easy. He looked at the test paper in front of him, most of which were simple historical questions, as well as a lot of aristocratic heraldry, as well as some basic common sense, without any thinking questions, and other fill-in-the-blank, big questions and the like. Eli. This is different from what he thought. Did he think it was difficult? This was the end result, which made it difficult for him to end his nervousness. After flipping through it, Eli picked up the quill and began to write quickly. He couldn't finish writing this paper in 20 minutes, because he was too weak. At the same time, Kate looked at the test paper in front of her, her throat moved slightly. This test paper is a little more difficult than the previous ones. The imperial history test is very abstract, and the aristocratic coat of arms is also very complicated. The general knowledge questions are a bit biased, and some are mixed together. This is several times more difficult than the previous few test papers he bought. He picked up the pen and began to write, but he always frowned before writing a few strokes, and stopped for a few seconds, and it was obvious that the answer to the question was very difficult. It's so difficult, but I think it's too difficult. I'm afraid that other people will die at this time. Kate sighed confidently, raising her head, ready to see the situation of others. Sure enough, most of the people in the film had ugly faces at this time, and they couldn't answer at all. I don't know what's going on with the one called, what's going on, it seems to be called Eli. It took Kate a long time to remember Eli's name, although he occasionally went to chat with Eli, but that was for the purpose of showing off. As for the name, he really didn't remember it. In his heart, he still looks down on Eli, not only Eli, but also other administrators who are worse than him. He always thinks that he is the best. When he cast his eyes on Eli, he saw only one scene, the sun was shining on Eli, his quill was flying on the paper, and then with a silky stroke, Eli dropped the pen into the pen holder with a snap. Give up? Kate smiled reassuringly. Sure enough, I guess I don't know anything, and I can't do anything at all. Kate smiled happily. Chapter 11 The End. Chapter 11 The End. Eli and the others were sitting in an area of the library, while Bachelor Lyman was patrolling the left and right. The two young men he brought stood on both sides, looking like they were here to invigilate the exam. 30 people and 3 invigilators can also reflect the importance they attach to the test. Therefore, Eli's act of stopping his movements was particularly conspicuous, and Maester Lyman was the first to notice him. Have you given up? Bachelor Lemon and Kevin had the same thought. Advertisement. After all, it has only been 20 minutes now, and most people have only answered a quarter of the answer, and those who are faster can only answer a third, but Eli put down his pen, no wonder he thinks that Eli has given up. It's a pity. Lemon still remembered this diligent child. He shook his head, as if he didn't expect Eli to do this. For half a month, he could see Eli stay till the end every day, which made him appreciate the boy in front of him. But he didn't expect him to give up on his own initiative, which made Lemon feel a little regretful. When passing by Eli, he subconsciously glanced at Eli's test paper. Oh, it's full. What? It's full. Next second. The pupils of Maester Lyman seemed to have experienced an earthquake. He stood quietly behind Eli, looking at the test paper. First question, all right. Part 1, all right. The second part is also all right. Bachelor Lemon dared to swear with his head that the contents of these test papers were absolutely confidential. Even he only saw the specific contents this morning, and the difficulty was extremely high. In particular, history and heraldry can find many strange angles, and it is very difficult to connect several things together. Even scholars dare not say that they can answer 100% correctly, and scholars refer to people who have relatively extensive knowledge and a relatively in-depth understanding of one or two aspects of knowledge. Even in libraries, there are not many such people. Even if he is asked to answer this test paper, he dare not say that every point can be written accurately, after all, he has forgotten a lot of things. But Eli got all the answers right. Is it so outrageous? How long does it take to remember to do this? Lemon was a little shocked, as if he had noticed this kid half a month ago. Clement pursed his lips and continued to patrol silently, thinking about other things in his heart. The test is over. When the 2 hours were up, Lemon ignored the wailing of most of the temporary administrators, put away the test papers, and left with the 2 youths. Since there are only about 30 test papers, they only need to wait for an hour, and the ranking will come out, and it will also decide who will go and who will stay. Hey, it's over, it's too difficult. That's right, there is definitely no way this time. It's not the same difficulty as in previous years, is it? Advertisement. As soon as Lei Meng left, everyone immediately wailed, complaining about the difficulty of the test papers. Is it difficult? Isn't it all about history? Eli blinked, and only then did he realize the horror of fast memory. Although this is just a basic witchcraft of wizards, it can even be said to be a demonic ability for ordinary people, and this is an ability that knights do not have at all. Eli, how is your writing? It's so difficult this time, it's really over, I must be eliminated. A familiar voice came, and Eli was a little speechless. Are you really busy? Eli glanced at Kate's worried expression, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This guy is a bit disgusting. At this time, a man next to him saw that Kate was coming, and asked him, Kate, how do you write the last question? I don't think I can do it at all. It's really difficult, and I can't write. Kate shook her head helplessly after hearing this, but after hesitating, she said, I wrote indiscriminately, that is, first, then, finally, I don't know, right. Oh, that's it. The man looked stunned. Wrong. Suddenly, an inappropriate voice sounded. Kate looked over immediately and found that it was Eli who made the sound. Wrong? Impossible? This must be the correct answer. Kate didn't have Versailles this time, but looked a little flustered, and looked at Eli and exclaimed loudly. Wrong. Eli left without explaining. Just for this effect, it's time to make this guy uncomfortable. And he was not wrong, Kate was indeed wrong on the last question. Eli was happy, but Kate was uncomfortable. She was thinking about the last question crazily, and her original self-confidence was also shaken. The other side. Lemon came to his office, followed by Herman and Kurt. Both of them are students who have studied with Lei Meng for many years, and this time they are also helping Lei Meng to complete this test. Kurt and Herman, find out one of the test papers named Eli Lucifer. Lemon said directly as soon as he sat down. Oh? Is there something wrong with this person? Kurt asked curiously. You'll know when you see his test paper. Lemon didn't answer, but said. What Lemon said also aroused the curiosity of the two of them. It had been a long time since they had seen such a reaction from the teacher, so they began to flip through the test papers, wanting to see what this Eli Lucifer did. There were only 30 test papers in total, and the two quickly found the test papers. After reading the test paper, the two fell silent for a while. Teacher, I'm afraid this guy's current level of knowledge is not weaker than mine. Which Grand Master's disciple is this? Or a member of a great nobleman? Kurt said after taking a deep breath. After studying with the teacher for nearly 10 years, he is already a qualified scholar. Indeed, it's very powerful. Herman also echoed. He has just been under the Bachelor of Lemon for less than a year and is still in the learning stage. He's just a poor man. Lemon raised his head and looked at the two of them and said, you should understand what I mean, and what kind of effort he needs to make to achieve this level. The poor. Kurt looked confused, as if he didn't believe it, and Herman was also a little unbelievable. Humph, you should learn from him. It takes at least a few years of memorization to achieve this level, and you have to memorize it all the time. How long has it been since you worked so hard? Lemon taught Eli talk about the two of them, and then tell them about Eli's daily study until 12 o'clock. Herman and Kurt were taken aback for a moment, and lowered their heads in shame. Although they are working hard, it is far from enough to achieve this level. Then what is the teacher going to do with him? Kurt asked curiously. Advertisement. Clement showed a smile, and said, I want to accept him as a student. Candles burned slowly in the dark environment, wisps of smoke wafting in the air. Everyone was waiting in the library, moving around anxiously, waiting for the final result. For some of them, the library is almost a rare opportunity, and if it is gone, it is really gone, so most people cherish it. Eli was sitting in a corner, also waiting, thinking about something. Of course it's not about the library. He is very confident in the test paper. Although he may not get a perfect score, 99 is still not a problem. After all, it is just a retelling, even if it is a little complicated, it is still very simple. After becoming an apprentice, he not only strengthened his sense of elements, but also improved his brain's thinking and thinking ability to a certain extent. What he really thought about was that after the test, he should be able to become an official librarian, moving house is necessary, and then what should he do next? Soon, Eli decided what he was going to do for the next period of time. That is meditation and learning zero-ring witchcraft. Now that a stable environment has been found, it is time to start his extraordinary study. Especially the study of witchcraft, he has been envious for a long time. He has only learned a quick memory at the moment, but he has already felt the great changes he has brought about in himself, but Eli thinks it is not interesting enough. After all, the quick memory is still normal, but it does not have that kind of truly extraordinary feeling. It's like what Eli sees in a light beam inside his body. That's what he yearns for. After all, as a wizard, not to mention other things, you must know how to make a fireball, right? After provoking Eli, Kate has been sitting on the other side, also waiting for the result, calm on the surface, but anxious inside. Compared with Eli's salty fish thoughts, his dream is to truly restore the glory of the nobility. Although the road to making meritorious service is relatively simple, he has no knight talent, so it is difficult to make any achievements, so he can only choose to write, but it is obviously impossible for other colleges to train him from a young age, so he came to the library, hoping to use the channels here are crossed. And becoming a librarian here is the first step. Just as he was looking enthusiastically at the entrance of the corridor, 3 familiar figures slowly came out. The sound of stepping on the carpet came out, and everyone looked over in an instant, knowing that it was finally the last moment. Lemon came out, glanced at everyone, and said directly. Riaz and Eli stay here. Others can go to the financial department to get a silver tower, and there is no need to come tomorrow. Eli also smiled, and it was finally over. Half a month of hard work was not in vain. But this Riaz? Eli looked not far away, and there was a young girl standing in the crowd. She had long brown hair and purple eyes. She looked a bit ordinary, but she looked very comfortable. There is indeed such a person in Eli's memory. Eli doesn't know her identity, but it is said that she is not ordinary, but she is usually too low-key, so few people notice her. It's just that she didn't expect her to be so powerful. In the test, she directly surpassed Kate. Contrary to the two were other people, each of them seemed to be discouraged at the same time, showing disappointment, but some knew that they had no chance, and walked towards the financial department to receive Silver Tower, and the others followed. The crowd dispersed. But there was another person standing there, his confident smile gradually dissipated, and the light in his eyes gradually disappeared. He opened his mouth wide, as if he couldn't believe it. It was Kate. Chapter 12 Lemon Student. Chapter 12 Lemon Student. Ah, how is this possible? Kate stood there dumbfounded, how confident he was just now, how stunned he is now. He even thought there was something wrong with his ears. He patted his ears, it was normal, that means what he just heard was true. Eli and Riaz passed the test, but he failed. He failed the test? Advertisement. How can that be? He's Kate, he's always been number 1, why didn't he pass the test? It's fine if he doesn't understand Riaz, but Eli, the kind of guy who lives in the slums, how could he pass the test? It's impossible, it's impossible. Kate's body trembled, unable to accept the ending at all. He looked at Eli who was more than 10 meters away, and his heart burst into anger. Eli must have cheated, otherwise how could he have passed the test, and how could I have failed? It is absolutely impossible. I have always been number 1, how could I fail? There is definitely a problem, there is a problem. Kate shouted loudly, and the sound spread throughout the library, and those who were about to leave were attracted by him. Bachelor Lemon looked over, frowned and said, this test is fair and just. Everything was conducted under the eyes of the 3 of us. We will definitely not regard it as a violation of the rules. Kate looked suspicious and couldn't accept it. Today's scene seemed to turn his past into a joke, a dream he made up for himself. He didn't want to wake up, and he didn't want to wake up. If you want to read the test paper, we can check it at any time, please stay calm, this is the library. Bachelor Lemon said softly, comforting Kate. But Kate seemed completely unable to accept the reality. At this time, her eyes were bloodshot, and she said in a daze. Impossible, impossible. Eli must have bought you, otherwise how could he pass the test? He is a pariah, impossible, absolutely impossible. Kate's voice became louder and her emotions gradually lost control. Bachelor Lemon frowned. In the previous tests, there were some people who questioned it, but never like today, someone dared to be so presumptuous. The other onlookers also shook their heads. Although they didn't know what happened, but insulting a bachelor like this, even if his grades were really good enough, it was impossible for him to join the library. Libraries don't accept members who don't know how to respect other people. Kurt, Herman, throw this guy out. Maester Lemon gave the students on both sides a look, and the 2 walked out, preparing to send right out. During this process, Kate was still resisting, shouting, I want to check Eli's test paper, otherwise I will definitely spread your injustice everywhere. Until now, he still couldn't accept that he failed the test. You know, he has always been the number 1. Show him. Maester Lemon also had a sullen look on his face at this moment. Herman and Kurt stopped their movements and went to get the test paper alone, then returned quickly and handed it to Kate. Kate snatched the test paper and scanned it quickly. He looked at the full test paper, every question was well-founded, many of which Kate had forgotten or even didn't know before, and it was completely imprinted in his eyes at this moment. Advertisement. Especially the last question, it turned out that he was really wrong, and what Eli said was right. How is this possible? Kate collapsed backwards on the ground after reading it. There are two more things. One is that you were fourth in the test. Even without Eli, you still failed the test. The second is that Eli's score this time is the first, which is much higher than yours, and it is far higher. At this time, Maester Lemon stabbed Kate twice again, which almost made him faint. The collapse of a certain belief in a person often only takes a moment, and this is Kate's situation at this time. Kate's eyes were dull. Was her first place just a wild fantasy all this time? Are these people all this stupid? In the end, he was dragged out of the library by several people. During this process, Eli stood on the sidelines and watched without intervening. His evaluation of Kate is that he can only see himself, but not others. Kate was sent away, and everyone else left, leaving only Eli and Rias in the end. Kurt, you take Rias to handle the admission process. Eli, you come with me. Maester Lemon waved Kurt. Takeo curled his lips. He is a dignified scholar, and he is like a guard at the moment. He is really an old man who loves the new and dislikes the old. Rias was taken away by Kurt. Before leaving, she gave Eli a strange look, as if she didn't expect a commoner to have higher grades than her. Bachelor, is there a problem? After Takeo left, there were only him, Hut and Eli left here. And the first sentence Maester Lyman said made Eli stunned on the spot. Would you like to be my student? Student? Eli was a little taken aback. Bachelor Lemon is an old man in the library for decades. He has a certain influence here and even in the entire King's Landing city. He knows many people and even serves as a consultant for some nobles. It can be said that although Bachelor Lemon is not a nobleman, he also has certain rights in this city, which come from his knowledge and the development of bachelors. To be his student is naturally a very good thing, something that many people dream of, not to mention the help he may bring. Therefore, when Maester Lyman asked this question, Eli immediately replied. Thank you, Bachelor Lemon, I am willing to be your student. Ha ha ha. Good good. Maester Lemon laughed. He is 50 years old, and he has already passed the unremitting struggle for power and knowledge. In his past career, he has written many excellent articles and unearthed some unknown histories. Invitation. But only he himself knows that he still has some regrets. That is not to cultivate a student who is good enough to inherit his ideas and continue to carry them forward. Advertisement. Today, he saw Eli, and he thought Eli might be able to do it. There are many geniuses, but it is rare to see people who work as hard as Eli. The way of learning and hard work are sometimes very important, or even more important, so he came up with the idea of recruiting students. Well, hard work is a sharp sword, it will make you look down. Maester Lyman encouraged, looking at Eli kindly. Eli winked, trying. What kind of misunderstanding did Maester Lemon have about him? He studied for a while after work every night, only 3 or 4 hours, and continued for half a month. Is this hard work? Eli felt that there must be some misunderstanding, but he didn't intend to expose it. If it was a misunderstanding, let this beautiful misunderstanding continue. Civilization, damn it. On the side, the corner of Herman's mouth twitched. When he became the teacher's apprentice back then, he was very casual. How could he be so enthusiastic? Sure enough, does love change? Is there anything else you want? Maybe I can help you a bit. After Eli agreed, the smile on Maester Lemon's face never stopped. There really are. Oh? What's the matter? Can you advance my salary for a few months? Eli didn't end up receiving a salary advance from Maester Lemon. Because of the generosity of Bachelor Lemon, he gave Eli 15 silver towers directly, and asked Eli to find a place to live for himself and buy some new clothes. After being certified as a full member, Eli left the library and returned to his small room in the slums. Speaking of which, Eli was lucky that he didn't encounter any trouble in the slums during this time. The test is over. In the dilapidated room, Eli relaxed. This time, he not only passed the test, but also became a student of Bachelor Lemon. This was a huge change for him, both in terms of identity and status. Poor Kate. On the way back, Eli also saw Kate, who was sitting on the side of the road with a dazed expression, muttering. Impossible, impossible. Hope he can cheer up. Eli shook his head. Kate and him have no irreconcilable conflicts, and the conflicts between the two are not so great. Kate's situation is entirely his own problem, and Eli can only have pity on it. And he didn't have that much time to pay attention to other people. Because he has other things to do. Eli thought of Saren's notes, and a greedy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He had been looking forward to witchcraft for a long time. Chapter 13 Moving and Witchcraft. Chapter 13 Moving and Witchcraft. The next day, Eli pushed open the door and walked out of the room. There were already many pedestrians on the street at this time. Most of them were wearing linen clothes and trousers, the air was fresh but still had a fishy smell, and feces could even be seen occasionally on the road. I have to say that the environment in this world is still not so beautiful. Advertisement. Fortunately, the situation in urban areas will be much better, and Eli is trying to solve this problem today. Maester Lyman gave him 3 days off to let him deal with his own affairs first, and Eli has already made an appointment with someone and is planning to find a new place to live. Sir, what do you think of this place? In front of a remote house, a man respectfully asked Eli in front of him. Not bad. Eli looked at the house in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. This is a house located in the north of Junlin City. It is relatively remote, and it is about 3 kilometers away from the library. The shape adopts the more common architectural form of the empire, and the outside is made of ordinary blue stone bricks, which are full of historical taste, and there are large green plants on it. You are a student of Bachelor Lemon, don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you. The man replied with a smile. If it wasn't for Bachelor Lemon, how could he have such an attitude towards a young man? Yesterday, when Eli was talking about where to live with Maester Lemon said that he could help, and then asked Eli to find the man in front of him the next day, and he made all the arrangements. Although just becoming his student, Eli has already felt the change. You can go in and have a look with me. The man smiled. Eli nodded and followed the man. Advertisement. Following the man into the house, Eli found that although the outside looked a bit dilapidated, the inside was very clean, there was no peculiar smell, and the area was not small. The house is independent with only 1 floor and a small courtyard. There are 4 rooms inside, a large reception room, a bathroom, and even a spacious basement. The interior decoration is also good, and some basic furniture is available. He can even live directly with his things. After looking around, Eli is satisfied with the environment, but he doesn't know if the price is beautiful. As if seeing Eli's concerns, the man smiled and said, "Don't worry, Bachelor Lemon has made arrangements. The owner of this house belongs to the Vitali family, and Bachelor Lemon is the advisor of the Vitali family. Therefore, you can rent it at the price of 2 silver coins per month. Get him down." It is worth mentioning that after becoming a full-time employee, his salary has also been raised to 5 silver towers, which can be called an epic upgrade, which allows him to have enough money to choose a house. In fact, he originally went to see a villa with a larger area, but after learning about the price, he was directly persuaded to leave. That is not something he is able to live in now. What's more, if he lived in a villa, he would have to hire maids, coachmen, etc., which was another expense, and his salary of 5 silver towers couldn't support it at all. 2. Eli had some doubts, it was a little cheaper than he thought. That's right, including the rent. The rent here was originally 5 silver towers a month, but you only need to pay 2. This is why this place is very remote. If it is close to the city center, with such a large area, the price it has to be doubled. The man replied with a smile, trying his best to sell it. Then here it is. Eli nodded. The environment here is quiet, and there are not very busy streets around. It is far away from the city center, and there is a basement where some witchcraft research can be carried out. As for testing witchcraft, the basement is barely enough for low power ones, but for high power ones, why test it at home? Wouldn't it be better to go outside the city, to the sewers, or some places? And the powerful witchcraft may also attract some people's attention. After all, although the Empire does not seem to know the existence of wizards, Eli believes that if he is exposed, there will be huge troubles, which is not what he is willing to face. Did you bring the contract? Eli asked. Bring it. The man said enthusiastically, and then took out the contract. After confirming that there was no problem with the contract, Eli took the quill pen that the man carried and wrote his name, then handed him 12 silver towers, a total of half a year's rent, and the rent here is paid at intervals of half a year. Okay, are you sure you live alone? The man asked questioningly, recalling the previous conversation. Advertisement. In the previous chat, Eli said that he lives alone. Yet. Eli nodded. Well, if you need house cleaning or other services, you can come to me. Don't worry, we are professional. The man smiled and began to sell their additional business. No need. Eli said, thinking about some witchcraft that could be cleaned. Okay. The man was a little disappointed, but he immediately regained his enthusiasm. The two chatted briefly again, handed Eli the key, and the man left. That night, Eli came here with his only possessions, a few linen clothes and linen trousers, and his notes. He simply tidied it up. In the empty study, Eli lit a candle and began to read. During this period of time, Eli has also read part of this book, and has accumulated a lot of questions. He wants to find someone to communicate with, but unfortunately, he has never seen any wizards in this ghost place. The accumulated problems can only rely on his own independent thinking and repeated consideration. This is thanks to the fact that the notes are sufficiently detailed to record various problems during the apprenticeship, as if the author has considered this situation. After thinking for a while, Eli skimmed over the note section, and turned the page directly to the last section, which records witchcraft. Large pieces of zero-ring witchcraft: wizard hand, venom splash, mental power perception, light spell, switch, stun spell, fatigue touch, quick immunity, appease animals, thorn shield, shadow stealth. There are a lot of them, all of which are zero-ring witchcraft suitable for apprenticeships. Of course, the notes seem to be really what Saleen Meditlan said. This is an apprenticeship note, and what Eli wants to do now is to choose the right learning from these witchcraft. There are 6 major types of witchcraft, which are conjuration, prophecy, enchantment, evocation, necromancy, and transformation. According to the habit of ordinary wizards during their apprenticeship, they usually choose 1 or 2 types of learning, because apprentices have limited energy and time, and intensive training is the best choice. Learning too much will only involve too much energy. Not only will it involve time for meditation, but you may not have time to fully study. Broad but not refined, this is something wizards do not agree with. But Eli felt that he could master all of them and grind them slowly. Only children make choices, and of course he wants them all. Chapter 14: The Wizard's Hand. Chapter 14: The Wizard's Hand. However, although Eli's goal is to learn all witchcraft, that is a long-term problem after all. What he wants to do now is to learn some good witchcraft first, and then slowly learn others. Therefore, he first selected several witchcrafts as the key learning goals, namely self-detection, wizard's hand, and wind wall shield. 3 witchcrafts. Among them, self-detection is used to detect one's physical condition, and one can obtain one's own physical fitness and various data in detail, as well as the state of mental power and the specific value of mental power, which is one of the basic witchcraft of wizards. The wizard's hand is easier to understand. It uses the witchcraft model and fills a large number of elements to create a hand that can control the elements. The wizard can control its battle and even do some other things. Advertisement. This witchcraft can even be said to be one of the must-learn witchcrafts during the wizard apprenticeship stage, and Saleen also suggested learning this witchcraft in his notes. Because its construction process is actually very classic, and its power is not bad, from the first level apprentice to the third level apprentice, it can be used completely, and even if it is promoted to a wizard, there is an advanced version. More importantly, this witchcraft can also exert different effects depending on the elements you fill, such as the burst of fire elements and the softness of water elements. The proportions are completely controlled by the wizard himself, and the requirements for the control of wizard elements not low. Therefore, the hand of witchcraft has also become one of the most classic apprentice witchcraft. Eli chose this witchcraft because of its balanced characteristics. The third witchcraft, wind wall shield, is a defensive witchcraft, which can summon wind elements to build a wind wall, which can effectively block attacks such as knives and guns. The advantage is that it seems to have a good effect on physics, and the learning difficulty is not high. The disadvantage is that the defense against elemental attacks is average. Therefore, in fact, very few apprentices will learn this witchcraft. But Eli is different. The place he is currently in is the Burn Empire. The extraordinary power here is only knights, who almost rely entirely on physical attacks. This witchcraft, which is not recommended for apprentices to learn, is very suitable here. The above 3 are the 3 witchcraft carefully selected by Eli. More importantly, these 3 witchcrafts do not require any spellcasting materials, which greatly facilitates the process of Eli's search for materials. After all, there are many materials that cannot be found. It's like a witchcraft controlled by thorns. You have to find the thorn seeds with extraordinary characteristics before you can cast them. Where can he find them? So, there is also one disadvantage of studying wizards in the Kingdom of Knights, that is, the materials are not so easy to find. Advertisement. Eli is going to learn the wizardry of self-examination first. Simply adjusted and took a deep breath. The spiritual power in Eli's mind began to turn into runes, and then he built a self-detection model in his mind, because it was the first time he built it, so Eli was very careful. However, because of a carelessness, the soul fluctuated and became unstable, the model collapsed instantly, and the first attempt failed directly. Eli was not discouraged when he failed. He recalled the mistakes just now, and then started the second build. This time it went very smoothly. The model was completed in one go, and it was a success at the first time. Light up the model. A light flashed in Eli's eyes, and a burst of invisible spiritual power appeared. The mental power is derived from the brain, and starts to scan the body like a net, from the skin to the internal organs, from the top of the head to the bottom of the feet, everything is turned into specific data and accepted by Eli. It's not particularly precise, but it gives Eli a sense of his own situation. Physical condition. Physical strength is stronger than that of ordinary people, as if an ordinary person's physical fitness is 1, then his current physical fitness should be at 1.2, and his mental strength should be at 4.5. These are all brought about by the previous promotion. High Not tall. Because according to Salene's notes, for a person with normal wizard talent, even if it's pointless to start meditating, the mental power is generally above 3 points, and the promotion can generally increase 1 to 2 points, which can only be said to be a normal level. Second-class apprentices require 10 points of spiritual power, third-class apprentices require 20 points, and formal wizards require 30 points, which are far beyond Eli's current reach. So how much Eli's mental strength has improved in the past half month? It's cruel. It may only be 0.025 points. In other words, if he wants to be promoted to a second-class apprentice, it may take more than 10 years. Sure enough, it's a trash talent. Eli curled his lips. The golden age to become a wizard is before the age of 50. After that, the mental power will start to decline, and it will be very difficult to advance. However, according to Eli's current improvement speed, if he wants to reach 30 points of mental power, it may take another 50 years. As for why it is 50 years, because the improvement of the spiritual power of a wizard is not uniform, the speed of the first-class apprentice's spiritual power must be faster than that of the third-class apprentice. Maybe Salene didn't expect that his inheritance would be acquired by an apprentice with such rubbish talent. Eli laughed at himself, but his tone was not too melancholy. Advertisement. 100 years is 100 years. He has a lot of time and is very patient. I just don't know if the empire will still exist at that time. Eli thought maliciously. Don't think about it, let's continue to learn witchcraft. Expel these thoughts from his head, and Eli decided to start learning the witchcraft of the wizard's hand. But this time it didn't go so smoothly. The difficulty of the wizard's hand was not at the same level as self-testing. Eli tried it all afternoon, but it didn't work. 2 days later. In a forest outside King's Landing. Eli took a deep breath, and the runes of mental power in his mind were running quickly, and the mental power flowed like a silk thread, and the wizard model of the wizard's hand was quickly constructed. After a few seconds, the witchcraft model took shape. Eli's eyes lit up, and a large number of elements quickly gathered in front of him, and an elemental hand appeared in front of Eli's eyes. Finally succeeded. Eli smiled. It took 2 full days before he succeeded for the first time. The difficulty of this witchcraft is indeed much higher than my quick memory and self-test. The next step is to test the effect. With a thought, the wizard's hand instantly grabbed a small tree, and with a click, the small tree as thick as a bucket was broken into 2 pieces, but the elemental hand remained unchanged. Except for a little consumption of mental power, there is nothing wrong with it. After manipulating for a while, Eli rubbed his aching temple. The effect of this witchcraft is not bad, but it consumes a little mental power. Like the attack just now, he can last up to 5 or 6 times, which is not good. The wizard's road is a long way to go. Eli sighed, looked in the direction of the city, and then returned. The 3-day holiday is over, it's time to go to work. Chapter 15, The Road. Chapter 15, The Road. The next day, Eli went to the library as before, and ran into Roland again in the locker room. Eli, it's exactly what I thought. I knew you could pass the test, so I said I'm good at seeing people. Roland said with a smile, thanks to his father's childhood training, he is very good at talking. Thank you. Eli glanced at Roland and found that there was still a tooth mark on his neck. This is the mark left by a beautiful lady. Seeing Eli's gaze, Roland said braggingly. Advertisement. That's right, I know you're great. Eli curled his lips, the sexual enlightenment in this world is much earlier than in the previous life, and there are even people who are the same age as Eli and have already had several children. Ha ha ha, if you are willing to go with me, I believe you will be more popular than me. Roland joked, then seemed to remember something, and then moved to Eli's side and said. I heard that you were accepted as a student by Maester Lemon. Okay. There is nothing to hide, and Eli said it directly and generously. It's actually true. Roland exclaimed. He only heard about this incident this morning. He thought it was just a fabrication, but he didn't expect it to be true. Oh, it seems that you will usher in a new and beautiful life in the future. Roland sighed, becoming a student of Lemon is enough to bring about a huge change in Eli's life. I hope so, the time is almost up, it's time to work. Eli nodded, and then reminded. Okay. Roland also changed his clothes at this time, and walked outside with Eli. When he arrived at the museum, Roland suddenly asked, oh, by the way, there seem to be many beautiful ladies on Luying Street. Do you want to go tonight? Eli almost staggered, glanced at Roland and replied, what do you think? That's a pity. I heard that they have a lot of new tricks. Oh, call me one tonight. It doesn't matter if it's a new pattern, the main thing is to see it. At noon, Eli pushed a book into the shelf, ending the day's work. Formal librarians only need to work for half a day, and they can arrange the rest of the day freely. This is one of the reasons why there are so many librarians. Advertisement. But before Eli left, he saw a person coming to remind him that Maester Lyman had something to ask him. With doubts, Eli came to the second floor of the library. In a room, he saw Bachelor Lemon who was sorting out the documents. "Eli, how's it going? Are things settled?" Maester Lemon asked gently. "Teacher, everything is fine. I still have to thank the teacher for your help." Naturally, Lemon was referring to things like renting a house and buying clothes. "That's good." Clement nodded, and motioned for Eli to sit on the opposite stool. Eli sat down, and Lemon said, "Now that you have settled down, there are some things we have to talk about, and that is your future." "My future?" Eli had some doubts. "Yes." Lemon nodded and said, "Since you have become my student, I must be responsible to you. You need to set your own research direction. Human time is limited. After all, you just watch, you can't master all of the vast library, right?" "Yet." Eli nodded, but said silently in his heart, "Sorry, it's really okay." Seeing Eli's performance, Lemon nodded and continued. "So you have to choose a few main research directions and study in depth, but there is no rush, you can take your time, but I hope you can become a scholar within 4 years. "Well, teacher, I see." Eli nodded. A scholar refers to a person who has erudite knowledge and a relatively in-depth understanding of one or two aspects of knowledge. This is not difficult for him. After all, memorization and understanding are things that wizards are good at. It's good if you have this self-confidence. Then do you have any ideas? You can talk to me, maybe I can give you some advice. The more Lemon looked at Eli, the more satisfied he became, and he leaned back on the chair. Eli didn't have any idea, he planned to hang out here first, but since he asked, he thought for a while and replied, "History and heraldry, I'm more interested in this aspect." History and heraldry, there are more things to remember, but the difficulty is the lowest for Eli. It's good, but there's too much content in this area. There's a lot of memorization work and it's very complicated. You have to be prepared. Bachelor Lemon said kindly. "I will. That's how it is. You continue to work in the library and accumulate while working. After all, your study time is still too short." Lemon thought for a while and said. "Okay, thank you teacher." Eli said respectfully. "Come on, it's the 306th year of the Banian calendar, and I hope to see you become a real scholar before the 310th. Advertisement. Eli, who left from Lemon, didn't go home, but went directly to the library. Find a few books and read them. Indeed, although his purpose is to hang out in the library all the time, he must have some real talent, otherwise it would be too embarrassing to be kicked out. So, for the rest of the time, meditate and learn wizard knowledge, digest the things in the notes, and then take a look at some history and heraldry. Eli easily set the next schedule, and at the same time Eli decided to what happened was recorded in a way. Write diary. After all, his years are long. Although he doesn't know what will happen in the future, he hopes to record everything. Write as you say, put down the book. Eli found a quill, took out the paper, and began to write what happened to him during this period. In the 306th year of the Burn calendar, sudden death crossed over. Eli uses square characters in his diary to avoid being recognized by accident. The beginning is not bad, at least much better than most of the people in the novel with identity and meditation, except for being poor, everything else is okay. Unexpectedly, this world is still an extraordinary world. There is a kind of power called knights. I also got an inexplicable wizard inheritance, but that old man named Saline Metatron is also really, leave a note, can't you explain everything clearly? What the hell? Here Eli scolds Saline Metatron. Can't you tell me some information about wizards? I don't even know what's going on in this world now. It's obvious that there are all knights here. It really makes me MMP. This is also what Eli has always wondered. Why does a knight empire record the wizard's meditation method in the book in the library? He also went to the place where he took out the book to read it. Someone named Saren Metatron. The closest one is the royal family, which is short of 2 words, called the Merlin family. There is another thing that makes Eli curious, that is, what is the thing that Saline Metatron said on the title page of the notebook? But forget it, it doesn't matter, it's useless to think about it, let's take a step and take a step. Eli wrote briefly, then sighed. Put down the pen and decide to set a goal for yourself first. Let's talk about becoming a second-class apprentice first. Sorry, the content on the 25th will be posted a little later, because there is something wrong with the manuscript. Chapter 16 3 years later. Chapter 16 3 years later. Another month passed. Eli sits at his desk and writes down the events of the past month in his diary. Everything is going well this month. The prepared witchcraft has all been mastered, and the proficiency of the wizard's hand is also improving. Advertisement. The wind wall shield has also completed the study and conducted experiments, and its defense is excellent. According to the records in the notes, it can resist the attacks of intermediate knights. In terms of history and heraldry, even though I just took a look at it, Maester Lemon is still very satisfied with me. There is no way, even in a different world, I am still so shining. Compared with knights, wizards have obvious advantages in many aspects. Finally, it is worth mentioning that Luying Lane is indeed a good place. Another 5 months. Winter is coming. A sudden snow covered the ground, and with the snowflakes all over the sky, Eli spent his first year in this world. The situation in the Empire began to change. Although Eli didn't understand much, the atmosphere in King's Landing became very solemn. It is said that in winter, the tribes in the northern wilderness united and launched a war. They wanted to enter the hinterland of the Empire to rob food, but they failed. Blocked by Duke Frostwolf. Even so, some tribes still entered the belly of the Empire and robbed a large amount of food. As a result, the price of food in the Empire rose, and many people starved to death. The people of the Empire had a lot of opinions about the king. The king was also furious. But these have little to do with Eli. As far as he is concerned, as long as he doesn't really call, there is nothing wrong with him. He is just an ordinary librarian, just tidy up his books. In such an environment, the 306th year of the Burn calendar passed silently. The second year is the 307th year of the Brian calendar. As the snow melted, the king ordered the Duke of Frostwolf to launch a war, demanding that the tribes in the northern wilderness pay the price. As a result, there was a lot of thunder and rain, and the scattered tribes made it impossible for the Empire to gather strength effectively. Not only did it fail to hit the enemy well, it even consumed a lot of resources. The Frostwolf Principality consumed a lot. Then another quiet year passed. Advertisement. Eli is progressing and learning step by step. Although he would only look at history and heraldry for a while in his spare time, his mastery of this aspect has almost surpassed that of Lyman, but he didn't perform too much, and his level was just above average. In terms of wizards, Eli has gained more, mastered more, and more wizard models, nothing to say, and his spiritual power has reached 5.5 points, which is one step closer to the second-class apprentice, and the power of witchcraft has also been slightly improved. There is also Roland, who originally passed the test, but there seemed to be a change in his family. He returned home and began to inherit the family business association, and occasionally contacted Eli. This year, Eli turned 18. He found that his physical characteristics would not change, and time could no longer add a wrinkle to his face, which also made Eli reject the marriage plan. After all, it must be a terrible thing to watch the person you love gradually grow old without changing yourself. Hello, ladies and sisters of Luying Street, always young and full of vitality. At the end of the year, the unexpected happened again. The alliance formed by the tribes came again, and left gracefully after looting. The king was furious again, but to no avail, and there were even rumors that Duke Frostwolf was behind it and wanted to seize power, which made the situation even worse. But in the end nothing happened. Year 309 of the Banian calendar. In a valley outside the city. The valley is very large, surrounded by high rock walls, and there is a large open space inside. Eli stands in the middle of the valley, not far from a few big trees. This is a hidden valley he accidentally discovered outside the city last year. The size and concealment are very good. Eli often conducts wizards and some dangerous witchcraft experiments here. At this time he was experimenting with witchcraft. Wind wall shield. Eli stood where he was, his mental strength concentrated, and his eyes became brighter. With the urging of the model, a large number of wind elements began to gather outside the body, and quickly built a circular shield like a wind wall, protecting Eli in it. The tree fell and was directly torn into pieces by the wind element. Eli stood at the same place, watching all this calmly. The 18-year-old body looked very tall, about 1.8 meters tall, and his appearance was not much different from before. Only his eyes were very bright, attracting him like stars. People. At this moment, he was concentrating on the wind shield. Suddenly, with a wave of Eli's hand, the wind wall began to change, began to squirm like a stream of water, and finally turned into a wind blade and shot several meters away. Boom. Advertisement. The sound of tearing sounded, and a big tree in front of him was directly torn in half. Not bad. Seeing that the wind shield turned into a wind blade and flew out, Eli nodded. Changing the model of the wind shield is Eli's latest research object, and it took half a year for him to gain a deeper understanding of elemental changes. In fact, very few wizard apprentices would do this kind of thing, because it was really a waste of time, but Eli enjoyed it, and he liked the feeling of studying slowly, especially without the urging of time. Record the experimental data this time, and Eli continues to conduct other experiments. He only comes here once in a few weeks, so every time he comes, he will make a list of some experiments that cannot be done in the city. The experiment just now is just one of them. The second item is the derivative witchcraft of Fireball, Lianzu Fireball. Glancing at the list, Eli focused again. A few seconds later, there was another roar in the valley. By the time all the experiments were over, it was already evening. At this time, the moon was already hanging high, and the silver moonlight fell like a tool. Hey, it's time to go back, Teacher Lemon has left me some tasks. Seeing that the time was almost up, Eli cleaned up the traces of the experiment, and then returned towards King's Landing City. At the gate of the city, he greeted the guard skillfully and walked in. In 3 years, Eli got to know many people. After walking a few streets, Eli returned home. It hasn't changed much from 3 years ago, but on the fence around the house, there are some vines clinging to it, which looks a bit strange. This is a magic plant he cultivated. As long as a stranger steps in, it can burst into a powerful vine at any time. Attack power. Open the door and enter the yard. The courtyard looked ordinary, but it was actually full of witch formations, and of course they were all hidden. Of course, for Eli, all this is very used to. He just glanced at the few birds that were being swallowed by the vines, and walked straight into the house. It's been a busy day today, and he's going to rest early. I have to go to work tomorrow. Chapter 17 Banquet Invitation. Chapter 17 Banquet Invitation. The next day, Eli walked out of the house as the sun rose. Standing in front of the gate, looking at the familiar street in front of him, he judged the direction of his eyes, and left quickly. Along the way, Eli looked around from time to time, and found that there were obviously a lot of homeless people. In the narrow and dirty alleys, many people were leaning against the wall, their eyes glazed over. Advertisement. I heard that this year's harvest is very bad. It seems that many people will starve to death this year. Eli hurried past, not paying too much attention to these people. Every era has its limitations, and it's no different here. There are some things that he cannot change. Soon, Eli entered the civilian area, and a few minutes later, he came to the library. After greeting the doorman, Eli walked in. Because the teacher is here today, Eli chose the world to enter the second floor, and stopped in a room on the side near the corridor. "He-Man, look at what you have done, you can't do such a simple thing well." Before entering, Eli heard the familiar voice of Lemon. If nothing else, he should be teaching Herman a lesson. Herman was one of the 2 invigilators before, a student of Mr. Lemon. His father was a baron, he was the 6th son of the baron, and he was sent to study here in the library. Eli knocked lightly on the door. "Come in." Maester Lemon's voice sounded. Eli pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as he walked in, he saw Bachelor Lemon sitting behind the table. Compared with 3 years ago, his hair was obviously more grey, and his wrinkles were much more numerous, making him look much older. And Herman was standing in front of the table, with short brown hair and common blue eyes. At this time, he was lowering his head, as if he was receiving education from his teacher. "It's Eli." When Maester Lemon saw Eli came, his originally frowning brows relaxed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Eli should be the best student he has received in the past few years. Not only does he learn things quickly, but he also has a good personality and is always polite to others, which he likes very much. Especially when he saw Herman, this feeling was even stronger. Thinking of this, he gave Herman a hard look. "Herman. I know I'm not good at studying, but it doesn't have to be like this." Advertisement. "Well, what can I do for you?" Maester Lemon looked at Eli and asked as if he remembered something. "It's okay, the materials that the teacher asked me to sort out last time have been done." Eli took out a material from his arms and handed it to the teacher. Bachelor Lemon would often give them some tasks to test their abilities. Maester Lemon took the materials and started flipping through them. While reading, his eyes gradually shone brighter, and the corners of his mouth became more and more curved. It could be seen that he was very satisfied. "Even if I were to make this material, it would be difficult to achieve this level." "Eli, your progress is really too fast." Putting down the material, Bachelor Lemon stroked his beard. "It's the teacher's good education," Eli said modestly. "Ha ha ha." Maester Lemon laughed loudly, the unhappiness just now seemed to disappear, and then cast a disgusted look at Herman next to him. The corner of Herman's mouth twitched, and then he looked at Eli with a resentful expression. "Is there anything else?" After reading the materials, Bachelor Lemon asked again. "Never mind. It's okay, then go to work." Maester Lemon nodded and said, glanced at Herman next to him, and waved his hand, "You go out too." "Hey, what's the meaning of your disgusting gesture?" Although he kept complaining in his heart, Herman still didn't have the guts to speak out, so he could only walk out of the house with Eli. As soon as he stepped out of the house, Herman immediately became animated. "Is there a mistake, Eli? You don't know, Mr. Lemon obviously has something wrong recently, and always picks on me. My days are really getting harder and harder, and I regret coming here." He-Man shook his head and sighed. "Then you can leave the library at any time, and the restrictions here are not so strict." Eli joked as the two walked in the corridor. "Haha, Just kidding, how could I leave? Herman laughed twice. Although his father is a baron, he has 6 sons. The title and family property have almost nothing to do with him. Being able to enter the library is already the greatest help his father has given him. Then study hard and don't make Teacher Lemon angry. Eli nodded and persuaded. You're right. Herman sighed and said helplessly. He is a jumping character, and it is really not easy for him to study for a long time. Eli. The two walked around a corner, and a girl suddenly came into their sight. Her long brown hair reached her shoulders, her purple dress exposed half of her calves, her fair face made her look full of youthful charm, her pair of purple eyes made Herman's heart pounding. Advertisement. Rias Gremory, the girl who passed the test with Eli 3 years ago. Good morning. Eli greeted. 3 years ago, she was still a very ordinary person, but she turned into such a beautiful girl 3 years later, which really surprised Eli. Speaking of this Rias, she actually had some things with Eli. 2 years ago, this Rias seemed to have a good impression of Eli because she often asked Eli questions. At that time, Eli also discovered this problem, so he refused decisively. Women will only affect the speed at which his mental power is stimulated. After that, Rias didn't bother, and now she and him are friends. You are so beautiful today. He-Man looked at the girl in front of him and praised. Thank you. Rias nodded to him politely, and then looked at Eli who was beside him. Eli, I invited a lot of friends to go hunting at my family's estate this weekend, do you have time? Rias looked at Eli with big purple eyes and asked. Hunting? Eli frowned. I forgot to mention that Rias Gremory belongs to the Gremory family, and the Gremory family is a real earl family and a real nobleman. Although it was difficult to understand why she came to the library at first, it seemed that he gradually understood, because although the library is always unknown, its influence is no worse than that of the top nobles. Oh, by the way, there is also Herman, are you willing to go? Rias added. Yes, yes. Herman nodded wildly. This is the Earl's family. If it can be related, it will be a great thing for him. But he also knew that it was in Eli's favor, so he just looked at Eli expectantly, waiting for him to make a decision. You also rejected me last time, you can't reject me this time. Rias looked at Eli and said. Okay then. Eli nodded helplessly. He had rejected Rias's invitation several times before, mainly because he found it troublesome, but after all, he had invited her several times, and it was not good to refuse every time. Then it's done. Seeing Eli agree, Rias smiled, matching the purple dress like a blooming violet. Rias came here to invite Eli, and after the invitation, she exchanged a few words and left directly. Eli looked at the back of Rias leaving, turned around and left with Herman. A hunt, nothing should happen. But even if something happens, he has the confidence to solve it. Chapter 18 Dark Blue Potion. Chapter 18 Dark Blue Potion. Eli, hunting, it must be very interesting. After Rias left, Herman excitedly said. Hunting is actually a trivial matter, but getting mixed into the Count's family banquet will definitely make his father look up to him, which is why he is so excited. Herman, the teacher taught us that no matter what happens, we should remain calm. Looking at Herman whose face was a little red, Eli reminded from the side. Nobles, especially those with low status like the He-Man family, will always yearn for higher-ranking nobles. Even if it is just a little opportunity, it is very precious to them. Advertisement. Rights and reputation. Eli sighed inwardly. In his eyes, fame, fortune, and power are nothing but attics built with clouds in the sky. When the wind of time blows, they will all disappear, and there is no point in pursuing them. But obviously Herman would not listen to this, and Eli could only wait for him to return to normal. Sorry, I was a little too happy just now. After a while, Herman also clearly realized his indecent behavior, and apologized. It's okay. Eli shook his head, and the two moved on, parting in a hallway, to get to work. The first floor of the library. Leaving hunting behind, Eli puts on his overalls and organizes his books while thinking about other, more important things. For example, the meditation of spiritual power, the study of witchcraft and the extraordinary experiments that need to be carried out, etc. In 3 years, Eli has undergone great changes. His mental strength has reached 6.0, and his physical fitness is at 1.3. Compared with 3 years ago, the mental power has increased by 1.5, and the average annual increase is 0.5, but in fact, 3 years ago, the average monthly increase was 0.05 in those months, and it should be 0.6 in a year, but it is actually only 0.5. It's not that Eli doesn't work hard, it's just that as the total amount of mental power increases, his mental power growth rate is decreasing, otherwise his current mental power should be around 6.3. The improvement of physical fitness has nothing to do with meditation. It is just that Eli will do certain exercises in the past 3 years, and his physical fitness will naturally improve. The growth of mental power is still too slow. Eli thought, although he didn't really care about time, but after all, this is an extraordinary world, so he should try to be as strong as possible. Regarding the improvement of mental power, there are actually quite a few things recorded in Salin's notes. Advertisement. There are two main methods, one is meditation, which is the normal way, and the other is through potions. Needless to say about meditation, potions refer to some potions that can stimulate the improvement of mental power. Salin left a formula for the ratio of mental power potions in his notes. The name of the spiritual power potion is Dark Blue Potion, which is a spiritual power potion for the apprentice stage. It has a good effect on the first level wizard apprentice and above, and can greatly increase the wizard's meditation speed. Effect. Eli is very greedy. Some time ago he prepared to prepare everything. The only problem was, Eli couldn't find the materials at all. That's right, the ingredients in those medicines are like special products from another place. In King's Landing City, Eli didn't meet many at all, only some unimportant ingredients, and he only found a few. Maybe, I should find some materials to replace those precious materials. Eli was a little hesitant. Although he was envious of the effect of the complete potion, he was in King's Landing and couldn't find many things. If he could replace some of the ingredients, it seemed like a good choice. Even if the new potion has only a partial effect of the original potion, it is enough to make Eli's spiritual power grow much faster. Of course, this is only one aspect. In fact, enhancing strength does not necessarily depend on the improvement of spiritual power. Weapons are also on the one hand. If Eli can make a witchcraft, he can also improve part of his strength, but it is similar to the previous situation. No suitable material could be found. Sure enough, poverty is an important condition that limits the growth of power. Eli can't laugh or cry, but after a period of thinking, he has already figured out which materials to use here instead. He only needs to buy the materials and conduct experiments. And this step requires more money. After all, it is still a matter of money. Although the librarian's salary is not low, it is still a little difficult to meet all the needs of a wizard. His salary is basically spent on wizard experiments, and now his entire net worth is only a few dozen silver towers. I don't know if it's enough. Eli pursed his lips and decided to check it out after get off work. It was already noon when Eli finished handling all the work. After a brief tidying up, Eli left here. A few streets later, Eli came to the market and entered a shop selling herbs. If you want all of these, it should be in 3 gentles. What, so expensive? Advertisement. After simple negotiations, Eli knew the approximate price of the materials he expected to purchase, which was far beyond his current affordability. Sir, and I have to remind you that some of the medicinal materials here are very rare, and it is difficult to buy without acquaintances. A middle-aged clerk reminded at this time. Is that so? He didn't pay attention to this, but it seems that this time he must not be able to buy the materials he wants. Money is one aspect, and channels are also one aspect. There is nothing to do with money for the time being, but the channel Eli may have a solution, and that is to find Roland. As I said before, Roland took over his father's Chamber of Commerce. Coincidentally, this Chamber of Commerce is in the perfume business, and also takes care of some medicinal materials. Eli didn't have a channel, but Roland must have one. I can only wait until the time to collect enough money, and then go to Roland. 3 quintals are enough for Eli to make up for many years, and it seems that the preparation of the potion will be delayed again. But since he came to the medicine store, there was no reason not to buy anything, so Eli bought some materials for the experiment before leaving. Return home with materials. Entering the underground laboratory, sorting out the materials, Eli started a new day of experiments. Eli spent the whole afternoon in the experiment. This is also Eli's daily life. Mainly wizard study, experiment, then work, then play, and then finally learn what Maester Lyman made him learn. Bachelor Lemon thought that he spent a lot of time studying related aspects every day. In fact, he only glanced at it occasionally when he remembered it. But even so, he had even surpassed Lemon in terms of mastery of related aspects. It can only be said that this is a wizard. In some respects, wizards are really like gods, of course compared to ordinary people and knights. Soon, 7 days passed. Eli was invited to Moor Manor to participate in the hunt. Chapter 19, Moor Manor. Chapter 19, Moor Manor. Moor Park. A manor located in the west of Junlin City, with a huge area, belongs to the Gremory family. It is mainly used for family banquets, hunting and planting some precious crops, which were rewarded by the king to the Gremory family. And today is the day when the Gremory family holds a banquet. Eli and Herman quickly drove towards the manor in a rented carriage. Advertisement. The carriage was very fast, and soon they reached their destination. Great estate. After getting out of the car, Herman looked at the manor in front of him and exclaimed. Eli also got out of the carriage and looked towards the manor. The first thing that catches the eye is a castle-like building, built of blue-black stone bricks, with 2 smaller attics on both sides, both of which are covered with dark green vines, a kind of plant. The road in front of me is also paved with stone bricks, flat and clean, which makes people feel very good. Eli was relatively calm. After all, in his previous life, he had seen magnificent buildings hundreds of meters away and various buildings. Although the castle in front of him was not bad, it did not cause him a huge reaction. After exclaiming, Herman glanced at Lemon, saw his calm reaction, and sighed in his heart. Eli was obviously just a commoner, but he was so calm, and felt a little ashamed. He is actually not as good as a commoner. Eli. Suddenly, a voice came from not far away. The two saw Rias walking over from not far away. She is wearing a lavender dress today, with light makeup, but with a good face and figure, and purple eyes, like a newly bloomed violet. Eli's eyes lit up, he likes beautiful things. Herman opened his mouth wide, as if he didn't expect Rias to be so beautiful. Rias, you are extremely beautiful today. Rias walked over, and He-Man praised without hesitation. Thank you. Rias nodded, but still looked at Eli. Rias, you are much more beautiful today than in the past. Eli also said. Aren't I beautiful before? Rias smiled slyly and looked at Eli. Of course not, it's just that you are more beautiful today. Eli responded with a smile. Hey, don't tease me anymore, let's go, the banquet will start soon. Rias smiled and led the two towards the castle. Advertisement. Banquet? Isn't it hunting? Eli asked directly with some doubts. Seeing Eli's puzzled expression, Rias smiled and said, the hunting is after the banquet. After all, everyone needs to rest first. Yet. Eli nodded without saying a word. For him, this was the first time for a nobleman's banquet, and Herman followed Eli, not as escaping as before. Rias led them into the castle, and then to the banquet hall. As soon as he entered, a loud sound entered Eli's ears. At this time, there are already quite a few people here, most of them are wearing gorgeous clothes, with aristocratic coat of arms on their chests, gathering in 2s and 3s, they seem to be members of the aristocracy. Eli just took a glance and wrote down everyone, more precisely, everyone's aristocratic coat of arms, the Elena family, the Sovia family, the Alexander family, are all famous big families in the empire. Of course, there are some minor nobles and very few commoners among them, but overall, this is a noble banquet. As Rias came in, many people cast their gazes over. Seeing that Rias came in with 2 civilians, she was a little surprised. Since the Herman family is really small, many people didn't know him and regarded him as a commoner. A corner of the banquet hall. 2 men and a woman looked over and frowned. The 3 of them seemed to be standing together and chatting. They were all wearing gorgeous clothes, and they seemed to be of high status. Few people around them even dared to approach. The same is true. Alex, from the family of the hereditary Marquis Elena. Alice, the hereditary Earl of the Sovia family. Klein, the hereditary Earl Alexander family. Kryaz raised his eyebrows when he saw Eli, civilian? Rias actually invited a commoner. Does any of you know him? I don't know. The other 2 also shook their heads, not knowing each other. But I remember that Rias should have joined the library, maybe she met in the library, probably a teacher's student. Alice said as if she had remembered something. Is that so? Alex nodded, he was the tallest among the 3. It should be, but Rias actually invited the common people and didn't tell us. Really, I wouldn't have come if I knew it. Klein frowned, displeased. Klein didn't look very old, about 20 years old, and he looked at Eli with disgust. Not every noble can accept sharing a room with commoners. Let's go and have a look. Alex didn't seem to respond, and he didn't care about Klein's words, and walked towards Rias. Advertisement. Okay, Alex big brother. Alize laughed. Although Klein was a little unhappy, he followed along without saying anything. Rias, you are getting more and more beautiful. Alex said loudly as he strode over. Alex big brother, long time no see. Rias smiled when she saw the person coming. Eli followed behind Rias, watching them calmly. Eli knew the family they belonged to from the coat of arms worn by the 3 of them, but the only thing that attracted Eli's attention were the 2 men, the man in the middle named Alex should be a high-ranking knight, and the displeased man next to him also an intermediate knight. Let me introduce, this is a student of Bachelor Lemon in the library, Eli, who is very good at studying heraldry and history, and this is Herman, also a student of Bachelor Lemon. Several people greeted a few words, and then Rias remembered something, turned her head and started introducing Eli and Herman to the 3. Bachelor Lemon. Hearing the introduction, Alex glanced at Eli with interest. He knew about Bachelor Lemon, because he had done many consultations for their family, and his father even knew him. He was a very low-key person, but his status in the library was not low. So it's a student of Maester Lemon, I've admired Maester for a long time. Alex smiled at Eli and Herman. Herman was flattered and thanked quickly. Thank you. Eli nodded calmly. He knew that Alex's kindness was not towards him, but mainly towards his cheap teacher. So you're a scholar. Elise also understood. Although the library is also a commoner, its class is still higher than that of a commoner. Isn't he just a bachelor's student? Klein still didn't care too much, and didn't look straight at Eli. This is Alex, Eli's, and Klein. Rias then introduced the three of them to Eli. After the introduction, several people separated again. I'm sorry, Klein is like this. After they left, Rias apologized to Eli, and Klein didn't like Eli and she saw it in his eyes. It's okay, after all, not everyone treats people as close as you, Rias. Eli said with a smile. A Klein wouldn't let him do anything, and a nobleman who couldn't even hide his emotions could only be said to be average. Slit tongue. Rias covered her mouth and smiled, then returned to normal, and then said, you can go shopping first, I still have some things to deal with. Okay. Eli nodded. Then Rias left and began to direct the banquet, which is a skill that a noble lady should master. As for Eli, of course it's for the food. Chapter 20 Prom, Seeking Recommendation Tickets, Seeking Investment. Chapter 20 Prom, Seeking Recommendation Tickets, Seeking Investment. Eli, what are we going to do next? After several people left, leaving Eli and Herman alone, Herman asked. Of course you went to eat and drink. Eli gave Herman a strange look, and then looked at the table not far away. This is a very long table, which is filled with all kinds of food at this time. Advertisement. In addition to the bright red wine, there are all kinds of delicacies on it, such as grilled sausages, barbecues, fruit pies, baked prawns, pickled goose, white bread, small desserts and the like. Herman didn't know how to refute for a while after hearing it. When you come to a noble banquet, shouldn't you actively get to know other nobles and make connections? How come here is to eat? Eli's thoughts. Really Eli as always. If you want to meet other people, then go ahead. There's no need to pay attention to me. I'm just a little hungry. Eli naturally understood Herman's thoughts and waved his hand. Although this kid is unlikely to inherit the title, he has been working hard. When he comes to such a place, he naturally has to do something. Eli doesn't bother to care about it, and he really doesn't have any interest in getting to know other people. To him, that was a waste of time. Okay then. Herman showed an apologetic expression, and then walked in another direction, where he saw a person he knew. Eli immediately walked to the side table, picked up the plate, and started to take the food. The food in the noble banquet is much higher than what he usually eats, so if it comes, then he should not eat more, anyway, it doesn't cost money, and it's not free. Soon he took a plate full of food and showed a satisfied expression. More than 10 meters away, Klein, who happened to pass by, saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he cursed, what a country bumpkin, too inelegant. Other people's eyes, Eli naturally would not pay attention. Eli walked to the corner of the banquet hall, found a table, sat down, and began to feast. Originally there were still some people here, but when they saw Eli, they subconsciously stayed away. So inelegant. For a moment, there seemed to be a boundary line in the whole banquet. On one side was the elegant chatting nobleman, and on the other side was Eli who was feasting on big pieces. While directing the others, Rias saw Eli in the corner and couldn't laugh or cry. This guy really doesn't care what other people think. Half an hour later, Eli burped and was full. He wiped his mouth, then stood up and looked around. At this time, Herman had already integrated into a small group, chatting there, looking very harmonious. After half an hour, the banquet finally began. Advertisement. Rias stood on the slightly higher stage in the center and began to speak. First, she was very happy that everyone had come, said a lot, and finally announced the start of the dance. As for hunting, that was the last activity. Dance naturally requires a venue. Eli saw many maids and servants entering the banquet and moving away the table full of food, and the food on it was not consumed in a few steps. It's really a luxury. Don't think about it, most of the food is probably wasted. There are obviously many civilians starving to death outside, but it seems that it has nothing to do with them. The value of food consumed by just one banquet is probably enough for hundreds of civilians to survive a cold winter. As the tables were moved, a band entered the banquet hall and began to play music. The beautiful and pleasant music entered Eli's ears, which made him feel much better. Compared with the always noisy music on Luying Street, this music is obviously much better. As the notes flew, the guys invited the girls to start dancing on the dance floor. Eli stood outside the dance floor, quietly watching these people dancing, and suddenly felt some people on the right walking towards him. Eli, let me introduce you. This is my new friend. Herman walked over, followed by a noble man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Judging from the noble coat of arms, he belonged to the Baron family. He-Man, who is this? The nobleman brought here by He-Man was also very curious about who He-Man would introduce to him. This is my best friend, a student of Bachelor Lemon in the library. Herman introduced him, and then raised his eyebrows at Eli. He knew that Eli didn't like to socialize, but Herman felt that it was necessary for him to meet people of a better level. As Eli's good friend, on this occasion, he felt that it was necessary to help Eli treat his social fear. This is David. Then Herman introduced the man. Hi, I'm David, I don't know which family you belong to. The blonde David smiled. Hello, I don't belong to any noble family. Eli didn't expect Herman to do this, but he replied politely. Although he was very polite, David accurately grasped the key words, isn't it noble? His smile disappeared immediately, and his eyes towards Eli gradually changed from being equal to looking down. I'm sorry, I still have something to do. The very straightforward David said directly, and then left, even ignoring Herman. It took him a lot of money to come to the banquet, and he couldn't waste his time on the common people. As for He-Man, making friends with the common people is probably not at a very good level. Seeing David who left suddenly, Herman was also stunned, as if he didn't expect this to happen. Eli, I'm sorry. But within a few seconds, he figured it out, and then said to Eli. It's okay. Eli shook his head. Who cares about an ant on the side of the road? Aren't you going after him? Instead, Eli looked at Herman with interest and asked, he just saw that this kid chatted with that nobleman for a long time. Don't make fun of me. Herman said a little awkwardly, but I came here because of your favor, and I'm on your side. Okay. Eli nodded, and his favorability with this kid increased a lot. At this time, another person came over suddenly. Advertisement. Rias came over with a smile in a purple dress and invited, Eli, do you want to dance together? Now the dance on the dance floor is a standard aristocratic dance, which is a dance derived from classical dance. It is difficult, but it looks very beautiful. He shouldn't refuse a lady's invitation, but Eli doesn't know how to dance. I don't know how to dance like this. Eli politely declined. It's okay, I can guide you to dance. Rias smiled with a bright smile. She came to revenge. When she asked Eli questions before, she was often taught a lesson. For example, it's so simple, you can't do it anyway, have you really learned this? I think you need to retake it, it is recommended to start learning from grammar. For her, it was like a nightmare. Now that she had finally invited Eli to the banquet, it was natural for him to know that she, Rias, a noble lady, was also very strong in other aspects. You told me that life is about experience. Rias said slyly, as if worried about Eli's rejection. Eli assured with his wizard's memory that it wasn't something he said. Okay. But he didn't refuse this time, he just said, but can I take a look and learn a little bit? Of course. Rias showed her elegance, and smiled inwardly. It was only at a banquet that she could maintain a dignified expression. It can be regarded as falling into the hands of Miss Ben. Omega. Eli looked towards the dance floor, and various movements rushed towards his mind like fragments, allowing Eli to quickly master the movements of this dance. Rias watched Eli staring intently at the dance floor, as if she was really learning, showing a sly smile, pretending again, pretending again. 3 minutes later, Eli stopped. Have you learned it? Rias pretended to ask. Knowing that you are good at studying, I don't believe that you are also good at dancing. Dancing is a test of physical ability. Understood. Eli nodded calmly, and at the same time stretched out his hand, inviting, I don't know this beautiful lady, would you like to dance with me? Lias was taken aback, looking at the black suit in front of her, always very confident expression, she suddenly had the feeling of going back to asking questions. No way. Impossible. Rias shook her head, she didn't believe Eli could dance. Okay. Rias took Eli's hand, and the two walked towards the dance floor. Herman. How did you manage to ignore me so naturally? This is a very unconventional wizard novel, I hope you like it. Chapter 21 Professional Dancer? Chapter 21 Professional Dancer? Before the two walked onto the dance floor, the most dazzling person on the dance floor was Klein, the descendant of the Earl family who looked down on Eli a bit before. At this time, he held up the hand of a noble lady and danced in the center of the dance floor. His dancing posture is beautiful and professional, with a confident smile on his face, he dances with his partner on the dance floor, his movements are dignified, coupled with beautiful music, he is extremely elegant. Off the dance floor, almost everyone is attracted to him. Advertisement. It's really good. The knight's physical fitness makes him have a better grasp of the body, and his dance is also very powerful. Alex in the crowd said to Alize on the side. Indeed, it's just a little flawed, but I'm afraid only those professional dancers can dance better than him. Alize nodded in agreement, her dance was not as good as Klein's. I heard that the teacher Klein studied with was a top dancer in the empire. No wonder he danced so beautifully. Others added. Others also admired it one after another. Among the same age, Klein's level of noble dancers is already close to that of professional dancers. Hey, isn't that Rias? At this time, someone suddenly noticed Rias and Eli. As the host of this banquet, and because Rias is very beautiful, many people naturally paid attention to her, but at this time they saw Rias enter the dance floor with a commoner. For a while, many people looked at the two of them with curious expressions. Not far away, so is David. But when he saw that Eli was dancing with Rias, he suddenly froze. How is it possible? David was taken aback, as if he hadn't expected that the commoner just now could have a connection with the eldest lady of the Gremory family, and suddenly felt an inexplicable regret in his heart. The other side. On the dance floor. Eli took Rias's hand with his right hand, and the two made preparations. Lilith felt the temperature of Eli's hand, and Klein who was close at hand, as well as the gazes around her. Looking at Eli, she wanted to ask a question. Are you nervous? Eli asked. Rias? Advertisement. The line is wrong, isn't this my line? Eli is taller than Rias. She raised her head and looked at the man in front of her without a trace of panic, as if she had returned to the feeling of being dominated when she was studying. Can he really dance? An absurd idea broke into her mind. Rias's idea was correct. Eli had never learned dance, nor did he know how to dance aristocrats. In the 3 minutes just now, he really memorized the dance movements through quick memory and learned it by heart. Of course, because dance also involves movement, so now he is relying on another witchcraft. Witchcraft, absolute mastery. Absolute control, apprentice-level witchcraft, relying on the connection between mental power and the body, allows the wizard to completely control the body in a short period of time, making all kinds of actions that cannot be done normally. It is generally used in wizard experiments to avoid errors caused by itself, but it will be used in dances soon. I don't know if Saline Meditlan will crawl out of the coffin and knock him on the head if he finds out. Paired with quick memory, he can learn the dance. At this time, a new round of music sounded again. The music begins. Eli began to hold Rias's hand and dance on the dance floor. At first, the speed was very slow, as if Rias hadn't adapted yet, but with Eli's guidance, after a few seconds, the two began to move gracefully. The ascension that witchcraft brings is terrifying. Eli can rely on witchcraft to perform the most perfect version of the dance in his mind. Can he really dance? At this time, Lias, who was being led by Eli, was also extremely shocked. She never thought that Eli could dance so proficiently and gracefully, as if she had danced thousands of times, completely guiding her limbs to move. And looking at the two dancing like butterflies on the dance floor, or more accurately, Eli who guided Rias to dance, more and more people also looked over. What a great dance! Is the noble dance so beautiful? Many people around were also dancing again, but they were also attracted by Eli and the two while dancing, and then stopped to concentrate on admiring. More and more people turned their eyes to Eli and began to appreciate the beautiful movements. But some of them have an inexplicable feeling, that is, why does this dance always feel like they are dancing again? But ignoring these details, everyone has to admit that Eli's performance is definitely very exciting, much better than Klein's performance in the center of the stage. Advertisement. So good that you can see it at a glance. It's amazing, I can't even do some moves. Among the crowd, Kryaz was lost in thought as he watched the moves. He is a high-level knight, and he should have a good grasp of his body, but he can't do many of Eli's movements, and it feels like he has achieved complete control of his body. But that's impossible, that's something only great knights can do. As for Eli, anyone who has experienced knight training can tell that Eli is definitely an ordinary person. If he was serious, one punch could kill Eli. It seems to be very talented. Alex sighed. This kind of mastery of the body is what every knight dreams of, but it was mastered by Eli. It's a pity that Eli is a commoner, and he is very old, and it is almost impossible to become a knight. Amazing. Compared to Alex, Alize was much simpler. She just thinks that Eli's movements are so graceful, his dance is so smooth, and he has an indescribable beauty. Clay was also stunned at this moment. He has a very proud personality and likes to show it in front of other people, so he dances willfully on the dance floor and feels the eyes around him, which makes him even happier. But as he was dancing, he noticed from the corner of his eye that no one seemed to be paying attention to him gradually. What's wrong? Did something happen? Klein was a little puzzled. He stopped and saw Eli and Rias dancing not far away. Everyone's eyes were on them. This. Klein didn't understand at first, but after 10 seconds, he was also stunned. This dance is too good. Better than him. Eli and Rias are like two butterflies on the dance floor, light and graceful. He has studied dance for 7 or 8 years, and his level is not low, but he is not comparable to Eli. Especially his body control ability, he is a knight, but he is not as good as an ordinary person. That's unreasonable. Klein's mouth twitched. It's outrageous. He even had an absurd feeling that even the teacher of the top dancers in his empire might not dance as well as the Eli in front of him. It can only be said that each has its own merits. In the end, Klein could only hold back this sentence. So elegant. Chapter 22 Bachelor Lemon and Investments. Chapter 22 Bachelor Lemon and Investments. At this time, the music also reached the last paragraph. Eli took Rias's arm and performed the last part of the dance. Well, it's not bad. As soon as he lowered his head, Eli could see Rias's big purple eyes, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and then said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Advertisement. Not bad. Rias's heart beat faster due to the intense dance, and she looked at Eli in front of her, as if dreaming in the clouds. God! She never imagined that Eli, a guy who usually either works in the library or at home, can be so good at aristocratic dancing. But after the wonder comes bitterness. It doesn't matter if you study well, how can you dance so well? Can you save some face for me, XX? At the time of melancholy, the music finally ended. In the next second, intense applause sounded from the banquet, and Alex, Alize, and others also walked over. The movements are beautiful and smooth. Alize praised, such a beautiful dance. The last time I saw such a beautiful dance was at the banquet with my father, but last time it was the top dancer in the empire. Your performance is so wonderful. Alex also did not hesitate to praise himself, and looked at Klein who was only a few meters away, and raised his head. Klein, what do you think? It's okay, it's okay. Klein's mouth twitched, and he nodded stubbornly, but the disgust he looked at Eli was not as disgusting as before. Excellent people deserve respect. No regrets, no regrets. Looking at Eli who was standing with Alex, Rias, and many other descendants of great nobles, David felt a little heartbroken, but he comforted himself immediately. It doesn't matter, no matter what, it's just a few noble children, not the real nobles who inherit the title. After some self-comfort, David didn't feel so heartbroken. Damn it, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. Advertisement. And because of this dance, the distance between Eli and Alex and other nobles seems to have been shortened a lot, and they talked about some things happily together. During the conversation, Eli also found that several people treated people they knew well with good words, which made him break the inherent influence of the descendants of the great nobles in his impression. Among them, Eli also introduced Herman to several people, which made Herman secretly happy. Time passed quickly. The orchestra also left slowly, and everyone was taken to the room, changed their clothes, and prepared to hunt. Eli's clothes are relatively casual, and hunting is usually just for fun, so he didn't bring other clothes. After changing their clothes, they followed Rias to the back of the castle. Here is a large grassland, followed by a large forest. This is the territory of the Gremory family. For the convenience of hunting, the Gremory family has released a lot of wild animals here. But when the crowd arrives, Eli sees someone he didn't expect. Teacher. Eli blinked. Not far away, Kurt, a student of Lemon, in grey clothes followed Bachelor Lemon, and Bachelor Lemon followed a man in gorgeous clothes, and there were several people behind the man. Father. On the other side, a figure had already run over, it was Rias. Well, Eli knows who the man in the front is, it should be Count Gremory. The Earl walked in the front, wearing expensive silk clothes, his eyes looked bright, his body looked strong, exuding a strong vitality. Besides the Count Gremory has another identity. He is also a great knight. You guys know that I'm going to donate some money, but I'm not sure who will get the money now. Earl Gremory was walking on the road, chatting with 6 people from the Imperial Library, Imperial Monastery, and Imperial Knight Academy behind him. In the cold winter of last year, he stored a large amount of grain in advance. After selling it, he collected a large amount of money, so he planned to strengthen his external contacts and donate a sum of money. Originally, he was going to donate it to the library, after all, his daughter is currently in the library. Advertisement. But the Imperial Monastery and the Imperial Knights Academy got the news from nowhere, and they also found it, which put him in a dilemma, because his other son was in the Imperial Monastery, and the Knights Academy also had a lot of connections with him. Relation. My lord, donate it to us. The Knight Academy trains countless excellent soldiers every year. It is really short of money. If you give us this money, maybe we can train a few more knights today. You are also from the Knight Academy, so you will understand. The one from the Imperial Knight Academy was an old man, and behind him was a red-haired young man. Don't listen to him, my lord, your son is still studying in our college. He is very good. If everything goes well, he might even become a student of the principal. There is an old woman in the monastery, behind him is a gentle-looking man. The Imperial Knight Academy began to play the emotional card, and the monastery began to capture the Earl's son. Earl Gremory was actually very tangled, thinking about their reasons, and then looked at Bachelor Lemon who hadn't spoken in the end. Looking at the Earl's eyes, Clement also secretly complained. All three of them had more or less contact with the Earl, and he was also sent out for public relations. But he is a researcher who has been doing research all year round, and he comes from the library. He has nothing, and he has no right to promise anything, but he knows that this money is very important to the library. The efficiency of the library is very poor, relying on the Empire's subsidies all the year round, and this winter the Empire has no money, so the library is almost out of money now, and they dare not tell the people below, which is why he came. Therefore, after a few seconds, he said in an uncertain tone, "My lord, I can try my best to apply for the title of honorary scholar with the curator." "It's over." Kurt covered his head behind Maester Lyman. "Teacher, you are facing an earl, and it is an earl who is developing well. Does he lack the title of honorary scholar? And what do you mean by trying your best? Don't be so honest," you scolded Herman so hard. The earl's expression didn't change much. To him, the title of an honorary scholar is really nothing. In fact, among the three conditions, the monastery is not bad, and the other two are very average, but he is also from the Knight Academy, so the library has to go to the back row. Hey, what a hassle. The Count was also a little annoyed. Everyone walked all the way, the old man and the woman kept persuading the Earl, but the honest Bachelor Lemon walked behind, trying to say something without saving face. Kurt looked desperate. Chapter 23 Horse Training. Chapter 23 Horse Training. My Lord Father. As they were walking, they suddenly heard a voice. They looked up and found a large group of young people in front of them, and a black-haired girl with purple pupils in a tight black wallet ran towards them. "My Rias." Earl Gremory saw the person coming, gave Rias a hug, then looked at the people behind him, and asked curiously. "Advertisement. Daughter, you are here, what are these?" "Father, didn't I tell you that I would hold a young people's banquet last month? Why have you forgotten everything?" Rias hugged the Earl's arm and snorted. "I see, I remembered." The Earl smiled awkwardly and touched his head. "Last month, my daughter did say that she was going to hold a banquet, but he had something to do at the time, so he left it to the housekeeper, and didn't care much about it. At this time, he felt quite caught. At this time, Eli and the others also came over. Hi Earl Gremory, I'm Alex, from the Elena family." Alex walked out first, and respectfully greeted the Earl. Hi Earl, I am Klein, from the Alexander family. Klein followed closely. A group of people introduced themselves to the Earl, and Eli and Herman also picked up the opportunity and introduced themselves. "My lord, I am Eli, a student of Bachelor Lemon." "Hey? Are you a student of Lemon?" For him, it is naturally impossible to be with a group of children who don't even have a title, but he was surprised when he heard Eli's introduction, because his teacher was right behind him. "Bachelor Lemon, is this your student?" He turned his head and asked. Bachelor Lemon was also surprised to see Eli here, so he hurried up and replied, "Count, this is indeed my student named Eli and he is a very talented student. Both of them are my students." Then he pointed to Herman next to Eli. "Herman, I don't deserve a name, do I?" Of course, this was just an episode, and the Count just asked casually, then looked at Rias and asked, "Then are you going to hunt now?" "Well, we are going to the racecourse." Rias nodded. "The horse farm, the horse farm." Gremory's eyes lit up suddenly, as if he had suddenly thought of a good idea. He turned his head, looked at the scholars, teachers and instructors from the three parties, and said, "I have a good idea now, I can decide which of you can get this donation." "Oh." The old man of the Knight Academy showed a curious look, and the other two also looked at the Count. "It's like this, I was planning to organize a night order recently and buy a large number of wild horses from the semi-plateau. Advertisement. Especially one of them, which I suspect has the blood of a monster, has never been tamed by my knights. If any of you can tame it, I will give this investment to him," explained Count Gremory. Although the Empire does not seem to have extraordinary powers such as wizards, monsters do exist, but the number is very small. Horse training? Invest? Eli couldn't understand, and he didn't know what the purpose of Mr. Lemon's coming here was. Horse training. This is a good idea. On the other side, the eyes of the old man from the academy lit up when he heard this. Although the student he brought today was only a low-level knight, his strength and coordination were beyond ordinary people, and horse training was originally one of the courses of their academy. How could such a process make him unhappy? Horse training is fine. On the other side, the woman in the monastery also nodded in agreement. Although the students he brought didn't know how to tame horses, they were very good at adjusting suitable herbs. They were sure to tame wild horses, and they had also learned some teachings on how to tame animals. Lemon? Horse training, this must be sloppy. He looked back, as if he wanted to ask Kurt if he could train horses. At this moment, Kurt's face was dark. Horse training, he is a scholar, you let him train horses? If it is about understanding the body structure of horses, or even the postpartum care of mares, he can say 1, 2, 3, but he really can't train horses. Isn't this just letting scholars go to the battlefield? On the other side, the two had already agreed, and the Earl seemed to be very satisfied with this way. Maester Lemon ignored Kit's black face, looked at Turco encouragingly, and nodded towards the Earl. My students are fine. Okay, that's it, let's go to the racecourse. The Count agreed with everything, showing a smug smile. At this time, Rias asked the Earl, and let Eli and the others know what happened, and they all prepared to go to see the excitement. As for hunting, it would not be too late after training the horses. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. Eli also felt relieved. What else did he think? The result is a donation, so it has nothing to do with him. Just watch the show. It's the poor senior Kurt, a dignified scholar, who actually wants to train a horse. That's really, very interesting. Soon, everyone rushed to the racecourse. Advertisement. At the Count's request, a horse was brought out. This is a very tall horse. Its fur is maroon, shiny and silky, its mane is darker in color, and its limbs are covered with white, as if it is riding on 4 white clouds. Even if he doesn't know horses, Eli can tell that this is a good horse. But at this moment, the horse didn't look very happy, it let out a rough snort, resisted being pulled from time to time, and its eyes were full of untamed wildness. The horses are only led by ropes and do not have any saddles. It does have a feeling of extraordinary blood. At this time, Eli and Herman had followed Maester Lemon, observing the horse. The horse's eyes are bright, as if a flame is burning in it, and there is a sense of violence, and from the horse, Eli also feels a slight element. This horse is not a monster, but it does have the feeling of a monster. Most likely mixed race. Hiss. When the horse was pulled out, it was tied to an iron rod and neighed. Who will come first? The Count asked, and the others also cast curious glances. My students come first. At this moment the woman in the monastery spoke, and the man behind him came out. Senior, take it easy. Eli turned around, and suddenly found that Taiko's body muscles were tight, as if he was tense. The big deal is not to make this donation, it's not a big deal. Eli said with a smile. Hearing the reassurance, Taiko looked at Eli, the disciple whom the teacher accepted 3 years ago, and said with a strange expression, I forgot to tell you, this money is probably your salary. Without this money, I estimate that the library's salary for the next 6 months may not be paid. What? Eli blinked. The smile on his face gradually froze. Looking at Kurt, he said slowly, Senior, are you saying that without this donation, we would not be paid for half a year? Right. Are you confident, Senior? I've never ridden a horse before. Snapped. This time it was Eli's turn to cover his face. Chapter 24 The Apothecary and the Night. Chapter 24 The Apothecary and the Night. Kit's words were like a heavy hammer, which made Eli a little confused. He didn't expect that the donation in front of him was actually linked to his salary. Doesn't that mean that if Kurt fails or someone succeeds, he will have no salary for half a year? His face gradually became serious. He works hard, how can he pay less? Advertisement. He looked at the red-haired man not far away, and the man who had already come out, with a serious expression on his face. The senior said otherwise, he couldn't let them succeed anyway. Grunt. Herman's throat moved slightly, looking at Eli, he rarely saw Eli show such a serious expression. At this time, the gentle-looking man had already come out. His hair is brown, and he always has a smile on his face. He also has a bag on his back, which cannot be seen unless he walks out. If the imperial monastery is placed in modern times, it is equivalent to a comprehensive university, but it mainly trains doctors and some professional pharmacists. Obviously, the man with brown hair in front of him should be a pharmacist, because Eli smelled some herbs from him. Pharmacist training horses. Creative. Hiss. When the horse saw a stranger approaching, it neighed, its 4 legs kept chopping the ground, and it breathed out a warm breath. Eli stood not far away, he wanted to see how this guy wanted to tame the horse. The man took out a bottle of dark purple potion from his pocket, and threw it towards the grass in front of the horse. The potion was broken, and a purple liquid flowed out. It was non-toxic, but it exuded a horrible and unpleasant smell, which made many nobles regret it, as if they didn't want to let the smell get into their noses. This can tame horses. Many people showed doubts. But something unexpected happened to everyone. After the horse smelled it, it showed an obsessed expression. The neck was lowered, sniffing the unpleasant smell, like some treasure, the eyes gradually became blurred, and the body seemed to relax a little. It's very simple. The man with brown hair showed a confident smile, and then walked towards the horse. He stroked the wild horse's fur lightly with his hands, and his movements were gentle, as if he had some experience in training such animals. Eli stood not far away, quietly watching the man's movements. A simple potion, similar to a hallucinogen. Just a simple analysis, he has already seen the effect of the potion, and even some of the materials. Although the pharmacy inheritance given by the wizard is not much, it is enough to hang the empire. But if that's all, he doesn't think it's enough. The man stroked the wild horse lightly for a while, seeing that the wild horse was still intoxicated by the potion, he grabbed the wild horse by its mane, and even rode directly on the horse's back. Advertisement. The horse didn't move at all. Is this a success? Ah, this is the first time I have seen such a horse tamer, this is too outrageous. The people around looked like they had seen a ghost, the women in the monastery also showed complacent expressions, the men in the Knight Academy also frowned, and the Earl watched the scene with interest. It should be almost there. Eli calmly looked at the wild horse not far away. If it was an ordinary horse, maybe it would be fine, but this is a group of horses with extraordinary bloodlines. Such an ordinary hallucinogen may only make them intoxicated for a while. Sure enough, it seemed that because there was someone on his back, Mustang suddenly felt part of the stimulation, a little fiery red emerged from his eyes, and the effect of the hallucinogen gradually failed. The wild horse neighed, felt the man on his body, and began to sway. The hoof stepped on the ground and splashed dust. The man with brown hair showed a panicked expression. He grabbed his mane with one hand, and his body swayed up and down. After a few seconds, he was thrown directly from the horse's back. Boom! The man fell from the horse back to the ground, let out a painful wail, and one hand was deformed, and it seemed to be broken. No one thought that such an accident would happen. The man was quickly sent to see a doctor, leaving everyone looking at each other in blank dismay. Who's next? The count asked loudly after seeing off the others. The red-haired man also seemed a little tangled, looked at the horse, and pursed his lips. As for Kurt, Eli was ashamed to look at it. At this moment, Kurt's face was pale, and his legs couldn't stop shaking slightly. Finally, the red-haired man came out. With firm eyes, he walked towards the wild horse, while the old man behind him smiled. A magic horse of mixed blood should be at the stage of a low-level knight. Although his student is still a low-level knight, he is already very close to an intermediate knight. I believe his student can complete the task excellently. Many nobles also looked at him, wanting to see how the knight tamed the wild horse. At this time, the wild horse's eyes were still red, but the red-haired man didn't care about anything, and jumped onto the horse's back from the side. It just jumped up, and then clamped the sides tightly. The horses were dumbfounded. But it seemed that the remnants of the madness just now were still there. The horse began to sway wildly, and every time it stepped on the ground, a small hole could be smashed, and the knight was also struggling to hold onto it. Although it was difficult, everyone could see that if the wild horse had no means, it might not be possible to drive him off the horse. It's pretty good for a low-level knight to do this. The Earl nodded. I knew he was fine. The old man of the Knight Academy said triumphantly. Alex, Klein, and the others looked at this scene with interest. They are descendants of great nobles and have sufficient resources, so they have reached the stage of high-level knights and middle-level knights early. This scene is very important to them. Just for fun. And the noble circle is very strange. Although they are the main owners of knight power, sometimes they don't seem to pay too much attention to their own power, but are very interested in competitions other than power. Such as dance, knowledge, business, and so on. If nothing else, the knight should be able to tame the wild horse. Advertisement. But a scene that no one expected happened. Mustang's eyes were already dotted with red, but suddenly, as if stimulated, he neighed sharply. Its eyes became more and more red, and gradually, the eyes became completely red, and the scorching breath also slowly emitted. On the back of the maroon horse, dots of burning flames appeared. The knight's eyes widened, and he was still burning. The flame is not big, but it has a scorching feeling. If it is a battle, he believes that he can break through this flame, but he is taming a horse. The outrageous flame has already burned to the corner of his clothes. Now he has only two choices, either get off the horse, or let the flames burn his clothes. If it is the latter, his clothes will be gone before he tames the horse. In this regard, the man's choice is to abandon the horse. He jumped straight off the horse. His sudden failure also surprised everyone, especially the old instructor of the Knight Academy. He looked at the wild horse with flames on its back, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Looking at the Earl beside him, he said. Lord Earl, I finally know why no one in your knights has tamed this horse. Before the Great Knight, they were all mortals, so how could they let the flames burn? Under the Great Knight, the intermediate knights might be able to defeat wild horses, but no one could endure the flames. Only great knights and above can tame this horse. No one can tame this horse except the Earl. The red-haired man seemed a little angry and said. It's very difficult. It's really difficult for this magic horse to emit flames. The woman in the monastery at the other side looked at the large area of grass that was burned on the ground, and suddenly felt a little grateful for his student just now. Didn't piss off the horse much. But the count was also surprised at this time. He looked at a few people and said, this horse didn't show such characteristics before. Maybe something has changed. If that was the case, he would naturally not be able to use horse training as a condition. This thing is indeed weird, and I have to look it up afterwards. The monastery and the Knight Academy also frowned after hearing this. Apparently they didn't think it was the same as what the Earl said, and they even felt that it was deliberately embarrassing them. As for Bachelor Lemon, he believed the Earl's words, thinking that something had happened. The Count did not explain, but looked at Bachelor Lemon and asked, does your student want to try? After the words fell, everyone's eyes fell on Kurt behind the bachelor. Grunt. Kurt's throat moved slightly, and he glanced at the wild horse not far away, seeming a little desperate. Don't go, it seems very insincere. If you make the Count unhappy, you will have no chance at all. Go. With his body, it is impossible to tame wild horses. However, for the library. In a few seconds, Kurt showed a forced smile, pursed his dry lips, and said, let me do it. An abrupt voice sounded. Kurt showed a surprised expression on his face, looking at Eli who raised his hand in front of him. He didn't know whether to say it or take it back. Chapter 25 Taming. Chapter 25 Taming. Eli. Everyone looked at Eli who raised his hand, and seemed a little surprised, and Rias even called out his name. I'm also a student of Bachelor Lemon. It should be fine to train the horse instead of the teacher, Lord Earl. Eli walked out of the crowd and asked the Earl. All for wages. Advertisement. Of course there's no problem. The Earl didn't expect that Eli would come out, and then asked people from the other two forces, do you agree? The old man and the woman glanced at Eli, then nodded. The three students of Lemon are all ordinary people. It is useless for anyone to come, even the red-haired young man who has almost become an intermediate knight has failed, so what can this student in front of him do? Could it be that the wild horses were influenced by reasoning? Do not make jokes. Are you so brave? Alex frowned, as if he had gotten to know Eli again. This young man of his age not only dances well, but also seems to have courage far beyond ordinary people. Humph, how could he be tamed? If he can be tamed, I'll give him a big gift on the spot. Klein looked arrogant. After going through the dance just now, Eli barely gained some status in his eyes, but he didn't think Eli could tame the horse. If you want to be in the limelight, you have to be strong. Go shame on yourself. Among the crowd, the one who looked down on Eli the most was David, who had only one side. Eli. On the other side, it was Lemon who was the most shocked. Speaking of which, he currently has 3 students, Kurt, Herman, and Eli. Among them, Eli was the latest to get started, but he studied very hard. But for Eli, his big disciple Kurt who had been following him was more in his heart, so he brought Kurt with him when he came out this time. But looking at the trembling Kurt and Herman the salted fish at the side, he seemed to have changed in his heart. Be careful, this horse may have been irritated just now. If something goes wrong, I will save you in time. Count Gremory looked at Eli and smiled. Eli. Maester Lyman seemed to have figured out something and wanted to dissuade him. It's okay. Eli shook his head. It was all for salary, and this matter was not difficult for him. As for Kurt, he just stood there blankly. Eli walked towards the Mustang. At the same time, an invisible spiritual force seemed to turn into a ball and pressed towards the wild horse. Mental power suppression. Even a low-level monster can at least match a middle-level knight and hurt a high-level knight, but this horse is only a mixed blood. At most it looks like a low-level knight. Although he is only a first-level apprentice, he can be easily suppressed. Advertisement. Yama's eyes were a little confused at first, and then he immediately felt some pressure, which made him unable to move in place, and then lowered his head in pain. This is the first step, to calm down the horse first through mental suppression. The next thing is the highlight. Eli slowly approached the horse, and another witchcraft model was activated again. 0-ring witchcraft closed to animals. A small witchcraft is to repeatedly simulate the fluctuation of the animal's mental power, and then adjust to obtain a similar mental power fluctuation to that of the animal, and then create a mental power connection, and the animal will involuntarily get close to the caster. Because the witchcraft is very simple, the witchcraft has been completed by the time Eli walked in front of the wild horse, and the mental suppression was cancelled by him. The wild horse raised its head that was lowered. What the horse couldn't understand was, why did he feel so close to the human beings in front of him? It's like, seeing my father? The connection of mental power made the wild horse involuntarily approach Eli slowly, until Eli touched his head. There was no reaction at all, and then it felt Eli directly pulling his mane, and directly got on the horse's back with its strength. Mustangs are obedient. There is no struggle, and there is no flame. It was so easily tamed. Everyone is dumbfounded. They didn't know that Eli performed the witchcraft, they just saw that Eli walked over, then the horse lowered its head, and then Eli jumped up, the horse did not resist, and the horse was tamed. Ah! What's going on? Lias beside the Earl opened her eyes wide, a little in disbelief. Above the king. The onlookers were surprised, but Klein remained silent. The Count stood where he was, as if he wanted to see something, but he couldn't see anything. How is it possible? The red-haired knight's face is incredible. What about your struggle? What about your flames? Is it because I have tamed it just now? The red-haired knight couldn't accept that he was beaten by a scholar in such a way. He hurried to go, wanted to get close to the wild horse, but was met with a glare from the wild horse, which didn't allow anyone else to approach except Eli. Being hindered, the corner of the red-haired knight's mouth twitched, and he backed away silently. He was sure that the taming of the wild horse had nothing to do with him. The monastery didn't say anything, but they had put away their belongings and were about to leave. Kurt stood there in a daze, unexpectedly succeeding, while Bachelor Lyman showed a shocked and relieved expression. How did you tame this horse? A few seconds later, Count Gremory approached, but he didn't understand. My lord, I have been close to animals since I was a child, which is why I tamed horses so easily. Eli gave an unscientific explanation. Sure enough, the Count's mouth twitched when he heard it, but he seemed to think of something randomly, his eyes lit up, and he asked, then is it so easy for you to tame other horses? Advertisement. For ordinary horses, it should be easier. Eli didn't deny it. There was a gleam in the Earl's eyes. He recently formed a knight group, and encountered a big problem from the very beginning, that is, the wild horses from the Zemi Plateau seem to have a trace of monster blood, and it is very troublesome to tame, even if it is a horse trainer, the efficiency is very slow. This has caused him to be very upset about it recently. You're not joking. The Count became serious. Of course, but it's an investment. Eli insinuated. Ha ha ha, of course it belongs to you. The Earl laughed. Eli smiled. Horse training doesn't matter, but he can't let his salary be delayed, he is very short of money recently. Well, there must be nothing to eat at the banquet, why don't you go to my reception room to have some tea and dessert? At this time, the Count suddenly invited Eli and Lemon. He wants to invite Eli to see if he can help him with the order horse problem. Actually, I've already eaten a lot. Eli said silently in his heart, but it's better not to refuse an Earl's request, of course. On the side, Bachelor Lemon also agreed. Then let's go. Count Gremory seemed very happy, ready to leave. Father, but we still have to hunt. Rias reminded. Hunting, why don't you children go hunting? We adults still have something to talk about. Earl Gremory frowned and said. Rias's heart twitched, how could they be children? Isn't Eli and us from the same generation? However, Earl Gremory was not in the mood to care about them at this time, so he took Eli and they left. The woman from the monastery, the old man from the Knight Academy, and the still unbelievable red-haired man also left slowly, and he still couldn't figure out why there was only flames when he was on. Rias watched Eli being taken away helplessly, gritted her teeth, and started to organize other people to hunt. Alex looked at Eli's back and smiled, then asked Klein with a smile, what did you just say? Klein blushed. Where Kurt went to wait elsewhere. There was only one person, watching the figure of Eli and the Earl walking side by side with tears in his heart. It's okay, he just met an Earl, it's no big deal, don't feel bad, don't feel bad. David clutched his chest and followed the hunting team uncomfortable. He felt that his act of leaving directly at that time should be the stupidest thing he did this year. Chapter 26 Leaving. Chapter 26 Leaving. You have a good student. In the huge living room, Earl Gremory and Maester Lyman sat facing each other, while Eli stood aside. The Count held a glass of bright red wine in his hand at this time, and looked at Eli with appreciation. Yes, Eli is indeed a studious student, but I didn't expect him to have unique experience in horse training. Bachelor Lemon also smiled, looking at Eli with relief. Advertisement. With Eli's help, he successfully kept the Earl's donation in the library and solved the salary problem of dozens of people at the bottom of the library. It is not only a good thing for the library, but also a good thing for him. He felt he had to reward Eli well when he got back. Eli, you sit too. Seeing that Eli was still standing, the Earl hooked his hands to signal him to sit down. No, Lord Earl, I'd better stand. Eli refused with a smile. In addition to being polite, it is also helpful for him to observe the Earl more carefully from a little distance. If you look closely at Eli's eyes, you can see that the mysterious witchcraft in his eyes is being used, and the invisible spiritual force is collecting the Count's data. This is the first time he has observed the Grand Knight. He has observed low-level knights, middle-level knights, and high-level knights, and found that there is no essential difference between them, nothing more than the increase of vitality and the enhancement of physique. But the Earl, the Great Knight, seemed slightly different. Although there is also no use of mental power, Eli observed through witchcraft that the Earl's body has definitely experienced the infiltration of elements, and the slightest element escapes in the flesh and tissue, which not only allows him to erupt with strength surpassing that of a senior knight, even if Eli guessed correctly, the Grand Knight should have the power to use elements. Rough as it may be, but it works. It is estimated that this is also the reason why Saleen Medetlan made the Cavaliers extraordinary. What a polite boy. The Count nodded, thinking of his own unlucky boy. But what he didn't know was that the polite boy he was talking about had almost ripped out his underpants. The Earl and Bachelor Lemon exchanged pleasantries for a long time, and then he remembered the business. He smiled and asked Eli, "That's right, I have a batch of untamed wild horses from the High Court of Zemi in my hand. I want you to help me tame it, can you see it?" Eli hesitated. 10 silver tars per horse, the total number should be around 50. The Earl said with a smile. 10 for a horse, 50 is 500 silver tals, converted to 5 gentles, which is equivalent to almost 8 years of Eli's salary, enough to rely on for several experiments. Advertisement. My lord, I am willing. Eli agreed easily. Making money and being able to get in touch with an Earl, he has no reason to refuse. Okay. The Earl patted the sofa and laughed, in a very happy mood. The servants also brought tea and snacks at this time. After that, Eli would occasionally reply, drinking tea and eating cakes. Lemon and the Earl had a good chat. Soon, the sun was slowly setting, and dusk was approaching. After the Earl and Eli agreed on a time, Eli left with Lemon. When they walked around a corner, Rias and the others happened to pass by. They had just finished hunting, most of their bodies looked a bit messy, some had some blood and dirt hanging on them, they looked extremely messy. Immediately Eli was a little thankful that he was called away by the Earl. Hunt? Is that thing comfortable for drinking tea? Eli, what did you talk to my father about? Rias came over and asked curiously. Kids don't inquire about adults' affairs. A sentence drove Rias completely crazy. Humph, if you don't tell me, don't tell me. I'll ask myself when the time comes. Rias snorted and left. Eli, I look forward to meeting you next time. Alex, the Earl's family, also passed Eli with a smile, but the dirt on his face looked a little less elegant. Yet. Eli nodded. Many other nobles also greeted Eli, with completely different attitudes than when they met him in the banquet hall before, including Klein, the son of a noble who looked down on Eli, also greeted him. It seems that you are very popular. After everyone left, Bachelor Lemon said with a smile. Maybe I'm more handsome. Eli touched his face and said. Not far away, Kurt was already waiting for them in the carriage. Bachelor Lemon and Eli got into the carriage directly, and then left more manner. Sitting in the carriage, Eli looked at the scenery outside the window, taking stock of what happened and what he gained this time. At the ball, the goodwill of many noble children was harvested. During the horse training, the red-haired man was prevented from taming the wild horse, and the investment was successfully obtained. The most important thing was the Earl's order, which allowed him to finally start the allocation of spiritual potions. What a perfect day! Eli smiled. Advertisement. Why do I feel like I forgot something? Kurt, who was sitting next to Eli, suddenly said as the carriage walked. Eli looked at the senior, and after just a moment, he understood what he meant. Ah! Why did you leave me behind? At this moment, in more manner, Herman, who had just changed his clothes, shed tears of grief facing the setting sun. Just as Eli and the others walked back. Imperial Knight Academy. The principal's room. Didn't you get this donation? On the luxurious sofa, a middle-aged man with half-grey hair and simple clothes sat, and in front of him stood an old man and a man with red hair. Tell me, what happened? The middle-aged man asked the two of them with a pen in his hand. The two then told what they had seen. What, you actually lost to a scholar in horse training? No, he is not even a scholar. Do you think you are suitable for the Imperial Knights Academy? And you are going to be an intermediate knight soon, and even a half-breed horse is not suitable. I can't tame it. The principal cursed out of anger. Principal, you also know that it is generally impossible for such a low-level hybrid monster to use elemental power, and I also. The red-haired young man was also a little aggrieved, and gritted his teeth. Yes, don't deny your mistakes, but this is indeed a bit against the rules. The principal also frowned, but he couldn't think of the reason. And from the red-haired student's mouth, he also knew that he was about to tame the horse, but the horse suddenly lost control, which was undoubtedly a bit suspicious. Could it be that someone influenced the Mustang? But how is that possible? Even if it is a great knight, it is used inside or outside the body. The red-haired man was also thinking thinking of Eli who tamed wild horses with ease, but then he shook his head. How could a library scholar be so influential on a half-breed horse? Come on, don't make excuses. Starting today, your equestrian class will be added 3 times a week. The principal finally made a decision to add another class to the already full night academy. As for where to add it, it is naturally during their rest time. Young people, you should practice more and have enough rest time. The principal decided to take the opportunity to rectify the school's school spirit. The same thing happened in the monastery, but they added an understanding of potions. Chapter 27, The Beginning of the Experiment. Chapter 27, The Beginning of the Experiment. Teacher, you are too much, how can you leave me there? In the library, Herman was still chattering about what happened yesterday, but when Maester Lyman just glanced at him calmly, he stopped. His awe of the teacher has almost become a habit. I'm fierce again. Herman muttered in a low voice, as if he glanced at Eli who was not far away, wanting to ask for help. Advertisement. Okay, you'd better not mess with the teacher. Eli said with a smile. It seemed like Herman was always the one who got hurt. Today is the second day after the banquet, and they visited the teacher according to the daily procedure. Lemon sat on the chair, as if sitting there, he could have all his strength. He glanced at the disappointing Herman, then at Eli, then took out a bag from the table, and said, Eli, this is your reward from the library. Eli was a little curious and took the pocket. In the pocket, there are 3 golden hinters. This is. In fact, he had already guessed what it was. This is a reward for you to snatch the Earl's donation from the Night Academy and the monastery. It's not much, but you also know that the library is also very difficult now. Earl Lemon looked at Eli and said, Thank you teacher, thank you curator, thank you library. How could Eli dislike it? This is a windfall. He could start his potion simplification work ahead of time. Well, there is also the Earl. If possible, try to maintain a friendly relationship and get to know some big people. It will always help you. Seeing Eli pick up Quintal, he reminded again. Understood, teacher. Eli smiled, then he took out 2 quintals and put the bag back on the table. This is. Maester Lemon seemed a little confused. Teacher, if you weren't here, I wouldn't have a chance. If I don't have Hintar, I'll treat it as my contribution and buy some new research materials for you, teacher. Eli replied with a smile. This won't work. Lemon shook his head, he is a bachelor, how can he accept gold coins from students? Teacher, it's not much. You accepted me as a student back then. I still remember it. Otherwise, I would be an ordinary librarian now. Eli said again. He is a person who knows how to reciprocate. All right then. Maester Lemon didn't refuse this time, but looked at Eli more kindly. Advertisement. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. In a month, Eli went to Moor Manor for a total of 3 times, helped the Earl train horses, and tamed about 20 horses, and the process went smoothly without any accidents. Eli also won 2 quintals. The main reason is that Earl's wild horses are not shipped to the racecourse together, but in batches. After all, the racecourse is only that big, and there are some horses in captivity. It is impossible to allow nearly 100 more horses. They can only be transported in batches, tamed and transported away. Eli has no objection to this, anyway, the manor is not very far from the city, and he can still drop by his secret base, which happens to be on the way, so it's not a big deal to go there a few more times. It's time to find Roland. He already has 4 hintals in his hand, enough for him to carry out the first round of experiments. He also hasn't seen Roland for a long time. 3 days later. Rose Chamber of Commerce. In a simple and not luxurious room on the 2nd floor. Eli was sitting on the sofa, opposite him was his longtime friend, Roland. However, compared to more than 3 years ago, Roland at this time is more mature, with black hair and volume, and blue eyes are less translucent than before, and more shrewd. He sat opposite Eli and said with a smile. Eli, I've found all the materials you want for you. Thanks. Eli nodded. He told Roland his needs 2 days ago, and then Roland helped him use the power of the Chamber of Commerce to collect materials, and the collection was completed in just 2 days. It can only be said that he is indeed in the business of perfume and herbal medicine. If he is asked to collect them, he may not be able to collect them in a few months. This also reflects the importance of contacts. Hey, by the way, why do you need so many materials? On the other side, Roland was a little puzzled. I've been doing some research on herbal medicine recently, which I find interesting. Eli made an excuse. I see. Roland nodded. Now that he has taken over the family business, he knows more and more people, but has fewer and fewer close friends. Eli is a very special one among them. How special, as if he doesn't care about everything. It always made him feel that Eli seemed to be looking at the world from a higher level, but it was very contradictory. How could an ordinary person make him feel this way? He could only attribute it to his awe of scholars like Eli. But friends are friends. I can't give you these materials for free, at least I can't make me lose money. Roland already has the self-consciousness of a businessman. Of course. Eli smiled, and took out 4 gentles from his bosom, all his current net worth. Advertisement. The experiment of potion transformation must be protracted, I don't know how long these can support him. Well, I didn't expect you to be a rich man. Roland saw Hintel laughing, and then put Hintel away. I'll arrange for these materials to be delivered to your home. Roland stood up, but added in the next second. Hey, by the way, I heard that Luying Street has opened a high-end place, and there are even down-and-out aristocratic women among them, do you want to go together? Eli gave Roland a weird look, okay, am I this kind of person? Go. Call me then. Your boy has changed a lot. You haven't changed at all. Eli's experiment begins. Because the money was collected in advance, he started the simplification of herbal medicine in advance, but this work was much more difficult and complicated than Eli imagined. Due to the lack of potions inheritance, Eli had to explore many things by himself, and the progress of the experiment has been stuck in the first stage. He divided the transformation of potions into 3 stages, namely the preliminary screening of materials, the specific replacement of materials, and the preparation of potions. The first stage is the most time-consuming and money-consuming, because he has to spend a lot of time to collect herbs with the efficacy of the original medicine, which can only rely on one experiment after another. But it's okay for Eli, after all, he can learn a lot from it. As for when the potion will be refined, it depends entirely on fate, and he is not in such a hurry. 3 months later, work on Eli's first phase came to a halt again. Not because of success, but because of lack of money. The high-intensity experiment made the materials consumed quickly. It took only 3 months to complete all the materials he purchased. However, due to some unknown reasons from the Earl, the horses did not arrive in these 3 months, which resulted in him not having any new ones. Hintel was included in the account and could not support the experiment. Of course the salary of the library is there, but for a student who is not even a scholar, his salary is only so much, which is completely a drop in the bucket. You can't just steal and grab it. On this day, Eli just finished sorting books in the library and went to visit the teacher. Push open the door. Maester Lyman was yelling and waving his hands and feet, while in the corner, stood the aggrieved Herman with his head bowed. What happens? Chapter 28 The Deceived Herman. Chapter 28 The Deceived Herman. Can you be smarter? Those people are obviously with the casino. Maester Lyman was so angry that he blew his beard and stared, and kept hitting Herman's head with his right hand. At this time, Herman's forehead was already red. Teacher, I thought. Herman had tears in his eyes at this moment, looking pitiful, but he was interrupted before he could say anything. You think, if you are half as relieved as Eli, I will be relieved. Maester Lemon spoke too quickly, his lips were a little dry, and he picked up the teacup on the table beside him, and took a few gulps of water. Advertisement. After drinking the water, Maester Lemon became even more explosive, and once again babbled and taught Herman a lesson. He didn't even notice that Eli had come in, but when Herman saw Eli coming in, it was as if he saw a savior. His eyes widened, and he cast a look for help. Ahem, teacher. Eli nodded and coughed twice. Eli? When did you come in? Bachelor Lemon also found out this time, and asked in surprise. I've been in for a few minutes, it's just that you're too preoccupied. Eli complained in his heart, but naturally he couldn't say that. He glanced at the teacher, then looked at Herman who was not far away, and asked, Teacher, what happened? Herman got the data wrong again? Humph, I'll get angry when you say that. Maester Lemon seemed a little speechless with anger, returned to his chair, raised his head and pointed at Herman. You let him tell himself, what did this fool do? Eli looked over. Herman also seemed to feel a little ashamed, and muttered, Actually, I am also a deceiver. Then Herman told his story. It turned out that he met a few new friends at the banquet before, and one of the friends invited him to go to the Mocha Casino a few days ago. Past. Then he started to gamble, and he was very cautious at the beginning. After all, it was his first time here, but he didn't expect that it seemed to be much simpler than he imagined, and he won a lot of money, and his courage grew. Then he lost all his money and borrowed a lot of money. After listening, Eli also fell silent. Isn't this a very simple pig-killing dish? This is making bad friends. Then how much did you lose in total? Eli asked curiously, how much did he lose to make Maester Lemon so angry? Advertisement. I lost 2 quintals, and owed the casino a quintal. Snapped. Eli covered his face, 3 gentles, equivalent to their 5-year salary, no wonder Maester Lemon was so angry. The teacher should scold you this time. Eli shook his head and said. I was also deceived. How could I have imagined that they were actually in the same group? Herman complained. Shut up, there will be no next time. Bachelor Lemon was still very angry. The money you owe? Eli asked again. The teacher paid it back for me. Herman was afraid to look at the teacher at this moment. Okay. Eli nodded. At critical moments, teachers and sometimes fathers can rely on him. Hey, I will never go again. Then Herman assured the teacher, and Lyman also forgave him. Bachelor Lyman is a teacher with a sharp mouth and a heart. Really, it's better to gamble less. No matter in the previous life or here, there are quite a few gamblers who have ruined their families, as long as He-Man remembers this lesson. After the visit, Eli left the room. Walking in the corridor, Maester Lemon could be heard from behind him to educate Herman again, telling him not to go to the casino in the future. Casino, casino. In the corridor, Eli stopped suddenly. In the dark corridor, Eli's eyes lit up. He seemed to have thought of how to solve the problem of money for the experiment. Guest, the rum you want. In the bar, Eli took the rum handed by the bartender. The wooden glass looked old, but the liquor inside looked cool and refreshing. Ignoring the gap in the glass, Eli downed it in one gulp. Looking around, there are mercenaries and drunkards everywhere. Some of them are drinking heavily around the table while arranging beautiful ladies from noble families, and some of them are already drunk and lying under the table. This is an ordinary bar in Moon Lane, which is as famous as King's Landing and Luying Lane. As for Moon Lane, there are bars, casinos and even places where slaves are traded. Advertisement. He came here today to check the terrain of Moon Street and the distribution of this street. Handing over the money to the bartender, Eli headed outside. He was wearing ordinary clothes, so he looked very thin, and the place was very messy, so as he walked out, 3 of the guys who looked like squirrels followed him. As soon as he walked out the door, the noisy sound reached Eli's ears immediately, and he glanced around. A very long street came into view, the road surface was dirty and poor, there were horse-drawn carriages passing by on the road, and civilians in tattered clothes, there were still homeless people lying in the alleys beside the road, it was still a chaotic place. The bar is located on the side of the street, opposite is a resplendent casino, the exterior is made of black stone bricks, the exterior is painted with gold, and the people who enter and exit are rich people. This is a street where poverty and wealth exist at the same time, or in other words, the poverty of most people supports the wealth of a few people. With just a glance at the casino, Eli walked down the street, blending into the crowd. The little thieves behind wanted to continue chasing, but after chasing, they found that they were lost. They looked around and couldn't find Eli at all. Then they cursed and turned back. The street is a mess. The stalking of a few thieves is naturally not worth mentioning. Soon, Eli has a complete understanding of the structure and layout of this street, and even every small road is memorized in his mind. There is no way, just be so cautious, after all, the next thing to do has a certain degree of danger. He intends to raise some money for experiments from these casinos. When he suddenly reacted to the casino in the morning, he had an idea in his mind, that is to use the characteristics of wizards to make a fortune from these casinos. Anyway, these casinos didn't see a few innocent people, so they regarded it as robbing the rich and giving to the poor. As for who is rich and who is poor, it is naturally that he is poor and rich. And he also had an idea of which casino to attack first. That is Mocha Casino. That is, the casino that cheated Herman of 3 quintals. Coincidentally, when Eli walked out before, the resplendent casino opposite was the Mocha Casino. Who told you to lie to my senior? Eli smiled. Herman became a student of Lemon Dew earlier than him, so he was his senior. I'm such a good student, where can I find him? After observing, Eli strode out of the street. Today is just to observe, tomorrow is his action day. Chapter 29 The Big Fish Takes the Bait. Chapter 29 The Big Fish Takes the Bait. The moonlight wrapped around the night, and the lights lit up in Moon Lane. At night, the excitement here has just begun. Sir, do you want to come in and gamble? In front of the Mocha Casino, Evans was wearing a black waiter's attire, spraying a light perfume on his body, smiling and beckoning the passing guests. Advertisement. He is a waiter in a casino, responsible for attracting passing guests or serving familiar gentlemen. However, it seems that his performance today is not very good. It has been several hours, and he has not seen those rich gentlemen, only those stinking homeless people passing by. There were even some guests he had received, but that was once, they had already been emptied of their savings by the casino, they were no longer in their eyes. Of course, if one day they became rich again, they would get their money again. Polite. Roll, can you go in here? Evans sighed after dismissing a few homeless people. The market is not very good during this time. If I can't get a few fat sheep, I'm afraid I won't have enough money to eat. The casino also has targets, and obviously his targets for this month have not been fulfilled. Welcome. Welcoming a guest in ordinary clothes, he stood at the door again, and only those guests who looked dignified deserved to be followed all the time. Suddenly, there was a sound of horseshoes. A carriage seemed to come from not far away. The exterior of the carriage was made of rosewood, and the overall color was purple. The horses were also shiny and strong. What's more, the curtains on the windows were red roses, which was a high-end fabric. Absolutely rich. Evans showed envy. A car is probably his savings for decades, and the people inside must be very rich. It would be great if they were his guests. As if God had heard his wish, the carriage actually stopped in front of the casino. Then the curtain opened, and a man wearing a luxurious black suit, a black hat, and golden glasses came down. He held a cane that looked luxurious in his hand. He had a short beard and looked like a man. A gentleman, and then walked towards the casino. Evans didn't seem to expect that the story actually happened as he thought. He immediately stepped forward to meet him. "Honorable sir, welcome to Mocha Casino." Evans put his right hand on his chest and lowered his head. "Advertisement." The gentleman didn't seem to care, he just frowned, waved his hands, as if to dispel some dirty smell, and then walked inside. Seeing this scene, Evans was not angry but happy. It seems that this gentleman should rarely come here. He immediately walked up, leaned on both sides of the gentleman, and asked, "Is this your first time here, sir?" "Yes." Eli nodded. A gentleman is, of course, an Eli, but an Eli in disguise. In order to make money, he naturally had to go through a disguise, otherwise it would be bad if he got into trouble afterwards, which would bother him very much. So as soon as he left there yesterday, Eli found a carriage and horse dealer, first rented a high-end carriage, and rented a few sets of clothes that looked very luxurious, and then disguised his face before heading to the casino. As for why renting high-end clothes, Evan's attitude is the reason. "Oh, guest, is this your first visit to this kind of place?" Evans asked in more detail. "Yes, I'm here today for fun. My Chamber of Commerce came from afar. It's a bit boring, so I just came to play. This is the first time." Eli responded with a smile. Chamber of Commerce. The first time. The two keywords made Evans' eyes light up. This is a fat sheep. You must know that chambers of commerce are not easy to establish. Each of them has at least unimaginable wealth for ordinary people, not to mention those large chambers of commerce that span regions or even countries. "Guest, if you don't mind, then let me take you here to have a good time." Evans smiled and tried his best to conceal the joy in his heart. "I really need someone to explain the rules of the game to me." Eli smiled, took out his purse. Inadvertently exposed a large number of gentles, and then threw a few silver dollars to Evans as a tip. "Thank you, sir." Seeing the golden scene, Evans estimated in his heart that there would be at least dozens of quintals. His throat moved, and he suddenly felt that he was really going to be lucky. "Hey, then don't be dazed, take me into play." Eli took back the purse and touched his cane. The gold coins are naturally counterfeit. In fact, only one of the gold and silver coins inside is real, and the others are all fake. Okay, please." Evans showed a flattering expression on his face, and led Eli inside. This year's tasks may be enough. He has already begun to imagine. Advertisement. Evans walked in front, and Eli walked slowly behind. Go through the gate and into the casino. Luxurious and noisy. This is Eli's first impression of here. The ground is covered with gorgeous carpets, and there are various tables in a large space, and various guests are playing various games at the tables, and there are silver towers and golden towers everywhere. Girls in revealing clothes were carrying high-end fine wine, and most of them were naked. If he didn't know where he was, he almost thought he had gone to Luying Lane. "Sir, this is your first time here, so let's play something simple." Evans asked. Eli nodded, with a confused look on his face, as if he didn't know where to start. "Okay, then you come with me." Evans smiled. At this time, not far away, a man crawled out of a door, spitting out blood, and then just a few seconds later, two people grabbed him in again, leaving only blood stains on the ground. "He owes a lot of money to the casino, don't worry, sir, our casino is very disciplined." Evans explained after seeing Eli's gaze. "Follow the rules?" Eli smiled and didn't say anything, and continued to follow Evans. "Here, get out of the way." Soon, they arrived at a gambling table, and Evans immediately stepped forward to disperse the crowd and leave the middle seat. "Sir, here." Evans greeted immediately. Eli seemed a little embarrassed. He glanced at the crowd and was dragged by Evans to sit there. "Sir, you have the right to sit here." The other guests looked at this scene with strange expressions, but said nothing. As veteran gamblers, they could tell at a glance that Eli was a newcomer who had never been in contact with this place. Eli sat down, and Evans stood behind him, quietly making a movement towards the waiter in the center of the gaming table, and the waiter immediately understood. Glancing at the harmless Eli, he smiled. The big fish took the bait. Chapter 30 It's all luck. Chapter 30 It's all luck. Guest, this is the simplest game here, very suitable for getting started. Eli sat at the gaming table, the chair behind him was stuffed with velvet, very soft and comfortable, the table in front of him had dice and dice pots on it, and beside him was Evans who introduced the rules of the game to Eli. Dice. Seeing familiar things, they didn't expect to see familiar things in another world. It can only be said that there are always various coincidences in the endless world. Advertisement. Guests, the rules of this game are very simple. It is to compare the points. There are 6 dice in it. The one with the smaller points wins. It is very simple. Evans introduced to Eli. Oh, then who will compare with me? Eli asked. Let me come. At this moment, a man stepped out from the crowd. He was wearing clothes outlined with golden silk thread, with deep and sunken eyes, a hooked nose, and a long face, as if he felt a sense of oppression just standing at the gaming table, but there was a faint smile on his face. Let me play a few games with you. The man sat directly on the opposite table and said to Eli. Yes. Eli nodded, then turned around and asked Evans beside him, what should I do next? It was not loud, but everyone heard it. The waiter smiled, and the man also glanced at the waiter, but Evans was still enthusiastic to help Eli get the dice, and then explained, Sir, you can cast the dice first, and then bet a sum of money to see if the other party can keep up. Follow, if you follow, you can continue to follow, if you don't follow, you can directly compare points, and you can add up to 1 hintle at a time. That's it. Eli showed a dazed look, and immediately took a picture of Hintle, saying, I'll follow. Sir, you have to roll the dice first. Evans said, I can't laugh or cry. Oh, I forgot. Eli snorted, and then retracted Kintar, looking like a noob. Then come on. Eli raised his head towards the opposite side. The man nodded, and the two rolled the dice at the same time. After a rattling shaking sound. I'm talking to a Kintar. Eli said directly. Sir, he is the banker, he comes first. Evans reminded intimately as usual. 10 silver towers. The man opposite said with a sneer in his eyes. Then I'm still a Ginthar, I don't have much Ginthar. Eli said honestly, revealing himself. Don't follow. The man on the opposite side didn't seem to have thought that Eli would still follow a Kintar directly. It seemed that they still beat this big fish, no, maybe it was a fat sheep. Then open it. Eli showed a puzzled expression to the waiter. Okay. The waiter nodded. 2 dice pots, Eli 20 and the men 26, lost to Eli. Sir, you won. Evans shouted loudly with an excited expression on his face. Advertisement. One more game. The man on the opposite side seemed a little angry, and said in a low tone. It is good. The sound of dice sounded again. This time Eli directly followed the 2 gentles. As a result, Eli wins again. He was 26, the opposite was 35, and the man lost to Eli. Oh, sir, you must be a genius in this line, my god. Evans made no secret of his admiration for Eli, and there were some beautiful women in the crowd who were winking. Damn it. The man on the opposite side was hammering the table, without the dignity he had just now. At this time, Eli already has 4 quintals in his hand. Terrible earning speed. Of course, he fully understood that it was the money given to him by the opponent, and he didn't even use any means in these 2 rounds, because he was very sure that at least the first 2 rounds were impossible for him to lose. Again. This time I'm going to gamble everything. The man's eyes were already a little red, and it seemed that the loss had already made him a little uncomfortable. But on the other side, Eli just kept smiling. Under mental observation, he could clearly feel that he had dropped something into his eyes when he was lying on the table just now. Looking at Evans, who is already an enthusiastic fan of Eli, Eli pursed his lips, the per capita actor. Indeed, in this relatively simple society, it is estimated that most people will be deceived by them, but Eli, who has experienced the information explosion in his previous life, naturally understands that these are all intentional. I'm afraid that next, he will lose money. However, he can't lose. Okay, come again. Eli laughed and seemed happy too. The two shake the sieve again. There was a clanging sound, as if Hintar was colliding. I have a total of 3 quintals, can you follow me? The man looked at Eli ferociously. Eli was a little unsure whether he was going to win this game, so he turned on the mental perception. Under the invisible mental power, the 6 dice in the dice goo clearly reflected in his eye sockets. For the men, 4 ones, 2 twos, a total of 8 points, while Eli's side can shake at will, 3 twos, 2 fours, and 1 6, a total of 20 points. Obviously, if it comes from this, Eli is completely defeated. As a result, mental power instantly entered the dice goo, and the dice began to flip under the control of mental power, directly turning into 6 ones. Okay, I'll follow. Outside, Eli also showed his generosity as always, and said directly. Hey hey. Advertisement. On the other side, a smile appeared on the man's face. The dice can be controlled by special means. In order to make him win more reasonably, he only controlled his own dice, and controlled the points to be outrageous but not so outrageous. Open. For a moment, the expression on the face of the man who was originally complacent froze. He saw Eli's dice, which turned out to be 6 ones. 6 ones. Everyone around opened their mouths wide, as if they didn't expect Eli to be so lucky. Even the 4 men opposite him were defeated by him. This is really lucky. The veterans were ready to watch Eli joke, but they didn't expect him to roll out 6 ones, which made everyone feel astonished. How is it possible? The man seemed to feel that he was shooting himself in the foot. Grunt. He watched Jintar being cystized again by Eli, and his cheeks were sweating. This time, he really wasn't pretending, so he looked at the waiter not far away, and nodded. The waiter understood. Hey, sir, your luck today is really great. Evans also had to lament Eli's luck, and then congratulated after being stunned. Luck can't stop you. Eli also made no secret of his happiness, picking up the gold coin. Come again. The man on the opposite side blushed at this moment, looking at Eli and said viciously. Next time, he'll simply adjust Eli's dice to make it impossible for him to win. Come again. The man shouted this sentence again. But what he didn't expect was that Eli stood up directly, glanced at him and said, I don't want to play anymore, it's boring, change the project. The man froze for an instant. How can you not play, you cannot play like this. I haven't started working yet. Sir, don't you want to play? Evans was also stunned at this moment, even more anxious. If Eli was really asked to go out directly, then he would have a miserable day. No, I think there are still cards there, why don't we go play cards? Eli shook his head, as if he thought rolling dice was too boring. It's okay. The stone in Evans' heart sank. Fortunately, it's just a change of project, and playing cards is much more leeway than dice. The casino will definitely make it back soon, and take out the remaining gold coins on Eli's body. Just a lucky guy. Evans was thinking while leading Eli to the other side. Only the man was left standing there blankly, like a fool. Luck, it's all luck. Chapter 31 Fat Sheep? Hungry Wolf. Chapter 31 Fat Sheep? Hungry Wolf. Soon, Evans came to another table. Here are the burn cards, which are similar to the poker in the previous life, but there is a huge difference in both the number and the playing method, but after all, they are all cards, and there is not much difference in essence. As before, when Eli came, he was sent directly to the center of the table. Unlike the previous one-on-one games, this game is a game for a group of people. Advertisement. Sir, let me introduce the rules to you. Evans introduced the same as before, the only difference is that this time, he also greeted the waiter directly. Meaning, play to death. During this process, Eli looked at the gaming table with interest as before. Humph, you'll cry later. Evans thought viciously. Soon the game will begin. First round. Eli won a silver tall. Evans glanced at the waiter suspiciously, and the waiter signaled that he was just lucky. Second inning. Eli lost 10 silver tals. Evans breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Eli as if he had seen Eli go out crying an hour later. But when the third game started, the situation suddenly changed. In the third round, Eli won a quintal. In the fourth round, Eli won 50 silver towers. In the fifth round, Eli won 10 silver towers. 10 minutes passed, and Eli never lost a round again, as if the round he lost just now was just an accident. How is this possible? Evans was already sweating, and he faintly felt that something was wrong. He glanced at the waiter, who also looked like he had seen a ghost. They can know the details of the cards in a special way, and then they can play the cards calmly, but the man in front of him seems to not only know the cards, but also seems to be able to calculate what everyone will play, and then win step by step. But how is that possible? Can anyone really calculate all of this in such a short time? Is that still human? Not even the best gambler in the casino can do it. The waiter took a deep breath and opened the cards again. Advertisement. This time the bet was bigger, and Eli directly won 2 quintals from the dealer. Win again, ha 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 ha. Eli laughed loudly. As Eli won more and more times, other people also started to gamble with Eli. At this time, they also won some money and showed happy expressions. At this time the waiter was a little afraid to open the cards. Draw the cards. Eli looked at the trial and said. It is good. The waiter played again. Eli won 50 silver tals again. Draw the cards. Eli said as usual. The waiter was a little unsteady at this moment, looking at Eli, as if a hungry wolf opened its ferocious mouth, wanting to eat. It's over. Evan's forehead was already covered with sweat. In just 10 minutes, Eli has already won more than a dozen quintals. This is completely beyond his imagination. This also completely overturned his previous thoughts. This is not a fat sheep, this is clearly a terrifying giant wolf. Knowing that he couldn't go on like this, he raised his head to signal the waiter to continue, and then said to Eli, "Sir, you play first, I'll go to the bathroom." "Go, go." At this moment, Eli seemed to be having a good time, and dismissed him casually. Evans walked out of the crowd immediately, but it wasn't the bathroom, but behind the casino. Eli, as usual, shouted loudly, with half smiles in the corners of his eyes. "Play cards with the wizard. I know where all the cards are, and even what your next move will be, can you beat me?" Bang bang bang. Evans knocked on a door. "Come in." A thick voice sounded. Evans opened the door and went in. There was a large room in front of him. The room was filled with smoky air. A man with a scar on his face was hugging a naked woman and was putting his hands up and down. Seeing Evans coming in, he seemed a little unhappy, but he also stopped. He knew that something must have happened, otherwise he would not have come here. "What happened?" The man with his face leaned on the sofa and asked. "Boss, it's like this." Evans quickly told him about Eli. "How much did he win?" The scar-faced man asked directly. "It's already 20 quintals." Evans moved his throat and gave a specific value. "Advertisement." "What?" Hearing the number, the man pushed the woman aside, his eyes widened, as if he didn't expect there to be so many. Although the casino is huge, their daily profit may only be more than a dozen quintals, and other expenses are included in it. In other words, if Eli takes it away, they will spend many days in vain. And what's even more frightening is that Eli is still playing. "So, you send people to watch him first, isn't he still in the carriage? You keep an eye on that carriage." The scar-faced man said seriously, and then called 2 more people in, saying, "David and Jones, you are knights, wait for him to go out later, you understand what to do." Called in were 2 strong men who both nodded, and after a while, they were tramps who accidentally robbed Eli of his money. "Go back first and hold him steady." Then the man turned to Evans again. "Okay." Evans nodded. When Evans returned to the gaming table, there were already a bunch of gentles and silver thalers in front of Eli, and from the discussions of the people around him, Eli won more than a dozen gentles in just a few minutes. At this time, the waiter was almost unable to stand still, looking at Eli as if he saw a devil. Seeing Evans come back, he calmed down a little, but his arms still trembled uncontrollably. Sure enough, Eli won again. At this time, a group of people has gathered beside Eli, they look at Eli with frenzied eyes, and they have made a lot of money every time they follow Eli's investment. Therefore, every time it is opened now, the casino loses a lot. "I'm going to the bathroom." This time, Eli didn't call for a flop as usual, but stood up. Putting away some of Hintar casually, he asked Evans, "Where is the toilet?" Evans was a little puzzled, and pointed in one direction of the casino, and then Eli swaggered towards the casino toilet. Evans was a little unsure whether Eli really wanted to go to the toilet, but although the toilets here had windows, they were all tied up with iron bars. It was impossible for ordinary people to escape through the windows, even for intermediate knights the iron rod was dismantled silently. In addition, Eli still has 7 or 8 hintle chips on the table. So Evans just followed suit, waiting outside the bathroom. 10 minutes passed. Eli still hasn't come out. Something's wrong. Evans felt something was wrong. He immediately called someone over and rushed into the toilet. But when they went in, they only saw the window that was originally closed by iron rods and iron sheets. At this moment, a big hole appeared, and the iron rods directly showed a bent posture. As for Eli, he has long since disappeared. Ruined. Evans slumped directly to the ground, and then shouted behind him. "Hurry up!" Chapter 32. Chapter 32. Hurry up! Evans' stern voice sounded, and at the same time, David and Jones, who had been standing not far away, were taken aback for a moment, and then acted immediately. One went out towards the gate, while the other tried to get out of the hole in the toilet, but his body was too thick to pass, so he immediately pulled himself out and chased towards the gate. "You go over there, I'll go over here." Advertisement. The two ran out the gate, David pointing to one side of the casino, then running towards the other. The toilet of the casino is located on the right side of the casino, the outside is the casino, and the back is where the casino stops the carriage. There are people on both sides watching at all times, so Eli must be within this range. They only need to divide their troops into 2 groups, and they will definitely be able to find him. Fortunately, the boss has deployed people just now. David has blonde hair and a leather jacket on his upper body, exposing his body as hard as a rock. As an intermediate knight, he is one of the casino boss's strongest thugs. He was fast and quickly entered the alley. The alleys here are very dark, and many are connected together, so he checked very carefully, not daring to miss any. Jones on the other side too, as a junior knight, his eyesight was good enough for him to see the alley. Even if it's a mosquito, don't get out of my sight. Jones grinned grinningly. They wouldn't be too afraid of a businessman from outside. Moreover, he was definitely not a kind businessman who could unknowingly open the iron bars of the toilet ahead of time. Yes, Jones thought that Eli must have cooperated inside and outside, and then opened the iron fence in advance, and then this gave him a chance to escape. As for why the iron fence was like that, he couldn't think of it. Eli, where the hell are you? The two watched carefully, and in the process, people from other casinos also joined in. But after more than 10 minutes, David had already searched half of them, and Jones had also collected the other half. At the intersection of both sides, David and Jones looked at each other, silent. There are 7 or 8 casino personnel behind the two of them, and their faces are ashen. Did not find. They've looked in every nook and cranny, but there's no sign of anything. Ruined. One of them fell limply on the ground. Evans didn't have any strength in his body, and felt a little desperate in his heart. Advertisement. It's all up to this point, and he still doesn't understand that Eli is not a fat sheep at all, but a hungry wolf in sheep's clothing, and he is a hungry wolf specially targeting them. What's even more desperate is that he took the initiative to bring people in. Evans can't imagine what will happen in a while. Oh, yes, there is also a carriage. Evans suddenly seemed to remember something, his eyes lit up. Yes. David and Jones also felt aggrieved by being tricked, and everyone immediately ran towards the place where the carriage was placed. But when they arrived, they saw the coachman, and the owner of the car looked puzzled and said, "The guest rented my carriage, and I am not his coachman." "Then do you know what his name is?" David grabbed the coachman directly and asked with staring eyes. "Sir, cough cough." The coachman was lifted with one hand, feeling a little out of breath. "David, let go." Jones on the side couldn't stand it any longer, he couldn't open his mouth even if he wanted to say it. David also realized that he was a little too inappropriate, let go of his hand, and the coachman fell to the ground, and stood up in fear for a few seconds, saying. He remembers that when he rented the horse back then, the name he gave was Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Hearing the name, David and Jones couldn't help repeating it, trying to remember the name. Go back and see the boss. Since they couldn't find it, they could only go back and wait for the boss's punishment. What, you didn't catch him? In the room, the boss had an angry face and slapped the table angrily. The hard table made a loud sound when it was slapped. "Boss, this may be a gang crime," Jones whispered at this time. "Oh." The boss raised his head. "Boss, look, the rented driver, and the iron fence that has been opened in advance, and the person who disappeared quickly, this is definitely not something that can be done by one person, there must be a team." Jones analyzed. Although he is not as strong as David, but being able to sit on an equal footing with David, good brains are one of them. It is indeed possible. The boss also nodded and closed his eyes. After more than 10 seconds, he opened them again and said. "How much did the casino lose this time? This needs to be inquired about. Jones and the others have been here all the time, so they didn't know this," and quickly called the person in charge outside. Advertisement. "Boss, a total of about 80 gentles were lost, and the man named Harry Potter accounted for almost 1/3. He won a total of 35 gentles, kept 7, and took 28 pieces." "So much?" The boss widened his eyes, shocked by the number. He thought it was 30 or 40 at most. "Why are there so many, and where did the other 2/3 go?" The boss rubbed his head, feeling a little pain in his head. "Boss, that guy at least starts with Hintel every time. If there are too many or even all in, that's why there are so many. The rest are all bets with him, and then lose." The person in charge has already a little afraid to speak. "That's 80 Hintels. I'm afraid it will take several months for them to earn it back." "Boss, do you want to get the money back?" David asked inappropriately at this time. "Yes, ask for a ghost, try it, if you ask for it today, our casino will be closed tomorrow." The corner of the boss's mouth twitched listening to this suggestion. Most of those guests came with certain identities, how could they ask for it back? They can only suffer from this dumb loss. Check it out for me, I want you to find this Harry Potter man, I must catch him." The boss stood up at this moment, with fierce eyes. "Yes, boss." Jones nodded and walked out immediately. These things are not something they can do well, and they have to find professional people. Also, don't release today's matter. Then, the boss ordered other people. It's too embarrassing. If it is said, it may make his casino lose face. Let's go. After ordering everyone, the boss drove everyone out, sitting on a chair alone, his figure as strong as a hill seemed to shrink. Harry Potter! In the room, the voice of the boss gnashing his teeth echoed. At the same time, the place where David and Jones gathered before. In a dark corner. As the moonlight fell, a man stepped out of the darkness slowly, put his hat on his head, and walked out of the alley. Witchcraft, dark occult. Avoid a few people, and then the person leaves Moon Lane. Chapter 33 The Gold-Swallowing Demon, Harry Potter. Chapter 33 The Gold-Swallowing Demon, Harry Potter. It's easier than I thought. Back home, Eli hung his black clothes on a hanger, took off his hat, and walked over to the wine cabinet to pour himself a glass of wine. This time the operation went much smoother than Eli imagined. First of all, it was Evan's cooperation that allowed him to get in touch with the big client smoothly, and then the looseness of the casino, which allowed him to leave easily, and finally, the help of dark and hidden witchcraft, which allowed him to escape the search. Advertisement. Dark concealment, zero-ring witchcraft, allows wizards to sneak into the dark shadows to achieve the effect of concealment. In the dark night, the effect is the best, and it is basically impossible to see with the naked eye. Of course, he has another option, which is to kill David and Jones directly, and then walk away, but that is too bloody, and Eli doesn't want to cause too much trouble. He is a law-abiding citizen of King's Landing. How could it be possible to do things like fighting and killing? Let's take stock of the harvest. Eli put down the wine glass and took out the money bag. Inventory. There are a total of 29 gold towers, one of which is owned by oneself and one by other casinos, and 465 silver towers, of which 400 are one and the others are owned by oneself. So this time, the income totaled 32 quintals, excluding the rental price of the clothes, the mortgage money, and the rental money of the carriage. The total profit was almost 31 quintals. As for why the mortgage on the clothes is still deducted, it is naturally impossible for him to return the clothes, and there may be unnecessary troubles. Get rich. For the first time, Eli felt the frightening speed at which knowledge can be converted into money. In one night, no, it was almost half an hour, and he earned 31 quintals. The money he could only earn in decades was simply terrifying. It's been a long time for this experiment. Eli walked to the window, feeling happy. Lack of money has always been his big problem, but this time, it should be enough for him for a while. No, the experiment consumes more than I imagined, maybe the money may not be enough. Suddenly, as if thinking of the previous experiment, Eli frowned. He didn't know how long the experiment would last, but if it kept going like this, I'm afraid the 30 quintals wouldn't last long enough. Besides, he didn't just need money for this experiment. The research on witchcraft, some research experiments, the speed of spending money is not bad at all. He was in his infancy as a wizard, so he didn't need it, but as he got deeper into the path, he understood the difficulty. Advertisement. Knowledge is always the cornerstone of wizards, but it is difficult to obtain some knowledge without money. Maybe. Thinking to himself, Eli cast his gaze out the window. It was clearly night, but two areas were still brightly lit. One is Luying Street and the other is Moon Lane. But at this time, his eyes did not stay on Luying Lane, but looked at Moon Lane for a long time. Moon Lane is more than just the Mocha Casino. Since they are all making money, why not make a big one at a time, and then rest for a few years or more, and make another one? Isn't it better? Moreover, Mocha Casino will definitely not tell the story of today, and the outside world will only know that someone won a lot of money in Mocha Casino today. Based on Eli's understanding of the casino, it is absolutely impossible for them to tell this matter. So, the next 3 days, or a week, or even a month, should be a safe period. After figuring this out, Eli's eyes gradually lit up. Sorry, Gambling King, Harry Potter is coming out again. Next half-month. The casinos in Moon Lane have experienced the most horrific looting since their inception, and every casino, no matter how big or small, has experienced the patronage of a man named Harry Potter. Every casino hated this man, especially every casino owner. Because every time they know this name, it already means that they have lost a lot of hintar, but they can't catch anyone at all. Even if they send high-level knights, it seems that they can't catch them, like a devil. At first, these bosses also let the people in the casino keep this secret, but after a party, someone suddenly said the name by accident, and many casino bosses knew it. After chatting, they realized that everyone had been robbed. Since then, among the underworld, there has been an additional wanted list led by 7 or 8 big casinos. 500 gintals, Harry Potter's head. Even if it is to provide information, there is news about 10 hintals. For a while, I don't know how many homeless people in King's Landing City. On the contrary, several people from the casino provided portraits, but each one was different, and that Harry Potter was obviously disguised, so there was no way to find it. This frenzy lasted for a full month before it finally stopped. Some people hate it and some people love it. Those who are high hate him and those who are low love him. During the same period of time, a sentence also came out. Advertisement. If you meet Harry Potter, please believe him, because he is a god. As long as he doesn't want to lose, he can't lose. If you meet Harry Potter, as long as you keep investing with him, you will definitely make a lot of money. If you are bold, you can even achieve financial freedom. Although these people are only a minority, the bragging of the people at the bottom is the majority. Many people claim to have met Harry Potter and made a lot of money. Through their publicity, Harry Potter's fame spread widely. Some people call him the Devil's Hand, the king of thousands of kings, and some call him the Magic Hand, the Casino Buster, but the most famous one is the Gold-Swallowing Devil. All of a sudden, the reputation of the Gold-Swallowing Devil, Harry Potter, spread rapidly. I don't know how many gamblers have become idols. They also longed for one day to be able to roam the casinos like Harry Potter, and then leave in style. Gold-Swallowing Demon. Eli looked at the newspaper with a smile, but he didn't expect the newspaper to write about this matter, and it was printed and circulated. It has been more than half a month since he left the last casino. Thanks to the good face behavior of various casinos, he was so unscrupulous. In just half a month, he swept through many casinos and took away a large amount of gold coins. His current gold coins have accumulated to a full 300 hintels. I just wanted to help me earn some money for experimental materials, but now I'm afraid it will be enough for many years. As if he had discovered a new world at once, Eli was also full of emotion. He put down the newspaper, put on his usual work clothes, and got ready to go to work. The casino incident was just a small incident, and it was time to return to normal life. After tidying up his face, Eli opened the door and walked out. Go in the direction of the library. Mixed in the crowd, just like an ordinary person. Sorry for the late post today. Ask for recommendation tickets, ask for investment, ask for everything. Chapter 34 The first stage is completed. Chapter 34 The first stage is completed. Eli. Soon Eli came to the library, and it happened that Herman had just arrived, but at this time, he had a smile on his face that he couldn't hide, and he didn't know what happened to him. The two walked towards the second floor together. Eli didn't ask either, because he knew that Herman would definitely not be able to help but speak out. Advertisement. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Herman, who was following Eli, saw that Eli didn't respond, so he took the initiative to come forward and said, Eli, I'm so happy today. Oh. Eli nodded and continued walking. Seeing that Eli ignored him, Herman suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, as if he was constipated, but after a few seconds, he couldn't help but leaned forward and said, Eli, do you still remember when I said I was cheated? Remember? Why, you're going to gamble again, aren't you afraid that the teacher will kill you? Eli turned his head at this moment, looking at Herman suspiciously. With this kid's IQ, he can do anything. How is it possible? Didn't I tell you that I was dragged there by someone else? Herman hastily denied it, and then whispered in Eli's ear, that person is dead. Eli wondered. Yes, it seems that he was beaten to death by someone from the casino, tisk tisk tisk, although it is really pitiful, but I am really happy. Herman sighed, and then added, he cheated me of money, but lost it. Life, I will not lose this wave. YOQ comforting himself. His name is Evans. Herman said suddenly as the two walked. Evans? Hearing this familiar name, Eli was taken aback. Isn't this the young man who led him to be deceived that day? Oh, by the way, there's also that casino. It seems that the profit has been very bad recently, and it was closed a few days ago. The Mocha Casino was also closed. Eli admitted that he did make some money there, and he went there a few times for a small profit, but it went bankrupt immediately. He still highly values the ability of these casinos to withstand pressure. But not necessarily, maybe other casinos want to annex it. The Mocha Casino is not a very big casino, it can only be called a medium-sized casino. I heard that an outsider did it, but it's a pity he's here, otherwise I'd give him a few knocks on the spot. Herman said with a smile, amazed. Eli smiled and didn't speak. Soon, the two started working after visiting Bachelor Lemon. After the casino thing is over, Eli's life has also resumed 2 points and 1 line, wandering between home and the library, and occasionally going to the base in the valley outside the city to conduct some experiments. During the period, there was no news from Count Gremory, and Eli was happy and at ease. Advertisement. With sufficient funds, Eli also purchased a large amount of materials from Roland for experiments. Of course, in order to avoid Roland's suspicion, he also used witchcraft to blur Roland's memory so that it would not leak out. After all, trust is trust, but one should be careful not to lose it. Anyway, to the outside world, he is a scholar and has no combat ability. He can improve his status and social circle without any scruples, but he will never reveal his strength. The former will only make everyone think that the Empire has a good scholar, and high-ranking people will not care too much, and it will even make him safer. But the latter may scare some people. And only when his social circle improves can he get more resources. Dogs are for development, absolutely not for dog's sake. The 136th experiment failed. In the laboratory, Eli discarded the experimental waste again with a calm face. Although he failed, he did not feel discouraged, because as time passed, he felt that he was getting closer and closer to completing the first stage. The experiment has been going on for a month, and every time it fails. No hurry. Eli took out a new material from the side and continued to experiment. For a moment, the bright basement fell into silence again, only the sound of Eli operating the instrument could be heard. The 137th experiment failed. The 138th experiment failed. The 201st experiment failed. The 301st experiment success. 3 months later, finally, Eli succeeded in the first phase. Eli looked at the potion roughly prepared in front of him, and there was a faint fluctuation that was close to spiritual power. He felt a little excited, and finally found the experimental material that was substituted in the original formula. The next step is to adjust the analogy of these materials, and then finally formulate the potion. At that time, my mental strength will grow rapidly, maybe it won't take that long. Eli was also a little happy. His mental strength should be about 6.3 at present, and it will take 7.4 to 8 years to increase at a rate of about 0.5 per year. If he can deploy it, this time will be greatly shortened. Although he doesn't care much about time, this promotion can make him worry a lot less. Once he is promoted to a second-class apprentice, his combat power will increase again. He doesn't know much about the Great Knight, but under the Great Knight, he can definitely be beaten casually, and his survivability will also increase. At that time, even if it is really exposed, there is no need to have so many worries, the worst is to run away. The next step is the second stage, the specific fine-grained replacement. Eli took a deep breath, ready to continue the experiment. Advertisement. But when he went to get the materials, he realized that at some point, all the experimental materials had been used up, and there was nothing left. It seems that I have to go to Roland again. Since there is no material, Eli can only do other work. As for continuing the experiment, we have to wait for a new batch of materials to arrive. The purple irises are gone. In the familiar room, Eli looked puzzled. Yes. Roland nodded, and said helplessly, I have all the other materials you want, and I can also collect them for you, but this purple iris flower is really not good now. Why? Eli was still a little confused. He came to find Roland to order materials today, but was told that the purple iris flower in the materials was not available. But the purple iris is the most important ingredient in the potion, and it is completely irreplaceable. If there is no such thing, his potion experiment can be directly declared bankrupt. It's like this. Purple irises are only found in the Lock Manor outside the city, and it seems to be a unique plant here. It was transplanted from a faraway place. A few days ago, the Lock Manor suddenly stopped selling them together, and it seems that they are not prepared. Then sell it. Roland explained. This. Eli gasped. This, there is no way for his experiment to continue? I really can't help it. Oh, yes, that manor belongs to the Marquis family, Elena family. Don't you know Count Gremory? He seems to be very familiar with the Elena family, maybe you can seek his help. Roland gave a suggestion. Elena family. When Roland said this, Eli remembered the ball more than half a year ago. Didn't that Alex belong to the Elena family? It's a pity that he has no channel to contact him at all, and the two of them are not familiar with each other. On the contrary, Earl Gremory is more familiar with him, and maybe he can really get help from him. Sorry, I didn't help you. Roland apologized. It's okay, I'm glad you can help me find others. Eli smiled, and he had no reason to blame Roland. Then I'll go first. Since there were no materials, Eli didn't plan to stay for a long time, so he greeted Roland and left. On the way home, Eli also had mixed feelings. It is a bit frustrating for a good experiment to face the risk of premature death. I can only ask through the channel of Earl Gremory. Eli thought, and soon returned home. When I walked into the yard, I found a letter in the mailbox at the door. Eli opened it and found that it happened to be Count Gremory's. The letter told him that the rest of the horses had already arrived at the racecourse, and hoped that he would go there. Chapter 35 Purple Iris. Chapter 35 Purple Iris. The horses are here, and I can take this opportunity to meet Count Gremory. Eli put the letter away, and the world notified other people through the letter besides shaking people directly. Earl Gremory would stay at the Moor Manor for a few days every month. If Eli remembered correctly, the Earl should be at the manor tomorrow, so Eli only needed to go tomorrow, and he should be able to see the Earl. It can only be said that this melee is very timely. Advertisement. I hope the Earl can help me. Eli shook his head and walked into the room. If it is really impossible to rely on the Earl, then he may have to rely on other channels, but that will be very troublesome and there may be unknown risks, so he would rather give up. The worst result is just to rely on time to grind slowly. Take the initiative in him. The next day, after renting a carriage, Eli set off for Moor Manor. After a while, Eli rushed to the manor, and was led towards the horse farm by the maid of the manor. The process was the same as last time. He was led to the horse farm by the maid, and then he got his money, and was finally sent back to the city by the manor. It's better to finish training the horse first. The count has been at the manor today, so Eli is not too anxious, and is going to see the count after everything is over. Soon, he came to the horse farm. It seems that the remaining horses have been sent here today, a total of 30 horses. The staff of the racecourse brought out these horses in batches, and then they were tamed by Eli. During this process, the horse trainers at the racecourse also stared at Eli's movements intently, as if they wanted to learn a hand, but unfortunately, they couldn't even understand how Eli trained the horse. A born horse trainer. Seeing the horses being tamed, all the horse trainers were once again impressed by Eli. It was around 8 o'clock in the morning when Eli arrived, and by 10 o'clock, Eli's mission had been completed. Although there are a lot of horses, Eli is very efficient, and it doesn't take long for a single horse. This is specially extended by Eli, otherwise he can be tamed directly and in a wide range, but that would be too shocking. This is 3 quintals. As usual, the maid handed the gold coins to Eli, and was about to send Eli away, but this time she was called down and said, "I want to see the Earl." Advertisement. Mr. Eli, do you want to see the Earl? The Earl is indeed in the manor at this time, but I need to report to the butler first, and then pass it on to the Earl, is that okay? The maid was a little surprised and hesitated. Of course. Eli nodded. Then the maid took Eli to the castle, and then left Eli outside the castle, and then went in alone to report. Soon, the maid came out, looked at Eli and said, "The count is upstairs, but he may not be able to see you, but the butler is also here, you can go in and have a chat with the butler." Can't see him? Could it be that something happened? Eli nodded and followed the maid into the castle. In the living room, Eli saw the housekeeper, an old man with black hair with silver threads, many wrinkles on his face, bright eyes and a straight body. "Mr. Eli, I'm sorry, the Earl has something to worry about today, so I might not be able to see you." The butler saw Eli coming in, came over and apologized. "Butler Helen, what happened? Maybe I can provide some help." He knew the Earl's butler, so he asked politely. "It is true that something happened, but you may not be able to help." The housekeeper shook his head and sighed. "You haven't said it yet, so how do you know I can't help you?" Eli smiled. "Well, since you want to know, then I'll tell you, but you can't tell about this." The butler was also familiar with Eli, shook his head and talked about the Earl's troubles. It turned out that it was affected by the above. Earl Gremory was a great knight, and he became a nobleman through merit. After becoming a nobleman, Earl Gremory also started to invest in business in order to make more money, earning a lot of money. As his business grew, he naturally needed a bigger background. Behind the Gremory family is the Elena family. But a few days ago, Marquis Elena was suddenly poisoned and fell into a coma. The entire Marquis family fell into chaos. Naturally, the Gremory family, which was backed by the Marquis, was also greatly affected. Very sad. The Marquis was poisoned. Eli seemed to understand a lot at once. No wonder the Lock Manor stopped selling purple irises. It turned out that the Marquis was poisoned, so it was no wonder. Then when the Marquis dies and the new Marquis takes over, the purple irises should be sold again. Eli's heart was relieved. As for whether the Marquis is dead or not, it has nothing to do with him. However, what the steward said next directly aroused Eli's emotions again. He sighed, "I heard that the Marquis was poisoned while inspecting the Lock Manor. I don't know what's in the manor. I heard that the Lock Manor has stopped operating. It's a pity. The crops inside are gone." Advertisement. Eli's eyes widened, it could have anything to do with it. If it really stops running, won't the purple irises disappear completely in the future? Eli thought about it, feeling like he could do something. The butler was also very sad. The Earl was closely related to him. If the interests of the Gremory family were damaged, he would be affected too. But what could he do? "Maybe, I can be of some help." The butler raised his head and saw Eli said in front of him. "Hey." In the study, Earl Gremory was sitting on a chair, with various problems that the family had encountered recently. Since the Marquis was poisoned, the family's business has been affected one after another. He was upset, but there was nothing he could do. Now I don't know how many famous doctors from the empire and people from the monastery gathered at the Marquis's house, trying to detoxify, but they didn't make much progress, they just kept the poison from spreading. At first, he also wanted to find a job to help detoxify. If he succeeded, then he would have more status in front of the Marquis, but after searching around, he couldn't find it at all. After all, the best doctors in the empire are either in the monastery or in the palace. Maybe I should give up part of the business. Gremory thought, if the Marquis is really dead, then he has to think about the next thing. Alex, the eldest son of the Marquis family, may not be able to control that big family, and maybe the Marquis will help manage it, but he and the Marquis don't know much about it. Let's shrink the business first. Earl Gremory sat down and thought. At the same time, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Come in. The Count was a little puzzled, didn't he ask the butler to keep others out? The door opened, and the butler came in, looked at the Count and said, My lord, someone wants to see you. Count Gremory looked over, and Eli just followed in at this time, looked at the Count, smiled and said. Master Earl, I heard that you have encountered some trouble recently. Perhaps I can be of some help. Chapter 36 Basic Antidote Potion. Chapter 36 Basic Antidote Potion. Can you help? In the study, Count Gremory looked at Eli and asked a question. Yes, if Lord Marquis is poisoned, I think I can provide some help. Eli, who was sitting on the sofa, nodded. Just now, the butler left after finishing his report, and there were only Eli and the Earl in the room. Advertisement. How can you help? Count Gremory looked at Eli. What he knew about Eli was that he was good at taming horses, but he hadn't heard that Maester Lemon was also good at pharmacy and detoxification. Didn't he mainly study history? My lord, last year, I happened to pass by a market, where I met an old man in a black robe. He was selling all kinds of strange things, including antidotes. At that time, I was studying botany. Then I bought 2 copies, Eli explained. I didn't pay much attention to the antidote at first, but once when I was out with my senior Herman, he was bitten by a poisonous snake, and I was also very flustered at that time. But I didn't know what was going on at the time, so I took that bottle of medicine with me and gave it to my senior. Soon he woke up and recovered without any sequelae. Eli started making things up. As for whether Herman was bitten by a snake, no one should care. Oh, so you mean you think your potion can cure the Marquis poison? The Count was not a fool, so he naturally understood what Eli meant. Yes. Eli nodded. Eli, you are still too young. This poisoning is not that simple. If it was really a simple poisoning, the Marquis should have been sent back long ago. The Count shook his head and stood up. He believes that Eli has good intentions, but good intentions cannot cure poison. How could there be such a universal potion? But he still couldn't bear to hurt Eli's kindness. He waved his hand and said, Well then, I'll send someone to get the potion from you in the afternoon, I'll take a look. Okay. Eli nodded. Then what are you for? Asked Count Gremory suddenly. He was a little curious, he didn't believe that Eli would do such a thing for no reason, this should be a well-measured young man. Lord Earl, recently I am studying pharmacology and need a lot of purple irises, but because the Marquis was poisoned, I heard that the Lock Manor has stopped operating. Eli said directly without hiding. Understood. The Earl nodded, which made more sense. Then you go back first, I will send someone to pick up the medicine in the afternoon. Okay, then I won't bother you. Eli stroked his chest with his right hand, turned and left. Oh, by the way, Lord Earl, if it is really effective, please don't tell me that the potion was provided by me. As if thinking of something, Eli turned around and said after taking 2 steps. Advertisement. No problem, I promise you. Count Gremory smiled. Although he knew it would be useless, he saw Eli's attitude of wanting to help him. If there was a chance, he would even want Eli to become his consultant scholar in the future, of course, after Eli became a scholar. Okay. Eli, who received the Earl's reply, did not hesitate this time and left directly. On the way back, Eli sat in the carriage, thinking about this incident. He must not be directly involved. After all, no one knows whether other people were involved in the poisoning of the Marquis, and it may have been done by other powerful forces. Had he been involved, he might have gotten into trouble. If the Marquis is rescued with the help of the Earl, this is equivalent to directly transferring the contradiction. And as long as the Marquis doesn't say anything, no one will think that Eli did it. After all, he is just an ordinary scholar, and who would think that he helped him? And if the help is really successful, based on his understanding of the Earl, he believes that the Earl will definitely solve his needs, so there is no need to think about it. He only needs to provide the potion that can detoxify. As for why Eli is so confident, of course there are reasons. Eli has learned from Roland that this Marquis is not a knight, but just an ordinary person. He was poisoned and fell into a coma. He has not died for 3 days. Coincidentally, in Salin's notes, there happened to be a kind of potion called Basic Antidote. By extracting some supernatural elements, matching some materials, and configuring them, you can get a potion that can completely remove non-supernatural toxins and relieve ordinary supernatural toxins. This is also Eli's confidence in potions. The principle of this potion is to get rid of foreign matter in the body, so no matter what type of poison it is, as long as it enters the body and is below extraordinary, it can definitely be removed. It doesn't matter what kind of poison you are, mixed poison or not, as long as you are not extraordinary, you cannot resist the power of the potion. As for him, he just needs to sit back and watch things develop. Afternoon. Gremory also sent someone to fetch the potion as promised. Eli continued his experiments. He has recently become a little interested in alchemy, and started to learn this genre that he doesn't quite master. The main reason is that he has enough money so that he can do the experiments he wants to do. Advertisement. As for the Earl's news, Eli didn't know what was going on. After all, his job of training horses was over, and the Earl was an Earl after all, so he was very busy. Night. In a castle in Gremory territory, in a luxurious room. Count Gremory held a vial in his hand. The potion bottle looks like a test tube, and the inside is a blue-purple liquid. If you look closely, you can feel a little golden bright spot in the potion. Is this a potion? The Count fell silent while looking at the potion. Can this fancy potion really save the life of the Marquis? Hey, I don't want it. Earl Gremory shook his head and put the potion on the table. In the blink of an eye, the next day came. Earl Gremory had just woken up early in the morning when the butler came suddenly. My lord, the situation of Marquis Elena is suddenly very dangerous. The people in the Imperial Monastery are already working hard to treat her, but there is still no progress. Whether we want to or not go. Let's go. Count Gremory shook his head. Oh, by the way, you should also take a look at the doctor I consulted earlier. Naturally, he didn't do nothing in the past few days, and he also found several famous doctors. Pack up the carriage, we'll go in a while. This matter was related to his backer, and Earl Gremory didn't dare to delay too much. Okay, Lord Earl. The butler went out quickly. 20 minutes later, a carriage was already waiting outside the castle, and 2 physicians were also waiting. Obviously, they were here before, ready to leave at any time. The Earl also wore gorgeous clothes, appeared from the entrance of the castle, and then walked towards the carriage, while the butler stood aside, ready to watch the Earl off. Count Gremory walked forward quickly. As a great knight, he was very fast. He arrived in front of the carriage in the blink of an eye, stepped on the stool, and was about to get into the carriage. But just when he was about to get into the carriage, he somehow suddenly remembered Eli's confident words yesterday, hesitated for a moment, then turned to the butler and said, Helen, go and get the potion bottle on the table in my study. Yes, sir. Soon, the butler fetched the potion, and the Earl took a look at it and put it in his pocket. Although there is a high probability that it will be useless, but in case. What if it is really useful? Chapter 37 Desperate Alex. Chapter 37 Desperate Alex. When the Count entered the carriage, the coachman whipped his whip, and the carriage began to move. Soon, the carriage passed through this area and entered the urban area. When the citizens saw that it was the Earl's carriage, they gave way one after another. The carriage did not slow down, and quickly moved towards the target place. On the carriage, Earl Gremory sat on the main seat, and 2 doctors sat on one side. The carriage was very quiet, and no one made a sound. Suddenly, the Earl coughed, then looked to one side, and asked. 2 doctors, do you think it's just a potion that can cure the Marquis poison? Advertisement. Both doctors are in their 40s, but neither has much hair on their heads. One of them was taken aback when he heard the Count's question, but he still replied, it's unlikely. It seems that the poison in the Earl has not been found out yet, but it should be a mixed poison. It is unlikely to use a bottle of potion to solve it. Indeed, if it were really that simple, the Marquis wouldn't still be in a coma. Another person nodded in agreement. That's it. The Count nodded without saying a word. Stretching his right hand into his clothes, he could still feel the hard and cold touch of the medicine bottle. King's Landing City is neither big nor small. The territory of the Elena family is located on the west side of King's Landing, about a few kilometers away from King's Landing. In just 20 minutes, the carriage passed through the city, left the city, and arrived at its destination. After arriving at the destination, Earl Gremory got off the carriage, and a middle-aged man in black came up and saluted, "Long time no see, Lord Earl." He glanced at the Count, then at the 2 doctors behind the Count, with a clear expression, and said, "My lord, are you also here to help my lord the Marquis?" "And also?" Count Gremory asked. "Are there many people?" Soon, he knew that his guess was correct. The man didn't speak either, and then led Earl Gremory inside, and soon came to a huge living room, and one side of the living room was connected to a room. At this time, the living room was already full of people. Earl Gremory roughly estimated that there were dozens of people. Among them, barons and viscounts are everywhere, and there are even many earls. Of course, there are more doctors of all kinds, some of which are brought by the nobles, and some of them are from the imperial monastery. The nobles stood separately on one side, and the monastery on the other side, led by a woman in a white robe. This person was still known to Earl Gremory. It was the same woman who asked him to invest with Bachelor Lyman last time. Follow behind. How's the situation? After bringing the Count, the butler left directly. Count Gremory walked towards the side and saw a familiar Viscount. Lord Earl. Seeing him, the Viscount immediately said respectfully, and then began to explain the current situation. Since the Marquis was poisoned and fell into a coma, the Marquis family first asked their own doctor to help, but it didn't work, so they asked the monastery for help, and successfully stabilized the Marquis. But that's all, they want to detoxify, but there is no way. Advertisement. Then yesterday, the situation of the Marquis suddenly took a turn for the worse, so a lot of nobles who introduced themselves suddenly rushed in, and the Eileen family didn't stop them. They also hoped to gather the power of everyone to save the Marquis. Hey, isn't this Count Gremory? Earl Gremory was listening to the Viscount's report when suddenly, a voice sounded. He turned his head and saw a man in black gorgeous clothes walking towards him, followed by an old man with a white beard. Count Monkey. Count Gremory frowned. Earl Monkey and he are basically under the Marquis, but they are at odds. Both want to win the support of the Marquis, but they have always been evenly matched. Hey, it seems that you are also here to help. Count Monkey glanced at the two behind Count Gremory and laughed. Humph, it's up to you. Earl Gremory was not polite and cast a glance at him. Hey, then you're doomed to lose this time. Earl Monkey smiled, then invited the old man behind him out, and said, This is Dr. Rob. You may not have heard his name, but he used to be the chief physician in the palace. Many doctors are now his students. I see that the two doctors you bring are so young, they may not be able to solve it. This is showing off. The corner of Earl Gremory's mouth twitched. His business was far from this direction. Finding these two was the result of his hard work for several days. Teacher. What caught him off guard even more happened. As Dr. Rob came out, two doctors behind him came out and saluted the old man. Both of them turned out to be Rob's former students. Ha 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 ha. Even Earl Monkey didn't expect this scene and laughed out loud. The Marquis's poison is very complicated, and it's not something you can handle. Rob is already very old, but his tone is still full of confidence. Teacher, we were invited by Earl Gremory. The two of them didn't expect to meet their former teacher here, but they still stood by the Earl. Yet. Rob nodded without saying anything. He has too many students, and these two are just above average. Tisk tisk, Count Gremory, it seems that you have no chance this time. Count Monkey patted Count Gremory on the shoulder, and then left. Count Gremory took a few deep breaths, and told himself that this was the home of the Marquis, and force could not be used. Damn, he was so angry that he still had no way to refute. Squeak. At the same time, the door connected to the living room suddenly opened, and several doctors happened to come out of it. Earl Gremory looked over, and through the door, he could see a room behind the door. There was a big bed in the room, and Marquis Elena was lying on the bed, surrounded by several immediate family members. No. The doctor who came out walked to an Earl and shook his head. They were brought by the Earl to help, but there seemed to be no progress. Is there anyone else who can do it? At this time, another person came out from the door. Alex looked at the large group of nobles and people in the monastery in front of him, and sighed. There are so many, but who is useful? Advertisement. Let's try again. At this time, the old woman headed by the monastery stood up, followed by several people behind her. Okay. Alex knew that these abbeys had been researching for a few days, hoping they could help. People from the abbey entered the room, and Alex ordered the door to be closed. Others wait. Half an hour later. The people from the monastery came out again, looking frustrated. Anyone else want to try? Alex's tone became even deeper. Let me do it. Earl Monkey raised his hand. This is the former chief physician of the royal palace, Dr. Rob. He introduced to Alex. Hello, Dr. Rob. Alex's eyes lit up, and he invited the doctor and the Earl inside, and the door closed again. After an hour. The door opened, Dr. Rob walked out frowning, followed by Monkey, silent, obviously unable to find a way. Not at all. The poison on the Marquis's body is at least 10 kinds of mixed poisons. It has penetrated into the internal organs. There is no way. Rob shook his head and said. Ah, can't even Dr. Rob solve it. Rob is like a big name in the doctor circle, and many doctors know him. I can't. Rob didn't deny it, he just said he couldn't. But as soon as this remark came out, it was like a bolt from the blue to other doctors. Rob was the former chief physician of the royal palace. He even said no. It seems that the Marquis is really hopeless. For a while, the room was full of groans. Is there anyone else who wants to try? Alex was also a little desperate at this time, and it was his biological father lying inside. Oh, by the way, Count Gremory, do you want to try? At this time, Earl Monkey not far away suddenly spoke up, as if he wanted to vent his failure. Ahem, forget it, So many people have failed, and the Marquis has been given an ultimatum by Rob, and Earl Gremory is about to give up. Try it. Suddenly, Alex said with sad eyes. For him, try, there is still a little hope, he is like a drowning man who is unwilling to let go of the seaweed in the sea. Count Gremory looked at the sad Alex in front of him, remembered the potion Eli gave him, hesitated, and agreed, okay. Let me try. Come here. Anyway, he's not alone. Chapter 38 The Awakened Marquis. Chapter 38 The Awakened Marquis. Let's go. Alex didn't care about the etiquette of the nobles at this time, and turned around and walked inside. Count Gremory glanced at the two doctors behind him, and then the three walked into the room together, and the door closed again. Cough cough cough. Upon entering the room, the pungent herbal smell comes from Marquis Irene on the bed. Advertisement. The Marquis was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, his hair was brown, and his face was wrinkled by the years, but even so, he could feel a faint majesty. But at this time the Marquis's situation looked very bad. The blue veins on the arms were blue-purple, even the lips were dark black, and the bed was surrounded by the family members of the Marquis. Some were crying at the foot of the bed sadly, some stood aside, watching everything, and some had an unconcealable excitement on their faces, which made Gremory wonder if he would be like this when he died. On the other side, the two doctors brought by Earl Gremory had gone up to check. They gently opened the Marquis' eyelids, and they could see that the Marquis's eyes were lifeless, and then the two discussed it, and then began to try to treat it. Half an hour. Earl Gremory watched as the two of them busied themselves, including experimenting with the Earl's blood samples, but none of them worked. Alex, witnessing all this, closed his eyes. He had seen the same procedure many times, but it didn't work at all. He suddenly felt that this should not go on like this. Instead of continuing to make the Marquis suffer like this, it is better to let him die with dignity. Forget it. In the quiet room, Alex spoke. The two doctors stopped and looked at each other helplessly. After testing, the poison in the Marquis' body was very tenacious and could not be removed. It would be fine if the Marquis was a knight, but unfortunately he is just an ordinary person. I'm sorry, Lord Earl. The two walked towards Earl Gremory, bowing their heads. I'll see you off. Alex mourned. Earl Gremory was hesitant. He reached into his pocket, as if hesitating to take out the bottle of potion, because he didn't know if it would really work. I still have a bottle of potion here. I got it by accident last year. It may be able to detoxify. Earl Gremory finally took out the potion. Alex looked at the blue-purple liquid in the potion bottle held by the Earl, and fell silent. The others also looked at the potion with weird faces. How could this potion really detoxify? Advertisement. Try it. Earl Gremory also knew that this was really outrageous, but he still said this sentence in a strange way. Okay, try. Alex nodded after hesitating. One last time, just the last time. Two doctors took blood samples. At this time, the blood was abnormally black. The Earl opened the potion and lowered it a little. Tick. With just one drop, the blue-purple potion entered the red-black blood. Sudden change. The blood actually started to turn red, and a layer of black substance appeared on the blood. My God! Alex's eyes widened. Others also showed expressions of disbelief. Alex took a few steps forward, took the blood, and placed it in front of his eyes. It was a healthy red color, which made him feel a little trembling all over his body. Quick, give it to father. Of course, it is impossible to take it so hastily. The medicine was tested and confirmed to be harmless to the human body before it was taken by the Marquis. Everyone stared at the Marquis, as if they wanted to see some changes. Puff. A mouthful of dark black blood slowly flowed out from the Marquis's mouth, and the Marquis' body began to tremble, first his fingers, then his limbs, and as the blood flowed out, the Marquis actually slowly opened his eyes. Everyone witnessed this and dared not speak out. When the Marquis made a sound, Alex was the first to cheer. Meanwhile, outside the room, Earl Monkey was chatting with several other earls. Let me tell you, the Marquis probably won't make it through, we have to be prepared. Indeed, neither the monastery nor Dr. Rob can do anything about it. It seems hopeless. An earl nodded. Teacher, let's go, said the elegant young man behind the woman in the monastery. The woman headed by the monastery nodded. Advertisement. Following their failure this time, they had completely lost hope of being able to save the Marquis. After discussing it, they were also preparing to leave. But when they hadn't walked out the door, suddenly, there was a loud noise behind them. The door of the Marquis opened, and a person ran out, shouting, "The Marquis is awake! The Marquis is awake!" Everyone was stunned. The noisy conference room suddenly fell into silence. After a few seconds, it returned to normal. Earl Monkey stood still, as if he couldn't believe this fact. How is this possible? How could Earl Gremory solve such a terrible and poisonous problem? And Rob, who was confident before, also frowned, and expressed his doubts in life. Are my two students so good? The monastery also stopped, wanting to know specific news. How can such a complicated poison be cured? I really don't know how to deal with the relationship between each toxicity. All of a sudden, the whole room, everyone, from the count to every doctor, had their own thoughts and questions. No one knows whether the Marquis is really well, and how well. The next day, Eli got the news that Marquis Elena has recovered. It seems that the purple iris has fallen. Eli smiled, and continued with the experiment. For the next half-month, King's Landing was full of turmoil. The news of the Marquis waking up had a greater impact than Eli imagined. Such a violent poison could not be natural. After the Marquis's thunderous search, it turned out that it was an Earl's family who got poisoned, and they secretly adulterated the Marquis food. It is highly toxic. This matter had a great impact. Not only was an Earl's family directly expelled, but also, why would an Earl have the guts to poison the Marquis? And considering that the Elena family is still the family that controls the important iron mines of the Empire, the truth behind this makes people feel scalp full just thinking about it. This also makes Eli more thankful that he was not directly involved in this matter. He is just an ordinary librarian. And during this period of time, the Earl did not find Eli to talk about the purple iris, and Eli was not in a hurry. The Earl sent him a letter telling him that he would look for him when the turmoil came. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. Count Gremory did come, but instead of the purple irises Eli wanted, he brought another message. Marquis Elena wants to see him. Chapter 39 Talking. Chapter 39 Talking. Sitting in the carriage heading to Elena's family, Eli looked at Count Gremory with a resentful expression. Earl Gremory was also a little embarrassed. After all, he had promised Eli at the beginning, so he could only apologize. This matter is indeed my fault, but don't worry, I only told the Marquis, and the Marquis has asked so, and I have nothing to do. Count Gremory spread his hands. Don't worry, you are safe. Advertisement. Thanks to you saving the Marquis, capturing the Earl, and reporting to the King, the Earl's family was directly eliminated, and I heard that it was related to bigger things, and I don't know how many people were arrested. No kidding, this time period should be the safest time in the city of Imperial King's Landing. A small bottle of potion caused the death of an unknown number of people, and the failure of an unknown number of people's plans. Don't worry, in order to protect you, the meeting with the Marquis this time is also a secret, and the benefits will definitely be indispensable, so don't worry. Eli nodded, and didn't say anything else. After all, things had already happened, and the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. The only disadvantage was that he was exposed. However, this also reminds Eli that in the future, when he reaches enough level, he must learn some curse or spiritual witchcraft to ensure that his identity will not be revealed. Gremory was very chatty along the way, and it was obvious that he was very happy. After asking, it turned out that it was because of the potion that Earl Gremory became the most respected Earl under the Marquis. He received strong support from the Marquis, and the power of the family expanded again. As for Earl Monkey, he was temporarily refrigerated. I'm afraid Earl Monkey would never have imagined that he had made so many preparations, but was unexpectedly defeated by Earl Gremory. What was even more sad was that Earl Gremory announced that the Marquis was healed by 2 pharmacists, which made Luo Mr. Uncle became depressed all of a sudden, and announced that he would never do anything again. As for the monastery, it was heard that many poison-related courses had been added, and the students burst into tears. Poor medical student. The carriage was fast, but it didn't follow the previous path, but entered through the back door. Eli and the others were guided all the way, and finally Eli met Marquis Elena in a room. At this time, Marquis Elena's condition is much better, but the white hair on her head has increased a lot, but fortunately, she looks very energetic and her eyes are bright. It is hard to imagine that a month ago, the Marquis almost died of poisoning. Master Marquis, I brought you here, so I will leave first. After delivering Eli, Gremory turned and left the room, leaving the two of them a private space. Advertisement. Eli wasn't worried either. After all, he was only a few meters away from the Marquis. If something happened, the distance would be enough for him to kill or kidnap the Marquis. But that possibility is less than 1 in 1,000. After all, no one would lose a Marquis for him. He is just an ordinary librarian. The Marquis looked at Eli with a smile. Maybe he never thought that in just a few seconds, Eli had even figured out how to hijack him and escape. Ahem, this time I'm going to line up Earl Gremory for 2 things, one is about the potion I drank, and the other is the reward for you. Marquis Elena said. It really is medicine? Eli was a little helpless, it seemed that the Marquis was very interested in potions. I want to ask, do you remember the person you bought the potion from? Can you describe it to me? Earl Elena looked at Eli enthusiastically. Don't ask about medicines, ask about people, what's the point? But I just made up that person. That man, wearing a black robe, with bright eyes, looks very old, with a lot of wrinkles on his face. Eli started to make up things seriously. The Marquis listened seriously, nodding his head repeatedly. Eli also didn't understand why the Marquis would be so interested in a person. Master Marquis, it's convenient to ask why you are so interested in that person. After describing a popular face, Eli asked with a puzzled expression. Marquis Elena shook her head, hesitated and said, I suspect that the bottle of potion you bought is not simple. This is a real secret, but you saved me, so I can tell you about it. Do you know when the empire was established? Of course, the empire should have been established 300 years ago. Eli nodded, so he is naturally very clear about these things. Then do you know the name of the first king of the empire? Marquis Elena asked again. The name of the first king, Merlin the name is. Suddenly, Eli discovered that he didn't know the name of the king at all, and he didn't know the name of the king in his memory at all. It is not recorded at all. I don't know. Marquis Irene smiled, as if he was happy to stump Eli, a scholar. Eli nodded, judging from the Marquis words, he felt that what he was going to hear next might be a big secret. Then you know. Eli asked back. The Marquis tone faltered, he stroked his beard, smiled awkwardly, and said, I don't know either. Okay, then you spent half a day playing charades here. The Marquis might also feel awkward, and continued, however, I'm sure that this king came from another place, and it's not simple. He established such a large country in just 10 years, and as far as I know, every one of his subordinates is extremely loyal, which is simply outrageous. It may have been said a lot. The Earl picked up a glass of water from the side, took 2 sips, and Eli sat quietly opposite. He wanted to know what the Marquis wanted to say. Advertisement. And he faintly felt that it might have something to do with him. Well, what's more, after the establishment of the country, the king did not expand outwards, but stopped, but did not develop. He just kept sending people to various places, as if searching for something. What are you looking for? Eli's eyes moved, and he remembered the title page in Saline Meditlin's notebook. The last sentence on it was, not sure if I've found it or not. Moreover, after removing 2 characters from Saline Meditlin's surname, it happened to be Merlin. Combined with the king's story, it was hard not to remind him of it. Of course, this is not the subject. The reason why I am so interested in that person is because I have seen your bottle of potion before. It was rewarded by the king when I was a child. At that time, the king was Mei Lin Yi, that's why I'm curious about that person. Elena spoke calmly, as if she was nostalgic for the past. But what he didn't know was that there was already a storm in Eli's heart. The basic antidote was a real extraordinary potion, and it was impossible to concoct it without magic power. Doesn't this mean that Mei Lin Yi was a wizard? Or could it be that Saline Meditlin is actually Merlin Yi? Founding a nation, just looking for one thing? Eli felt as if he had discovered something big. However, Eli still has a question in his mind. If Saline Meditlin is really Mei Lin Yi, then where did he come from, or in fact, there should be a way to reach the wizard's territory. These are questions for Eli. But there's no rush, you can collect these things slowly. Eli shook his head, even if he knew what to do, he still took his time. These are just his guesses. It's really amazing. I always feel that apart from knights, there should be other powers in the world. It may be outside this area, outside the endless sea, and outside the surrounding countries. Marquis Elena shook, shaking his head, he sighed. I have seen some monsters, their strength is incomparable even to the big knights. I was thinking, maybe there are more powerful ones, maybe the man in the black robe is that kind of person. It's a pity that I will never see them in my life. Marquis Irene let out a long sigh and fell into melancholy. Eli was sure that the Marquis really didn't know the existence of wizards. It seems that there should be no wizards in the kingdom at present. Forget it, let's talk about your reward for saving me. After a few minutes of melancholy, Marquis Elena looked at Eli seriously. Eli also sat up straight. Instead of worrying about the information that is missing or even uncertain, it is better to care about the rewards that the Marquis gave him. Chapter 40 Rewards. Chapter 40 Rewards. Tell me, what do you want? As long as I can satisfy you, I will satisfy you. Marquis Irene looked at Eli and said generously. For a family that is in charge of many iron mines in the empire, the financial resources of the Elena family are no joke, at least they are among the best among the marquises, and belong to the real top dignitaries of the empire. The idea of Marquis Elena is also very simple. Eli saved his life, so he will naturally try his best to meet Eli's needs. This is the rule of nobles. He just paid some useless money, but Eli paid a bottle of precious potion. Advertisement. He also wanted to see what conditions this young man could propose. Is it the title of nobility, the massive quintals, or the manor? Lord Marquis, I should have told Count Gremory about my needs. I just need purple irises. Eli looked calm and replied. Just purple irises. Marquis Elena frowned, showing a surprised expression. He said that he could let Eli agree, but Eli only asked for purple irises? He naturally also knew Eli's needs from Count Gremory, but he never expected that after he offered such a luxurious condition, Eli actually only wanted purple irises. For a moment, this made him a little astonished. Are you sure you only want purple irises? Money, manners, these are all fine, even noble titles, I can help you find a way. Seemingly uncertain, Marquis Elena asked again. Well, just purple irises. Eli nodded. As long as you have enough money, you can go to the casino to get some money. He doesn't need manors, villas, etc. After all, after decades or even 100 years, he will definitely have to change his identity and place of residence. It would be a waste to buy them. He prefers to rent, and if it is too big, he will definitely need servants, that is good for some of his usual experiments. Even a title, with the title, there will inevitably be more social interactions and troubles, which he finds a bit boring. Alright then. Marquis Elena nodded helplessly, this was the first time he tried to send something but couldn't. But it also made him look up to the young man in front of him even more. I like you very much. Marquis Elena looked at Eli appreciatively, but purple irises are not enough, how about this, I will let you go to my warehouse curry to choose 3 items, anything is fine. Advertisement. It seems that there are too few, Marquis Elena added. This time, before Eli had time to speak, Marquis Elena stretched out her hand and said, you can't refuse this, this is a gift from a marquis. Okay then, thank you sir. Eli nodded. The warehouse in this world is not really just a warehouse. Most nobles store their precious items in curry, and the warehouse of a marquis naturally has more and more precious things in it. Maybe Eli can find some good things from it. It's okay, this is what you deserve, this is for you. Seeing Eli accept, Earl Irene smiled, then suddenly reached out to his chest, took off his aristocratic badge, and handed it to Eli. This is the friendship of the Elena family. If you have any needs in the future, with this badge, the Elena family will try their best to help you. Okay, thank you Lord Marquis. Eli took the badge. He couldn't refuse this. Firstly, this thing might be really useful in the future, and secondly, it represented the friendship of a marquis family, he couldn't say no, it would be too disrespectful to the marquis. Well, that's the end of today's conversation. If you need help, you can contact me through Earl Gremory, or go directly to the territory of the Elena family with the badge, ahem. It seems that the marquis body is still intact. Not too good, he coughed twice after he finished speaking. After coughing, he pulled the rope beside him. There was a bell ringing outside the door. Another small door in the room opened after a few seconds, and several doctors walked in, and then took care of the marquis. At the same time, a middle-aged man in a black suit also came in. The marquis waved him over and seemed to say something, then the man walked over and said to Eli, Mr. Eli, let me take you to the warehouse bar. Yeah. Eli nodded and stood up. Glancing at the marquis surrounded by doctors, he turned and followed. Soon, the middle-aged man took Eli to turn left and right here, and soon came to the warehouse. This is a warehouse built on the hillside, with a thick iron gate separating the inside from the outside, and outside there are 2 knights standing guard at any time, and it is very close to the castle, if something happens, there will be a lot of people immediately knight aid. This is warehouse number 1, which is the treasure of Lord Marquis. The middle-aged man took Eli and approached the warehouse. Number 1, are there any other warehouses? Standing behind the man, Eli asked. Of course, Lord Earl has 3 warehouses here, and the value decreases in order. Usually, Lord Marquis rewards warehouse number 3. Although I don't know what you have done, Lord Marquis must like you very much. The middle-aged man is actually the Marquis. The housekeeper looked at Eli with a smile and said. That's it. Eli nodded, expressing his understanding. Advertisement. Marquis is still very powerful. Then you go in. The middle-aged man then negotiated with the guarding soldiers, and then some badges, and then 2 knights slowly opened the door. Cough cough. As soon as the door was opened, a burst of smoke and dust flew up, and Eli looked inside. The area inside is very large, basically in the shape of a cuboid, with shelves on both sides, and various things are placed on it. Although he just glanced at it, Eli still found a lot of good things. The warehouse is huge, you can choose slowly. The butler patted Eli on the shoulder, indicating that he can go in. Eli nodded and walked in. Entering the warehouse, Eli began to look along the warehouse. It has to be said that this is indeed the collection of the Marquis, and there are many things of high value. For example, Eli saw a piece of sapphire. The purity and appearance are top-notch. It is estimated that just such a piece of sapphire can be sold for 100 quintals. Of course, Eli estimates that this should also be one of the things with relatively high value in this warehouse of curry. I don't know what's going on in warehouse No. 3. Eli brushed a piece of valuable armor with emotion. This is the tail feather of the Warcraft Sunbird. Is this an ore that the Empire produces very little? Oh, is this spiritual wood? The warehouse is very large, and Eli saw it one by one as if he had never seen the world. Although most of them were mundane items, it really allowed him to find a lot of things he could use. While walking, Eli suddenly stopped and stood in front of a shelf. On the shelf was a black object that looked like a ball. This seems to be the slough of the variety beast, right? Eli's eyes lit up. The next chapter will be a little later, and must be published before 9 o'clock. Chapter 41 The End. Chapter 41 The End. The slough of the variety beast. It is recorded in Salin's notes that it is an item left over from the natural growth of a creature called variety beast. Although this kind of monster is not very strong, it is difficult to catch because of its own strong concealment and deformation ability. The same is true for its remnant, which has the same extraordinary characteristics. This might be just what Eli needs. Advertisement. Ever since he learned that the first king might be a wizard from Saline Meditlan, Eli felt that he needed to improve his hidden abilities. After all, he didn't want his identity as a wizard to be accidentally exposed one day. This thing is related to him. Having finalized the first item in his mind, he continued to move towards the depths of the warehouse, picking out the marquee treasures one by one. Ignoring the unspiritual items, Eli's eyes were burning, searching for what he might need. But the final result made Eli a little disappointed. Except for the slough, there was almost nothing else that Eli could look up to. This is normal, after all, the Burn Empire is just a kingdom of knights, and there are indeed relatively few wizards. He could only pick 2 that were barely passable. Eventually, Eli walked out of the warehouse with 3 items. They are the slough of the variety beast, a material that can be used with the slough, and the spiritual wood that I saw at first. The first 2 he intends to combine with other materials to create an invisible witchcraft, and the third is a staff in the form of a staff. And when Eli came out, he also explained to the butler what he took away, but the butler just remembered it and didn't say anything. After all, it wasn't his stuff either. Well, Earl Gremory is already waiting for you on the other side, take you to find him. The butler said politely. Okay. Eli nodded and followed the butler. Within a few hundred meters, Eli saw a carriage from a distance. It was the carriage that Count Gremory had brought him before. Count Gremory was standing beside him, and beside him was another whom Eli hadn't seen for a long time. People. Hey, Eli? Are you here? Alex was chatting with Earl Gremory when he saw his butler walking with Eli, and immediately showed a surprised expression. I came with the Count. Eli didn't expect to run into Alex, and replied a little surprised. Well, he was indeed brought by me. Earl Gremory said with a smile. Alex was immediately confused. Advertisement. He just happened to come to the family manor today. He was walking on the road when he ran into Earl Gremory, who saved his father's life. Naturally, he couldn't pretend he didn't see it, so he took the initiative to talk and thank him. But when he asked about the Earl's purpose, the Earl just laughed and said that he came to find the Marquis, but he didn't ask the specifics for a long time. Now he met Eli again, which made him a little confused. In his impression, Eli is a student of Bachelor Lemon. He is very good at dancing and seems to be very good at taming horses. He has a good impression of Eli, but why did he appear in their family territory? I can't figure it out at all. Since Eli is here, let's go first. Earl Gremory said to the confused Alex, and stepped into the carriage first. Goodbye. Eli also smiled with Alex, and then got into the carriage. Then the driver whipped his whip, and the carriage drove away along the road. Alex stood there without moving, as if he was thinking about the cause and effect of this. Butler, do you know what Count Gremory and Eli do? Alex asked. Master, I don't know either. If you want to know, I think you can ask the master. The butler reminded with a characteristic politeness on his face. Ask your father? Alex felt that this shouldn't be a big deal, but if he didn't figure it out, he would definitely not be able to sleep at night, so he turned and walked towards the castle. After a while, he came to the castle, where Eli chatted with the Marquis before. Father. In the room, Alex saw his father. What are you doing here? Marquis Elena asked suspiciously. At this time, he had just undergone the treatment just now and seemed to be much better. Father, I want to ask you something. Alex didn't hide, and directly asked the doubt just now. Alex waited for his father's answer, but it seemed that the Marquis didn't answer him. Instead he stood up from his chair and walked to the window. Son, you are the helm of the future family. Logically speaking, I shouldn't say it, but I think you should have the ability to think independently. Marquis Elena looked at Alex and said meaningfully. Alex frowned, seemingly not quite understanding. Let me tell you, it was Eli I met just now, not Count Gremory. Marquis Elena sighed, and then said. Alex was really shocked this time, and subconsciously prepared to ask, but Marquis Elena did wave his hand, motioning him to leave. I've said a lot, you can think for yourself. Alex had no choice but to leave. Advertisement. Walking on the castle promenade, Alex frowned, thinking about his father's words. To meet Eli? I found Count Gremory again, what time? As he walked, Alex's eyes suddenly lit up, and his mouth gradually opened. He seemed to understand why he wanted to meet Eli, but it was a bit too surprising. Outrageous. Alex took a few deep breaths before regaining his composure. Fortunately, he also thanked Count Gremory for a long time. No wonder he always smiled when he heard it. It turned out that it was not Count Gremory who saved people, but that Eli. He gets it. My silly son. On the other side, Marquis Elena could see Eli's carriage going away through the window, and then sighed deeply. His son, in fact, is already excellent in all aspects, but he is still a little bit worse, balanced but not outstanding, and does not have the ability to think independently. Thinking of Eli who was chatting with him just now, he suddenly felt a sense of gap, and sighed. It seems that Alex must be sent to the mine for a while to exercise. Poor Alex, he didn't know that his question had caused him a lot of work. The other side. After the carriage sent Eli, he left with Earl Gremory. Eli looked at his house in front of him with mixed feelings. This time he gained a lot. Not only those few items, but more importantly, I learned from Marquis Elena that it meant Saline Metatlan. This wizard may be the first king of the Burn Empire. According to wizards, rights should be worthless to Saline Metatlan, who is at least a third-class apprentice, or even a formal wizard, but he established this country. Just looking for something? Eli also became a little interested in the thing in his mouth. But there is no other information for the time being, and he has no clues. Eli intends to put this matter aside until he is promoted to a second-class apprentice. And the matter of the purple iris was settled, his potion could continue, and he needed to refine the things he got from the Count into witchcraft. I'm going to be busy in the future, but fortunately, it's all my own business. Shaking his head, Eli walked into the house. Chapter 42 Faceless Mask and Staff. Chapter 42 Faceless Mask and Staff. A month later. In the lab. Eli stared intently at the lab table in front of him. On the experimental table, in a container as thick as a bucket, there is a black sphere floating. The surface of the sphere is pitted and looks like there are many small holes. It is the remnant of Variety Beast. Advertisement. The next step is to add the grinding liquid of the scorpion. Eli looked at the container calmly, and took out another bottle of reagent from the side. The reagent was a strange blue-purple liquid, and he poured it directly into the container. Grunt. Grunt. The liquid flowed into the container, and did not spread in the water, but surrounded the sphere inside, and began to slowly melt into the sphere. Like the melting of the first snow, the purple gradually wrapped the black sphere, and then the sphere began to crack, and finally melted slowly. Half an hour later, there was only a layer of black matter floating on the surface of the liquid in the container. This is the liquid relic. Eli waved his right hand, his mental power moved slightly, and the translucent elemental hand appeared, and then gently dragged out the layer of liquid. The materials have been prepared, and the next step is refining. The hand of the element dragged the material, and Eli looked aside. On the ground next to Eli, a miniature alchemy circle had been carved with the material, layered on top of each other, presenting a complex and graceful feeling. Put the material into the alchemy circle, and the spiritual power will be stimulated. Eli stared at the alchemy circle. Under the intervention of spiritual power, a prototype of a black mask gradually appeared. At the same time, other materials were also thrown into it by Eli to fuse with the mask. Extraordinary characteristics are fused and stimulated. Half an hour later, the alchemy circle disappeared. A black and white mask slowly appeared. His left side is black, and his right side is white. It is oval in shape and has an extremely smooth surface. There are only 2 holes where the eyes are. The last characterizing rune is missing. Looking at the mask, Eli showed a satisfied smile. He took the mask and began to engrave various runes on the mask. And this moment is 2 hours. When everything was over, Eli looked at the mask carved with runes in front of him, and he was really relieved. Advertisement. The refining of witchcraft was a smooth success. Let's call it the Mask of the Faceless. Feeling the silky texture of the mask, Eli named his first witchcraft. According to the division of wizards, this should be a 0-level middle-level wizard weapon. 0 level represents the extraordinary level, which corresponds to the wizard apprenticeship stage, and intermediate level is the item level. Wizard tools are divided into 3 levels, low level, intermediate, and high level. This is also a witchcraft that Eli tailor-made for himself. There are only 2 effects, namely concealment and change. Wearing a mask, you can change your appearance at will, and hide your soul fluctuations and mental strength. The former is convenient for Eli to change in the future as he grows older, and to do some things, while the latter is convenient for Eli to hide himself better. It's much more convenient now. Eli took the mask and put it on his face. Immediately, the black and white mask seemed to melt, and Eli thought of He-Man's face casually in his mind. After a few seconds, his face had completely changed into He-Man's appearance. They were exactly the same. I am afraid that even if Herman saw it, he might just shout God and then fall into a coma. Maybe we need a place to try it out. Eli smiled, and he wanted to go out to test whether this transformation ability works or not. That day, under the night, all the casinos were once again visited by Harry Potter. All the gamblers said that the man was back, and the casino was bleeding. Because of what happened to Harry Potter, all casinos have already upgraded their casino management to detection, just to beware of Harry Potter. But this time, Harry Potter seemed even weirder, like a devil. There is no trace at all. For a while, some casinos even doubted whether Harry Potter was a person. A ghost story of King's Landing City is slowly being born. Of course, when the casino panicked. Eli has already returned home. After one night of his verification, this ability to change is really useful, not only the face, as long as he wants, the shape of the body can also change. Coupled with the wizard's ability, he made a lot of money. But for Eli, money has gradually become less important than it was at the beginning, and as time goes by, money may become less and less useful. And with the completion of the witchcraft, his appearance can also be changed at any time, so there is no need to worry about seeing flaws from this aspect. Advertisement. There is still a cane next, and the experiment of mental potion can also continue. Just yesterday, the latest batch of purple irises in the Lock Manor had matured, and the Marquis sent someone to deliver them to him directly, and told him when he needed to talk. Another month later, in the same laboratory, Eli withdrew his mental power and looked at the staff in front of him with satisfaction. This is a staff made of spiritual wood, the shape is like a cane, the whole body is black, giving people a gentleman's feeling, but Eli has carved some stable magic circles on it, making the cane as strong as steel. Can be used as a melee weapon at critical moments. Of course, the melee ability is just an auxiliary, and its main function is to help Eli cast spells faster and increase the strength of some witchcraft. This is a low-level zero-ring magic wand, which can increase the power of zero-ring witchcraft by 20%, which is not a small increase. One more task has been completed, and the most important thing to do next is the potion experiment. Eli sighed. Of course, in this month he has been experimenting with potions, but he is very unlucky, because of the problem of proportion, he will always encounter various problems. For example, it will damage the mental power, cause physical distortion, hallucinations, etc. In short, it has been failing, and with the success of the wand, Eli finally has time to devote himself to potions. But not today, he has to go to work today. After tidying up the laboratory briefly, Eli walked out of the laboratory. He changed his clothes, took his cane, and simply tidied up his clothes in front of the mirror, admiring his unchanging and handsome face, and then walked out of the house. As soon as he walked out of the house, Eli could clearly feel a blast of cold air. Snapped. A snowflake fell. Eli raised his head, the sky was covered with dark clouds at some point, and little snowflakes were falling down. Winter is here. Eli shook his head. This winter, many people will freeze to death. And if Eli remembered correctly, after the winter passed, the scholar certification every 4 years would also begin, which was what Maester Lemon said 4 years ago about becoming a scholar. But that's a small problem, just take a look at it when the time comes. Being an academic has never been a problem for Eli. Chapter 43 War. War. Chapter 43 War. War. Winters in the Empire are cold. This year seems to be colder than usual due to the cold wave. But it's no different for Eli, it's just a continuous 2-point line between the Imperial Library and home. Experiments have continued, but have always failed. Advertisement. Of course, during this process, Eli did not give up meditation, because this is the foundation of his life, and the witchcraft has not fallen in the slightest, and he continues to learn new witchcraft. He would occasionally go to the casino to have a little fun after get off work, but it would not be like before, just to play purely and try not to cheat. If you lose, you go home, if you win, you go to Luying Lane not far away. However, due to the characteristics of wizards, they also win more and lose less. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months have passed. Eli has received a bit of news. The scholar test has been postponed. In Maester Lyman's office, Eli was a little surprised. Yes, it may be because of the cold winter that it is not easy for scholars from other places to come, so the plan is postponed to summer. You don't need to be too nervous, just relax. Bachelor Lemon comforted. Eli nodded. Becoming a scholar is only part of his plan, but it's okay if it's delayed, and it's not a big deal anyway. He used to be greedy for a salary increase, but now he has long looked down on the salary of the library. Here, it's just trying to be safe. Well, the half-year delay will also make you more confident, so you should prepare well. Bachelor Lemon looked at Eli appreciatively. He's getting old and it's hard to get on the rise. But these students of his still have a bright future. After the Earl's incident last time, he also appreciates Eli more, and Eli never arrives late or leaves early, which makes him very appreciative. Self-discipline is also a good quality. Well, teacher, I will prepare well. Eli nodded and left the room. On the way downstairs, he looked at the frost outside the window. I have an inexplicable feeling that the scholar test may not be able to be held next summer, and may have to be postponed. But this time the reality did not go according to Eli's expectations. Scholar testing has not been postponed. May be cancelled. Advertisement. Because, the war is coming. Imperial Calendar 310. With winter coming to an end. An earth-shattering event happened in the Empire. The Duke of Frostwolf in the north rebelled, and united with the northern grasslands, preparing to betray the Empire and establish a new country. Everything seems to be coming true just like the rumors in previous winters. For a time, the Empire was in turmoil. Although there is no news from the king, everyone knows that the storm has begun to blow. Sure enough, 2 days later. As King Burn VI issued a call-up order, he summoned the lords under his command to prepare to launch a war with Duke Frostwolf, and he had to go to the battlefield in person. This surprised everyone. Another half-month. Eli met the supreme ruler of the Empire for the first time. Burn VI. Saw it on Vermilion Bird Street leading out of town. This is an old man, wearing silver armor, standing upright in front of the chariot. His beard is a little white, but the aura exuding from his body is the most powerful Eli has ever seen. He was sure that it was the peak of the great knight. On both sides of the king were knights on horseback, each of whom was at least a high-ranking knight, and behind them were long infantry, dressed in black racks, like a long dragon. Could this be the descendant of Saleen Meditlan? Eli looked at the old man, but unfortunately he didn't have a portrait of Saleen Meditlan, otherwise maybe he could really confirm it. The war is about to start, should I eat mashed potatoes or goose breast tonight? Standing in the crowd, Eli looked at it for a while and then left. Fighting, as long as it doesn't hit King's Landing, has nothing to do with him. The only pity is that this year's scholar test may actually be cancelled. Time flies, and a month has passed. The king's marching speed was much faster than Eli had imagined. In just half a month, he had arrived at the territory of Duke Frostwolf, followed by a large number of other lords. And their opponent is the union of the Duke of Frostwolf and the Grassland. Advertisement. The war has begun. A month later. The war is over. The war ended much faster than Eli imagined. At first, he thought that since the Duke of Frostwolf dared to assassinate the king, or even rebel, he must be prepared, but he didn't expect to lose so badly in the battle. However, the Duke of Frostwolf cannot be blamed for this. It is said that the king was so brave that he actually directly led an army, then went deep into Frostwolf Castle, and pulled the Frostwolf Duke out of bed. No one expected this, after all, the king was already 70 years old. The war started hastily and ended even more hastily. On the day of the king's triumph, Eli also came to visit. He mixed with the crowd and saw the king again. He was riding on a pitch-black warhorse with the blood of a monster. His appearance hadn't changed much from before, but Eli saw that the king's mental strength was not as strong as before. Or in general burning. It is estimated that it will live for a few years. Just close to 3 or 4 months. So many things happened, but it had a great impact on many people. With the death of a duke, a large area was blank again, and a large area of nobles began to swallow like wolves. But the king did not entrust them, but entrusted them to his second son, or His Royal Highness the Second Prince, who was also entrusted with the title of Grand Duke. As for the eldest prince, the prince whom Eli had only heard of but never met, Eli reckoned that he was already preparing to inherit the throne. Originally, it shouldn't be a problem to live 30 or 40 years in the king's previous state, but now it is estimated that it will last 7 or 8 years at most, which makes the eldest prince who is almost 40 years old an unexpected surprise. Of course, for Eli, these may affect him layer by layer, but the impact is very limited. After all, the library is not only independent of the empire, but he is just a librarian. If even he can be greatly affected, he feels that the country should be almost gone. Not to mention the scholar test, it was cancelled directly, and the next time it will be held is also 4 years later. For this matter, Maester Lemon also talked to Eli specifically, as if telling him not to be too anxious and let him continue to work hard. Eli really doesn't care, isn't it just 4 years? He has plenty of time. And he's in a good mood recently. As time goes by, Eli's potion experiments are getting more and more perfect, and he can feel that the day when he can configure a low-grade potion is getting closer. Everything is getting better and better. Chapter 44 Winter is coming, potions that damage vitality. Chapter 44 Winter is coming, potions that damage vitality. The war is over, but its effects continue to simmer. The first ones to be affected were the nobles of the empire. Because of this incident, King Bane VI began to set up a special agency to investigate a large number of nobles, and among these nobles, there were indeed a small number of problems, especially those around them. Spy of several countries. As for the results of these nobles, it goes without saying that they all died miserably. Of course it was more than that, he also started to clean up all aspects of the empire. The economy, politics, and military were the top priorities, drastic reforms and tough methods. For a while, people panicked. Advertisement. The affected people privately said that the king must be crazy, but only Eli knew that this should be the king making final preparations for the prince to succeed the king. Change takes time, Eli reckons it will take years. During this process, Eli was rarely affected, but the people around him were greatly affected. Due to economic reforms, Roland's Chamber of Commerce has grown up by relying on this wind from the palace. The strength of the Chamber of Commerce has begun to expand, and the scope of business has also begun to expand, showing a feeling of prosperity. And because the king took back part of the iron mines, the power of the Elena family has shrunk a bit. Of course, there must be an exchange of interests. Eli doesn't know, and he doesn't know much. Herman's father seemed to be involved as well, and was imprisoned. Then the eldest son inherited the title of nobility, and the other heirs divided up the family property and left Herman with a house located in the suburb of King's Landing. The sudden accident made Herman completely lose hope of inheriting the title, but this made Bachelor Lemon very happy, because he felt that it would allow Herman to concentrate on his studies. But the reality tells Maester Lyman that character is hard to change. Herman, you made a mistake again. Fortunately, the scholar test has been cancelled. If you pass by accident, it will simply lower the overall level of the scholar. Can't you be more serious? The study room was filled with the angry voice of Bachelor Lemon. Eli was helping to analyze the materials, while Herman stood aside and accepted the care from Lemon. It's just that Herman just stood quietly this time, with his head bowed. Sorry. A low, convulsive voice sounded, and Lei Meng, who was scolding Zheng Huan, froze for a moment. It's okay, did something happen? Maester Lemon knew Herman's character, so something must have happened. I received the news this morning that my father died in prison. Herman said sadly, tears falling drop by drop on the ground. Maester Lyman also fell silent for a while. Eli also looked over at the side, no wonder Herman is always in a trance today. Advertisement. Well, it's okay. Actually, what you made today is pretty good. Bachelor Lemon was stunned for a few seconds before saying. Eli, you take him out to play and have a rest. He said to Eli who was beside him. Yeah. Eli stood up and took Herman out. Eli, do you think I am stupid? Why am I always so bad at doing things like this? Walking down the long corridor, Herman looked at Eli with tears streaming down his face. Of course not. Maester Lemon scolds you because he thinks you still have hope for improvement. If he really ignores you, then it really means that you are useless. Eli comforted. Although Herman is his senior, his age is similar to Eli's, both are 20 years old this year. Maybe. Herman shook his head. My father is also dead. I will move to live in that house in the future, and I will work hard in the future. Suddenly, Herman raised his head, wiped away his tears, and smiled. That's great. Eli smiled and said, it's rare to have leisure today, so how about it, I'll take you to have a good time. Okay, where are we going? Herman bared his teeth and replied. Let's go play in Moon Lane and Luying Lane. I haven't been. Have you been? How could I have been there? I gave up my life to accompany the knight today. If it didn't make you happy, how could I go to that kind of place? Eli shook his head and said. Thank you. Herman smiled. Time for fun always flies by. Herman only remembers that he was led by Eli, eating, drinking and having fun. The process was very pleasant, which made him feel as if he had ascended to the clouds. It was his happiest day. But when he came home, he also had a faint doubt. Why do all the girls in Luying Lane seem to know Eli? Moreover, Eli is too familiar, as if he has come home. Herman recovered well and worked harder the next day, making fewer mistakes. This made Maester Lemon overjoyed. The only uncomfortable thing was that no one seemed to scold him recently, which made him feel a little aggrieved. Of course, this mission was still undertaken by Herman, so Maester Lemon raised Herman's standard, so the happy days came back, but Herman was still being scolded. As a result, the teachers and students returned to the once peaceful life again. Advertisement. Eli is also getting closer and closer to successfully configuring the potion. It should be done within a year. But 3 months later, in the middle of the experiment, he seemed to have encountered a little accident. 3 months later. The 1111th experiment, the materials are purple iris flower, ghost head mushroom, the specific ratio is 6:1. At the experimental table, Eli carefully wrote down the experimental data this time, and then picked up the prepared potion. Walking towards the corner of the laboratory, a huge transparent box is placed here. At this time, there are many small white mice jumping around, looking very active. In vivo experiment. Take out a small white mouse at random. Eli moved him to another box and swallowed a few milliliters of the reconstituted solution. The mouse drank the liquid, and there was no change in the past 10 meters. Eli waited patiently, knowing that it would take some time for the potion to take effect. Another minute. The mouse finally changed. I saw that his fur began to dry quickly, and his body didn't seem to gradually become thinner. His nails fell off a little bit, his teeth loosened, and he seemed to be about to die. But to Eli's surprise, the mouse's black eyes became brighter and brighter, like a ray of light, which is a sign of increased mental power. Failed. Eli shook his head. Undoubtedly, it failed again this time. He took out the little mice and threw them aside. There were already a few dead ones there, and he would clean them up after the experiment. No, it seems that this time the body is burned to improve the spiritual power. Eli shook his head and prepared for the next experiment. Wait a minute, what is burning is the body, but what is essentially burning is the vitality. This is actually the burning of life and the promotion of spiritual power. Suddenly, in the laboratory, Eli's movements froze. The experiment failed, but it didn't seem like a total failure. Chapter 45 Promotion to Second Class Apprentice. Chapter 45 Promotion to Second Class Apprentice. Burn vitality and enhance spiritual power. It was as if a bolt of lightning hit Eli's brain, making him sober all of a sudden. No way. Eli turned his head and looked not far away, where the withered mouse was still lying in the rat pile. When he was still a little and a half away from the potion, his potion seemed to have changed a little. Advertisement. Eli is an immortal. Of course, he has done some experiments on himself this year. The clearest perception is that he is immortal. His most direct expression is that his vitality will not be consumed. If the potion in front of him really only consumes vitality, it can increase mental strength. Then he can directly declare that the experiment was a direct success. Grunt. Eli took a deep breath, and then immediately reconfigured the potion. Today may be a sleepless night. 3 days later. In the lab. It's really a success, it's a success. Eli held a bottle of newly prepared solution in his hand, showing an excited expression. After experimenting, he finally successfully verified the effect of the potion. It actually consumes vitality to increase spiritual power, and he found that the most important of them is the purple iris flower. The more you add, the more spiritual power can be improved. Eli even verified a specific amount that could raise the potion to a level comparable to the original. I'm a genius. Eli smiled. Probably just didn't think of this route, and Eli never thought of it. But today, he unexpectedly created such a potion that suits him inexplicably. But he can't be blamed for this. Saline Meditlin's notes are all serious potions. How could it be possible to record the potions that consume the vitality of the apprentice stage and improve the spiritual power? That is simply harmful. Today is the right path. Eli pursed his lips, feeling that a strange path had opened up. The next step is the experiment. As long as the experiment is successful, he can take it and start to improve his mental power. 3 months later. At home. Almost. After 3 months of verification, Eli has been able to confirm that the potion has no other disadvantages except that it consumes vitality. Advertisement. Today is the day he takes it. His current mental strength is 6.3. After recording his own data, Eli took out the medicine and took it directly. The moment he took it, Eli felt something was passing away, and his spiritual power began to grow slowly. All this happened very quickly and slowly. If someone looks at Eli at this time, he can find that his state is very strange. For example, his hair is turning white a little bit, and wrinkles are gradually increasing on his face. Disappear. It wasn't until half an hour later that the change gradually disappeared. Eli checked again. Mental power has become 6.5. It was directly increased by 0.2 at one time, which is not much, but this time Eli used only the normal version for safety reasons, and did not use the luxurious Krypton booster version. If this range is really followed, he may be promoted to a second-class apprentice in 1.5 years. However, considering the problem of drug resistance and the production cycle, this time will be a little longer, and 2 years should be about the same. Eli fell into thinking. For the next 2 years, please don't ask him to do anything. The passage of time has always been fast and slow for Eli. The slow one is this process, and the fast one is when he reaches the next time point and looks back at the past. When Eli felt this way again, he realized that 2 years had passed. And he was finally about to become a second-class apprentice. On this day, Eli specially asked for leave. In the basement, Eli felt his own state, with a mental power of 9.99, and on his right hand, there was a bottle of Kryptonian No. 1 potion that he had just made, which was the name he named the potion. After all, although it originated from the dark blue potion, in the end it had nothing to do with the dark blue potion, and because of its vitality-consuming effect, he named it Krypton No. 1 potion. Advanced. Eli directly opened the potion and took it in one gulp. The familiar feeling made Eli feel sour again, but the improvement of mental strength also made him happy. Soon, the mental strength broke through 10 points, and finally stopped at 10.1. There were no surprises and no bottlenecks. Nonsense, if there is still a bottleneck in being promoted to a second-class apprentice, then Eli's talent is not described as garbage, it can be directly called a garbage dump. Advertisement. It feels good. After absorbing the potion, Eli felt the changes in himself. As he was promoted to a second-class apprentice, the elements he could feel increased a lot, and his ability to communicate with elements and elements in his body was also greatly enhanced. Of course, this is only the main change, and more elements will make Eli's body stronger. Of course, it will take a little time, but just like this, Eli can already feel that he is stronger. As for how strong it is, it needs to be tested to know. Immediately, after a brief tidying up, Eli went straight to the secret valley outside the venue. In the valley, Eli concentrated his mental power and began to draw the mental power rune. In just an instant, a huge fireball appeared in front of Eli's eyes. The fireball was twice the size of the first-class apprentice, and it was obvious that the temperature was much hotter, and the power contained in it was much stronger. Freed. The fireball instantly hit the stone wall not far away. Boom. A huge roar sounded, and the fireball exploded on the stone wall not far away, and the flame spread instantly, and the power of the explosion directly smashed a big hole in the stone wall, and the gravel flew towards the surroundings like rain. A wind wall appeared to block these. In the wind wall, Eli smiled. This is at least twice as powerful as when he was a first-class apprentice. Coupled with other abilities, his combat power soars directly, and the staff can also increase part of his strength. Now my strength, the big knight doesn't know, but the big knight and below should be abusers. Although he has never fought against the knight, Eli has his own judgment. After testing the fireball technique, Eli tested other witchcraft and left directly after getting the specific data. On the way to leave, Eli saw that there seemed to be many more people than usual in the nearby woods. What happened? Eli asked a walking man. We heard voices from this side just now, so we came over to have a look. The man was a little surprised when he was called suddenly, but he still replied. Oh. Eli nodded and left. He should have put a soundproof array on the valley. The sound of the fireball explosion just now was indeed a bit loud. Of course, he doesn't need to worry about anything. Although there is no sound insulation, the concealment there is enough, and there are other concealment methods, even advanced cavaliers don't want to find anything either. There were many people heading in that direction, and Eli even saw a group of knights in King's Landing, but they just glanced at Eli and ignored them. Just an ordinary person. Chapter 46 Herman's Love. Chapter 46 Herman's Love. Going back against the flow of people, Eli soon came to the gate of the city. At this time, the gate of the city seemed to have become vigilant because of the explosion. The soldiers who had been guarding the city put down their check bars and had to go through inspections before they could enter. Eli didn't plan to do anything, and lined up along the flow of people. Mr. Eli. When Eli arrived, a familiar soldier greeted Eli. Advertisement. Yet. Eli nodded, some soldiers even knew him due to frequent outings, and he might even help out a little. After a brief search, Eli went through the city gate. After Eli left, another soldier next to the previous soldier asked curiously, "Do you know the gentleman just now?" "Yes, Mr. Eli, he is a scholar, he often goes out, and he is always very polite, even if he treats homeless people, he is a respectable gentleman, and he helped me choose my son's name." The soldier replied with a smile. "Wow! My wife is about to give birth too. If I can meet this gentleman again, then I will ask about it." Another soldier exclaimed and looked forward to it. They are just soldiers at the lowest level in King's Landing City. People with status don't even bother to talk to or even chat with them, let alone ask scholars to help them come up with a name. Of course, it's very rare to see a gentleman like Mr. Eli who doesn't distinguish between rich and poor. The soldier smiled and said proudly. "Come on, can you guys hurry up, a bunch of shit." Suddenly, beside the city wall, a man who seemed to be an aristocrat directly jumped in line, dissatisfied. The soldier immediately put away the previous expression, and said humbly, "My lord, I'm really sorry." The soldier explained humbly, and the noble looked at it proudly, just like a painting. Eli didn't see the picture of the soldier apologizing. Even if he saw it, he would ignore it, because this is the current status of the empire, and it cannot be changed. Eli returned to the city. Instead of going home, he returned directly to the library to start today's work. Everything seems to be back to the past. The promotion to the second-class apprentice seems to have no substantive changes for Eli. Advertisement. Of course, Eli knows that this is an illusion, because as he advances, he can do more things, many things are more free, and his ability to survive in danger has also greatly increased. But change is change. For him, he will still maintain the previous rhythm of life. He hoped this life could last for a long, long time. A quiet life is always fast. In the blink of an eye, another year and a half have passed. 313 years of the Banyan calendar. This year, Eli was 24 years old, and it has been almost 7 years since he came to this world. In the past year, Eli has been familiar with the differences brought about by the promotion, and has also learned a lot of new witchcraft. He couldn't learn witchcraft before he started to learn other types. For example, witchcraft such as soul branding, confusion control and blunt speech, some witchcraft that he may need in the future. In addition, following the reforms of King Bane VI, the empire not only did not become stronger, but weakened a lot. This is because the king removed a large number of redundant parts and simplified the empire to a certain extent. This is conducive to the long-term development of the empire, but the strength of the empire has indeed weakened a lot in the short term, and many nobles have great opinions on the king. Of course, as mentioned before, these have little influence on Eli. His life has always been very peaceful, without any turbulence, but recently Herman's life seems to be a little turbulent. Since Herman's father died 2 years ago, Herman has also worked harder than before to learn all kinds of knowledge, but after a long time, it is inevitable that he will feel bored and even lonely. And Herman is also 24 years old. In this world, most people at this age are married and even have children. Herman seems to be aware of this. A few days ago, it seemed that I met a girl and fell in love quickly. Eli, you said that Windsor and I have known each other for about a month. What gift should I give her? In the library, Eli was working with Herman. He asked with some hesitation. Look at it and give it away. Eli replied, putting a book back on the shelf. Well, she told me that she likes perfume very much, and her favorite is the tulip perfume from the Tulip Chamber of Commerce, but that bottle costs 3 quintals, which is really expensive, but if she likes it, I will buy it for him. As if thinking of something sweet, Herman said firmly. Advertisement. Yet. Eli responded later. In fact, it's not that he doesn't want to love Herman, the main reason is that this kid has been describing his sweet love in Eli's ear every day since half a month ago. That girl named Windsor was so beautiful, so gentle, and so kind to him. At first he was a little interested to hear about it, but after half a month, he only felt a headache. Eli, you can lend me some money. Suddenly, Herman turned his head and said. Eli turned his head and looked over. Compared with 3 years ago, Herman at this time is obviously more mature, and he also has an extra gold-rimmed glasses. It seems that he has matured a lot without jumping out of the past. Of course, Eli is similar. At this time, his appearance also looks a lot more mature, but that is because he has changed through the mask of the faceless man. In fact, his real face is still the same as when he was 18 years old. Borrow money. Eli frowned, wondering. If he remembered correctly, even though Herman's father died, in addition to dividing up the family property, he actually had some money. Although the distribution to Herman was not much, there were always 20 or 30 quintals. In the past 3 years, Herman didn't spend much. He usually studied and worked in the library. Even if he went to relax occasionally, he often treated guests. It shouldn't cost much, so why did he still need to borrow money? Yes, Eli, I know you have money, you can lend me some, and I promise to pay you back. He-Man stretched out his right hand and promised. Where's the money your father left you? It's all gone. Eli asked rhetorically. Yes. Herman nodded. What's going on, where did your money go? Eli's eyes became serious. With Herman's spending power, and he didn't buy any real estate, how could he spend so much in 3 years? Eli's sudden question seemed to catch Herman off guard, and he hesitated to answer. If you don't tell me, I won't be able to lend you money today, or you can go to the teacher to borrow money, as long as you are not afraid of being broken by the teacher. Eli said. Well, I'll tell you, don't tell others. As if thinking of the perfume worth 3 quintals, Herman hesitated and told his story. Eli listened. It's just that his expression became more and more strange as He-Man narrated. When Herman finished speaking, Eli looked at Herman, the corner of his mouth twitching. What a sweet love story. Chapter 47 She Loves Me. Chapter 47 She Loves Me. Herman's love story started a month ago. A month ago. After a busy day at work, he seemed to feel a little bored, so he went to the bar alone to drink a little wine, and it was there that he met his daughter of destiny Windsor. In Herman's description, Windsor is a beautiful girl with long maroon hair, a slender and graceful body, likes to wear sexy clothes, and her eyes are always full of love for Herman. Advertisement. Of course, the last one is Herman's own feeling. The two met in a tavern, and they hit it off right away. That night, Herman experienced a sweet night, and the two promised good years in the future. For the next month, Herman and that girl would meet every few days, and Herman would always generously bring Windsor for all kinds of consumption. From this process, He-Man also gradually learned the identity of the girl. According to Windsor, she came from a neighboring country. Because of the war between the lords, they fled their hometown. Because of an accident, she was separated from her big brother and family, and then the two came here wandering all the way. Then he met Herman, a man worthy of his entrustment. His money was spent at this stage. Eli, maybe this is love. After finishing speaking, Herman looked at Eli with a sweet face and said, "Are you sure she really loves you?" Eli asked with a strange face. Why did he smell a strong routine in this story? Meeting true love in a bar, beautiful woman, love at first sight, promise for life, escape background. Tut tut tut. If it wasn't for the embarrassment, Eli felt that he would applaud. What a wonderful love story. What a wonderful love story. 20 or 30 hintels were consumed in a month. According to the purchasing power of this world, it can be said that Herman spent almost $1 million a month, and it was spent on less than 10 dates. This is a pure and innocent species. I think you may have encountered a liar. Eli said directly, he thought it's better to remind Herman as soon as possible. Liar? How is it possible? Hearing Eli's words, Herman jumped up and bluffed, "We are true love, how could a girl as beautiful as Windsor lie to me? You haven't experienced it before, I'm sure, this is true love, beautiful love, Eli, although you are my best friend, I don't allow you to slander Windsor like this, he is a good girl." Herman angrily, he said quickly. Don't, just calm down first." Eli didn't expect Herman's reaction to be so strong. But it's reasonable to think about it. This kid, at the age of 24, has never been in a relationship. Humph. Herman dressed roughly, and then said, "If she didn't really love me, why would she spend time playing with me? How could she say honey to me if she didn't really love me? If she didn't really love me, why would she go to the concert with me?" Eli blinked, and after doing these things, does he have to be in true love with you? Herman, you kid is too naive. Okay, I'll lend you the money, but I have one request. Knowing that he couldn't persuade him, Eli said. Well, tell me. Herman replied. Advertisement. I can lend you the money, but since you are already planning to live together in the future, I think I, as your junior and teacher, should meet anyway. Eli said helplessly. As He-Man's junior, Eli felt that it was necessary for him to care about the senior. If it's really a fraud, it's better to prepare in advance. Although Herman's money is gone, you must know that Herman's father left a house for He-Man, which is worth close to 100 quintals. But Windsor said that she doesn't want to see other people until she develops to a certain level. Herman was a little confused. If she is really so determined to be with you, wouldn't it be a matter of time before she sees us? Is there anything to worry about? I think the teacher will be very happy too. Eli asked rhetorically. Seemingly moved by Eli, Herman nodded and said, Okay, I'll ask. Yes. Eli nodded, then took out a money bag from his pocket, and threw 3 ginters to Herman. Thanks, Eli. After receiving the money, Herman finally smiled and said, Eli, don't worry, I will definitely discuss this with Windsor. And don't be surprised all the time, I'm very smart, how could I be deceived, not to mention that Windsor is so gentle. Go, work hard. Seeing that Herman still had the urge to continue talking, Eli left directly. After get off work in the afternoon, Eli did not leave directly, but went to the second floor, planning to talk to the teacher about the problem at this time. Clap clap. Eli knocked on the door. Come in. A voice came from inside the door. Eli walked in, and Maester Lyman was still working at this point. Eli, what's the matter? You usually don't see each other after work. Why did you take the initiative to find me today? Compared with the changes of Eli and Herman, the changes of Bachelor Lemon are not so big, only his face there are obviously more wrinkles and a lot of grey hair on the head. Teacher, it's like this, Herman. Eli said it directly. After listening, Maester Lyman also put down his pen, and his face became serious. Sure enough, the teacher also felt that something was wrong. Seeing Maester Lemon's reaction, Eli nodded, so he is an old man, and he still has some experience. You're right, this matter is indeed not quite right. Bachelor Lemon stood up. Teacher, you also feel that Herman was cheated? Eli said directly, but before he finished speaking, he heard Lemon say, it's really not right, if Windsor is really so beautiful, maybe you might like Herman? Something is wrong, very wrong. Eli. CO author, you think so? Teacher, I mean, is it possible that this Windsor is a liar? Eli said speechlessly. Liar. Clement frowned, as if he hadn't thought about it. That's right. I made an appointment with them. We'll talk about it later. After all, Herman is a bit stupid. It's better to make sure. Eli added. It makes sense. I actually thought so just now. Clement nodded and said in agreement. Well, that's it, it's good to see each other when the time comes. Okay, then teacher, I'll leave first. Eli left directly. For Herman, he worked overtime for more than 10 minutes. Advertisement. Such a good student, where can I find him? Meanwhile, Cask Bar. In a single room. Windsor, I think our development is almost done. I want to arrange for you to meet with my teacher and junior, and we can chat together. He-Man sat by the bed, holding a woman's hand. The woman has maroon hair, and she is wearing light clothes at this time, very sexy. She is nestled in He-Man's arms at this time, like a delicate bird. But when she heard He-Man's words, she was obviously taken aback, seemed to think for a while, and then said coquettishly, okay, as long as you like it, I can do it. Hey, Windsor, you are the best. Feeling the softness of Windsor's body, Herman couldn't help but smile innocently, hugging Windsor, seemed to be ready to do something. Don't be like this, I'm a little uncomfortable today. Sensing Herman's intention, Windsor let go of Herman's hand quietly and said. That's fine. Herman was also taken aback, but nodded. Today I want to take a good rest, you go first, or it will be too late. Windsor then said coquettishly. Okay, oh, yes, this is the perfume you want. Herman stood up, and then took out the perfume that he bought in advance from the side. Wow, I love you the most. Seeing the perfume, Windsor's eyes lit up, and she gave Herman a big hug. Hey, I should do it, then I'll go first. Herman said with a smile. After the hug, Herman left alone. As soon as Herman left, the smile on Windsor's face also disappeared. She walked to the wall and tapped on the wooden wall. A few seconds later, the door opened and a man walked in. He is tall and strong, even if he is only wearing a long coat with long sleeves, he can feel the explosive muscles under his clothes. As soon as she saw the man coming in, Windsor walked over immediately, hugged the man's arm, and said. David, this idiot has already entered the set. As long as he sells the certificate of his house, we can leave here, but there is one more thing, that is, his teacher wants to see me. Well, this is normal. If you act better then, there should be no problem. Don't worry, even if something happens, my senior knight's strength will be enough to solve everything. The man named David said, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Windsor appraised David's chest, and said charmingly, oh, by the way, you are my big brother now, I shouldn't call you by your name. Then big brother, why don't you take good care of your sister? Windsor raised her head, looked at David and said. No respond. But an arm had already picked up Windsor and walked towards the bed. Meanwhile, outside the tavern. Herman glanced at the tavern behind him, and left contentedly. I was also worried that it would be too late for him to go home. Windsor really loved her. Pain. Chapter 48 Warning. Chapter 48 Warning. 3 days later. Eli and Maester Lemon met the Miss Windsor at a restaurant in the Empire. Hi, I'm Eli, Herman's junior, and this is my teacher, Bachelor Lemon. In a luxurious private room, Eli stretched out his hand towards the lady. Advertisement. Hello, I'm Windsor. Windsor shook hands with Eli gently. Today, she is wearing a pale pink dress with long maroon hair and a better face, making her look even more beautiful. I'm Herman's teacher, Maester Lemon. Maester Lemon also nodded towards Windsor, and he also felt that something was wrong. Can such a beautiful girl really fall in love with He-Man? Everyone, sit down. Herman laughed and laughed, it was obvious that he was very happy. Everyone takes their seats. The waiter began to serve the dishes, and Maester Lemon asked about Windsor's situation. Windsor also answered very seriously. It can be seen that she is still prepared. It is still a bit difficult to tell the truth from this. Therefore, Eli chooses another, more direct way. While a few people were chatting, spots like star spots appeared in Eli's eyes, and in the darkness, Eli's vision gradually changed. All kinds of pheromones are everywhere in the air, like stars. This is the Eye of Zero Ring witchcraft information, which can observe some things that are invisible to the naked eye, mainly based on pheromones. He looked towards the three of them. Herman's body was very clean, except for a little pink substance, all kinds of dust, the smell of horses, and the air were all mixed together, which was a normal situation. As for the pink, it should be from Windsor. Maester Lyman was in the same situation as Herman. But when Eli turned his head to look at Windsor, he was stunned. At this time, Windsor's body was filled with various other human pheromones besides her own pheromones, Herman's pheromones, a small amount of Eli and Bachelor Lemon's, and there were dozens of them by visual inspection. There are still 7 or 8 pheromones left in the body, which means it is self-evident. Because the pheromone in Eli's mouth is not a conventional pheromone, but more accurately refers to the breath of witchcraft, or similar characteristics, which can generally be retained in the human body for about 3 months to half a year. This shows that within 6 months, Windsor had relationships with at least 7 or 8 people. And judging from the latest pheromones, there has been the same pheromone every day for the past few days. But if Eli remembered correctly, Herman lived in the library for these 3 days. Grunt. Eli guessed right, there is no bullshit love, it's just the temptation of money. Advertisement. At this moment, Maester Lemon and Windsor were chatting well, and they seemed to be very harmonious. This woman named Windsor still has some tricks, otherwise it would be impossible to captivate He-Man's fans. However, Maester Lyman asked ordinary questions and couldn't answer them, so Eli decided it was time to take the initiative. Cough cough. Suddenly, Eli coughed twice, and several people looked at him. It's like this. As for me, I have always been yearning for exotic customs. I have also learned a lot. I heard that Miss Windsor is from another country. Can I ask a question? Eli said with a smile on his face. Lemon? When did you yearn for exotic customs? I don't know why. Of course. Windsor replied with a smile, she did not refuse this question at all. But after a few minutes, the smile on her face gradually froze, and tiny beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. How confident I was just now, how panicked I am now. At the beginning, Eli asked questions about foreign countries, and she knew most of them, but for some reason, they suddenly chatted about their coming here and what they did here. But what they did to the Empire when they came here can't be told, it can only be made up. But Eli asked more and more questions, and the logic became more and more close. This made Windsor gradually not know how to answer, and felt that she had answered her fear of facing the teacher when she was a child. It's a pity that Rias is not here, otherwise she would definitely feel the feelings of Windsor deeply. Seeing that it was about to collapse, suddenly, Eli in front of him smiled and said, "That's all I want to ask, thank you Miss Windsor for helping me clarify my doubts." "It's okay." Windsor didn't seem to have thought why Eli stopped suddenly, but she still felt like a stone fell to the ground in her heart. God, it's finally over. Herman on the side was also wondering why Eli asked a bunch of seemingly irrelevant questions, but it should be for his own good, so he didn't stop him. In his heart, besides his mother, Eli should be the person he has the best relationship with, and he is willing to believe that Eli will not do bad things to him. Only this time, he thought it was Eli who made a mistake. After Eli's chat, the normal chat continued, but occasionally Eli would interject a few words, and Windsor answered cautiously every time. After chatting, Eli and others left first. "Eli, I just said that Windsor is a good girl," Herman said to Eli on the way. Eli just glanced at him calmly. "My stupid senior. Oh, by the way, I forgot something, I'll go back and get it," Eli said suddenly as if he remembered something. "All right." Herman and Maester Lemon nodded, watching Eli return. Horrible. Advertisement. At this time, in the original box, watching several people leave, Windsor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and panted. In fact, she has experienced similar meetings many times, and it was the same situation in the past. He and David have been traveling between different countries and cities. Windsor relies on his beauty to attract the interest of some people, and then commits deception, while David guarantees this process. Of course, they generally don't choose people with real status, so they will be very difficult to deal with. They usually choose people who have some money but no power. This time, he met Herman. Originally, they just wanted to make a small profit, but after hearing that Herman still had a house worth nearly 100 quintals, the two immediately decided to do it. That's why these things happened, otherwise they should have left these few days. After all, they had earned more than a dozen quintals from Herman, which was their normal gain, but this time they wanted more. But today's meeting really made her a little scared. Every time Eli asked, she felt as if she was being seen through. Fortunately, it's over. They shouldn't have seen the problem. Windsor took a deep breath and was about to leave. Suddenly, the door of the box opened again, and a person she didn't want to see walked in, Eli. "Sorry, I forgot something." Eli walked in politely. "Do you need me to help you find it?" Windsor didn't expect Eli to come back again, and her heart beat fast again. "It doesn't matter, I remember where it was put." This time Eli walked in directly, then walked to the table and picked up a copper towel from the table. Oh, it's here, I almost lost it. Windsor. I thought I forgot something, but it turned out to be a copper tower. Oh, by the way, Miss Windsor, there is one more thing I need to tell you. Eli said relaxedly while putting the copper tower back into the purse. What? Windsor was a little puzzled. You and Herman are not suitable, please leave him. Eli raised his head and looked at Windsor. Windsor's pupils dilated instantly, but she still replied, I don't understand your suggestion. Herman and I really love each other. Ah. Eli walked towards the door, and when passing by Windsor, he said coldly in a voice that only two people could hear. This is not a suggestion, it is a warning. If something happened to Herman, my work would increase a lot and I would be very unhappy. The cold voice entered Windsor's ears, making her feel a little chilly. Just when she was about to say something, she realized that Eli had left the room. After a few minutes of slowing down, she left the room. Chapter 49 Rolling. Chapter 49 Rolling. The other side. Because Herman and Maester Lyman had already left, Eli returned to the library alone. From the interrogation just now, coupled with the evidence left in his body, he was sure that Windsor was definitely a liar, a habitual criminal who cheated money. There is a reason for giving a warning instead of taking a direct shot. Advertisement. One is that this is inside King's Landing City, so it's a little inconvenient, and if someone dies, it's a bit cruel to treat Herman, and she must have accomplices, so it may be more troublesome at that time. The second is that her purpose is to ask for money. Even if something happens, He-Man will definitely be fine in a short time. It depends on whether she knows what's interesting. Eli shook his head. Windsor leaves by herself, that's the best case scenario. Of course, if she really doesn't want to leave, but does something irrational, Eli doesn't mind doing something. Along the way, Eli soon returned to the library. The second floor of the library. In the office, Eli saw the teacher, but not Herman. But seeing the speechless expression on Maester Lemon's face, he knew what happened. He-Man left, but he still thinks she has found true love. Maester Lemon said with a speechless expression on his face. Oh. Eli nodded. Eli was already sure, but Maester Lemon probably had his own ideas. After all, he was an old man, and Maester Lemon was about to turn 60, so he was naturally a person who saw a lot of troubles. Hey, the Imperial Police Station is closed today, and tomorrow I will go find someone myself. As a teacher, Lemon naturally wouldn't watch Herman enter the fire pit. As for the Imperial Police Department, it is an institution similar to the police station. Well, don't worry about this matter. If something really happened, there might be other people behind this Windsor. You can't handle it with your small body. Bachelor Lemon added. Yet. Eli nodded. Don't worry, we didn't provoke Windsor, they won't do anything for a while, there is still plenty of time. Bachelor Lemon comforted. That afternoon. There was an exclamation in Maester Lemon's office. What? Herman is missing. In the room, Maester Lemon looked at the library staff in surprise and said. It turned out that Lemon was still worried, so he sent someone to look for Herman in the afternoon, but after searching the house, he still couldn't find Herman and disappeared. Really, the Imperial Police Station is closed at this point, and they will definitely not dispatch personnel because of a person who is not sure whether he is missing. Lemon muttered. The fact is also that the gang of the Imperial Police Station, don't expect them to be dispatched at night for this kind of thing. No, I have to find someone. Bachelor Lemon seemed to realize something, and immediately walked towards the door. If we talk about people who care about Herman, Bachelor Lemon is definitely among the top few. But before he walked out, he turned his head to Eli who was raising his head not far away and said, Eli, you go back first, you go back and wait for news. Advertisement. Eli is here this evening, helping out with work. But he also looked weird at this time. A warning at noon, an action in the afternoon, this is too asterisk to look down on him. This speed couldn't be delivered by He-Man on his own initiative. Okay, teacher. But Eli still said to Lemon. Speaking of which, Lemon had already left the room, and Eli also left. Walking out of the gate, at the same time, he closed his eyes and sensed Windsor's position. When he went back in the morning, it wasn't really just a warning. In the same silent manner, he also left a mental imprint on Windsor, so that Eli could find her. At this time, she seemed to be in a house in the city. Faced with the fact that Windsor completely ignored Eli's warning, he was a little angry. In the city of King's Landing, west of the city. This is a slum area that is about to be abandoned. It is said that it is going to be demolished and rebuilt, so there are almost no people here at this time, and there are dilapidated houses everywhere. At this time, there were 3 people in a fairly complete yard. But at this time, 2 people were standing, and one person was unconscious and tied to a chair. David, is this really okay? I really don't feel right. Windsor said to David beside him with a tangled expression. After hearing Eli's warning today, she was really scared, so she went back to the tavern and informed David that she was going to leave. Although David was uncomfortable, he agreed to leave. But unexpectedly, when they were about to leave, Herman actually came. Maybe it was because of the viciousness, David actually proposed to tie Herman directly, asked where the house certificate was, then sold the house certificate to the black market, and then left. Don't hesitate, it's all done. As long as you torture him for a while, get the proof and kill this guy directly, and then leave after selling it. I've already contacted the black market. After all, David is the backbone, said. But, who would dare to ask for it? Windsor hesitated. Humph, who do you think is behind the black market? Aren't they all big shots? They don't care. David snorted coldly. Seeing that David was a little unhappy, Windsor didn't dare to speak. Don't worry, we have taken 7 or 8 shots, and none of them failed. A warning will scare you like this. Humph, that means he is not here. If he is here, I will kill him directly. David seems to like Windsor very much. Said comfortingly. Windsor nodded without hesitation. Oh? Who did you kill? Suddenly, in the quiet courtyard, a voice suddenly appeared. David and Windsor froze for a moment at the same time, then turned their heads to look. Not far away from the dilapidated gate, a man dressed in black and holding a cane walked in slowly. Eli. Windsor's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe how she saw this person. On the contrary, it was David, who looked at Eli who walked in cautiously, and his eyes wandered in other directions. It's a nice place. It's a good place to do bad things. Eli commented on the small courtyard as if he didn't see the two of them. Advertisement. How did you find it here? At some point, David had already picked up the knight's long sword that he carried in advance from the side, and looked at Eli with a serious face. Are you nervous? You don't need to be nervous, I'm alone. Seeing David's tense muscles, Eli smiled. David felt strange at this time. There was a tinge of weirdness in the chaos. He was still very nervous at first, but when he saw that Eli was really alone, his mood improved a little bit, but Eli's calmness made him feel very strange. Obviously an ordinary person, who gave you the courage to come here. David also knew that he had no other choice but to kill Eli today, so he wrote without hesitation or nonsense, his muscles tensed quickly, and the long sword was held tightly in his hand. In the next second, he shot suddenly. Stepping on the ground, the terrifying force directly made a small hole in the ground. He swung his long sword and slashed at Eli. He had used this kind of attack to cut off the heads of many enemies. Today is no exception. Go to hell. David had a grin on his face. But the next second he froze. Just when he was a few meters away from Eli, a wind wall suddenly appeared, blocking his long sword directly, and then he saw the man pick up his cane and glance at him. Then the head seemed to be hit hard, dizzy for an instant, and was directly thrown high into the sky by the wind wall. In the high altitude, he can't do anything at all, and he is also in a state of vertigo. But when he finally regained his clarity, he saw a wind blade kissing his neck lightly. Moment. Blood flew up all over the sky, and in a trance, David saw his body separate. Am I dead? David's vision gradually fell into darkness. With a bang, the two halves of the corpse fell to the ground. At this time, on the other side, Windsor was already frightened and dumbfounded, watching this scene dumbfounded. Is this the devil? Does this world still have such power? Could this be the power of the Great Knight? But is that the case with the Grand Knight? Fear instantly enveloped Windsor, and she collapsed directly to the ground. Forgive me. Seeing David's instant death, Windsor begged tremblingly. But Eli didn't seem to intend to answer, just a wind blade flew towards him. Blood spattered again. I gave you a chance, and there is often only one chance. Eli walked over slowly, looked at the corpse in front of him, and sighed. Chapter 50 10 months. Chapter 50 10 months. The dark courtyard. Eli stood on the clean ground between pools of blood, and his mood was slightly different. He didn't feel anything when he killed the man just now, but now he has a strange feeling, maybe the wizard's rationality is helping him. Eli didn't feel any discomfort. There is no pain, unnecessary emotions such as regret, and even the joy of leaving get off work early today seems to be stronger than this. Advertisement. Too sensible may not be a good thing. Eli sighed, and then began to touch the corpse. Just kidding, killing people and touching corpses, isn't that normal? In the end, Eli found more than 50 quintals in a book of night law on the two of them. Unexpectedly, the night law could be captured, and Eli was also surprised. It's not that he has any thoughts on the way of knights, but he just thinks that he can have a deeper understanding of knights through this book, and Eli is also very happy about this. After touching the corpse, Eli left directly. As for Herman, leave him here. It will definitely be a pleasant surprise when he wakes up. The next afternoon, people from the Imperial Police found Herman in this abandoned house. According to Herman, he woke up at noon, and then he saw that scene, and he was tied up again, so he almost wriggled out of there, and then he was discovered. No one knew what Herman was feeling that day. But that night, Herman also learned from the Imperial Police that Windsor and David were habitual offenders, which made him feel extremely ashamed. So, when I went to work on the fourth day, Herman said that he would take on more work in the future, which was a surprise to Eli. Herman's ability to endure is very strong, and he quickly got out of this matter. It is said that he met a nurse when he was still in the hospital, and the two seemed to see each other right. This time it was normal, just an ordinary girl. The two planned to get married a year later. Of course, this is something to do later. As for who killed Windsor and David, no one cared. At first, the people from the police station wanted to investigate, but they didn't have any clues, so they just gave up. Anyway, no one would care about the life and death of the two wandering habitual criminals. And Mr. Lemon, he went to a familiar nobleman for help that day, but he didn't see anyone, so he went to the Imperial Police Station the next day, ran around for a day, and found Herman there. As for Eli, didn't he go home and sleep? This matter has nothing to do with him. Advertisement. Herman's affairs came to an end. The empire on the other side suddenly became turbulent. I don't know where the news came from. The king's health was about to fail, and suddenly the entire King's Landing, or the entire kingdom, fell into disarray. The common people love the current king very much, and when he was the king, the empire has been developing well. No one knows what will happen in the future if he fails. Of course, compared to them, the surrounding countries are also very concerned about this matter. The most obvious thing is that there are many more people from other countries in King's Landing, and no one knows what purpose they arrived in King's Landing. Eli, on the other hand, commutes normally. He will take a bottle of Krypton Life No. 1 every once in a while, and his mental strength is also increasing, but he can obviously feel that his resistance to this medicine has become stronger and stronger, and it may not be long before it disappears. Use. As for the chivalry that he found from David before, he also carefully read it. It turns out that the promotion of the Great Knight really needs to incorporate elements, but there is no record of how they integrated. This should be a secret, and he didn't put too much effort into it. Half-year later, Eli received a message from his teacher. Possibly out of diplomatic considerations, the empire decided to visit neighboring countries to establish deeper ties. There will be a marquis of the empire leading the team, and then bring some knights, musicians, scholars, and the like to visit and communicate with each other to establish friendship between the two countries. As for who leads the team, who they bring, and where they go to visit, these are all imperial secrets. But Eli knows very well that this matter will not be delayed for too long. He estimated that this was the last paving way for the eldest prince before the king died. Of course, this matter has nothing to do with Eli and the others. First of all, it is impossible for the visiting group to take him an ordinary librarian directly. Even if he goes, he must go with his teacher. But with Bachelor Lemon's usual low profile, the possibility of being selected is almost impossible. Although this is just a diplomatic activity, it is a very good qualification for a bachelor. It is estimated that there will be many famous bachelors, even great bachelors. It's really not that Eli looked down on the teacher. If he is a librarian who dawdles every day, then the current situation of Bachelor Lemon is that of a bachelor. Maybe he is old and knows that he cannot compete, so he simply does his own thing conscientiously. It can be said that Lemon is almost the most low-key bachelor among all the bachelors. Even if there are activities outside, I seldom participate unless it is mandatory. In this regard, Eli is also indifferent. That's fine too. Advertisement. At the same time, Royal Palace. In the palace, the pale-faced Burn Six sat on the throne, flanked by two guards, and underneath stood a man who also looked no younger than the king. Marquis Elena, you know that although the kingdom is doing well now, after my death, whether it is the rats in the empire or the jackals outside the empire, they will make some moves. At this time, we need more friends to help us. This time, I will send you to the kingdom of Lorraine to establish an alliance with them. Yes. Marquis Elena also raised her head and looked at the king. It is really embarrassing that this man who was once a great knight has become what he is now. Going directly into the enemy's camp and killing the Duke of Frostwolf was almost impossible, even for a great knight, but he managed it, which is simply unimaginable. Okay, then you can go first, the staff has been confirmed, but if you want to change, you can do it up to you. The king waved his hand, signaling Marquis Irene to leave. The two have known each other for many years and are already very familiar. Yes. Marquis Elena didn't talk nonsense, and left directly. After Marquis Elena left, King Bane Six stretched out his hand to signal the two guards to leave. After a while, another man walked in. He was wearing a loose academic robe, with white hair, black pupils and a strong body. Aisha, your time is running out. The man said. I know. The king, that is, Aisha coughed twice, and a mouthful of blood flowed out. The items left by the ancestors can only be used by relying on the stones left by the ancestors, and I have to consume my flesh and blood. It is really terrifying. Obviously, I am a great knight, but after using it, I can explode with a power far stronger than a knight. Said Burn 6 helplessly. If you don't have the power called spiritual power, but you want to use it, it's impossible, so you paid the price. The man glanced at the king, shook his head and said. Haha, yes. King Burn 6 smiled and asked, are you still looking for that kind of power? Of course, since Saleen came from outside, there must be a place called Wizard. I've been looking for it, but I just haven't found it. The man shook his head. Oh, don't find it, you were killed directly in the end. King Burn 6 said hee. If that's the case, I'll admit it too. The man shook his head and said. Also, your eldest son has been trying to get involved in the library recently, and I won't allow this to happen. Haha, yes, I will warn him, but after I die, I don't think the deterrence will last long. After all, he is the future king. A smile appeared on King Burn 6's pale face. It was never a secret that the king had a good relationship with the librarian. Well, then I'll go, you take care of yourself. The man took one last look at King Burn 6, and then left too. Finally, in the empty palace, only Bane 6 on the Iron Throne remained. Chapter 51 Parade List, Seeking Follow-up, Ticket. Chapter 51 Parade List, Seeking Follow-up, Ticket. The other side. Marquis Ellen returned home and lay on the sofa. Although he recovered from the poison a few years ago, he also had some minor problems, such as being more tired than before. Father, this is the list given by the king. At this time, a person came in from outside the door. Advertisement. Alex. He is also more mature than he was more than 3 years ago, he is much older than Eli, he is 26 years old, and he is already engaged to the daughter of another Marquis family. In fact, almost all the people Eli knew were engaged or even married. Kurt was married when he was 19 years old, before Eli came. Herman and Alex are also about to get married. Even Klein and Eli's, who had met once, are already married. Of course, Eli was not invited to their wedding, but Klein seems to have invited Eli, but he did not go. Speaking of which, Maester Lemon also told Eli many times, asking him to find a girl to marry, but Eli didn't seem to have that plan, and he was in a hurry. And Rias, this girl seems to be single at the moment, has left the library and returned to the Gremory family. It is said that she will leave King's Landing and go to the fief granted to her by the Earl. Oh, is it the list for the parade? Marquis Elena asked. Currently, Alex has taken over many of the family's properties, and he is working hard to train Alex to be an excellent heir for the rest of his time. Therefore, Alex is actually responsible for many things. Help out. Yes, the king sent someone to deliver it just now. Alex nodded, and then handed over a document to get it. Marquis Elena took the document, opened it, and took out a few sheets of paper, on which was written the list of trips. Nobles, Marquis Elena, Count Yvonne, Count Gremory. Knights, Grand Knight Hawthorne, Imperial Knight Academy, Grand Knight Leyden, Empire Royal Knights, Grand Knight, Knight Abaddon, Empire Knight Academy. Others, Robert, Imperial Monastery, Physician, Hella, Imperial Library, Bachelor. Just by visual inspection, there are dozens of main members. If these people also bring students, followers, and the like, there may be more. There are too many people. Marquis Elena shook her head. According to the current situation, the number of people may be several hundred by then. They are going for diplomacy, not for war. These people are all removed. He is also a screening officer, deleting some unnecessary personnel. Father, do you want to replace some people? The head of the Cross Chamber of Commerce wants to participate in this event, and he has paid a lot. This is, Alex said. Advertisement. Okay. Marquis Elena nodded and added one more person. Alex is the future at the helm, and he doesn't mind giving him some power and convenience. He knew very well that although it was diplomacy, the interests in it were too great. Among the characters he just deleted casually, it is estimated that there were countless things that paid a huge price to go up. How many people want to squeeze up? Oh, by the way, and this. As if suddenly remembering something, Marquis Elena picked up the pen and deleted Hella, Imperial Library, Bachelor. Father, Hella seems to be the youngest bachelor in the Empire at present. She is 26 years old. She has also put forward several constructive suggestions. She has extensive knowledge and a certain reputation. It is not easy to delete like this. Alex said aside. Hearing this, Marquis Elena cast a direct glance at him, and then said, we are going to diplomacy, the situation outside is complicated, she is too young, what we need is an experienced old scholar. Do you understand? Alex wanted to say something else, but suddenly remembered something, he was stunned for a while, and then said, understood. Then who do you think is the most suitable? Marquis Elena asked again. In terms of qualifications and the library, I think Bachelor Lemon is very suitable. This time, Alex said firmly. Well, what you said makes sense. Marquis Elena pretended to think for a while, and then agreed. In a few words, the two deleted a famous bachelor from the empire and replaced it with Bachelor Lemon. As for the reason, naturally needless to say. They are carrying private goods, so what? Anyway, the king has already given him the right, so how to do it is his business. As for who Hela is and what it has to do with him, it's just a bachelor who doesn't meet the needs. The chat between Marquis Elena and Alex Eli is naturally unknown. He continued as usual, and then prepared for the upcoming scholar test. 4 years, another 4 years, this time I must become a scholar. Eli walked on the road, tisk tisk. He doesn't really want to be a scholar, but if he can become a scholar, he will have 5 extra days of vacation every month, and his workload will be cut in half, and his salary will be raised. Advertisement. How could he refuse this? The test is naturally very reliable for Eli. It is estimated that he will be stable immediately after taking the test. There is no difficulty in the first place. It's Herman who's a little hesitant this time. Eli shook his head. Herman studied with his teacher a year earlier than Eli, and it is almost 9 years now. He is 25 years old like Eli, and the average age of becoming a scholar is actually 30 years old. This also knows that Hela became a bachelor at 26. Gold content. Now Eli remembered Maester Lyman saying he wanted to be a scholar in 4 years, and he learned later that he had said that to Herman, and he had said that to Turco as well. It's just plain chicken soup. Calm life. Eli sighed. In fact, his life is really ordinary, and the main body of his life is going to work and experimenting. The news that the Marquis had confirmed the list spread quickly. And with the reporting of the list, some people have already known the people on the list, and many people were heartbroken after seeing it, and they still didn't go up after spending money. At the same time, in a villa, a woman looked at the letter in her hand with surprise in her eyes. The woman is about 25 or 16 years old, with a good face. She is wearing a black bachelor's suit. Although it is loose, it is not difficult to see the uneven figure underneath. At this time, she was sitting in the living room, and the living room was full of all kinds of books, full of books, like a sea of books, and a woman sitting in it had a fusion of intellectual and sexy beauty. But at this moment, the beauty was frowning tightly. Because the letter that just arrived told her that she was squeezed out of this cruise, and she was still an unknown bachelor. Let me explain here that the Imperial Library is not the only industry of the library, and the bachelors who belong to the Imperial Library may not necessarily work in the library. They may be at home, as a vassal of the nobles, or even in the palace. Bachelor Lyman? Is there such a person? The newly promoted well-known bachelor of the Empire, Hela, frowned and asked questions. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. No, I have to go. Although Hela didn't care much about the quota, she had basically already made a default decision, but she was robbed of the quota. It was an unknown bachelor who snatched her quota, so how could she accept it? The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, her full chest rose and fell with her breathing. No, I'll go tomorrow morning. Hela glanced outside. At this time, a full moon was already high in the sky. At this point, even if it was the library, there should be no one there. Advertisement. The more you think about it, the more angry you get. Hyla took a deep breath. She wanted to see what kind of abilities this lemon was capable of. The full moon gradually sets and the sun gradually rises. The bright golden sun caressed the earth, and the cool morning breeze blew through every street in King's Landing, and the city began to come alive. Eli walked down the street, heading towards the library as usual. The homeless people on both sides are no longer the homeless people they used to be, and many shops on the street have been replaced. Some people on the road walked briskly, some took a leisurely walk, and some were worried about not being able to find work. The effect of Krypton number 1 is getting worse and worse. I need to redo my plan. Unfortunately, the content about potions left to me by Saline Meditlin is really scarce, and there are no other spiritual power potions. It seems that I can only rely on time is passing by slowly. Walking on the road, Eli thought nonchalantly. It is true that it is difficult to configure a complete potion Eli, but if Eli's conditions are simpler, for example, it may not be so difficult to configure a potion that consumes vitality and permanently improves mental power. But the only problem is that although Roland's Chamber of Commerce has developed a lot, it is basically limited to the Empire, and the materials are all materials that can be found in the Empire, and these materials are more or less researched by Eli, and there is no need for him. It's a pity that he doesn't have channels in other countries. Hey, Forget it, take one step at a time, the big deal is that time will wear it down slowly. Eli felt very relaxed. In fact, spiritual potions are not necessary for him. Although it's cool to increase mental power quickly, he actually cares more about the process. For wizards, spiritual power can be transformed into visible power, but in the final analysis, knowledge is the true source of a wizard's power. But knowledge does not come out of thin air, and the inheritance he has received is limited, so he can only use it as the basis of his notes to continue to extend and expand. One of the simplest ways is to keep doing various experiments and conduct various inquiries. For example, in the experiment of configuring Krypton 1, in addition to the unexpected success of the potion, what Eli learned and directly felt the changes in potion science, in his opinion, was more important than the success of the potion. So, be knowledgeable. Learning cannot be left behind for a moment, and experiments cannot be stopped for a long time. Advertisement. While thinking, Eli also came to the library soon. When he got to the library, Eli knew that something special happened today. Bachelor Lemon was called out early in the morning, while Herman went out to play with his fiancée. By the way, this guy was also engaged a while ago. Eli also met the girl at the time. She was average in appearance, but she looked very comfortable. Eli also observed it, she is a very clean girl. In the blink of an eye, that jumpy Herman was about to get married. It can only be said that time passed too quickly. Come on, today is a day of fishing. The teacher and seniors all ran away, and Eli decided to fish for a day today. Go straight to the second floor and open the door to the teacher's office. Then he went in, lay down on the recliner beside him, and began to think about the problems he encountered in the experiments these days. The other side. Yuliang's exquisite carriage stopped at the entrance of the library. A woman got off the carriage. She was wearing an elegant white dress with a slender waist and walked towards the library. The eyes of the people around her instantly focused on this beautiful lady. The only thing that made them regret was that the woman was still wearing a black gauze hat, which blocked her face. This must be a beautiful lady. Everyone was amazed. Hella was already used to this situation, and walked towards the library. Beautiful lady, please come in. The guard at the door greeted Hela when he saw her approaching. Do you know where Bachelor Lemon is? Hela hadn't been to the library since a long time ago, and she didn't know what happened to Bachelor Lemon. As if being asked by Hela, the guard only felt extremely happy at this time, and stammered, Beautiful lady, the office of Bachelor Lemon is on the second floor, the one closest to the right side of the corridor. Okay, thank you. Hela said politely, then walked straight into the library. Probably due to good looks. There was no one to stop her along the way, so she went straight up to the second floor and arrived at the room the guard said. Boom boom boom. Hela knocked on the door lightly. Advertisement. Hearing the knock on the door, Eli, who was lying down, stood up all of a sudden. Did the teacher come back so quickly? Eli was a little surprised. The mental power swept out, and the image of Hela outside the door was reflected in Eli's consciousness. It's a woman, and she's beautiful, I don't know her. Come in. Eli didn't know who it was, but he still felt that please come in first. Hela, who was outside the door, heard the voice, and gently opened the door, and walked in slowly. What a beautiful woman. Eli was also a little surprised when he saw the woman. There are not so many such beautiful women in the Empire. Is this Maester Lemon? Hela looked at Eli. Because of the changes, Eli's face looks not young but not too old. Hela estimated to be around 23 to 28 years old. Since Hela didn't know about Lemon, so he didn't know how old Lemon was. But seeing that Lyman was so young, many thoughts appeared in her mind. The first thought was that this was a descendant of a gilded noble. In fact, whether it is a library, a monastery, or even a knight academy, there are similar people. When they come here, they actually want to gild them with a layer of gold, but the titles given to them are actually different. Generally speaking, their bachelors are equivalent to ordinary scholars. Thinking about her replacement, only the great nobles can do it, and it is difficult for ordinary bachelors to reach that level. Therefore, Hela was very angry at this time. If her place was given to an old bachelor, then he might not be so angry, but at this time, she was really angry. However, she still decided to test Bachelor Lemon first, to see how poor his academic ability is with this bachelor who replaced him. And judging from Maester Lyman's expression, he didn't know her. What's the matter with you? Eli looked strange. This woman didn't say anything as soon as she came in. There must be something wrong with her. It's like this. I came to the library recently and have been studying. I have a lot of doubts. I heard that you have a lot of knowledge. I want to ask some questions, can I? Hela asked. Have to. Eli thought, why, just asking for advice. Occasionally, he did meet people from the library to ask questions like Rias, and Eli usually didn't hinder them. Anyway, they were simple questions. Help others. Of course. Eli smiled. Thank you so much. Hella thanked, and the question that should be asked should appear in her mind. Chapter 53 Confused Hella. Chapter 53 Confused Hella. Hella left, her eyes glazed over. In the carriage, Hella even forgot how she opened the door, walked down from the second floor of the library, and entered the carriage. Sitting in the carriage, she took a few deep breaths and clutched her chest. Advertisement. It's not that I'm angry, but I'm a little confused. How could this be? Hella took off her veil, pinched her pretty face, and doubted life. For the first time in her life, she was frustrated intellectually. She closed her eyes, recalling what happened in the library just now, as if every picture was still clearly visible. Originally, she started asking with the mentality of being a test teacher, and then asked some random questions, but in fact, the difficulty was not low. I didn't expect Lemon to answer all of them, and also gave some questions. Details that she didn't even notice. This also aroused Hella's competitive spirit. Gradually, the two gradually went from asking questions, to discussing, to arguing, and finally silent. As for the reason for the silence, it was because Hella asked a lot of questions that she knew and confused, and then the two refuted their ideas, but every time they argued and argued, she found that Eli was right every time. So Hella was silent. Fortunately, I didn't make a big fuss this time. I was impulsive. Hella shook her head mockingly. Fortunately, she always thought that even among the bachelors, she should be the first batch. But today, her self-confidence was completely shattered. Moreover, Lemon was still so low-key that Hella hadn't even heard about him, but he was such an unknown bachelor, and Hella felt that he was no less knowledgeable than a grand bachelor. So amazing. This reminded her of a sentence that the teacher taught her at the beginning: a true scholar should always maintain a humble and learning heart. She didn't quite understand this sentence before, but now she seems to understand. Maester Lemon is the best embodiment of this sentence. As for herself, what is the youngest bachelor, what is the most beautiful bachelor, the lady who may become the first female bachelor in the empire? She thought of all the honors in the past, but it turned out to be nothing more than floating clouds. Next, I have to settle myself down. Hella clenched her right fist, looked outside the carriage and gradually moved away from the library, and Lemon appeared in her mind. Lemon, I will definitely surpass you. Facing Chuiang, Hella said firmly. Advertisement. I can really ask. I finally left. In the library, Eli stretched his body, skillfully took out Lemon's cup, and poured himself a cup of tea. How can such a beautiful lady be so inked? One question after another, but it was a bit troublesome for him to ask. Whoever wants to marry her will be in bad luck. Eli tugged. I thought it was just a few questions, but I didn't expect the woman to ask him for almost half an hour, and the woman always argued until she blushed, and then lowered her head in shame. As for the question asked by the woman, Eli didn't feel much. If you can basically read the books in the library, those questions can be answered easily. Of course, this may require a little memory and the ability to connect knowledge together. It just so happens that these Elis are strong. However, it's really pretty, but it's a little stupid, and I always think about some problems for a long time. I don't know how the Empire's famous geniuses and smart beauty scholars would feel if they knew Eli's evaluation. Hey, is that Hella? Why did you come to the library? Just as the carriage was leaving, a simple and historic carriage also slowly stopped at the door of the library. Maester Lemon stepped out of the carriage with a happy face, and he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled when he saw Hella who had just left. She knew Hella, but they probably didn't know him. He once saw this famous new female bachelor of the Empire at a banquet of the great scholars, and she was indeed dazzling. He felt inferior in some respects. But why did this bachelor come to the library? Did he come to find information? Clement was a little puzzled, but the puzzlement only lasted for a few seconds, and then was buried by another matter. He walked quickly towards the library and went straight in. It seems that the beautiful lady missed it. Will he come again? When the guard saw Lemon, he guessed that Hella probably didn't find Bachelor Lemon. He missed it, and wondered whether he could see him again, that beautiful lady. But since he couldn't find it, why did Hella go up for more than half an hour, and seemed to be in a daze when she came out? This made the guard a little suspicious. Clement entered the library, and quickly walked up to the second floor. He came directly to his office, and pushed open the door regardless of whether there was anyone inside. Then I saw Eli holding his cup, drinking his tea. Advertisement. If it was normal, he might still say a few words, but today, he didn't have that kind of thought. Eli, go back and pack your things. In 3 days, we're leaving for the Kingdom of Lorraine. Clement said quickly. Eli? At this time, Eli was holding the teacher's teacup, enjoying the high-grade tea leaves from the teacher, and he was stunned when he heard the news. Packing up, tidy up? Kingdom of Lorraine? What is this for? Teacher, what happened? Eli put down his teacup and asked. Humph, you don't know this time, but I'm actually on the list for this visit. Hey, I've been seen for my hard work these years. I heard that Hela, a famous female scholar in the empire, was not selected. Sure enough, your teacher also has status. Lemon said triumphantly, as if he hadn't been this happy for a long time. Eli frowned, and actually chose it. When did reality become so magical? Who is the Marquis leading the team this time? After thinking for a while, Eli asked. It's Marquis Elena. Yep, case solved. Eli suddenly understood what was going on. So this is teacher is worthy of you, this is the affirmation of the empire. Of course Eli would not say that, but flattered him. You kid, of course. Hearing this, Maester Lemon was obviously happier, and said, I'll give you a day off today, so you can pack up. Don't bring too many things with you. Okay. Eli nodded. I was still thinking that there were no foreign materials, but here I am. What's more, it's still a parade team from the empire, so the safety is guaranteed, and you can go to foreign countries to see the customs, and you can also go out to learn more, and it's still at public expense. Such a good thing, he has no reason to refuse. Experience is also very important for wizards. Moreover, he should go out and have a look. For more than 8 years, he hadn't been within a few kilometers of King's Landing, and it was time to go out once. Eternal life is eternal life, but it doesn't mean that you will really nest in King's Landing for hundreds of years, that would be too boring. Chapter 54 Departure, Kingdom of Lorraine. Chapter 54 Departure, Kingdom of Lorraine. There are still 3 days left. So there is plenty of preparation time for Eli. He was not in a hurry to go back, but drank the cup of good tea before leaving. Because he was happy, Bachelor Lemon didn't say anything about him, and even asked him to drink more. After tea. Advertisement. Eli left the library directly and went to the market. After all, it was a trip, so he must bring some things, otherwise it would be really inconvenient. From simple toiletries to some materials he might need, he bought a lot. Of course, considering the weight issue, he is also very restrained. But for some material issues, Eli is going to go to Roland. After all, it is really troublesome to have no channels. Since Roland's Rose Chamber of Commerce was on a street next to the market, Eli chose to walk there. Coincidentally, he also made an appointment with Roland a week ago, just today. But when Eli arrived at the Rose Chamber of Commerce, he found that the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce was already full of people. What about Roland? He must give us a guarantee. Let Roland come out. We have to see Roland today, otherwise we won't leave. At this time, at the entrance of the Rose Chamber of Commerce, a group of merchants in luxurious clothes directly blocked the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce. A group of people wanted to squeeze in, but they were stopped by a group of guards from the Chamber of Commerce. What happened? Eli was puzzled. He had approached Roland once 3 months ago. At that time, Roland was very high-spirited. At that time, because of the king's influence, the Rose Chamber of Commerce received many big orders, which directly made its influence surpass that of many established chambers of commerce. But today, it seems that the situation has changed. Mr. Eli. Just when Eli was wondering, a voice came from behind. Turning his head, he saw a man. Eli had a little impression that he seemed to be someone close to Roland. Advertisement. Hey, Carrie, what's going on here? Did something happen to Roland? Eli asked. Mr. Eli, something really happened. Carrie didn't expect that Mr. Eli still remembered his name, and was a little moved, but then he frowned and said. Mr. Eli, this is very complicated. I can't explain it clearly. You should go to the boss to talk to him. The boss is worried that something will go wrong when you come here today, so he asked me to stay here, and you come with me. So, Roland isn't here. Eli also knew that there must be something wrong, otherwise it would be impossible for Roland not to dare to come from the Chamber of Commerce. After Carrie finished speaking, he walked towards the street not far away, and Eli followed. Soon, Eli met Roland in a box in a tavern. But at this time Roland looked a little drunk, leaning on the sofa, holding a bottle of rum in one hand, his face was a little red. Eli, my friend, you're here. Roland staggered, raising the bottle with his right hand. Well, what happened? After seeing Eli off, Carrie left the room, leaving the two of them behind. Heek. Roland hiccuped first, and then said, Eli, my Chamber of Commerce may be coming to an end, and I may not be able to provide you with materials in the future. What happened? Is the Chamber of Commerce out of funds? If you need it, I can help you. Although the material is more important, Eli is also very concerned about the status of this few friends. Haha, thank you, I knew you were rich, but this time you can't do it with money. Roland shook his head, poured himself a glass of wine, and drank it all. You also know that because the scale of the Chamber of Commerce has gradually expanded, I have also encountered many competitors, the biggest of which is the Cross Chamber of Commerce. They played dirty tricks and directly cut off the suppliers in our country, but because of the contracts signed before, but there are still a huge amount of medicinal materials that need to be delivered in batches, and now it is hard to get off. Then how long can you last? Eli knew that he really couldn't help at the moment. At most half a year later, a large number of orders will directly overwhelm me. No, didn't you go to the Chamber of Commerce? You should have seen a bunch of merchants. Roland grinned, full of self-deprecation. I've already sent you your materials. Roland stood up, and said again, you don't need to worry about me, maybe there will be a turning point in half a year. Don't underestimate me. I have already sent people to the big chambers of commerce in several surrounding countries to seek cooperation. Maybe there will be a turnaround. Roland seemed to have recovered a little, and said with a smile. Well, if you need anything, you can always find me. Eli said without talking nonsense. True friends don't need to talk too much. Yes, you are the person I can't understand the most. You are 2 years younger than me, but you always give me a sense of mystery. Roland nodded without being polite. Advertisement. Then I will stay soon. You may need a little more private space now, and you drink less alcohol, it will be bad for your health, and Anna will be unhappy. Seeing this situation, Eli knew that Roland needed to be alone. After a while, he was ready to leave. To put it bluntly, Anna is Roland's current wife, and the two got married a year ago. Get lost. Roland scolded with a smile, hurry up, you kid, you're already 25, and you're not married yet. I'm not in a hurry. Eli also smiled and left the room. He's really in no rush. Eli couldn't help with Roland's affairs. But when Eli answered home, he found that a large amount of materials had been accumulated at home, which was 3 to 5 times what Eli usually bought, and they were all presented by Roland. Really, I'm too busy to take care of myself. Eli looked at the materials in front of him and shook his head, feeling a little complicated. Putting away the materials, Eli headed back into the room. In my heart, I was going to take a look at this trip to the Kingdom of Lorraine to see if I could do something. 3 days later. It was sunny and sunny. A huge convoy has assembled at a manor in the suburbs. Just by visual inspection, it is estimated that there are hundreds of people. The carriages are parked randomly and orderly, and some of them belong to various forces. Not far away, there are also a large number of carriages pulling unknown goods, and the number is also large. The big knights are riding horses, exuding a powerful momentum, and a group of soldiers are also ready to go at any time. The leading carriage belonged to the Elena family. The Earl was wearing luxurious aristocratic attire, standing at the front of the team, and a person was reporting something to him. Is everyone here? Master Marquis, everyone has arrived. Then let's go. The Marquis nodded and got into the carriage directly. After receiving the order from the Marquis, someone started to command after leaving. In just a few minutes, a long convoy started to move, turning into a long dragon, and walking towards the main road. Set off. Chapter 55 on the road. Chapter 55 on the road. At this time, a carriage in the middle and rear of the line. When the coachman heard the order, he also directed the horses to move forward, and a slight bump was introduced into the carriage. Eli, this time is a parade, and it can also be called an exchange. When we arrive in the Kingdom of Lorraine, please pay attention, we also represent the library. Inside the carriage, Lemon sat on the side of the carriage and said to the opposite side. The carriage was not big, but there were very few people in it, only Eli and Maester Lyman. Advertisement. Considering that the journey would take a lot of time, there would not be too many people in each carriage, and the two directly occupied a carriage as the library side. Understood. Eli nodded, and couldn't help but look at Lemon opposite. At this time, Bachelor Lemon was dressed up to go out. Not only did he put on a new bachelor's uniform, but even his beard was carefully trimmed, and he was in good condition. Teacher, have you ever seen you be so formal? Eli joked with a smile. Humph, what do you know, kid? This is the Empire's recognition of me. Naturally, I have to be more serious. Clement shot Eli angrily. Eli nodded, not having the heart to expose the truth of the matter. Because they had just set off, the two of them chatted one after another. Oh, by the way, the day before yesterday I saw Bachelor Hella came to the library, do you know what she's here for? Clement asked suddenly as if remembering something. Hella? I don't know. Eli shook his head. He only saw a pretty stupid woman that day, but he didn't see any Hella. Oh. Clement also asked casually, but there was no answer, and the two fell into silence again. Eli would not look for words without talking, and looked out of the car. The small window of the carriage reflected King's Landing, but at this time he was getting smaller and smaller in Eli's eyes, which meant that they were getting farther and farther away from King's Landing, and Eli also had complicated feelings. In 8 years, I am afraid that some novels can change a few maps, and he is still in a city. This is the first time he is away from here. But the ecology of this world is really good. After being sentimental for a moment, Eli focused on other aspects. As the carriage moved forward, the trees on both sides gradually increased. Among the greenery, Eli could even see the beasts watching them in the woods. If it weren't for the soldiers and knights on both sides of the convoy, Eli seriously suspected that a beast would charge up directly. Traveling far has never been an easy task, especially traveling across borders. Advertisement. In fact, for most people in the Empire, wherever you were born, there is a high probability that you will live and die there, and few people will choose to go out. So the original body was able to run to King's Landing from other places back then, and he had some skills, otherwise he would have died on the way. The convoy marched into the evening and finally stopped on a large grassy field. The coachman let the horses graze the grass on the ground nearby. Eli and the teacher got off the carriage to relax. Comfortable. Eli spread his arms and stretched hard. Although it is even possible to lie down and sleep in the carriage, Eli still prefers the natural feeling. Glancing at the surrounding jungle, Eli decided to take a look nearby to test his understanding of the world. Eli, there are chefs in the team cooking. If you're hungry, you can go over and have some food. I'm going to visit Grand Maester Colt. Lemon came down and said to Eli. Oh, and don't stay away from the convoy, it's dangerous outside. In addition to Lemon, there are naturally other people on the library side, and Grand Maester Colt is the person with the highest status. Understood. Eli nodded. But seeing that Maester Lyman was going to the other side, he immediately walked towards the jungle on one side. Understand it, but whether you listen to it or not is another matter. Don't stay away from the convoy, the jungle is very dangerous. Nearby, Eli encountered patrolling knights, and one of them warned. Well, I won't be too far. Eli also nodded, accepting the kindness. Hey, are you Eli? The patrol team is made up of 3 people, and suddenly someone spoke. Who are you? Eli looked at the knight who made the sound, but Eli couldn't recognize him because he was wearing a helmet. Speaking of which, the knight took off his helmet, revealing a man with red hair and a firm face underneath. Eli blinked and remembered, isn't this the man who tamed the horse 5 years ago? What do you say that is? Didn't remember it at all. I'm Andre. After more than 5 years, the man has obviously matured a lot, and he exudes the aura of an intermediate knight. Of course, Andre, I remember you, 5 years ago. Eli greeted him with a smile. Hey, you are Eli. At this time, the 2 knights beside Andre also asked curiously. Advertisement. Eli wondered, did he know so many knights? Oh, Eli, you are very famous in the Knight Academy. 5 years ago, because of you, we added a lot of equestrian courses, and the price was that we lost 1 day of rest every week. This made you famous among the students. Very much. Andre couldn't help laughing. Eli. It is true that he is probably remembered by many people. Adding 1 day of equestrian lessons a week, it is estimated that many people secretly scolded him. Yeah, I was in class and scolded Eli and Andre at the same time, but it's okay, we were graduating in a year, so it felt okay. Those who entered the school for 2 or 3 years were really uncomfortable. One of the knights laughed and said, with contrast, pain can also become joy. Hey. Eli could only smile in agreement. He really didn't know there was such a crop, poor Knight Academy. But Andre is the worst one, he is covered in sacks a lot. Another knight added. Hey, don't say this. Andre's eyes widened when he heard this. This is his black history. It is also reasonable to think about it this way. As the central figure in the loss to Eli, Andre must have spent an unforgettable year in the academy. Well, let's talk next time, we still have to patrol. Andre quickly pulled a few people away, he didn't want his black history to be revealed. Eli looked at the back of them leaving, thinking in his heart that he would call Herman's name when he met a student of the Knight Academy in the future. If you declare your name, you risk being beaten. Hey, this is a horse chestnut. After Andre and others left, Eli continued to walk towards the woods. Suddenly, Eli saw a small beige flower swaying in the wind in the grass on one side. Horse chestnut, a precious potion auxiliary material, is difficult to find because it is a useless plant in the Empire, and Eli only has a little. But today I just came out and came across one. No, horse chestnuts usually grow in large areas, and there must be some around here. Eli thought of something, his eyes lit up, and he passed through the grass and entered the woods. On a clearing not far away, a bunch of off-white small flowers grew with. Not bad. Eli's eyes lit up. With these horse chestnuts alone, his trip was not in vain. If something good happens when you go out, it may also indicate that this parade will go smoothly. Chapter 56 Arrival. Chapter 56 Arrival. After a night's rest, the journey to the Kingdom of Lorraine begins again. For safety reasons, they marched along the main road most of the time, but occasionally passed through the territories of some nobles, and the local nobles would actively cooperate, send escorts, and appropriately replenish some resources to the convoy. At this time, it also means that they can rest for a day. After all, this is a long-distance trip, so they naturally need to rest. Not everyone has the same physique as a knight. It was also an interesting trip for Eli. Advertisement. Along the way, Eli saw a lot of interesting things, and occasionally collected some items that King's Landing didn't have. Some of his knowledge also increased rapidly. 10 days later, the convoy reaches the border line. After negotiations, the convoy crossed the border smoothly and entered the territory of the Kingdom of Lorraine. The Kingdom of Lorraine also sent a team of people to meet them, and the team was guided all the way forward. It might have been true, as Eli felt that seeing the horse chestnut was a sign of good luck that day. All the way is very smooth, did not encounter any obstacles. But think about it, after all, they represent the Bern Empire this time. If anything happens, it will inevitably cause a huge dispute, which the Kingdom of Lorraine does not want to see, so the Kingdom of Lorraine will definitely guarantee their safety within the country. As for Eli, he also observed along the way. In fact, the location of the Bern Empire and the Kingdom of Lorraine is similar, they are basically plain areas, but as the carriage moved forward, Eli also discovered the difference between the two countries. First is the land. It may be due to the difference in location. The overall soil quality of the Kingdom of Lorraine is better than that of the Bern Empire. This has led to the fact that the Kingdom of Lorraine can produce a large amount of grain every year. In addition to its own use, it even exports a large amount of grain to the Bern Empire. Eli guessed that this was an important reason why the king chose to establish diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Lorraine. Next is people. Eli obviously felt that the population here is not as large as that of the Bane Empire, and there should be some differences between the people here and the Bane Empire. For example, the people here are generally taller, and the eyes are big, and the main pupil color is blue. Very exotic. Of course, this is just a simple observation by Eli. If you really want to understand the differences between the two countries, you need to observe more carefully, but he is not that interested. He came here for public travel, not to check the customs. In this way, Eli enjoyed the scenery on the road all the way and arrived at their destination. Advertisement. The capital of the Kingdom of Lorraine, Turin. This is a city no less magnificent than King's Landing, and even more prosperous than King's Landing. Thanks to the food business, the military strength of the Kingdom of Lorraine may not be as strong as that of the Bern Empire, but its wealth is the same, or even surpassed. This can be seen from the majesty of the city walls of Turin. Whether it is the cannons every few meters on the city, or the armor of the soldiers reflecting the sun, it fully demonstrates the wealth of this country. At the entrance of the city, they accepted the extreme inspection as usual. After inspection, the carriage enters Turin. This is Turin. Sitting on the carriage, Eli looked outside. At this time, the carriage was driving on a very wide road. The road surface was paved with stone bricks, and the width was enough to accommodate 10 carriages running at the same time. There are shops on both sides. The shops are basically more than 3 floors, which is not seen in King's Landing, because the houses in King's Landing are generally 2-story. Of course, this is just a different habit. It may be because of the afternoon, so there are a lot of people on the road. Most of the men are wearing grey clothes, while most of the women are wearing purple and red clothes, showing their arms and calves. They wear jewelry and even gemstones on their heads, which is very sexy. This made many casual soldiers look straight. You know, in King's Landing, there are very few women who dress so sexy outside. Even if you show too much, you will be arrested by the guards. But Turin is different, the status of women is much higher. Of course, this is not without reason, because the current supreme leader of the Kingdom of Lorraine, Queen Cynthia, is a lady. Eli was watching the outside, and naturally someone was watching the convoy. Is this the symbol of the Bern Empire? On the road, a man asked an old man beside him. It should be. The symbol of the Bern Empire is the Black Dragon. You can see the logo of the Black Dragon on the front car. The old man pointed to the front of the convoy and said, "Tisk tisk tisk, I don't know what they are going to do in our country. Who knows, it's about the nobles and the queen, what has it to do with us?" The old man said nonchalantly. Yes, it has nothing to do with us." Hearing the answer, the man was also taken aback, but after thinking about it, it seemed to be the case. Even if something happened, what did it have to do with him? Then the man observed the convoy for a while, then turned and left. The other side. The convoy also arrived at their destination under the leadership of special personnel from the Kingdom of Lorraine. Advertisement. A hotel dedicated to entertaining foreigners. But don't think it's a hotel and think it's not good here. Quite the opposite. When Eli walked into the hotel, he looked at the tight tiles on the floor of the hotel, the chandeliers worth at least dozens of quintals hanging in the lobby, and the portraits hanging on the walls. Only then did Eli realize that the kingdom of Lorraine is really rich. Eli, go to our room first. Beside Eli, Maester Lyman patted Eli's shoulder, motioning him to follow him. The two followed a waiter who had arranged in advance, and soon came to their room. The room was also very luxurious, with goose-down mattresses, smooth quilts, and mahogany furniture. Eli was okay, but this made Lemon a little stunned. Teacher. Eli patted Lemon on the shoulder. Maester Lemon recovered, and said leisurely, it seems that this alliance may not be so simple. Eli frowned. Does this hotel have anything to do with this alliance? Teacher, is there any question? Eli always asks when he doesn't understand something. Bachelor Lemon looked over, and then said leisurely, I have been to Turin before, and it is also this hotel, but that was 30 years ago, and I also came with my teacher at that time. But the king at that time was not the current Queen Cynthia, but King Harriman. At that time, the place was very simple, with only one bed and simple furniture, but it was also very rough, but look at it now, it's just a hotel, it's all like this luxury, what do you think this means? Speaking of the last sentence, Maester Lemon looked at Eli and said with some sadness. To develop the country so well in such a short period of time, it seems that Queen Cynthia is not a simple person. Can she really agree to the alliance so easily? That's it. Eli thought what happened. But teacher, does this have anything to do with us? Negotiations should have nothing to do with us. Eli said with a strange face. Maester Lyman. He is tired, destroy it. Post it at the party, today is quite busy. Chapter 57 The Capital of Perfume. Chapter 57 The Capital of Perfume. The parade is only on the surface, but the purpose of the Bern Empire this time is to seek unity. Of course, this is definitely not something that can be done in a day or two. Even if it is only a rough estimate, Eli estimates that it will take more than a few months. When he returns, the scholar test should have ended. If nothing else happens, Herman should become a scholar at that time, and Rias probably will too. After all, although she has decided to inherit part of the family property, she will definitely not give up her status as a scholar, which is a big plus. Only poor Eli is just an ordinary librarian. Advertisement. So he decided to take a good rest, and then go out to find a source of herbal medicine, which would not waste his trip. However, this plan was backstabbed by Marquis Elena at the very beginning. For the sake of environmental safety, except for some people, everyone else has to stay in the hotel for 3 days, and can only go out after the storm calms down. No way, Eli had to live in the same room with Maester Lemon for 3 days. Don't get me wrong, there are 2 bedrooms in each. Eli was thinking about some problems in his room every day, and even though Bachelor Lemon couldn't go out, he was mixing with other bachelors every day. He also invited Eli during the period, but he refused. Finally, while Eli waited anxiously, 3 days passed. As soon as the sun came out that day, Eli jumped out of bed. But not only him, Bachelor Lemon also got up early, and earlier than him. Eli, do you want to go out? Maester Lemon asked Eli after arranging the suit he bought specially for going out. Yes, I plan to go out and see the difference between Turin and King's Landing. Eli replied with a smile. That's right, then be careful, there are quite a few mercenaries in Turin, pay attention to safety, and run to places where there are many people in case of danger. Bachelor Lemon reminded. Well, I understand. Eli nodded. Then, watching Maester Lemon finish arranging his clothes, he took out the perfume from his pocket, and sprayed himself a few times. Eli joked, Teacher, are you going to meet some beautiful lady? You. Bachelor Lemon glared at Eli, and said, don't you know Turin's other name is Perfume Capital? Perfume is very important in this city. Of course I know, isn't this a joke? Eli smiled, and took out the perfume he prepared from his pocket, and simply sprayed it on. Speaking of which, Turin has not been known as the capital of perfume for a long time, it has only been around for more than 20 years. The origin is that Queen Cynthia likes perfume very much. In order to please the Queen, more and more new perfumes are developed, and then gradually Turin became known as the capital of perfume. Therefore, the most indispensable thing in Turin is the perfume shop, even exaggerating a bit, there may not be other shops every few tens of meters, but there must be a shop selling perfume. From top to bottom, this country has a special feeling for perfume, and it is also accustomed to spray a little perfume when going out. They are doing as the Romans do. Advertisement. Then where are you going today, teacher? Eli asked after joking to brighten the atmosphere. Going to visit some old friends, you can go together if you want, but I guess you will definitely refuse, so I didn't tell you. Bachelor Lemon glanced at him. Having been together for more than 8 years, Eli knows Lemon very well, and Lemon also knows Eli very well. Hey. Eli didn't answer, just smiled, as expected of his teacher. Let's go together. The two finished packing almost at the same time, and then walked outside together. Along the way, Lemon chatted with Eli one after another. As soon as he walked to the lobby, he saw a group of people walking across the hall. The leader is Marquis Elena, then several earls, and professional diplomats. At this time, the nobles were all dressed up, plus the diplomats. Needless to say, Eli knew how many people should go to the palace for the first meeting. Seeing that it was Marquis Elena and the others, Bachelor Lemon also subconsciously pulled Eli to get out of the way. After all, they were not familiar with each other, but something happened that he didn't expect. Marquis Elena actually took the initiative to say hello, Master Lyman, good morning. Lemon froze for a moment. He didn't expect that Marquis Elena would take the initiative to greet him. Good morning, Lord Marquis. After stammering, Maester Lyman replied. Master Marquis, good morning. Eli also respectfully said. Well, we still have something to do, so let's go first. Then the Marquis said casually, then nodded and walked outside. The earls following him also took a strange look at Maester Lemon, a little curious. Although it was just a simple greeting, everyone could tell that Marquis Elena must be related to this Bachelor Lemon, otherwise how could the Marquis stop to say good morning? It seems that this bachelor is not simple, several people silently remembered, and left with the Marquis. Eli, do you see that? This is academic status. After the Marquis and the others left, although Bachelor Lemon was still a little confused, he still smiled and said to Eli who was beside him. Of course, it seems that teacher, your reputation has spread throughout the upper echelons. Eli cast a glance at the leaving Marquis, and said with a smile. Needless to say, this was the goodwill of the Marquis. As for whom, it was naturally Eli. After all, Eli's teacher was present, and he could never greet Eli directly, which was not in line with noble etiquette. And there was no reason for him to say hello to Eli, right? After all, the fact that Eli saved the Marquis was kept secret, so he could only say hello to Maester Lemon. Ha ha ha. Hearing Eli's flattery, Clement also beamed with joy. He took out a money bag from his clothes, took out a dozen silver tals, and handed them to Eli. Take it and spend it, I'm in a good mood today. Advertisement. Okay, teacher. Eli took silver tar from Maester Lyman with a smile. Money that comes for nothing, don't want it for nothing. Just be a teacher and pay for his happiness. Bring silver tar's income money. Eli and Maester Lemon walked to the door of the hotel and separated. Clement walked towards one side, while Eli walked towards a chariot that had been exposed by the convoy before. Sir, do you want to rent a carriage? Before the carriage drove, the man bent over and asked Eli. Yes, I need a carriage that is as comfortable as possible, and I will rent it for a week. How much does it cost? Eli said his request. The next negotiation has nothing to do with him, so he plans to hire a carriage to take him around Turin. After hearing the request, the man quickly found a carriage that met Eli's requirements. The horse was a maroon horse, and the carriage was relatively delicate, which met Eli's requirements. Just this one. Eli was satisfied. There are 5 silver towers in total. The man said with a smile. Okay. Eli nodded, and took out 5 silver towers without haggling. After paying the money, the man soon called the coachman, who was a middle-aged man who looked a little old. Eli also got into the carriage directly. Sir, where are we going? The driver's voice was dull. The most fun place. Then Camellia Lane, there are the most beautiful women in Turin. The coachman thought for a while and said directly, and then the carriage began to move slowly. Camellia Lane? At this moment, Eli in the carriage blinked. Does he mean it? However, the carriage has started to move, and it must be very troublesome to turn around, so it is better not to embarrass the driver. He is so kind. Sorry, it's late today, this is to make up for yesterday, not today. Don't worry, I will definitely finish writing my book, so you can follow it with confidence. Chapter 58 Hijacked? Chapter 58 Hijacked? Afternoon. Eli walked out of a street contentedly. Looking back, this is a relatively wide street, with 3-story buildings on both sides. Various red and purple silks and satins are hung on the outside of the buildings, and sexy girls are standing at the door of the buildings. Sure enough, it's still a little different from Bern, each with its own characteristics. Eli stretched his waist, it was not yet noon when he went in, and it was already afternoon when he came out, as expected of himself. Advertisement. Sir, you're here. At this moment, the coachman who had been waiting outside the alley saw that it was Eli, and hurried over. This gentleman's physical strength is really good, it took more than half a day. Sir, where are we going next? The coachman continued to ask. Well, let's go to the casino here to make up for the money spent. Eli thought for a while, he was busy today and spent a lot of money, so he had to make some supplements. Okay, sir, you get in the carriage, The coachman immediately took Eli to the previous carriage and lifted the curtain of the carriage. Eli went straight up. Sit down, I'll check the car, and then we'll go. In order to avoid accidents, every time the carriage starts, it is necessary to look around to see if the carriage is in good condition. After all, it is true that someone will steal the parts of the carriage to exchange for money. If there is an accident, it will be troublesome. The coachman circled the carriage, while Eli sat leisurely in the carriage. Mental power can clearly perceive the situation around the carriage. The driver is checking behind the carriage. A figure is hiding at the corner of the alley, looking at the carriage. Wait, a figure? Eli frowned. It should be there by chance, but looking at that posture, curled up in a corner, covering his head, it looks more like hiding something. Damn, sir, a small part of the wheel was stolen, I need to fix it. At this time, the coachman also yelled and cursed from behind the car. After all, he always needed to go to the toilet or something for half a day, and it turned out that it was true. Was stolen. In fact, this is rarely the case, because the general guest activities do not stay in one place for too long, but how could he have imagined that Eli would be here for so long? Yet, Eli could say nothing but agree, but his attention was on the man around the corner. He didn't move, but he seemed to be afraid of something, his muscles were tense, and judging from the strength of his blood, he should be a low-level knight. Eli guessed that he was avoiding someone. Advertisement. Find it for me, I must catch him today. Suddenly, in a street in Camellia Lane, several burly men ran out and searched around. Eli, on the other hand, could clearly sense the fearful aura emanating from the man. Is this bully prostitution? Or seeking revenge? Eli didn't know, and he didn't want to know, he just hoped that it would be best for the man not to involve him. There are about 7 or 8 strong men, but the weakest of them are also intermediate knights, who are exploring this side along the street. If there is no accident, they will be able to search this side soon. Collapse. The coachman was carefully repairing the car behind the car. Suddenly, the man seemed to have made up his mind. When most of the knights on that side entered the other alley and had a blind spot in their vision, he rushed directly towards Eli. In just 7 or 8 meters, that's just a few seconds. Even after buying the car, the driver didn't feel it, the man had already got into Eli's car in no time. A cold light suddenly appeared. Take me away. The sharp dagger was pointed at Eli, its shadow swaying across the carriage in the candlelight. Okay. Eli nodded. Only now did he see the man clearly, no, or it would be more appropriate to say that a boy is about 19 years old. He looks a little young, with brown hair and black pupils. Although he looks calm, Eli's perception tells Eli that the child is terrified now. Whether it's a fast-beating heart, tense muscles, or a slightly trembling dagger, they all tell of his tension. Sir, the car has been repaired, we can start. At this time the coachman also repaired the car. Let the coachman go, said the boy again, still holding the dagger. Eli smiled and nodded. Although the wizard is not good at strength, his physical fitness is not much weaker than that of low-level knights due to the improvement of mental power. At this distance, his safety can be guaranteed. Then let's go, Eli said calmly. This made the boy a little less confident. Isn't he hijacking a car? Why is there no trace of panic in the eyes of the man in front of him? But when the carriage started, the boy seemed to relax a lot. Advertisement. What are you afraid of? Suddenly, a voice sounded, and the boy saw that it was Eli who had been kidnapped. Boy? Is this what you should be asking? Can you have a little awareness of being hijacked? You are obviously just an ordinary person, why are you so brave? Shut up and be quiet. The boy whispered, glancing at Eli. Oh, then I understand. You must be being hunted down. Let me guess, are those people your enemies or hired to kill you? You are so young, and there is a high probability that you are not a big shot. Then it should be a descendant of a great nobleman or a descendant of a high-ranking businessman. What the boy didn't expect was that Eli started to analyze it. If you're a descendant of a nobleman, you probably don't look like one. You don't have the habit of a nobleman with long swords, and your skin is very fair. You should seldom go out. On the contrary, you look a bit like a friend of my Chamber of Commerce. Hey? You are not a descendant of a big Chamber of Commerce, and you were hunted down? Like a fun thing, Eli analyzed it like a cocoon. But he was just guessing. Who are you? Eli didn't know it all. At this time, a storm was blowing up in the boy's heart. Although Eli's analysis was weird, the subject didn't guess wrong, it was just by observation. I warn you, don't talk nonsense. The boy felt a little nervous for no reason, and the dagger in his hand unconsciously wanted to get closer to Eli, as if this would make him feel more secure. He held out his dagger. Seeing the man in front of him smiling towards him, he suddenly felt a little dizzy, his brain was dizzy, his eyes were a little blurry, and at the same time he felt as if he had lost something. This time is not very long, just a few seconds. But when he woke up next time, he found that the dagger in his hand had already been moved from his hand to his neck. The man in front of him, that is, Eli, stared at the boy, holding a dagger to his neck with one hand, and politely said, "Sir, if you don't explain why you got into my car without authorization, you will die." Feeling the coldness of the dagger on his neck, and Eli's polite smile on the other side, the boy's back was instantly drenched with sweat. He seems to have just stepped out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den. Chapter 59 Trading. Chapter 59 Trading. Grunt. The boy's throat moved slightly, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. What just happened? Just for a moment, before he could even react, the dagger had disappeared in his hand, and he changed from the kidnapper to the kidnapped in the blink of an eye, like a dream. Advertisement. But the coldness of the dagger told him that everything was not a dream. Everything is reality. Tell me, who are you? Why did you kidnap me? Eli had a smile on his face at this time, like a gentleman. I just ran out because I didn't pay the money in Camellia Lane, and then they sent someone out to chase me. The boy's voice was trembling, and he understood that this distance, even if the man in front of him was really an ordinary person, was enough to kill him easily. No, you're lying. Eli shook his head, stares appeared in his eyes, he glanced at the boy and said, "No, besides your muscles are trembling and your facial expression is unnatural, if I read correctly, your body is very clean, you are a virgin." Just one glance made the boy feel as if his whole body was seen through. The first half of the sentence made him feel cold, but the second half made his eyes widen. Even though the sharp dagger was on his neck, he still gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'm sorry, I lied to you. Excuse you, but let me just say, I am not a virgin." Had. The voice was low but extremely insulting. "Tell me about your situation. My patience is limited." Outside the window, the carriage was walking on the street at dusk, Eli said inside the carriage. The boy glanced at Eli, although he didn't know why, but he could feel that Eli didn't lie to him, so he said slowly, "My real name is Arya Kazan, and my father is the boss of the Kazan Chamber of Commerce." Arya said in a low voice. Kazan Chamber of Commerce? It sounds familiar. Eli frowned, feeling like he had never heard this name before. The Kazan Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in the Kingdom of Lorraine, and the herb and perfume businesses are the largest in the kingdom. Arya reminded. "You are the son of the owner of the Kazan Chamber of Commerce? Then why were you hunted down? Didn't your father know about it?" Although it was strange, from Arya's expression, he wasn't lying. "That's because my father died, and my uncle Joseph secretly used his former rights to gain the support of 2/3 of the Chamber of Commerce and occupy the Chamber of Commerce." Having said this, Arya gritted her teeth. "Then why does he still want to chase and kill you, even if you have no ability to resist, he still wants to kill you?" Eli was a little curious. "Because my father left me all the land deeds of the Chamber of Commerce, that's why he wanted to arrest me." Knowing her situation, Arya didn't dare to lie. Advertisement. "You let me go. If I take back the rights of the Chamber of Commerce, I will definitely repay you." Elijah was emotional, looking at Eli earnestly. "Do you think you still have hope?" Eli quickly analyzed the situation with his keen thinking, but he didn't think Elijah Kazan could regain the Chamber of Commerce. On one side is the large Chamber of Commerce with many people, and on the other side is Alia Kazan with only one person. No matter how you look at it, it's unreliable. In fact, he just heard that he is the son of the owner of the Kazan Chamber of Commerce, and Eli was a little surprised, because the Kazan Chamber of Commerce can solve Eli's purpose of coming here this time. But then he understood that he was just a child who met an abandoned child. This time, Arya was silent too. If he could really take back the Chamber of Commerce, he wouldn't have been chased so embarrassingly. If it wasn't for the sudden arrival of a carriage, he might have been caught. A few seconds later, he said, "In fact, I still have a direction. As long as I can get the support of the big nobles behind the Chamber of Commerce, I can regain the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce is not all traders, and there are people who can be trusted. There must be nobles behind every big Chamber of Commerce. It is because of their support that the Chamber of Commerce can operate better. But how do you think the big nobles behind the Chamber of Commerce will support you? For them, I don't think it makes any difference whether it's you, Elijah Kazan or Joseph." Eli shook his head. "You're naive just like a child. No, the nobles behind the Kazan Chamber of Commerce are different. They are the real top nobles. She doesn't care how much the Kazan Chamber of Commerce can bring him. In fact, our Kazan Chamber of Commerce can get her support only because of our Chamber of Commerce. Perfume production, the Chamber of Commerce owns the top perfumes in the empire. She's a perfume fanatic, and I can get her support if I can come up with a better perfume." Arya hesitated, and said more things. "Perfume fanatic?" Eli frowned. "The world is getting more and more ridiculous. But it's normal, if she doesn't care about who provides her with income, but only wants perfume, then it seems that if Alia Kazan can really come up with better perfume, she can really win the support of the nobles behind her. Eli looked at Arya suddenly a little differently. If this is the case, Arya Kazan has great potential value. For this project, he, Eli Card Lucifer, wanted to vote. Then do you have a better perfume? Eli asked with concern, with the dagger still on Elijah's neck. No. Arya was really silent this time. Eli. Sure enough, he shouldn't believe this kid. But if he can let Elijah Kazan get the Chamber of Commerce, then many of Eli's problems can be solved, whether it is his material problem or Roland. And perfume, he doesn't know how to make normal perfume, but if he uses the wizard's ability, it is completely possible. Advertisement. Sir, I'm really sorry. If you are willing to let me go, I will take back the Chamber of Commerce in the future. I will definitely. Elijah looked sincerely, begging. He was really afraid that Eli would kill him with a knife. Of course. To Alia's surprise, Eli actually smiled this time. Arya's eyes widened, ready to thank. There's no need to rush to thank you, let's do this, I want to discuss a business with you. Eli looked at Arya, his eyes softened a lot. What business? Arya was a little taken aback. I can provide you with a better perfume to help you regain the Chamber of Commerce, but according to the principle of equivalent exchange, you also need to pay something. Eli smiled. Arya was completely confused now. A better perfume. If it wasn't for the dagger on Arya's neck, he would have laughed out loud. The Kazan Chamber of Commerce made its fortune from perfume, but the man in front of him actually said that he had better perfume. Isn't this a joke? Yes. Facing the question, Eli nodded again. Yes. I wanted to refuse, but looking into Eli's eyes, Elijah felt inexplicably attracted, as if she wanted to subconsciously agree to him. He's already like this, what else can't he promise? What if it does happen? Okay. Arya nodded as if her will was getting stronger and stronger. Then what do you want? Alicia asked suspiciously. You'll know that when the time comes. Eli smiled, but didn't answer this time. I'll come to you in 3 days. Eli patted Arya on the shoulder, then handed him the dagger. I'm here, you should leave too. At this time the carriage had also arrived at the casino. Eli patted Elijah on the shoulder, and then got out of the carriage. Arya looked at the dagger in his hand, and was also taken aback. This is nothing, but he still ran out of the carriage when the driver stopped the carriage at the back, ran towards other places, judged the direction, and decided to find the ant he believed. But on the way, he stopped suddenly. He didn't seem to tell me where to meet in 3 days. On the way, Arya blinked, feeling that she had met a strange person. Chapter 60 Perfume. Chapter 60 Perfume. Time always flies, and by the time Eli came out of the casino, it was already night. What a nice place. Eli came out of the casino and stretched. Behind it is a resplendent 3-story building with a long red carpet in front of it, and few people who come and go are without money. This is the largest casino in Turin. Advertisement. Turin's business is indeed better than Bern's. Eli saw many novel ways in the casino, and many of them were far more expensive than Bern's casino. Eli also harvested more than 30 quintals. But Eli didn't cheat, just played normally, and this amount, here, is not too big, so no one will trouble him. Sir, you are here. The coachman waited boredly beside the carriage, and when he saw Eli, he immediately came over. Ding! A quintar was thrown over and across the sky. The coachman's eyes were staring straight, and he caught the gold coin with the most sensitive movements in his life. Feeling the dense touch of Hintar, the coachman felt that he was about to fly up. Sir, is this? But he asked anyway. Reward. Eli smiled and stepped into the carriage. You are the most generous gentleman I have ever met. As long as you are still in Turin, I will serve you at any time. The coachman was completely impressed by Eli, and this was the biggest reward he had ever received in his life. He quickly got into the carriage and asked, Sir, where are we going now? Now even if Eli says to go to the palace, he dares to go together. Go back to the hotel. A voice came from inside the carriage. Okay, you sit down. The coachman sat up straight and drove the carriage, no matter how tired he was. Hiss. The horse neighed softly, and then carried the two of them away. The theme of the day was to relax, except that meeting area was a small accident. But Eli doesn't mind investing. After all, his cost is not big. Once he succeeds, the benefits will be huge, even so big that Eli can not only completely solve the economic problem, but also the medicinal materials and Roland's problem. Even in the middle of the conversation, he used some spiritual guidance, which allowed the conversation between the two to proceed smoothly. Advertisement. Tomorrow is to find a way to solve the problem of perfume. Thinking about what to do tomorrow, Eli fell asleep. The next day, before Eli left the house, he had already received a message. The first round of negotiations failed. It seems that Queen Cynthia felt that the alliance was meaningless, so she directly rejected the request of the Byrne Empire in the first round of negotiations. This frustrates the entire Byrne Empire. However, although the start was not smooth, Marquis Elena's side did not give up. The second negotiation will be held 3 days later, and there may be new progress by then. Of course, the diplomatic corps' setback had no effect on Eli. On this day, Eli was still riding in yesterday's carriage, but instead of going to other places, he asked the coachman to take him to another place. "Sir, this is the local perfume concentration workshop, are you sure you are here?" The driver took Eli to a street along the river. It was built along a river in the city, but the nearby area was dyed in various colors, and the houses stood on the street, exuding various smells. "Yes." Eli got off the horse, and the invisible wind immediately dispelled the smell near his nose. "No way, as the largest perfume production base in Turin, if you don't work here all year round, you'd better wear some masks or the like, otherwise the various smells will make you very uncomfortable." And he came here, naturally, to make perfume. He will first rent a venue, and then come to conduct his experiments. "Sir, this place is our own. If you want to lease it, it may be very difficult." Eli had already told the coachman his purpose when he came, so he resisted the itching of his nose. "Really?" Eli just glanced at him. Half an hour later. In front of a building. "Sir, don't worry, this place will be yours in the next 3 days. I will leave here with my family, and you can order the workers here as you like." In front of a small perfume workshop, a middle-aged man bent over and smiled flatteringly, and behind him was a woman in sackcloth, holding a 7 or 8-year-old girl in her arms. She still doesn't seem to understand why her father dragged them away with their luggage after the handsome big brother in front of her took out 30 quintals. Advertisement. "Well, sir, let's go first, and you can deal with the rest as you like." After finishing speaking, the man hurriedly pulled his family away from here, as if he was afraid that Eli would repent. Behind Eli, the corner of the driver's mouth twitched as he looked at the people who were running as fast as they were fleeing for their lives. What did he just say? "You can help me buy some things now." Watching the original owner of the perfume workshop leave, Eli turned to the driveway behind him. "Okay, sir." Naturally, the coachman would not refuse. Then Eli said that he handed the driver a list and enough money, and then asked him to buy for Eli, and Eli turned and entered the room. Although this is a small workshop, it already has the ability to produce perfume, and this is the capital of perfume. Even if it is just a small workshop, the perfume here will not be too bad. Sure enough, when the workers in the workshop handed Eli a newly created perfume, Eli smelled the fragrance of the perfume and nodded. Such a quality as a base should be enough for his potion. That's right, Eli didn't intend to make a perfume from the very beginning. After all, although he has a strong learning ability, how could he make a top-notch perfume in 3 days? That is unreasonable and impossible. Eli's plan is to combine a small amount of enchanting potion on the basis of the existing perfume, and then obtain a scent that is both special and attractive, but also has the original fragrance. Since it is impossible to win on the original track, it is better to open up a new track. Of course, this is not easy, the difficulty lies in the ratio of potion and perfume, but it is much easier than making a perfume from scratch. 3 days should be enough. Half an hour later, the coachman delivered the materials, which surprised Eli, who did not expect the coachman to be so fast. "I'll go back tonight, you come here when the time comes, now you can go to other places." Eli took the materials and said to the driver. "Sir, you paid the money, I'll just wait here." The coachman said with a smile. "It is good." Eli didn't refuse either, and directly took the materials into the workshop of the workshop. 2 days later. Studio interior. Eli looked at the newly prepared perfume on the table and showed a satisfied smile. The perfume was made successfully. Chapter 61 Soul Branding. Chapter 61 Soul Branding. It was cold and dark. Elijah Kazan took a deep breath and stretched out her hand, feeling deeply powerless and sad. Looking forward, this is a dilapidated hut, so simple that there is only a wooden bed, and the only light source is a candle that is almost burned out. This is a house in the largest civilian area in Turin, and one of the few places that is safe for him. Advertisement. He spent these 3 days here. In fact, 3 days ago, he was going to find his aunt, because his father gave him a list of people he could trust before his death, and his aunt was one of them. But halfway there, he decided to change places first and come here to hide for a while. Aunt could indeed believe it, but maybe his uncle would just take advantage of this, put eyeliner around those people, and wait for him to fall into his trap. And in his mind is still the person he met 3 days ago, that mysterious person, and the business they talked about. Now that 3 days are up, will he come? And he doesn't even have his address, how can he find him? Like a magician. The elegance and calmness of the man that day suddenly appeared in Arya's mind, as if everything was in his hands. But to be honest, he didn't have much hope in his heart. Because he always felt that it was a bit like a dream. 3 days have passed soon, it seems that I was thinking too much. Arya glanced out of the window, it was almost dark at this time, and then glanced at the wooden door not far away, and remained motionless. Zzz. Suddenly, the wooden door moved. Hearing the sound, Elijah's eyes widened, and his heartbeat quickened inexplicably. His first reaction was not that Eli was coming, but that his uncle had found him, but that was impossible. It should be safe here. How could he find him? You look a little nervous. But it wasn't the rough mercenary's voice that reached Arya's ears, but a calm voice instead. It's you. Moonlight streamed in through the crack in the door. Eli was dressed in black and held a cane in his hand. Nice place, but it looks like you haven't had a good 3 days. Eli glanced around, and then said to Elijah Kazan, if it weren't for the imprint of spiritual power, this place would be hard to find. You, how did you find me? At this moment, Elijah was already in a daze. He never expected that Eli would actually find him. Could it be that Eli has actually been spying on him these days? As agreed, I brought the perfume. Eli seemed impatient to listen to him, and threw a bottle over. Arya? Advertisement. Arya caught the bottle in her hand, and the liquid she was looking for was flowing in the bottle. He froze for a moment, could this be the perfume mentioned earlier? He unscrewed the bottle, and immediately, the smell in the bottle entered his nose. As the original heir of the Kazan Chamber of Commerce, his ability to identify perfume is naturally good. This smell is average at best, but, smelling this smell, he seems to feel an impulse to get closer, which is a collision from the spiritual level. Grunt. Arya had no choice but to smell it, and was already stunned, as if he couldn't figure out why there was such a peculiar perfume, but then there was ecstasy, with such a great perfume, he would definitely be able to win the support of the nobles after the Chamber of Commerce. Once he got her support, then he would be able to use this to regain control of the Chamber of Commerce by adding those who had supported him in the Chamber of Commerce, as well as those swingers. As for why he is so confident in the energy of the nobles behind him. Because standing behind the Kazan Chamber of Commerce is the largest noble in the Kingdom of Lorraine, Queen Cynthia, and only she can not even care about the benefits of a large Chamber of Commerce. Arya clutched the perfume tightly in her hand, as if it was the last straw. Wait a minute, are you forgetting something? Suddenly, a voice sounded, and Eli whispered from the opposite side. Oh, yes, business, I remember you said, this is a business. Elijah also hurriedly asked Eli as if he had just woken up from a dream. Then what do you want? There is a principle in business, called the principle of equivalence, do you know? Eli approached Arya slowly, and said. Of course, don't worry, I'll give you something equivalent to this perfume. Arya froze for a moment, then hurriedly said. No, that's not how it works. Eli shook his head. Isn't that how it works? How about that? Elijah was a little confused. You got into my car by accident, so I should have saved your life, so your life should be mine, so it makes sense. Eli looked at Arya and analyzed with a smile up. Arya? He froze. I don't quite understand what Eli means, but he generally understands that Eli is giving everything to him, whether it is his life or the Chamber of Commerce that he may have in the future. Impossible, you are too greedy. Arya's eyes widened. No, you got into my car, and the transaction has already started. Eli shook his head, and at the same time, the wizard's hand appeared instantly, grabbing Elijah who was close at hand. Elijah's eyes widened, but she couldn't resist at all. She could only watch as Eli slowly stretched out his hand and placed it on his head. Pain. For just a moment, Arya felt as if his brain was being pricked by countless needles, and an invisible but mysterious connection was formed between him and the man in front of him. This process lasted for 5 minutes before Eli stopped. After all, soul branding is not a simple witchcraft. Witchcraft soul imprint, zero-ring witchcraft, the function is to engrave the soul imprint in the target consciousness, so as to achieve the witchcraft that can fully understand the target's thinking and enslave the other party. Advertisement. Requirements, second-class apprentices or above, with a huge gap in mental power, no excessive resistance, and it is necessary to leave a mental mark on the target 3 days in advance before it can be implemented. This witchcraft is also the first time Eli uses it, because the conditions for using this witchcraft are really troublesome, and with his current mental power, he can perform up to 3. And the reason why he booked for 3 days was also because of this witchcraft. As for when he left the mark, he patted Arya's shoulder lightly before leaving the carriage. What did you stuff into my head? At this moment, Elijah was already limp on the ground, looking at Eli with fear in his eyes. He even had a feeling that Eli could fully understand what he was thinking at this time, and even kill him directly. Haven't you already thought about it? Eli looked down at Arya. He planned to do this from the very beginning. After all, if he really just relied on self-consciousness and waited until Aaliyah got the Chamber of Commerce, would he really be able to fully satisfy Eli's conditions? In fact, Eli thinks that conventions are the most shaky thing there is. Contracts on paper are floating clouds, but those engraved in the mind are much more reliable. Impossible, how could there be such a method? Arya's face twitched. Try then. Eli asked, looking at Arya. Arya's eyes widened. The next moment, as if the brain was torn apart, and the soul was burned by flames and pierced by countless needles, Arya uttered a howl of pain, which was pain he had never experienced before. Compared with physical pain, the pain of the soul is 10 times, 100 times more terrible. The torture lasted only 5 seconds, but Arya felt as if hundreds of years had passed. Would you like to try again? Eli asked again, but in Aaliyah's eyes, it seemed to be the whisper of a demon. No, no, no. Arya said inarticulately. In just 5 seconds, he had fully understood his situation. Where did he fall into the tiger's mouth before? This is completely jumping directly into the bottom of hell. From now on, you are my slave. Everything about you is mine. Would you like it? Of course, you still have another choice, that is, I will remove the brand and kill you. You can choose. Eli looked down at Elijah. Does he have a choice? Tears welled up in Arya's eyes, and he knew that he had absolutely no choice. He suddenly remembered a sentence his father once said, all the gifts had already been secretly priced. He didn't understand before, but now he seems to understand, it's just a bit too late. I do. A few seconds later, Arya finally nodded in resignation. He chooses to live. Very good, you accepted it quickly. Eli's relaxed voice came, relax, I'm almost 30, and you are only 19. When I die, you and your descendants will be free. There was a light in Arya's eyes, and he slowly got up from the ground. You're in good spirits. Eli smiled, squatted down, looked at Elijah and said. Then let's talk about the nobles after the Kazan Chamber of Commerce, and how you plan to get back my Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 62 Seeds. Chapter 62 Seeds. Sure enough, behind the Kazan Chamber of Commerce is Queen Cynthia. Walking on the road, Eli thought about the conversation with Elijah. Because of the soul branding, Arya has been completely enslaved by him, and he told him everything, including the biggest nobleman behind the Kazan Chamber of Commerce, and the whole cards he currently has. According to Arya, currently only 1/3 of the Chamber of Commerce is his uncle, 1/3 is clinging to the form, and the other 1/3 is people he can trust. Advertisement. And his father also told him some reliable channels to contact the nobles behind the Chamber of Commerce, as well as Queen Cynthia. That is to say, as long as Arya sends the perfume to Queen Cynthia, there is a 90% probability that she can get the support of Queen Cynthia when she declares her status as the orthodox heir. As for why it is 90%, it is because Eli feels that nothing in this world is 100% certain, and reaching 90% is already a very high level. Well worth the gamble for Eli. As long as it has the Queen's support, the Kazan Chamber of Commerce will be indirectly controlled by Eli. But after that, it's about Elijah. Eli thought while walking on the road. Before leaving, Eli gave Arya some gold coins to facilitate his actions. This was also the last investment Eli gave. After that, it was all up to Alia Kazan himself, and he would not make any more moves. If this is the case, Elijah will not be able to succeed. This can only prove that Elijah does not have that ability. Even if Eli helps him, the Chamber of Commerce will not be very good in the future. It can be said that Eli doesn't want to care about it, and it can also be said that it is a test for him. Anyway, his not revealing is the first factor. At present, no one can connect him with Arya. The only connection is at the entrance of Camellia Alley, but no one will care too much. As for whether it is successful or not, if it succeeds, then he will gain huge benefits. If it fails, it will be treated as if it never happened. Anyway, he just spent 3 days. There are still many 3 days in the future, there will always be opportunities, it's just a matter of time. As for helping Roland, it may not be of much help, but at least he will save his life. This is the bottom line, after all, he really has few friends. Today is a secret operation, so today Eli did not call a carriage, but walked back. Advertisement. Because there is a big market next to the slums, Eli decided to go shopping to see if he could catch something. But in fact, it turned out that Eli was thinking too much. After a few rounds of shopping, Eli didn't find anything good, but his knowledge has increased a lot, but it's not like nothing. It's time to go. After wandering around for a while without gaining anything, Eli was about to leave. Suddenly, as he was walking around a corner, a stall caught Eli's attention. This is a stall located in the corner. Tan is just an old man in sackcloth, one leg is disabled, and the trousers are still stained with mud, looking very sloppy. In front of him, there is a piece of cloth with various seeds on it, which seems to be a stall specializing in selling various crops and other seeds. Naturally, it was not these that attracted Eli, but a dark green seed in the center, covered with cyan lines, which seemed to be exhaling the power of elements. Although Eli didn't understand what kind of seed it was, he knew it was definitely not simple. Immediately he walked over, no matter what he is, buy it first. Hello, what kind of seed is this? Walking to the booth, Eli pointed to the seed and asked the old man. Seeing that the business was coming, the old man immediately showed his energy and explained to Eli, Sir, I picked this up on the road when I came here this morning. I don't know what kind of seed it is, but I guess it must be some kind of seed. The seeds of precious crops, otherwise, how could he be so big? Indeed, the size of this kind of seed is the largest in here, it is about the size of a peach, not too big to look like a seed. How much? Eli didn't bother to talk nonsense, and asked directly. Sir, this is very expensive, this seed. How much? Eli asked again. 1 silver tower. No, it's 5 silver towers. The old man seemed to hesitate for a long time, and first called a high price, but seeing that the gentleman in front of him seemed unusual, he decided to call out a higher price. It's a pity to see it, 5 silver towers is already the highest price he can think of. Okay. Eli nodded and threw it directly to the old man. Advertisement. Although he knew that the old man must have yelled high on purpose, he understood that these people are not that high, 5 silver towers, although it is his monthly salary, but it is only a fraction of a hand on the poker table 1/10. Thank you, sir. The old man was also stunned. He didn't expect the gentleman in front of him to pay directly for this. God! These are 5 silver towers. In fact, the low price in his heart is 50 copper towers. He stood up in a hurry, and his lame leg almost made him fall, but he immediately put the seeds away and handed them to Eli, for fear that Eli would regret it. Eli took the seed, and the deal went smoothly. In fact, it was just a seed, how could anyone pay attention to it, and it was impossible for the noble young master to come to such a place, and there were no knights passing by to fight for it. If you stay calm, life doesn't have so much fighting at all. Just like Eli, although he is also in the aristocratic circle, he really has no enemies, and no one who hates him to the bone. Many people may not even remember Eli. This is the norm. Sir, go slowly. After buying the seeds, Eli left directly, and behind him came the respectful voice of the old man. 5 silver towers might not be enough for one experiment of Eli's, but for him, it was enough for him to find a place to sleep, buy some black bread, and live for a few months. On the way outside the market, Eli checked the seeds briefly. The dark green seeds exuded a strange vitality. Eli confirmed that this was something he didn't understand, so he simply put it away and went back to the hotel. I'll take a closer look when I go back, but I'd better go back and talk about it now. Soon, Eli returned to the hotel. I don't know if it was an accident or something, but this time they happened to meet the returning diplomatic team again. The leader, Marquis Elena, had a dark face. Needless to say, the negotiations probably went very badly. It seems that this Queen Cynthia is indeed not a simple person. Eli shook his head and turned to go to the second floor. As soon as he travels with a group, diplomatic affairs have nothing to do with him. Instead of thinking about this, why not think about the matter of Elijah Kazan, and what the hell is that seed just now? Chapter 63 Area in Action. Chapter 63 Area in Action. Maybe because it was still early, Maester Lyman wasn't there when Eli returned to the room. Eli went straight into the room and began to observe the seed. The whole body of the seeds is dark green, with cyan patterns all over them, and traces of vitality are slowly emanating from them, and even Eli can feel that the surrounding wood elements are slightly mobilized. All in all tell that this is definitely nothing ordinary. Advertisement. In fact, now Eli's a little unsure if it's a seed or not. After all, he didn't know which level of seeds could unconsciously attract elements, and even exude vitality that surprised even him. It's not right, it's not right. Eli became interested. It wasn't long before he became a wizard, but he had never seen such a strange item. Immediately, mental power detection, vitality detection, information eye, and elemental composition were all used. The result surprised Eli, it was actually a seed, and the test told him that as long as a certain amount of hatching fluid and enough time were needed, it should be able to conceive it. As for what this is, he really hasn't observed it. Looks like I'm going to set aside a space in my yard. Eli shook his head and collected the seeds again. Whether it is a tree, a grass, or a flower, you will know when it is planted. At the same time, in Marquis Elena's room, 10 people sat around each other in silence. They are all high-level officials in this parade, including nobles, grand scholars, diplomats, and even grand knights. Ahem. In the end, Marquis Elena, who was still sitting on the main seat, opened his mouth. He glanced calmly and said, "Could it be that you just give up now? Master Marquis, but Queen Cynthia has no intention of peace talks at all, and we have no real progress at all." A nobleman wearing a white unicorn coat of arms hesitated and said, "Indeed." Grand Maester Colt also nodded. "Master Marquis, I think the king must have thought of this result. He has been dealing with the kingdom of Lorraine for so many years, doesn't he know her well? Indeed, there is no breakthrough at all. Queen Cynthia is a perfume fanatic, but it is a pity that the empire does not have any top-notch perfumes at all, which cannot attract the queen's attention." One person also shook his head and said, "Humph, give up." Marquis Elena was also a little angry. She slapped the table and said, "Of course the king knows about it, but he still sent us. What does that mean? He needs us to succeed." Advertisement. You can think about what will happen after failure. Marquis Elena narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at everyone, making everyone feel an invisible pressure. Even the Great Knight felt it was difficult to breathe. It wasn't the suppression of vitality, it was simply the aura that made everyone feel nervous. "Why don't we try again? But this time the queen doesn't seem to want to see us, and next time I might not even be able to enter the door." Grand Maester Colt lamented with a sad face. Everyone was silent for a moment. 5 days later, "We are visiting again." A few seconds later, Marquis Elena made a decision, and the others could only agree one after another, and then left one by one. Half a minute later, Marquis Elena was the only one in the room. Looking at the silent room, Marquis Elena sighed. "I hope the next meeting will not be too miserable." Compared with the sad Burn Empire side, Arya, on the other hand, is much more active. After getting Eli's money, he first went to the mercenary chamber of commerce and hired several high-level knights to protect his personal safety, and then began to secretly contact several people who supported him in the chamber of commerce to let them make early preparations. In addition, he also began to actively contact the contacts left by his father, and began to create a protective net for himself. In fact, as the son of the former owner of the Chamber of Commerce, Arya is not actually a rich man, but this time was so sudden that he was so caught off guard. According to the original plan, he was going to do this, but considering that it would be useless even if he did that, he didn't dare to take too much action. So when he got Eli's promise in the carriage that day, he was so excited and chose to hide for 3 days. But in 3 days, he did wait for the good medicine to win, but he also lost himself. His life was no longer his own. But he also saw it. Although he didn't know what Eli's method was, after experiencing the pain for 5 seconds, he also resigned to his fate. A slave is a slave. At least he still retains a certain degree of freedom, and even if he obtains the Chamber of Commerce later, he can also enjoy the benefits from the Chamber of Commerce, but he needs to dedicate himself to Eli without reservation. Like Eli said, as long as he dies, isn't it as if nothing happened? It's just that it might take a long time. Advertisement. When his son or grandchildren are born, it is impossible for Eli to still be alive. At that time, the Chamber of Commerce will still belong to the Kazan family, not Eli's personal property. After everything is ready, Aryadin finally decided to give him a fatal blow to Uncle, that is, to proceed directly to the last and most critical step of his plan, to get the support of Queen Cynthia. 5 days later, Elijah specially chose an exquisite perfume bottle and entered the palace with the perfume Eli gave him. Because it is a royal palace, only Arya enters. He was wearing a black jacket and black trousers today, and his face and hair were also carefully groomed. After all, he was meeting Her Majesty the Queen, so he couldn't go sloppy. It was only because of the top perfume and old Kazan that Queen Cynthia decided to meet him, otherwise he would not be able to see the Queen. Following the guards, Arya walked through the palace all the way. It was also here that Arya realized how rich the kingdom was. The steps are made of white marble. In the corridors passing by, there are reliefs carved with gold powder and silver powder. There are dozens of precious stones worth dozens of quintals everywhere, which is really extravagant. No wonder the Queen doesn't care about the Chamber of Commerce at all. Arya's throat moved slightly, and she was even more in awe of the Queen. Soon, through a long corridor again, Arya was led to a room. "Please wait here, Her Majesty will come later," the guard said calmly, and then stood by the door. Arya's eyes looked inside. It was just an ordinary room, far less luxurious than the main hall outside, but Arya opened his mouth wide when he saw the scene inside. It's not because of the room, it's just that there is another person sitting on the sofa in the room. "Uncle." "Arya." 2 voices sounded at the same time. What caught Arya's eyes was Arya's uncle, who took away the Chamber of Commerce, and beside him, there was a box. If Arya guessed correctly, it was a box dedicated to storing perfume. Arya's uncle also saw Arya and the perfume in his hand at this time, showing a strange expression. The two looked at each other. The room fell into silence. Chapter 64 Queen Cynthia. Chapter 64 Queen Cynthia. Long time no see, Vito. In the end it was Arya who broke the silence, and the uncle's name was Vito Kazan. Long time no see. Vito was also taken aback, but he returned to normal at random, glanced at him and said, Arya, it's becoming more and more impolite, you don't even want to call me uncle, but it's so sad. Sad? You've been very proud recently. The two looked at each other, and Arya said coldly. Advertisement. It's all in the past, and we still talk about what he does. Vito waved his hand, as if he didn't care. Then he glanced around Arya from top to bottom, then looked at the perfume bottle in his hand, raised his brows and said, this perfume bottle looks like the most popular perfume ever sold by the Kazan Chamber of Commerce, it's called Venus, unfortunately it has been eliminated for a long time. Yes, but the name of Venus will be spread throughout the kingdom of Lorraine again in the future. Arya also stared at her and said unceremoniously. Hee. Vito shook his head, expressing disdain. Although he didn't ask, Arya's purpose is self-evident. It was nothing more than wanting to rely on perfume to gain the queen's support, and it happened that he also had the same purpose, and with that simple-looking perfume, how could he win him? Arya, I am actually very sad that you left the Chamber of Commerce. If you are willing to come back, I will be very happy. Vito shook his head, as if feeling emotional. I'll be happy only if you leave the Chamber of Commerce, thief. Arya gritted her teeth and said every word. Little BD. Vito was also a little angry. Thief is also a curse word in this world. Vito glared at Arya, but didn't move. Not only is the place inappropriate, what's worse is that he is just an ordinary person, and his fighting power is not as good as that of Arya. If he rushes over, he will probably be beaten up. At this time, the sound of heels trampling on the ground gradually came from outside the door. The two immediately stopped arguing, because the queen came. The gorgeous red door was gradually pushed open, and the queen walked in slowly. The red skirt is inlaid with gold threads, the gorgeous head crown is full of gems, and the face is not a standard oval face, but it gives people a sense of luxury. The corners of the eyes are slightly raised, the facial features are three-dimensional, and the figure is covered by the skirt, but everyone can feel the queen's figure is beautiful, the neck is slender, making the overall look very slender, the eyes are piercing, full of majesty and oppression. Arya and Vito lowered their heads at the same time. Hello, Her Majesty the Queen. Advertisement. At this time, there were still many guards behind the queen. Queen Cynthia waved her hand, signaling them to wait outside, and then walked into the room alone. Take it out, let me show you your perfume. Queen Cynthia glanced at the two of them and said directly. The two didn't dare to say much at all, just standing in front of the queen, both of them felt great pressure. After all, this is a real queen. In just a few decades, it is not her beauty that has led the kingdom of Lorraine to its present prosperity, but her iron-blooded and decisive will. My lord, this is my new series of perfumes, December. Vito stood up straight slowly, then took the box over, opened it gently, and suddenly bursts of white mist drifted out, opened it, and revealed the scene inside. 12 bottles of compact perfume are quietly placed in a velvet box, and the sides of the box are filled with ice cubes to store the perfume for a short time. Your Royal Highness, this is the latest top perfume of the Kazan Chamber of Commerce. December corresponds to the 12 months of the year. For example, January is also called the moon of the first Sunday. It is characterized by softness and amiability, which makes people feel it seems to feel the winter is about to pass and the first sun rises. This is February. Vito hurriedly began to introduce the characteristics of each bottle. Queen Cynthia's eyes lit up, a little interested. Being a queen is very stressful, and perfume is one of her few hobbies. Your Highness, would you like to try it? Vito respectfully took out the first bottle and presented it to the queen. The queen's guards didn't stop them either. After all, the thing had been tested to get here. Moreover, Queen Cynthia was a great knight, and few of the guards could beat the queen. In the early years of the kingdom, Queen Cynthia would often go out with the army, and that prestige was truly earned. Queen Cynthia took over January directly. The bottle in January is in the crescent state, like a crescent moon, and the body of the bottle is like bumps and bumps, reflecting the light, which is extremely beautiful. Queen Cynthia took the perfume and sprayed it directly in front of her eyes, and a soft scent appeared immediately. Queen Cynthia took a deep breath and showed a satisfied smile on her face. Very good. This fragrance should have reached the top 30 of her collection. She has a cold storage of perfumes, about 3,000 kinds of perfumes in it. Your Highness, do you want to try February? Vito's face relaxed a little, and he took out another bottle of perfume. Of course, try one bottle at a time. In order to experience the new perfume, I turned down a very important negotiation, and the Kazan Chamber of Commerce did not disappoint me. Queen Cynthia seemed to relax a little when she met her favorite perfume. Very happy. As said and done, in the next 10 minutes, Queen Cynthia really felt the past one by one, and she would talk about her feelings after each feeling, just like a shopping girl. Not bad, very good. After all the experience, Queen Cynthia had a smile on her face. Advertisement. This line of fragrances is really delicate and she likes it very much. This is what I should do, to produce the top perfume for Her Majesty the Queen. Vito applauded secretly, but still respectfully. Oh, and Arya, you are the son of old Kazan, and I have certain expectations for your perfume. Then the Queen asked Alia Kazan, who had been standing aside. Arya was in a state of anxiety at this time. Although he tried the perfume that day, it seemed that Vito's perfume in front of him was also very good, so he was very nervous. When he heard the Queen's call, he was taken aback for a moment, and then he reacted. The Queen actually knew his name, and was moved. Although he hesitated, he took out his perfume. The body of the bottle is like a harp, and there is a colorless perfume flowing inside. This is mine. Arya also offered the perfume. Queen Cynthia? Isn't this Venus? Queen Cynthia remembered very well. This perfume was a perfume she once liked very much. It was precisely because of this perfume that old Kazan gained her support. Of course, she is very clear about the purpose of Arya and Vito, but if she thinks that the same perfume can win her support again, she is thinking too much. I thought it was a bit of a surprise, but it seems a bit disappointed. Her Majesty, the perfume is different, but the bottle is the same. Arya hurriedly added. That's it. Queen Cynthia nodded, then took out the perfume and sprayed it lightly. In an instant, a smell penetrated Queen Cynthia's nose. But Queen Cynthia seemed to have fallen into a state of sluggishness as if she didn't feel it. Vito on the side remained calm on the surface, but began to gloat in his heart. The silence lasted for more than 10 seconds before Queen Cynthia spoke slowly. You go out first. The unquestionable voice sounded, and Arya and Vito were a little surprised. They didn't understand what happened, but they were quickly taken out of the room. Boom. The door slowly closed. Queen Cynthia finally moved. His eyes closed slowly, and 2 tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 65 The Confused Marquis Elena. Chapter 65 The Confused Marquis Elena. Queen Cynthia has already forgotten when she cried last time. Like her father, the day the previous king died, she cried. After that, whether it was the intrusion of a powerful country or the political disputes of the empire, she never cried, not because she didn't want to cry, but because she knew she couldn't cry. How could the queen of the kingdom shed tears? Advertisement. However, after she used the perfume and smelled the perfume, she was sure that the perfume was ordinary and couldn't even enter her collection, but it made him and her feel as if they had met his father. When she was a child, his father always liked to hold him in his arms, and then told her about the kingdom, and she would also pull his father's beard, and then the two laughed together. That was when she was happiest. Venus, what a nice perfume. 10 seconds later, Queen Cynthia put away her tears and clenched the perfume in her hand. This perfume seemed to make her see what she wanted to see the most. It was a feeling that she had never felt in other perfumes. How should I put it, it was amazing, but she really liked it. It's really a good perfume. Queen Cynthia was very happy, she hadn't been this happy for a long time. She tidied up her disguise, then called the guards to get Arya. At this moment Arya is in the next room with Vito, waiting. Arya, you can't beat me. In fact, the Chamber of Commerce should belong to me. If you are willing to come back, I welcome you. Vito said kindly as always. Stop talking nonsense now, don't you feel sick? Arya just looked at him, and then ignored him. He was anxious and didn't know what happened. Is the perfume too strong? Suddenly, the sound of the door opening sounded. A guard came in, and Arya and Vito stood up immediately. The guard cast a glance at the two of them, and then said, Alia Kazan, her ladyship is going to see you. As for Vito Kazan, you can leave now. As if struck by lightning, Vito glanced at Arya not far away with a look of disbelief. How is this possible? Arya finally showed a smile on her face, and immediately followed the guards up. She was curious about the queen's attitude. But when he saw the queen again, the first thing the queen said was, I don't think the name Venus is good, so let's call it Starlight from now on, the only light among the stars in the sky. Arya froze for a moment, then smiled. Advertisement. From today on, the fragrance is called Starlight. Steady. Vito left in a daze. Elijah walked away proudly. Queen Cynthia returned to the main hall, sitting on her throne, holding the bottle of perfume in her hand. Queen Cynthia was already used to the cold throne, she sprayed on a little perfume again, and then sniffed it. For a moment, a strange attraction spread over her body. As for crying, that's not enough. The crying that time was just a backlog for too long. After venting, she is still the majestic queen of the empire. At this time, another person came in from the hall. Queen, Marquis Elena of the Bern Empire requests to meet again. The person who came was a woman, who also exuded the aura of a great knight, but she was a little puzzled at this time. Looking at the queen, She always felt that today's queen seemed particularly attractive, making her think. Well, Marquis Elena, let him come. Queen Cynthia nodded. Queen, but didn't you say you were missing last time? The woman asked suspiciously. She grew up with the queen and had the closest relationship with the queen. At this time, there were only two of them, so she asked this question. Queen Cynthia glanced at her, and then said, the Bern Empire is more powerful than the Lorraine Kingdom, but the Lorraine Kingdom is richer than Bern, which is not a good thing. So you need to give them a big shot, wait until the right time, and then negotiate the terms, otherwise they will only think you are weak. Didn't your majesty tell me yesterday that I can't do it? Why can't it be fine today? The woman asked strangely. It's nothing, I'm just in a good mood. Queen Cynthia glanced at her and didn't speak. Let's go, let's meet the Marquis of Bern. Queen Cynthia stepped down from the throne and said calmly. It was originally planned, but today she was in a good mood, so she decided to advance the process. As for the reason, it may be that small bottle of perfume. At this time, in a conference hall, Marquis Elena sat in front, looking calm on the surface. Behind him, there are other people sitting, most of them seem a little nervous, and they may encounter unhesitating rejection after a while. I hope this time it will go smoothly. Marquis Elena looked ahead calmly, thinking. In fact, Queen Cynthia's repeated refusals have already shaken him, who was already very confident, whether he should lower the conditions or something. Advertisement. This queen is much more difficult than imagined. Just as they were thinking, suddenly, the door in front of them opened. Queen Cynthia walked in the front, followed by a group of people. The queen's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and a sense of majesty exuded. The queen who has ruled the kingdom for nearly 20 years has already let other countries know that she is not to be messed with. Everyone takes their seats. Marquis Elena took a deep breath, ready to speak. I agree with the alliance, let's talk about the conditions. But Marquis Elena hadn't spoken yet, but Queen Cynthia did. What? Marquis Elena was choked and almost couldn't catch her breath. At this moment, his mind was full of questions. What happened? Why did the queen change so much? The next day, in the morning, Eli first received the news that Elijah got the queen's support, and he had returned to the Chamber of Commerce, preparing to clear Vito out of the game. This was normal, so Eli felt that his efforts were not in vain. A small amount of investment is about to turn into a huge amount of wealth, which will allow Eli to gain financial freedom in the future. But the news received in the afternoon surprised Eli a little. The alliance actually succeeded. This made Eli look at Marquis Elena with admiration, and he didn't expect him to reverse the situation so quickly. But what he didn't know was that Marquis Elena was even more inexplicable than him, so he wanted to know why and why. But success is only the beginning, and the next step is to negotiate the exchange of interests. At that time, it is the time for real confrontation. Marquis Elena will not give up the interests of the empire, and Queen Cynthia will definitely show her skills. This is estimated to take a while. At this time, the idle personnel brought by them, such as doctors and scholars, will finally start to play a role. They are assigned to various departments of the Kingdom of Lorraine for study and communication. Eli and Lemon were assigned to a small team of scholars. Work on an underappreciated project together. Chapter 66 Imperial Ruins. Chapter 66 Imperial Ruins. Imperial Ruins. Until Eli heard the news from Lemon's ear, he still felt weird. There are actually scholars who specialize in research, looking for where a ruin is. Don't be so surprised, this Imperial Ruin is not simple. Sitting in the carriage, Bachelor Lemon glanced at Eli, and the two were on their way to the research team. Advertisement. Because Bachelor Lemon had inquired about some information from his old friends in advance, he also knew some specific situations. The research group that the two masters and apprentices were randomly assigned to was the group about the ruins of the empire. The main purpose is to find and verify the authenticity of the imperial relics. Speaking of this relic, the time is actually not too long, that is, about 200 years ago, but the origin is very big. At that time, the Palace of Lorraine was not the Kingdom of Lorraine, and it was occupied by an empire called Orizon at that time. Later, this country was destroyed by Bern, and before the demise, the king of the Orizon Empire hid all the treasures and most of the items of the empire. As for where it is hidden, no one knows, this is also the mystery of the ruins. Then the Kingdom of Lorraine was established and continues to this day. This topic was founded by a great scholar of the Lorraine Empire more than 10 years ago. At that time, the queen also paid a lot of attention. Scholars, historians, and even map scholars from all over the country participated in it. It also caused a huge sensation in the academic circles of the kingdom. At that time, there were even hundreds of people participating in this project at the same time, and the empire would receive a lot of financial support every year. Then what did they find? After getting a general understanding of the subject, Eli asked curiously. What do you think? Maester Lyman gave him a blank look. Eli also patted himself on the head. He really asked a stupid question. If he really found it, how could there still be this research group? Could it be that he was infected by Herman? Speaking of which, when my friend told me, he also said that this possible group will definitely surprise us. Lemon added, a little curious. Eli had a faint feeling that something was wrong. We're here, gentlemen scholars. At this moment, the carriage also stopped, and Eli and Maester Lyman exchanged glances. Maester Lemon stepped out of the carriage first, followed by Eli. Advertisement. The two got out of the carriage, looked at the scene in front of them, and fell silent at the same time. At this time, they were no longer in the urban area, but on a lonely road in the east city of Turin. There were low-rise buildings everywhere, the highest of which was no more than 2 floors, and most of them were dilapidated. They were left on this street, and it was still in the middle of the road, but looking around, there was no so-called project team. Bachelor Lemon looked at the ground mixed with gravel and mud, and asked deeply, where is the project team? Teacher, there. Eli, who is mentally sharp, has already discovered the purpose of their trip. Between the walls of the 2 buildings not far away, there was a tattered signboard, and a sackcloth waiting to be dried was hung on the signboard. Through the clothes, the 4 large characters on it could be faintly seen. Empire Relics. Lemon and Eli looked at each other and understood what the so-called surprise was. Go and have a look, maybe it will be much better inside. Bachelor Lemon's mouth twitched, comforting himself. The 2 walked into the alley and tried their best to ignore the garbage and the running mice. At the end of the alley, the 2 saw a passage leading to the ground. There is no doubt that this is their destination. As a student, Eli politely asked the teacher to go first. Maester Lyman took a deep breath, and strode into the narrow and dark entrance. Entering inside, here is a small basement with dim lights, a huge table in the middle, and bookshelves around it, with various maps and documents on it. As for the researchers, there are 3 of them. One person was buried in the pile of maps looking for something, the other person was lying on the mountain of books and looked down to study, and the other person closed his eyes and seemed to be thinking about life. Eli and Maester Lyman looked at each other again and understood what they meant. This project, seems, maybe, not sure, there is a little bit of unreliability in it. Wow, is there a newcomer at last? Advertisement. Suddenly, as if he heard a voice, the man with his eyes closed opened his eyes. When he saw Eli, his eyes lit up instantly, and he got up instantly. Hello, I'm the person in charge of the Imperial Ruins, welcome. The man held the hand of Maester Lemon and said excitedly. We are from the Bern Empire to communicate. Maester Lemon smiled and explained. Oh, I remembered. It seemed that he remembered something, and the man suddenly realized. Wait a minute, I'll pour you a glass of water. The man explained, and then immediately ran to a plate shelf, searched left and right, and walked back awkwardly after a few minutes. Sorry, it seems that we don't have extra cups here. If you don't mind, you can use my cup. The man was also a little embarrassed. It's okay. Eli also twitched the corner of his mouth. It seems that the project team's neglect is worse than that of the parade team. You don't seem to be doing well now. Eli glanced around, there was almost nothing new, and the 2 workers who hadn't looked up. Indeed, since the kingdom thought it was a stupid and wrong decision to spend time and energy on this, we have never received a single penny, and scholars also need money. Now, there are only 3 of us left it is. The man shook his head and explained sadly. Oh, by the way, you can call me Ike, a naturalist, he is Arthur, a scholar who studies history, and she is Vera, a scholar who likes to study maps, but they are all fanatics, and they may not like to talk and communicate. Ike stood, pointed at the other 2 and said to Eli and Bachelor Lemon. It's true that I don't like to communicate very much. The 2 of them have been in for so long, and they didn't respond at all. Arthur, Vera. Ike couldn't stand it anymore, and finally ran over to pull the 2 of them up. Arthur was a thin man with thick dark circles under his eyes, and Vera wanted a lady with freckles on her face. Although she was not well dressed, her facial features were acceptable. Welcome. The 2 were pulled to greet Eli and Lemon. I'm Eli, and this is my teacher, Bachelor Lemon. Eli also introduced, and the group barely knew each other. Welcome. After getting to know each other, Ike had a smile on his face and Arthur and Vera returned to work. Eli and Lemon felt like they had entered a black shop. Chapter 67 Mistakes in Thinking. Chapter 67 Mistakes in Thinking. Since you have no choice, you can only accept it peacefully. Eli and Lemon lived here with simple luggage. The most fortunate thing is that the bedroom here is still good and relatively clean. Early the next morning. Early in the morning, Ike convened everyone and decided to hold a discussion meeting to discuss what to do next. Advertisement. Before the discussion begins, Maester Lemon and Eli, please introduce what you are good at so that I can arrange work conveniently. Ike asked. I am good at history, botany, and a certain amount of natural history. Bachelor Lemon said. I'm good at history and heraldry. Eli continued. Well, botany may not be of much help, but history is of some help. No wonder you are assigned here, but you must not be so clear about the history of the Kingdom of Lorraine. I need to think about how to arrange work. Ike was lost in thought. Hoo-hoo. Suddenly, there was a snoring sound, and it turned out that Arthur on the side had fallen asleep, and left saliva on the table wantonly, and Vera on the side was also nodding her head. The corners of Ike's mouth twitched when he saw this scene. Sorry, these two like to work at night, and always do during the day. Ike explained. It's okay, let's continue. Maester Lemon closed his eyes in despair, and accepted it calmly after a few seconds. Well, let me continue, what did I just say? Oh, it's about history. The Kingdom of Lorraine was built on the basis of the Orizon Empire. We also received most of the Empire's legacy, so our history here is a bit complicated. Speaking of which, if you want to talk, you have to start talking with Saleen Merlin, the first king of Bane. Ike sat on the table and talked eloquently, but Eli's eyes widened. What the hell did he hear just now? What? The first king of Bern, Saren Merlin? Saren Meditlan. Eli was short of breath and hurriedly interrupted Ike. Ike, wait a minute, how do you know the name of the first king of the Bern Empire? Almost no one in the Bern Empire knows this. Eli asked, he had been so excited for a long time. Oh, yes, this should be secret information, my brain, but it's okay, anyway, you have joined the project team, and you will know some things. Ike patted his brain and said, I forgot to say, the project at that time, the group was directly concerned by the Queen, so although we had no money, we did have authority all the time. We can even enter the second library of the Empire and check some important documents, which are all possible, but don't you know the name of your first king? Advertisement. Ike looked suspicious. I don't know. Eli nodded. In just a moment, he figured it out a little bit. He has never entered the real library of the kingdom, and some secrets are unknown, but here, some things may not be secrets, and the information here may be more accurate than that of the kingdom. Because many countries will modify their own content, just like Saleen Merlin concealed his name and the people around him, but other countries will not. Faintly, Eli felt short of breath. If it is true, for him, this project team is a treasure trove. The treasure doesn't matter what, more importantly, it brings him closer to Bern's history, the real history. And judging from the name Saleen Merlin, it's completely Saren Meditlan who chopped off 2 words. Combined with the previous information, and how could there be such a coincidence in the world, this Saren Merlin Meditran is most likely Saren Merlin. On the first day he came to the project team, he confirmed a previously suspected problem. This is truly a treasure. Oh, that's right. After all, this information seems to be at a high level of concealment. Ike nodded. The two of them were powerless to complain, and you still say that because the level of concealment is high. Forget it, let me continue. Ike shook his head. Speaking of Saleen Merlin, he actually has another student. Few people know about it, but it was this student who was the liaison officer between the Orizon Empire and the Bern Empire at that time. He was in charge of diplomacy, but it seemed that something happened later. Problem, so the Empire wiped out the Kingdom of Orizon. Ike told slowly that Eli was numb at this time. Fortunately, he is a little transparent, otherwise how could he be assigned here? Saleen Meditlan actually still has students and is a diplomat of the 2 empires. Although doubtful, this time Eli didn't ask, but was ready to explore it himself. This time, he thought that his biggest achievement was to get a Chamber of Commerce, but now he can only say that his structure is too shallow and his experience is too little. Imperial ruins? This is his treasure. Soon, Ike briefly talked about the back, but there was nothing Eli wanted to hear, and then assigned work to the 2. The main reason is to assign some historical documents for them to view. Of course, if they want to read higher level materials, they can also tell him that he can take them to the kingdom's second library. Advertisement. Clement sighed, while Eli's eyes lit up. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The Bern Empire and the Kingdom of Lorraine were discussing the issue of benefit exchange, and neither of them would give way to the other. Although the negotiations continued, there was almost no progress. Very. Some people are anxious and some are happy. Eli has been hungry for a month, as if a mouse had entered the oil barrel. Not only did he check all the documents here, but he also asked Ike to take him to the second library, where he read almost all the available materials. This has brought him great rewards. First, he determined that Saleen Merlin was Saleen Meditlan, which was a very important discovery. Second, he found that Saleen Merlin did have a student named Weiss, who was said to have appeared here together with Saleen Merlin, which happened to match what Marquis Elena said before, they were foreigners. Third, through material analysis, This Weiss died in the battle against the Empire, and his items were seized by the Orizon Empire and put into the treasury. And the most important point is that when the Orizon Empire failed, the collection of the treasury was also in the ruins, and disappeared without a trace with the death of the Orizon kingdom. Eli guessed that Weiss should also be a wizard with a high probability. So, now it is said that there is a wizard's relic in the ruins of the Empire, and it is also a student of Saline Meditlan, which makes Eli feel a little bit moved. Well, it's not a heartbeat, it's a must. The only problem is finding the Imperial relics. Eli felt it was time for him to contribute to the project team. For his own thinking is too vulgar, he just wants to help this hard-working project team. What is wrong with him? You can only blame him for being too kind. Chapter 68 2 months. Chapter 68 2 months. Because of time constraints, once the Empire's negotiations are over, they will leave here. So Eli even stopped his daily meditation and dived into various literatures, resting 7 hours a day, and working the rest of the time. This made the Lemon people stupid. Why are his students so hard-working? As if thinking of leaving at the appointed time for him to work, Maester Lemon became paralyzed. Advertisement. On the other hand, because of Eli's fanatical work, it also made Ike and the other two accept Eli as well, and to their surprise, it seemed that with Eli's addition, their progress seemed to improve a little bit. 10 days later. When Eli came up with a complete chain of evidence proving that the Imperial ruins definitely existed, the entire project team went completely crazy. Originally, their progress was actually still confirming whether the ruins really existed. In fact, although everyone has always believed in the existence of the ruins of the Empire, to be honest, no real evidence has been found. This is also an important reason for the Empire to give up. Oh my god, Eli, you are a god, I have to report to Her Majesty the Queen, you are too powerful. Holding the complete evidence in his hand, Ike seemed unable to believe it. Arthur and Vera on the side also looked at Eli in disbelief. They are fanatics, so their love for this project is beyond what others can imagine. However, when a person entered the project team for 10 days and progressed faster than them for several years, the two of them also had some dull eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. I suggest not to report it to the Queen, wait until we have more discoveries, otherwise it will take a lot of effort if we can't find it, and maybe the project will be withdrawn directly. Eli said calmly. Yeah, you're right. Ike nodded, and the other two agreed. At this time, although Ike is still in charge, the actual central figure has become Eli. This is also due to the fact that the three of them really wanted to find the ruins, and since the project team was very small, no one on the trail knew their situation at all. On the side, Bachelor Lemon put down the pen in his hand and fell silent. Aren't they here to participate? How did it develop into this? Let me tell you, Bachelor Lemon actually contributed a lot to this project. He helped Eli analyze all the materials, and Eli found out all the connections and then came up with evidence. In fact, it's not that Eli can't finish it by himself, but the workload is really huge, and they don't have much time, so they are really nervous, so Eli can only show his partial talent. This time it is really the speed of life and death. The project team changed the person in charge, and Eli also began to assign a few people to work, and a few people followed Eli's orders. It's hard to imagine that 10 days ago, he and Bachelor Lemon were the ones who were assigned the job. In the blink of an eye, their status changed dramatically. It was also the first time that Eli fell into a state of complete immersion. It was not until 20 days later that Eli received that Aaliyah had completely taken over the business of the Chamber of Commerce, and he suddenly realized that another 20 days had passed. During this time, they progressed very quickly. With Eli's help, he could always clearly judge the clues between the documents, and then decisively rule out the wrong answers. Advertisement. It can be said that the efficiency at this time made Ike feel that their work efficiency was much higher than that of hundreds of people back then. On the other side, Queen Cynthia deserves to be Queen Cynthia. On the negotiating table, she fully demonstrated her toughness. The two countries quarreled for the exchange of interests, but no one was willing to take a step back. Because every step is a huge loss. At this time, it is absolutely impossible for Queen Cynthia to give in because of some perfume, because this is a real big country transaction, and the only thing that can be decided at this time is the profit. Everyone is running like Hot Wheels, and everyone is very nervous. The Empire Ruins project team is undergoing some visible changes. Because of the busy work, the environment there is even worse. There are piles of materials and garbage everywhere. In the end, Eli couldn't take it anymore and asked someone to clean it. But when they entered, they saw the unkempt Carrie, Arthur, and Vera, who seemed to be in a state of madness. After cleaning, they almost ran out of there. It's almost like a mental hospital. Another 10 days passed. Does the location of the ruins confirm this large area? The progress of the project has taken a big step forward again, and Eli and others have pushed the progress of the project one step further. After 10 days of reasoning, they confirmed that the ruins should be in an area close to the northern mountains of the Kingdom of Lorraine, but it is very large, and it will take time to confirm. At this moment I just felt dizzy. How can the progress be so fast? It seems like nothing has changed. It seems that everything has changed since Eli and Lemon joined, and Eli's role in it is self-evident, which makes Ike even admire Eli at this time. Arthur and Vera looked at Eli as if they were looking at God. As for Lemon, he is a little relieved. His students seem to be very talented. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. A tense atmosphere permeates the diplomatic corps of the two countries. Until now, no one is willing to take a step back, which keeps their progress at the same level as it was a month ago. Advertisement. Marquis Elena's head was getting bigger, but there was nothing she could do about it. Others have offered a lot of solutions, but none of them worked. For a while, he thought of Eli, the young man who had saved his life, and wanted to ask him if there was any way for us, but he couldn't find anyone. He only knew that Eli had entered the second library here for 5 days and hadn't come out. Can't see. Marquis Elena sighed and gave up. In fact, he was in a hurry to go to the doctor. How could Eli have anything to do? Another 3 days later, Eli came back from the library. I found it. One sentence shocked everyone instantly. Ike opened his mouth for a long time and couldn't close it. Arthur, Vera, and Maester Lemon also raised their heads, a little unbelievable. I found the place where the ruins were once buried. It is called the southernmost protruding corner of the Hodis Mountains, but it seems that there was an earthquake more than 50 years ago, so the terrain has changed a lot. What we need to do now just to find his current location. Eli finished in one breath. After analyzing and verifying a large amount of materials in the library, it was difficult even for him to analyze them, but fortunately, there are still materials left over from before, which finally allowed him to find the place. Okay, let's go find it. Vera, as a map scholar, nodded immediately. Several other people also helped, and Maester Lyman looked at Eli and felt that his student had really matured, a mature scholar, although he was not even a scholar yet. A smile appeared on Eli's face as everyone else got busy. The rest of the work is not difficult, just leave it to them. As for him, of course he went to sleep. Just kidding, staying in the library for 5 days without sleep, even with his mental strength, is very tiring. Looking at Eli lying on the bed, the others didn't have the slightest opinion, but felt that it should be done. Another 3 days passed. This day, Vera, who was buried in the pile of maps, raised her head, showing an excited expression, and shouted. I found it, I found it. Imperial treasure, we found it. Please follow up, try to read Sanjiang, it's all up to you, it's okay these few days, next week, Monday and Tuesday, please be sure to turn to the latest one, I'm begging. Also sacrifice a friend's book. Chapter 69 Imperial Ruins. Chapter 69 Imperial Ruins. The next day. The news that the Empire ruins had been found exploded in Turin instantly. Be it nobles or scholars, everyone was shocked and dumbfounded when they heard the news. No one really thought that this rumor that had been circulating for more than 10 years was actually true. Advertisement. And everyone also knows that the discoverer of this matter is the team of this project. But those who know how it is possible to find it with the original 3-person team, and then they know that all this happened after 2 people named Lemon and Eli entered. Lyman and Eli were instantly famous, at least in the circles of the Kingdom of Lorraine. I don't know how many bachelors of the Kingdom of Lorraine, the great scholars want to know how they found it, and where is the real location of the ruins. Of course, some people suspect that this is a scam. Many people think that it is completely unreasonable for you to find something that has not been found for decades. They are all waiting to see the joke of the Bern Empire diplomatic mission. As for the diplomatic corps, Marquis Elena, who had just concluded a failed negotiation, also heard the news. Shocked, he also decided to go to Eli and Lemon immediately, but when they arrived, they found that Eli didn't go to the library this time, but had already been summoned by the Queen. There were others, whether it was Grand Maester Colt, other scholars, Grand Knights, or others, who were also completely shocked. There are also many people who regret that they did not make friends with them before. Always have their own thoughts, each has its own melancholy. Just when others were guessing, Eli and the others were indeed summoned. A group of 5 people were protected and brought into the palace, and met the famous Her Majesty the Queen in the main hall. In the same hall, Queen Cynthia sat high on the throne, looking down at the entire hall calmly, and on her side was the female knight. Advertisement. Are you sure you found it? Queen Cynthia asked. Even she was in shock at this moment. More than 10 years ago, this project team was established with her support. It was because the empire was still very difficult at that time, and a sum of money was urgently needed to fill the vacancy. Later, because other aspects developed well, the vacancy was filled, so she didn't spend more effort on it. But even she couldn't deny that if the ruins were real, even the current empire couldn't completely ignore the wealth inside, because it was necessary to know that the strength of the Orizon Empire at that time was not inferior to that of the current Bern Empire. The Bern Empire was once very strong, but it has weakened a lot over the years. Yes, Your Majesty, based on the historical documents, we searched for the former address of the ruins, and then knew the terrain changed by the earthquake 50 years ago. Finally, it took a long time to determine the current location. Carrie said with a smile on his face. Respectfully, the excitement was hard to hide on his face. Queen Cynthia nodded. As for whether it is true or not, you just need to confirm it when the time comes. I'm a little curious, why did I suddenly discover that your progress has been very slow in the past 10 years? Queen Cynthia asked. Return to Your Majesty, this has to be the help of Bachelor Lemon and his student Eli, they are the main force, and even later I completely handed over the command to Eli. Carrie was a little embarrassed. Oh. Queen Cynthia was a little surprised, and looked at the two people beside Carrie, one old and one young. Needless to say, the older one was Bachelor Lemon, and the younger one was Eli. Your Majesty, I am Lemon, and this is my student Eli. Maester Lyman was also a little confused at this time, this was the first time he had met someone with such a high status. Well, that's right. If it's true, I won't treat you badly. You can choose any 3 items from the secret store. Queen Cynthia nodded and said. Here promises. Everyone is very happy. As for the 3 items, they are leftovers from the Empire. There are many high-value items in them, and the high-value items may easily reach hundreds of quintals. Well, since Eli is the main participant, then Eli, you can tell me about your specific discovery process. Queen Cynthia smiled, and the troubles of the negotiation were relieved a lot. Very pleasing to the eye. Your Majesty, the process is like this. First, we consulted 32 books, and then verified the authenticity of the relics and remnants layer by layer, and then obtained it through a large amount of information again. Eli briefly described. Tell me in detail. Queen Cynthia looked at her mouth again. Advertisement. Well, Your Majesty, it might be a bit much, it will take a little time. Eli nodded. The knight next to Queen Cynthia curled her lips when she heard this. How much data can there be? But when Eli only said the name of the material and reported it for 5 minutes, the corner of the female knight's mouth twitched, secretly thinking that it would be better to be a knight without using her brain. Queen Cynthia's expression remained the same, as if nothing had changed, but her slightly trembling eyelashes still told her that she was not calm. Queen Cynthia breathed a sigh of relief until she finished speaking, and then choked out a sentence. You have worked hard. It is indeed too hard. This is simply more responsible than her thinking about national affairs. It mainly refers to logic, thinking, and quantity. Are Bern scholars so strong? You are very good, and the person I sent out at night should be back soon, and we will know when the time comes. Queen Cynthia received the message last night, and then summoned Eli and others today. At this time, someone suddenly walked in from outside the hall. It was a knight. Your Highness, we have checked that area, and we have confirmed that there seems to be something under the ground there. We have detected a large amount of gold, which should be the ruins. The knight knelt on the ground and said. It seems to be true. Queen Cynthia's eyes lit up when she heard this. At the same time, Eli and others also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they found it on paper, and no one knew what was going on. Eli, you are very talented. If you want, you can come to the Kingdom of Lorraine, and I can even reward you with a title. Queen Cynthia said happily. Your Majesty, I just want to seriously study knowledge, and I am very satisfied with the status quo. Eli declined. In the future, he might go to other countries after his identity dies, but it's still early, everything about him is in King's Landing, and he's not in a hurry to leave. Okay, the gate of the Kingdom of Lorraine is open for you at any time, and of course Bachelor Lemon is too. Queen Cynthia nodded without saying anything. Since it has been proved, and that place is not far from Turin, let's go there tomorrow and dig out the remains. Queen Cynthia said directly, as if interested. A group of people glanced at each other, the Queen is also impatient. Chapter 70 Opening the Ruins. Chapter 70 Opening the Ruins. That night, Eli and others were left in the palace. Bachelor Lemon felt a little emotional. This was the first time he met the Queen of a country. Eli was full of expectations for tomorrow's excavation. Also, I have to say that the Queen is indeed very beautiful. Although she is almost in her 30s, due to the great knight's physical fitness, she almost looks like she is in her 20s, and she also has a majesty that ordinary people don't have. However, Eli cared more about the students of Saline Meditlan than the Queen. Hope Wes's legacy lives on. Advertisement. This is the most important reason why Eli is so concerned this time. He didn't want to waste his time. At the same time, in the palace. Still in the main hall, Queen Cynthia sat alone on the throne, seemingly thinking about something. Suddenly, a cloak was thrown over the Queen's shoulders. The weather is a bit cold now. The female knight stood beside Queen Cynthia, looked at the queen, and said in a low voice. Since I was promoted to a great knight more than 10 years ago, this kind of wind and cold is no longer enough to make me feel cold. Queen Cynthia said calmly, looking ahead. Maybe, I'm used to it. When we were teenagers, we were carefree at that time. Our favorite thing was to go to the top of the hall to watch the stars at night. We would all wear capes, otherwise it would be very cold. The female knight laughed. On the road. Yes, but everything can't go back. Before time, everyone is equal. Queen Cynthia sighed. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, take it easy. The female knight put her hands on the queen's shoulders and said. Well, but it's not now. I heard that King Bern6's time is running out. Recently, many countries have been in turmoil. We need more power to maintain the hard-won peace. Queen Cynthia looked at the empty space in front of her eyes. The main hall, said. Okay, I will always be with you. The female knight also looked forward. The female knight is the general of the empire, responsible for managing the kingdom's army, and is also the absolute support of Queen Cynthia. Together, the two have always controlled the country in an orderly manner. They are the heart of this country. Advertisement. In the blink of an eye, the next day came. Eli and the others were led out of the palace early, assigned to horses, and prepared to follow the soldiers to the place where the relics were buried. They were responsible for following and observing. As for the absence of Bachelor Lemon, the main reason is that he is not too young, and he can't ride a horse. That's right, Bachelor Lemon can't ride a horse. But what Eli didn't expect was that when Eli and others arrived, one person was already waiting. Queen Cynthia was wearing silver-white armor, with the sword hanging around her waist, and a scarlet cloak draped behind her. Under her body was a magic horse, which spewed out a column of air when she exhaled. Follow me, we will set off immediately, half a day should be up. Queen Cynthia straightened her body and looked at everyone calmly. Eli was surprised, he didn't expect the queen to come forward in person, and immediately followed by others. In this way, the queen rode at the front, Eli and others followed behind on both sides, and then surrounded by a large number of cavalry and soldiers, a group of people quickly moved towards the target. Along the way, the queen didn't say a word, and the people around her didn't speak either. Because the queen was going to travel in person, the road ahead had already been cleared. Along the way, you could see many big trees that had been cut down, as well as rocks that had been removed. 4 hours later, they arrived at their destination. This is the foot of a huge mountain range. The black and blue rocks are like a sky moat, and a large number of rocks are piled up together, like a small mountain. In addition to these, hundreds of people have been summoned here in advance, and they are so dark that they completely occupy the surrounding area, ready to clean up everything in front of them at any time. Is this the place we found? Vera exclaimed as she looked at the scene in front of her. Obviously yes. Eli looked at the mountains in front of him and replied in a low voice. According to the records 100 years ago, this place should be a small plain, but at this time it is the corner of a small mountain range. It can only be said that the earthquake has changed the place much more than Eli imagined. No wonder this place has not been destroyed for decades. People found out. Eli, we've confirmed that there's something underground here, do you have any suggestions? At this moment, the queen spoke, tilting her head and looking at Eli. Your Majesty, your people must have already observed it, and I'm not going to make a fuss about this kind of thing. Eli replied. Yet. Queen Cynthia nodded. He likes Eli, a young man who is very self-aware and good-looking. Start, everyone has a reward. Queen Cynthia shouted to the knights and soldiers not far away. It's all for Her Majesty the Queen. Came a deafening voice. Advertisement. Everyone took out the tools that had been sent here in advance and started digging directly. The scene of hundreds of people working at the same time is so spectacular. Eli only saw that the hill in front of him was almost a layer lower in an instant. The soldiers dug up the soil. Shipping not far away. How about it, how are the soldiers of the Kingdom of Lorraine compared to Bern? Queen Cynthia asked Eli again. It's very energetic. I can feel their inner feelings of admiration for Her Majesty the Queen. You are their belief. Eli replied respectfully. He could really feel the soldiers' support for the Queen. Very novel answer. Queen Cynthia raised her eyebrows and smiled like a blooming flower. She asked many people this question. Some talked about the combat effectiveness of the army, some about the quality of the soldiers, and some about their cohesion. Eli was the first to talk about faith. I investigated you yesterday, and I suddenly felt that Bern really buried your talent. Why don't you come to the Kingdom of Lorraine? We are short of talents like you here. Queen Cynthia invited again. She really felt that Eli was a very talented person. She sent someone to inquire yesterday, only to find out that Eli is not even a scholar, but a student of Lemon, and just an ordinary librarian, which shocked her greatly. I originally thought that Eli should be a talented scholar of the Burn Empire, but it doesn't seem to be the case, but judging from the talents shown in the ruins of the Empire, this is definitely a rare talent. This only shows that Eli doesn't care about fame and wealth at all, which makes her like Eli more and wants to take him under his command. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but I still prefer the life in the library. Eli also had his own thoughts. If he really came here, he might receive huge attention at that time, which would make him very uncomfortable, and Saleen Medetlan, the king of the Burn Empire, has not finished investigating him, how could he leave? Well, the same sentence, the door of the Kingdom of Lorraine is open for you at any time. The queen nodded, expressing her understanding. She knew Eli was not something he could persuade, this was definitely not an ordinary young man. Dug it. At the same time, not far away, a piece of the ground suddenly sunken, revealing a large hole at random, and the soldiers on the side shouted excitedly. Queen Cynthia's eyes lit up, and she rode over. It's just in time. Eli looked at the queen who left, and relaxed a little. If the queen really invited him again, he really didn't know what to do. But the ruins were finally found, and the next step was to test whether Weiss' legacy was still there. Chapter 71 The Queen's Concession. Chapter 71 The Queen's Concession. Found it. Queen Cynthia stood not far away, saw the golden light reflected in the cave, felt at ease, and immediately ordered the soldiers to dig. The soldiers also continued to expand the cave immediately, only to find that the underground here is actually a large cave, which is now covered with gold and treasures, and a large number of items are piled up together, like a sea of gold. All the soldiers' eyes lit up, but they didn't dare to move. Advertisement. Because these belong to Her Majesty the Queen. As the main force in excavating the ruins, they are also the Queen's confidants, and they are soldiers who have followed the Queen for many years. Move. As soon as the Queen gave an order, a knight jumped into the hole, and the others followed immediately, and everyone moved outside to carry things. Eli also stood not far away, witnessing all this calmly, his eyes searching for the possible inheritance of Weiss. The things in the ruins were moved out one by one and loaded into cars without stopping, like running water, and this work lasted for a full 3 hours and was not over yet. But Eli seems to have finally found his purpose. When a pair of soldiers transported a bunch of boxes out, Eli's eyes suddenly sensed something. Looking towards one of the boxes, he felt the magical reaction inside. But Eli didn't pretend he didn't see it, and still scanned casually. Damn, there's something. Suddenly, a soldier exclaimed in the cave. Accompanied by shrill screams, 5 or 6 monsters as big as oxen ran out of it, each with 6 eyes, and their legs were like sharp knives. One of the legs stabs the soldier's body directly, and then tears it in half. Unknown spider, 10 ring intermediate, 50 ring primary. Not far away, Eli rode his horse back and forth, and judged the strength of several spiders. An intermediate one is okay, but if they are all together, it will be very troublesome, and this is still part of it, maybe there are other spiders in the cave. It made Eli thankful that he wasn't alone here. The queen was riding a horse, always at the front, and a spider also rushed towards her, and saw a flash of sword light, and the spider was torn in two. This is the first time Eli has seen a big knight make a move. Compared with the knight, it is far crushed in terms of strength and speed. It is a completely different level, and Queen Cynthia has not yet used the power of the elements. Advertisement. Apparently, Queen Cynthia didn't expect there to be spiders here. In order to avoid danger, she quickly retreated after killing one. After all, there are hundreds of soldiers here, as well as knights, and even a few big knights. She shot. Queen Cynthia retreated, and the spiders were immediately surrounded. At least dozens of high-level knights surrounded and killed these spiders in the blink of an eye, while the mid-level spider howled angrily. Hiss! A wind blade flew straight ahead, and in an instant a mid-level knight flew out, and then the spider ran straight towards the opening, trying to escape. However, it is naturally impossible to run. When it ran to a forest by the side of the mountain, suddenly a person sprang out from the side, holding a huge sword in his hand. The strong wind element instantly wrapped around the sword, and it slashed down heavily. Torn to be torn. Is this the Great Knight? Not far away, Eli watched with interest. Logically speaking, a Great Knight is at the top of the knight class, but looking at it now, it seems that he is equivalent to a second-class apprentice, and even a slightly stronger second-class apprentice can completely defeat an ordinary Great Knight. And with this devil spider incident, the big knights immediately checked inside and found 7 or 8 spiders, which were quickly killed by the big knights, and then burned directly by a fire. As for the treasures, they were carried out one after another. Follow the army to Turin. As for Eli, he is just an ordinary person, so he naturally followed the queen and returned to Turin together. On the way, Queen Cynthia let him choose at will. Eli also picked that box at random, and there were 2 other high-value items. Queen Cynthia just smiled and asked them to be delivered directly to Eli's hotel in Turin. As for what was inside, she didn't care. The entire kingdom of Lorraine is hers, and she really doesn't think there is anything that can make her look high. It took 4 hours to go there, but it took a full 6 hours to go back, mainly because there were too many treasures. And with the return of Queen Cynthia, the doubts about the authenticity of the imperial relics have been solved, making those who suspect Eli and others to be fake directly shut up. The circle of scholars in the Kingdom of Lorraine also recognized the greatness of Lemon and Eli, but those who don't know the inside story still think that Bachelor Lemon should be the main contributor. After all, he is a bachelor. Even Marquis Elena thinks so, which makes Eli still too young. However, when he personally visited Maester Lemon, he was extremely shocked. It turned out that Eli was the main force, and he was just an assistant, which made him completely reacquainted with that young man. Advertisement. However, there are still a small number of people who know the inside story, so although Eli still has influence on this matter, it is largely shared by Lemon, which makes Eli receive a lot less attention. Even in the eyes of many people, isn't this the teacher leading the students to complete a major project? Ike, Vera, and Arthur were indignant about this, and thought it shouldn't be like this, but Eli thought it was good, because he had already got what he wanted, and the addition of fame was of no use to him. He was full of anticipation, what was in the box. But what Eli didn't expect was that he didn't have time to open the box until he left. As soon as he returned, Marquis Elena immediately found him, hoping that he would join the diplomatic team, but Eli refused in every possible way, but Marquis was very firm and finally pulled him in. In this way, Eli got mixed into the team composed of Grand Maesters, Grand Knights, and Grand Nobles, and he temporarily lived with them and started to be busy. Eli has nothing to do most of the time, and Eli only speaks occasionally. Then a few days later, negotiations started again. Eli also met a different Queen Cynthia for the first time at the negotiating table. She speaks sharply and does not give an inch. On the battlefield, she is an invincible knight. On the negotiating table, she is a king who will not let go of a single bit for the benefit of the country. As for Eli, sitting in the negotiating corner. The negotiations were still not smooth at the beginning, but then Queen Cynthia talked about the relics of the empire and gave a speech. Originally, I would not make concessions, but your people gave me a huge inheritance suddenly. This is a great fortune. I am willing to take a step back in this negotiation and give up some benefits. Everyone looked at Eli in the corner, and Marquis Elena lamented that good things happened with this kid. As if it was a fuse. Elena also announced that she could take a step back, and just like that, the negotiations between the two countries unexpectedly produced new progress quickly. 10 days later, the negotiations ended and the alliance of the two countries was successful. And Eli, who originally only wanted to obtain the inheritance of Saline Meditland's students, somehow promoted the diplomacy between the two countries, which can only be said to be amazing. After the alliance is successful, the Bern Empire didn't plan to stay longer, and it happened that the communication was almost done, so they were going to return to the Empire. Chapter 72 Return to the Empire. Chapter 72 Return to the Empire. Arya, I'm leaving here soon, let's talk about the Chamber of Commerce next. In a luxurious room, Eli sits on the main seat, and Elijah sits on the ground. This is the Kazan Chamber of Commerce, and today Eli is here to see Elijah for the last time. Okay, my lord. Arya nodded respectfully. Advertisement. After such a long period of turmoil, the Kazan Chamber of Commerce is now completely in his hands. As for Vito, he has already been eradicated by him and expelled from Turin. He didn't kill the uncle directly, which was already a great way to save face. Outside, he is currently the boss of the largest Kazan Chamber of Commerce in the Kingdom of Lorraine, but only he knows that he is now equivalent to a tool man, and everything belongs to the young scholar named Eli in front of him. Eli is very famous in Turin these days, and Elijah has easily collected a lot of information about him, but the more he knows, the more afraid he is, mainly because he doesn't know Eli at all. My lord, the alliance between the two countries has been formed, and there will be much more connections between the two countries at that time. Our Kazan Chamber of Commerce will also open a branch in King's Landing. You can contact there directly at that time. No matter what you need, I found it for you. Arya said respectfully. Okay. Eli nodded in satisfaction. Isn't that why he helped Arya? Oh, I have something else that I need you to deal with. Eli suddenly spoke as if remembering something. You say. There is a rose merchant guild in King's Landing. I heard that they have encountered problems with raw materials recently. You know what to do. Eli glanced at Arya. Understood, my lord. Arya was not a fool, so he naturally understood the meaning. Oh, that's all for today, I'm leaving first. Eli picked up the hat on the table beside him, put it on, and walked straight to the door. I'll send you off. Elijah stood up immediately. No need, and don't do those petty tricks. If there is a second time, I will kill you directly. Eli shook his head and said in a very normal tone. Arya froze for a moment. Advertisement. Okay, My lord. Arya breathed heavily and lowered her head. Well, this time I will punish slightly, but next time it won't be so simple. Eli pushed open the door and walked out. Next second. A painful growl came from the room behind him. The black dragon flag is waving again. The convoy of the Burn Empire slowly set off from the city of Turin and drove out of the city gate. Eli sat in the carriage, watching the bustling Turin behind him gradually disappearing from sight, slowly drew down the curtain, and sat in the carriage, feeling deeply moved. Thus ended his first outing. It took about 3 months in total, but it seemed to him that it had been a long time, mainly because it was his first time going out, so he felt this way. But there are also many gains. First of all, he has obtained the control of a large chamber of commerce, which will make him at least a lot easier in the future, and has a larger and newer material supply channel. The second is to get the inheritance of Weiss, which makes him full of expectations. What exactly is left by the students of Saline Meditlan? In fact, he got the box a few days ago, but found that the box was locked. In order to avoid damaging the contents inside, it has not been opened yet, but now he has carved out the key. Oh, by the way, he also got 2 other things from the Queen, 2 very valuable items, worth at least 500 quintals. After all, there was nothing magical in it other than this box, and even if there was, it would have already been eaten by the spiders, so he could only choose some high-value items. Teachers are similar, so it is foreseeable that teachers will achieve financial freedom for a long time in the future. As for what was in the box, Eli was going to wait until he got back to talk about it. After all, this is a convoy, and there are many people. If there is any trouble, it will be even more troublesome. Night. The convoy stopped to rest in one place. Eli was called out for a bite to eat. Advertisement. Stepping off the carriage, Eli turned his head and saw that his carriage was much more luxurious than the ordinary carriage at that time, both in material and decoration, and it was not far from Marquis Irene's carriage. I heard that this was specially ordered by Marquis Elena. Of course, the treatment of Bachelor Lemon is almost the same. This is the change of status. He walked into a tent with the soldiers, and there were only some high-ranking figures in the tent, such as nobles and bachelors, and Eli ignored them, and found a place to sit and eat. Others looked at Eli from time to time, looking at Eli with admiration. Eli, come here and I'll eat together. Suddenly, Marquis Elena, who was in the center of the hall, waved her hand and motioned for Eli to come over. Eli nodded and walked over. Eli, you have done a great job this time, don't worry, I will tell His Majesty the King, maybe he will summon you in person. Marquis Elena looked at Eli with a look of satisfaction. This time the credit is mainly due to my teacher, I just started. Eli replied with a smile. It's okay in the Kingdom of Lorraine, even if it was summoned by the Queen, but this matter returns to King's Landing, it is unlikely that it will spread in King's Landing, and the success of the alliance and his teacher, it is foreseeable that this matter things won't matter much. But if it was in King's Landing, the impact would be much greater, and Eli hoped not to see him abroad. You are still so humble. Marquis Elena ate, and then asked. I heard that you are not married yet, isn't that right? Shall I introduce one to you? The Elena family also has quite a few beautiful girls. No, thank you, Lord Marquis. Oh, by the way, Lord Marquis, what do you think of the issue of the Kingdom of Lorraine? Eli quickly changed the topic. The Kingdom of Lorraine, he has a good queen. Marquis Elena thought for a moment, and then replied. I don't know if His Majesty's alliance is a good thing, but I know that if their development is not curbed, it will definitely be a trouble for Bern in the future. Marquis Elena seemed to be interested, and began to analyze it in detail for Eli. Oh, is that so? On the other side, Eli was eating quickly. Hey, why did we get to this point? Let's talk about why you're not married yet. A few minutes later, Marquis Elena suddenly realized that something was wrong. How did this get to this point? Lord Marquis, I'm done eating. But at this time Eli had already finished eating, so he greeted and left the tent. Marquis Elena looked at Eli's back and smiled. What a nice boy. Chapter 73 Weiss Legacy. Chapter 73 Weiss Legacy. It was midnight when the team arrived in King's Landing. So when they arrived at the starting point, there was no one else except a group of soldiers and some noble supporters. Eli and Lemon asked the coachman to take them back at this time. As for the rewards or people wanting to see them, that will be discussed later. Soon, with the sound of horseshoes, Eli returned to his house. Advertisement. The pitch-black house stood in darkness, and vines clinging to the railing told Eli that everything was fine. Eli asked the coachman to carefully remove the box, and then asked the coachman to help move it in. Okay, sir, of course. The coachman nodded, glanced at the house, and always felt that the darkness was extraordinarily terrifying, but it was just a gentleman, what could there be? He loaded the box and walked into the courtyard. Hush! He seemed to hear something crawling, making a grinding sound. The coachman's heart beat faster, and when he glanced away, he found that there were some small animal corpses under the vines not far away, and he couldn't help but become even more frightened. Just move here. Suddenly, Eli made a voice. As if he had been pardoned, the coachman immediately put down the box, almost ran out of the yard, got into the carriage, and galloped away. What's wrong? Eli shook his head in doubt, looked at the vines, and suddenly realized. 3 months away from home and he hasn't fed the vines. But this is a small matter, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Eli can't wait to see what's in the box. Take the box into the lab and close the door. Eli opened the box directly. In an instant, the contents of the box appeared before Eli's eyes. A crystal ball, and 3 books. Great harvest. An absolute hit. There are not many things, only books and crystal balls, but enough to surprise him. Eli picked up the books directly. The 3 books are Bloodline Selection of Bloodline Warlock, Advanced Potions, Advanced Alchemy. Advertisement. FK. Seeing the names of the 3 books, Eli opened his mouth wide. These are purely knowledge-based books, and they are all the things he lacks the most, and the things he wants the most. He picked up Advanced Potions first, and immediately flipped through it. In an instant, looking at the familiar but higher-level knowledge in the book, Eli trembled with joy, as if looking at a holy scripture. Whether it was the special techniques recorded in it or some new potions, Eli felt it was as if a new world had been opened. Eli hungrily flipped through the pages, and after reading for 2 hours, he reluctantly stopped. He almost forgot today's task, he has to sort these out first. Immediately, he picked up another advanced alchemy technique, and read it carefully. He was also pleasantly surprised, because from it he could see how rough his original technique was. Every wizard has an instinctive quest for knowledge, even Eli. For him, the harvest this time is far more precious than a chamber of commerce. Oh, there's another one. As if remembering something, Eli picked up the last book. Eli was really curious about this book. Because Saleen Meditlin's notes actually have very few records about the future of the First Ring wizards, so he seems to vaguely know that blood warlocks seem to be part of the wizard's learning. He didn't know much about bloodlines. Open the book. Discover all kinds of bloodlines, their pros and cons, and comparisons, as well as how to choose a suitable bloodline, and what bloodline to incorporate when advancing. Advance into the bloodline? Eli saw this line, showing a strange expression. What does it mean? Doesn't it just need to reach the standard of mental strength to advance, and then solidify a one-ring witchcraft in the spirit? Why do you need to integrate into the blood? That's not what Saleen Meditlin's notes said. Could it be that there is something wrong with Saleen Meditlin's notes? Eli has one head and 2 big ones. I am confused, but I can't figure it out. Why do I need to directly integrate into the bloodline? If so, is it equivalent to directly abandoning the spiritual power of the wizard, and other aspects, and specializing in bloodline warlocks? But would any wizard really do that? Isn't this completely against the wizard's principle, the principle of spiritual power first? And if this is the case, it is completely narrowing the path of wizards, and even Eli suspects that only the power of blood can be used. For wizards, this is a complete weakening, and it is a big weakening. Advertisement. Can't you integrate into the blood after the promotion? It's really strange. Eli looked at the book, but didn't see the author. Strange, forget it, let's see what's in the crystal ball. With doubts in his heart, Eli picked up the crystal ball beside him. The magic power fluctuation also comes from this. The crystal ball is generally an important auxiliary tool for wizards. It is often used to record this kind of information, as well as experimental data, etc. It is also the part that Eli is most looking forward to. He thinks there will be some clues about Saleen Meditlin in it. The spiritual power is instantly connected. The contents of the crystal ball also manifested in Eli's consciousness. Ignoring some experimental data, Eli found Weiss log in it, and learned about Weiss from it. It turned out that Weiss didn't come from the so-called wizarding place, he was a student accepted by Saleen from a place in the east, and became a wizard's apprentice, following Saleen Metatlin all the way here. After coming here, he began to search for a relic, but he couldn't find it. Saleen Metatlin actually directly enslaved more than a dozen great knights, and then a group of people directly established the Burn Empire to help find it. He was in charge of the area of the Kingdom of Orizon, and then discovered that there might be clues here, so Saleen Metatlin directly assassinated the king and some leaders of the Kingdom of Orizon, and wiped out the country, but he did not find it, but he died unexpectedly. That's it. Eli blinked, it seemed a lot less than he thought. There is also no substantive information, the only thing that is certain is that what Saleen Metatlin seems to be looking for is a relic. That's it. Eli was a little disappointed. He thought he could know more about Saleen Metatlin. But it seems reasonable. After all, Weiss is just a random student on the road of Saleen Metatlin, and he is only a second-class apprentice, learned from the crystal ball. Lin didn't even take him seriously, just looking for a tool man. It seems that we should take our time to find the things of Salim Meditlan. Shaking his head, Eli put those thoughts behind him. A few books have given him enough surprises, and Eli thinks this is already very good, and there is no need to expect too much. And the broken staff, Eli was going to dissolve it at that time, and then merged into his staff, and used it as waste. However, the book Bloodline Selection of the Blood Warlock still left deep doubts in Eli's mind. Why does the promotion recorded in this book need to be integrated into the blood, but Salim Meditlan's notes are breakthrough spiritual power? Is there something here that Eli doesn't know about? In this regard, Eli remains cautious. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The success of the alliance did make a difference at first, but as time went on, other people's eyes gradually shifted to the concrete connection that the two countries began. As for the fame of Bachelor Lemon and Eli, it has spread within a certain range, but the habits of so many years cannot be changed. After Bachelor Lemon came back, he returned to his normal life. Eli was pretty much the same, just as usual. Advertisement. This made many people a little dumbfounded, lamenting that there is a pair of wonderful teachers and students in the library. After all, if a normal person suddenly gains such a great reputation, they will generally publicize it and take the opportunity to increase their influence. Well, when they come to them, they seem to hide from this fame. In any case, the reputation of both of them has improved to a certain extent. As for the king, he didn't seem to have any intention of summoning them either. Eli felt that something should have happened, but this is also very good. Eli can concentrate on the study and understanding of those advanced books. Another half-month passed in the blink of an eye. Due to the alliance, the relationship between the two countries has gradually deepened, and the Kazan Chamber of Commerce finally opened its first branch in King's Landing, which means that Eli has a stable source of materials from then on. Of course, it was not Eli who was most happy about this, but Roland. Originally, Roland was about to be driven crazy by the previous incident, and even prepared to sell the property, but suddenly received a cooperation request from the Kazan Chamber of Commerce. It made him both sluggish and ecstatic. The desperate Chamber of Commerce suddenly joined the line of the number 1 Chamber of Commerce in the Kingdom of Lorraine. This not only saved them from danger, but also gave them stronger power. As for why such a big Chamber of Commerce suddenly took a fancy to them, Roland just thought of Eli going to Lorraine, but he didn't say anything. But that night, the two drank wine together and went to Luying Lane. Another month. Another thing happened that Eli didn't expect. A deputy director of the Imperial Library has died. There are generally only 3 deputy directors of the Imperial Library, who are responsible for assisting the director in all aspects of the library, and because the director is away all the year round, they often manage everything together. There were 3 candidates this time, and for some unknown reason, Bachelor Lemon was among them. There is also the famous Hella Bachelor in the Empire, and the other is a learned bachelor. Advertisement. But when he heard about Hella, the bachelor gave up directly. Just when everyone thought that Hella would compete for the position of deputy curator, something unexpected happened to everyone. Hella also gave up directly, which shocked everyone's jaws. And the reason she gave was that she was not as good as Lemon, which made many people feel astonished. In the end, Maester Lyman somehow became the deputy curator. In Eli's opinion, well done. From now on, he will be able to fish in the open. Of course there is happiness and there is also sadness. When Eli returned to King's Landing and saw that Herman had become a scholar and was showing off in front of him in scholar's clothes, Eli closed his eyes silently. What the hell, he's still a librarian. The process of Maester Lemon becoming the deputy curator was also very peaceful, and nothing happened. 3 days later, the curator summoned Maester Lyman. Eli didn't know what the two talked about, but he only knew that after Lemon came back, he told the curator that he wanted to see him. 1 day later, the carriage carried Eli and Maester Lemon and left from the library. In the carriage. Teacher, why does the curator want to see me? Eli asked. Don't worry, it's a good thing. Bachelor Lemon said with a smile. Speaking of which, he was quite proud during this time. After all, he was almost 60, but he suddenly became the deputy curator. He felt that this was an inexplicable affirmation of him. The only thing that puzzled him was why Hella gave up. If there was no result, he could only guess that Hella should not be interested in this position. Well, teacher, please tell me about the curator. Eli nodded and asked. Speaking of which, the curator of the library is still very legendary. His name is Severo Mesa. It is said that he was born in a slum in a small city. His family was poor, and his parents were both gamblers. He often went hungry for 2 or 3 days. Later, when he was 8 years old, his parents were beaten to death because he owed too much money, and he became an orphan overnight. With no money and no food, it is needless to say how miserable Severo Mesa's situation is, but he is born with a special ability, that is, his photographic memory. Almost as long as he has seen things, he will not forget them. Then he learned to read by virtue of this ability, and soon became a scribe. Advertisement. And then came to King's Landing when he was 12, entered the library, was 20 and soon became a Grand Maester. Oh, and at 15 he accidentally acquired the Knight's Breath. It turned out that he was very talented, and he also became a high-ranking knight when he became a bachelor. As for now, he is 50 years old. Not only is he the curator of the library, he is also a great knight. It is said that he has a deep friendship with King Bane 6. It's the same rhythm as a novel, and many people in the Empire regard him as an idol. But what is strange is that before the age of 40, he wandered around on various occasions, but after the age of 40, he seemed to disappear all of a sudden, and it was difficult to hear what he had done. You talk about the curator. I don't know much about it, but he seems to be wandering around in various countries other than Bern all year round. Bachelor Lemon hesitated and said. I told him what happened to us in Lorraine, so he wanted to see you. Take it easy, the curator is very accommodating. Oh. Eli nodded. It seems that this is just an ordinary meeting, and there is really no need to think too much. Eli chatted with the teacher, and they soon came to a manor. The manor is very large, but there are not many people. It is said that it was rewarded by King Bane 6. After Lemon and Eli got out of the car, a butler immediately came over to entertain them. Soon, they were arranged in a living room. The master will be back soon, it may take a while. The butler explained. What else can the two of you say? Wait. Fortunately, the curator didn't make them wait too long. 10 minutes later, the butler came again. Mr. Eli, let's go. Eli got up and followed. As for Lemon, he continued to wait. Originally, he brought Eli here today, and it had nothing to do with him. Following the butler, the two quickly came to a room on the top floor. Boom boom boom. The butler knocked lightly on the door. Come in. A strong voice sounded, and the butler gently pushed the door open, making a gesture to let Eli go in alone. Eli nodded and walked in. He wants to see who this curator is. Chapter 75 Death of King Bane 6. Chapter 75 Death of King Bane 6. Open the door. It's a big room. It seems to be more than 100 square meters, and there are shelves on both sides. There are all kinds of strange things on the shelves, there are strange branches, stones with strange colors, and some are ancient books. But these didn't surprise him. There were two glass pillars on both sides of the center of the room, inside which was a monkey and a wolf-like extraordinary creature. Advertisement. This curator seems to feel very strange. How about it, do you like my collection? Suddenly, a voice came. Eli saw a big table not far away, and a man was standing beside the table at this moment, smiling with his hands outstretched. The man looked about 50 years old, with half-white hair and a square face, but full of determination. His eyes were bright and piercing, and his body was strong, just like a bear. Is this the curator of the library? Eli thinks he will believe you if you say he is a general who charged into battle. These are collections I have collected from various kingdoms, but I have spent a lot of effort. The man slowly approached and smiled at Eli. Hi, I'm Severo Mesa, the current librarian. Hi curator, I'm Eli Lucifer, the curator's collection is really good, that's... Eli saluted and looked at the collection around him with a strange expression. Ha ha ha, don't mind, many people think I'm weird. The curator laughed, but the random smile restrained a lot and said, but they don't understand anything, they are just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. You know, this world is very wide. Eli nodded, making sure that the curator in front of him was indeed a bit strange. Then do you know why I collect these things? The curator looked at Eli and asked. I don't know. Eli felt that today might not be just a simple conversation, the curator should have other purposes. Well, indeed, it's a pity that you don't know anything. This world is very complicated. You may not know that there is another kind of power in this world. They control a kind of power called spiritual power. I have been pursue them, I found these in the process of searching. The curator said with a smile. Advertisement. Eli didn't change on the surface, but there was a turmoil in his heart. Isn't that what you mean about wizards? The curator knows about the existence of wizards? Ah? Isn't the knight the only force? Eli's eyes widened, and he asked in doubt. Of course not, let me tell you, in fact, the first king was the one who mastered this power. I also knew it by accident. I have been pursuing this power, but unfortunately I only know that they seem to be wizards, and I don't know anything else. The curator seemed to know a lot, and said regretfully. Oh, seems to know, but not quite. Then what are you telling me? Eli seemed a little confused. Lemon told me about your performance in the Kingdom of Lorraine. I think you should be the same kind of person as me. Everyone knows that I have a good memory, but few people know. I used to suffer from it often. I can see things that ordinary people cannot see, such as some floating spots of light of various colors in the air, but I don't even know what they are until I become a great knight. The curator sighed. Light spot? Element? The mental power is high enough to directly feel the elements, or it should have a special talent. This is completely the performance of a wizard talent. You can distinguish the connection of so many books in a short period of time, you must have the same feeling. The curator looked at Eli with a frenzied look on his face. Eli also finally understood why the curator wanted to see him. It turned out that he wanted to find the same kind. But he didn't intend to expose it, so he frowned and said, "Curator, I don't quite understand what you are talking about. What kind of light? My analysis ability is just better than normal people." "Is that so?" The expression on the curator's face suddenly collapsed, and he sighed. "Hey, forget it, it seems that I have found the wrong person again." The curator shook his head. The pursuit of wizards has always been his goal. But only he knows how difficult it is to find it alone. He wants to find someone like him to help him, but every time he sees it, he is disappointed. "Forget it, let's talk about other things." The curator sat down for a while, then said, "You performed very well in the Kingdom of Lorraine this time, which greatly demonstrated the ability of our library. For this reason, but I heard that you missed the scholar test because of this, so the library decided to directly award you the title of honorary scholar. Would you like to?" asked the curator. "I do." Eli nodded. He knows that honorary scholars are on the same level as scholars, but they can only be awarded directly if they have made special contributions. It is equivalent to an enhanced version of scholars, and Eli has no reason to refuse. Advertisement. Well, that's fine. It will be announced at that time, and then your scholar's robe and ID will be sent to you. The curator continued, but his interest was obviously not as high as before. "Well, that's all I have to say, you can leave first." Then the curator said directly. "Well, Mr. Curator, I'll go first." Eli nodded and walked out of the room. He really didn't expect that the curator was actually a seeker of a wizard. He should know a lot, and his talent should be very good, but unfortunately, he was born in this kingdom of knights, and it is almost impossible for him to become a wizard. It's a pity. But it's a pity, it's a pity. Eli didn't plan to tell the curator that he is a wizard or something, who knows what will happen. And according to what he said, he went to other countries to look for traces of wizards, but he didn't seem to find them. It seems that there should be no wizards within a considerable distance, or they should be very hidden. Eli guessed that it must be in the east, because Weiss was brought here from the east. When he was promoted to a third-class apprentice or a full-fledged wizard, he might be interested in looking for it, but right now, he is still in the kingdom. Let's develop. Moreover, Eli predicted that he would mainly stay in Bane for quite some time, because Saline Metatron, a ring wizard, had not found the purpose of coming here. Eli was also curious about what they were looking for. There's plenty of time. Eli shook his head, taking his time, not in a hurry. Leaving the room, Eli found Maester Lyman, who didn't ask any questions, and the two were about to leave. But just out of the building. A gigantic bell rings like morning, hovering over King's Landing. The bell was deafening, and it struck 9 times. Eli and Maester Lyman looked at each other, and they both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. 9 tones, used only when the king is dead. Burn 6 is dead. Chapter 76 I planted a seed. Chapter 76 I planted a seed. 315 years of the Banian calendar. The death of King Bane 6, the whole country mourns. It's almost time. Eli was stunned. Advertisement. Recalling the state of the king once seen, it seems that he can live for 4 or 5 years. It is much longer than he expected to live up to now, but it is normal, after all, it is a royal family, and there must be some precious medicines. It seems that this is also the reason why the diplomatic corps was not summoned. After all, the people are almost gone, and they probably don't have the heart to pay attention to these. Eli, hurry up. Lemon was also very surprised when he heard the bell, but years of life experience told him that it was best to go home at this time. In this way, the two got into the carriage and returned. Bane 6 became emperor in the 265th year of the Banian calendar. It has been 315 years now, and it has been 50 years. The weakest time in history. At that time, all countries wanted to take a bite out of the empire. But this emperor is a truly tough person, and soon, using his tough methods and tenacious will, he quickly carried out various reforms, and the reforms soon achieved initial results. Bern's strength became stronger again. Until now, although Bern is not necessarily the strongest in the nearby countries, it is not comparable to the weak. However, with the death of this emperor, no one knows whether King Bern 7 will be able to calm down the situation, and it can only be tested by time. On the way back, Eli sat in the carriage and looked out the window. At this time, King's Landing is in a mess. There are soldiers everywhere. They hold weapons and maintain the order of King's Landing. If someone wants to do something at this time, these soldiers will not be polite at all. It's going to change. Clement kept talking on the side. Teacher, don't be too nervous, at least it won't affect the library for a short time, you just need to protect your own safety. Eli said aside. Indeed. Clement was a little nervous at first, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be the same, and he gradually relaxed. Coachman, stop here for a moment, I'm going to get something. The carriage reached a certain place, and Eli stopped the carriage. Sir, otherwise, I'd better take you home. It's a mess everywhere now. The coachman hesitated. This is a bustling street, which is okay on weekdays, but it really feels very chaotic at this time. Advertisement. That's right, Eli, or go to my house and wait until a few days later. Clement also frowned. It's okay. Eli smiled and got out of the car directly. The coachman was also very helpless, but he could only continue to leave, leaving Eli behind. After Eli got off the car, he ignored the passing people and walked directly towards the back of the street. Soon, he stopped at the entrance of a store and looked up, the Kazan Chamber of Commerce. This is the King's Landing Kazan branch. Occupying the central position of this street, the building has 3 floors. Both the inside and the outside have been decorated gorgeously, exuding arrogance. However, although it was chaotic outside, no one dared to break into here for a 0 yuan purchase at this time, just because of the 2 senior knights standing at the door of the Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Eli, are you here to get your things? As soon as Eli got here, someone rushed out immediately. It was a smiling fat man, his name was Zhongli, and he was the person in charge here. Yes. Eli nodded. He wanted a document before, according to the time, it should be today. Sir, I have already prepared it for you, but it is so chaotic outside, I'd better ask the guards to take you back. Zhongli immediately asked someone to bring a small box from not far away, and said. All right. Eli nodded. It's really a bit chaotic outside now, and it's really inconvenient for him to be an ordinary person. Chris, go and send Master Eli away. Zhongli ordered, pointing directly at one of the guards. Just kidding, before he came here, he was warned by Elijah for more than half an hour to serve Eli well, this is his first request, and even the Development Chamber of Commerce is behind this. Although he didn't know why, he felt that it was better to be obedient. Just like that, Chris followed Eli with Eli's box in one hand and escorted Eli away. And along the way, some people dare not do anything when they see it. It was like going for a walk, and soon Eli was back home. After taking the box, Eli walked directly into the laboratory. Today this material is used to prepare the hatching solution, and he plans to plant the seeds today. The configuration of the hatching solution is actually very simple. To some extent, it is just to stimulate the activity of the seeds, so Eli only spent an hour to configure 6 parts. It should be almost there. Eli looked at the full bucket of hatching fluid in front of him, and felt that the amount should be enough. Carrying the hatching solution, he walked out of the laboratory and went straight to the backyard. In the backyard, find pots that you prepared ahead of time. Advertisement. In fact, Eli originally planned to plant it directly in the backyard, but after thinking about it, he chose a flower pot, which is convenient to move. Even if it is really not enough in the future, the big deal is to transplant it out. Take out the seeds. It was still the dark green seed. But at this time, there was no soil in the flower pot, so he directly started digging the soil on the ground, put the soil in the flower pot, dug a small hole directly, and buried the seeds directly in it. He picked up the hatching solution on the side and poured it directly. It was amazing to say that as soon as the hatching liquid entered the flower pot, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Until the last 3 flower pot-sized hatching liquids were poured in, the soil inside seemed to be just a little wet, and there was no change. Oh, it's quite powerful. Eli was a little surprised. What kind of seed is this? It's so good to drink. It was also he who turned around and walked towards the house, preparing to configure some more. But at this moment, a hand appeared outside the railing not far away, followed by another hand, and with both hands supported, a person jumped in directly from inside. The man was dressed in sackcloth and looked physically strong. Hey, there are still people. The man also seemed surprised. He just wanted to make some money through the chaos today, and then picked a house at random, but he didn't expect that there were still people in this house. And if he's not mistaken, the guy in front of him seems to be planting something. Flower pots, spatulas, water basins. The man was a little shocked. It was so chaotic outside, but he was still in the mood to plant flowers. What a heart. Forget it, if you meet a fool, hand over the money, or don't blame me for being rude. The man shook his shoulders and said to Eli. Rooting is against the law. According to the laws of the Empire, it's fine for me to kill you. Eli hugged the flower pot with a strange expression on his face. This was the first time someone had barged in front of him. Humph, what are you talking about? Hand over the money. The man completely ignored Eli's words and said. As he spoke, he walked forward, but seemed to be blocked by something. Looking down, it turned out to be a vine. Vine? The man was a little puzzled, and turned his head behind him. In an instant, countless vines entwined towards him, and he was pulled into the vines without even reacting. Hey, it's illegal. Eli shook his head, then turned around and went back to prepare the hatching solution. In the 315th year of the Burn calendar, King Burn VI died. That same day, Eli planted a seed and accidentally killed the intruders. Chapter 77 Turmoil and Rias. Chapter 77 Turmoil and Rias. The chaos lasted for 3 full days. Eli didn't go out either. In addition to watering the seeds with nutrient solution on time every day, he studied potions and alchemy. Although the 2 books are not thick, there is a lot of knowledge in them. Eli is studying while doing experiments to assist learning. This is very effective, but it is a waste of time. Normally, no wizard would be so stupid as to experiment one by one. After all, it is like any textbook. It is fine if you just read it, but if you try to deduce all the proofs, then you will know how troublesome it is. Advertisement. And Eli does this kind of thing, and he never tires of it. Anyway, there is plenty of time, so take your time. It's really interesting, there is such a change when these 2 materials are blended. After another experiment, Eli showed a satisfied smile. With the support of a top chamber of commerce, he hardly needs to worry about materials for his experiments, he just needs to tell the Kazan Chamber of Commerce, and they will help him find them. The only thing to worry about is whether these materials are here at all. There are also flame explosion potions, stun potions, and Azek's shield potions. There are many new potions recorded in advanced potions, and Eli plans to refine some for emergencies. But the only regrettable thing is that there is no spiritual power potion in it, and he has to find a way in this regard. Take your time, don't rush. 10 days after the death of King Burn VI, His Royal Highness the Grand Prince succeeded to the throne. The era of the 45-year-old Burn VII has finally arrived. But the situation he faced was not very good. Following the death of King Burn VI, the surrounding countries also began to stir up turmoil. He began to frequently harass the Burn Empire at the border, testing the bottom line of the empire and whether the new king is as tough as King Burn VI. The people also expected the king to give the necessary counterattack. But it is a pity that Bane VII did not seem to inherit the toughness of King VI, but began to give in, and decided to renegotiate matters with several other countries, which shocked many people's jaws. After seeing the face of the new king clearly, several countries also took off their masks one after another and launched a war. In the year 315 of the Bryan calendar, the war began. A total of 3 countries attacked Bane from 3 directions at the same time. This year, Alex was promoted to Grand Knight, led the army to join the war, and defeated the local main army in a battle. His bravery even surprised the Empire. Advertisement. This descendant of the Marquis family also showed the loyalty of the nobles and successfully defended the Empire's territory. The reputation of the Elena family in the Empire soared, and they were personally received by the king. But the other 2 directions were not so smooth. One direction was directly defeated and a large area of land was occupied. Intense battles also took place in the other direction, and many nobles also followed the imperial army to attack, including 2 big brothers of Rias, descendants of the Gremory family. The war was successful, but the Gremory family was in mourning. Rias's 2 big brothers were killed in an ambush during the war. It is said that Gremory, who heard the news at the time, slumped on his seat and turned white overnight. In the same month, Rias returned from the fief, preparing to inherit the title. However, although it is a war, it is only a small battle. The 3 countries that have tasted the sweetness will naturally not give up, because they have already seen the weakness of King Burn VII. More troops are assembled at home, ready to send troops. But what surprised them was that the Kingdom of Lorraine publicly expressed its support for Burn, and also launched an army, and arrived at the border, seemingly ready to touch it at any time. A Burn is okay, but if they want to add a Lorraine, then they have to think about it. In the end, the army returned to the barracks, and the war was over before it happened. The Burn Empire also began to lick its wounds like a humiliated wolf. Everything came to a standstill again. All wars are for profit, but only you know the pain after profit. The war lasted for half a year. 2 months after the end of the war, Eli was invited to a banquet for the new Countess Gremory. At the gorgeous banquet, Eli met Earl Gremory, but compared to more than half a year ago, he was in much worse condition. Not only his hair was completely white, but his eyes had also become a little dull. At this moment, he is just a father. The banquet lasted for a long time, and Eli also met Rias at the banquet. This girl who used to study with him in the library. Compared to back then, the 24-year-old Rias is more attractive, still wearing purple clothes, as beautiful as violets, but her reddish eye sockets are telling her sadness. She took the family coat of arms from the Marquis of Gremery and wore it on her body. From now on, she is Countess Gremery. Advertisement. And Eli stood in the crowd and saw it all. The banquet was over, and Eli was about to leave, but a guard came over. Mr. Eli, the Earl wants to see you. Okay, lead the way. Eli stopped and decided to meet up. On the balcony of one room, Eli meets Rias. At this time, she had changed into a simple set of clothes, and she was standing on the balcony looking out, with her head down, and Eli could clearly feel her sadness. Eli walked to the balcony silently, also looking outside. Eli, this used to be my favorite place. I used to like standing here enjoying the evening breeze. Rias said with a sad tone. The scenery is really nice. Eli nodded. This is the third floor, through here, you can directly see the prosperity of the city. Eli, long time no see. Rias turned around and looked at Eli. It's been a long time, you are still so beautiful. Eli said politely. I thought I would never return to King's Landing in my life, but I didn't expect such an accident to happen. Rias had tears in the corner of her eyes. Indeed, there are many things that no one can tell. People are too fragile, but there are so many accidents. Eli sighed. This is why he has never wanted to leave here. He knew that there might be a wizard's camp in the east, but he didn't take the initiative to go there. Instead, he stayed in this place where there was no trace of a wizard. Wasn't it just to avoid accidents that would kill him? Without enough survivability, he will not leave here. You haven't changed at all, you're still so calm and rational. Rias looked at Eli and said. You too, it's almost time, I should go back, if you need anything, you can call me. Eli shook his head, then turned and left. It really hasn't changed at all, just as ruthless. Seeing Eli's leaving figure, Rias suddenly laughed. Don't you know how to comfort her? It really hasn't changed at all. It's been a few years, but it's still the same as before. It was as if time had left no trace on him. Chapter 78 10 Years, Part 1. Chapter 78 10 Years, Part 1. The war had little effect on the Empire, but it had a huge impact on those who participated in it. Some people died, some people got rewards, some families lost their fathers, and some people had to leave here and go to other places. The cruelest thing is war. This was the first time he felt the war was so close to him. Advertisement. The war had a huge impact on Rias, and it also affected the Kazan Chamber of Commerce and the Rose Chamber of Commerce. Due to the impact of the war, some chambers of commerce lost contact with those countries in an instant, which made the Roland Chamber of Commerce develop rapidly. Of course, Kazan the Chamber of Commerce has also expanded its influence, and Eli has benefited from it. Of course there are other effects. For example, there are a lot of new faces in Luying Lane, several casinos have closed down, Alex has also begun to rise to the top, and Andre, the red-haired man from the Night Academy, seems to have made a little effort and started to stand out. Everything is changing. In response, Eli sighed. As time goes by, everyone has their own intentions, and everyone has their own path. No one knows exactly what will happen. 10 years later. 325 years of the Banyan calendar. The first snowfall in the Empire has just passed, and the sun is starting to clear. Hoo-hoo, it's a bit cold today. The gate of a street opened. Eli walked out of here, looked at the layer of frost and snow covering everything in front of him, took a deep breath of fresh air, and immediately felt much better. Speaking of it, he still prefers summer, hot spots should be hot, at least he doesn't need to sweep the yard. Another year has passed. A gust of invisible wind swept by, and the snow at the door immediately scattered to both sides. Eli glanced at the still green vines, turned and walked into the house. Advertisement. He didn't go to work this morning, he just got used to getting up in the morning to take a look. When he returned to the house, he showed his face in the mirror next to the door. He still has black hair and black pupils, but compared to 10 years ago, his appearance has changed a lot. First of all, his hair is much longer than 10 years ago, and he looks much more mature. There is also a face under his nose. With a layer of black beard and deeper eyes, he has a special charm. It's so handsome. Eli curled his lips and sighed. It is naturally impossible for him to maintain the appearance of 10 years ago in 10 years. The appearance in front of him is changed through the mask of the faceless man. Of course, not only his head, but his body also seemed to become stronger. This was because Eli had configured a special potion 5 years ago, which made his current physical strength comparable to that of a high-level knight. The voluminous robe covered the well-proportioned body, but no one could ignore the explosive power underneath, which further enhanced Eli's self-security. But these are secondary, it still depends on the change of mental power. At this time, his mental strength has reached 14.0, how should I put it, it is a bit slow, if it is really inferior to those geniuses, but for Eli, he feels that his strength is stronger than 10 years ago at least twice. This is mainly due to the improvement of potion science within 10 years, as well as the increase in the power of witchcraft brought by spiritual power. It can be said that at this time, if Eli encounters a newly promoted great knight, he can completely kill him. The top knights may not be able to fight, but there is also a high possibility that they can escape. How should I put it? Now Eli is a little thankful that he was thrown into the kingdom of knights instead of the real world of wizards after crossing, otherwise, I am afraid that his life is not as moist as it is now. Time is so fast. Looking at himself in the mirror, Eli sighed. 10 years seems to have passed in the blink of an eye. The main reason is that these 10 years have been relatively stable, and nothing major has happened, and there are only some small things. The first is Roland. In terms of career, under the leadership of Roland, the Rose Chamber of Commerce at this time is already a well-known large chamber of commerce in the empire. It has achieved certain achievements in various fields of the empire. In the family, this kid already has 2 sons. The oldest is 5 years old. For this reason, Roland laughed at Eli a lot. As for Luying Lane, Eli is currently the only one going there alone, and it would be inappropriate to take Roland with him. Followed by Rias, the Countess of Gremory, with the help of the old Count, has also developed the family's fiery development, which makes the old Count of Gremory finally a little relieved. The object in it made him very anxious. And Hela, Eli also found out that she was a well-known bachelor by accident, and was very surprised, but this lady didn't seem to have been to the library, and he always thought he was Lemon. Advertisement. She has become a bachelor last year. André, Knight Academy, also became a general. There is also the Marquis of Elena, who unfortunately passed away due to illness the year before last. Eli also went there at that time and found that it was really terminally ill, and there was nothing he could do about it. Marquis Elena. Oh, and Eli Sr. Kurt, who was attacked and killed by a wild animal while studying abroad, was very sorry. As for Herman, this guy was still working in the library, he was much more mature and stable than before, and his daughter was already 9 years old, so calling him uncle when he saw Eli made him feel toothache. Of course, this is only people close to Eli. On the other hand, the empire has also changed a lot. Compared with his predecessor, King Bern VI, King Bern VII is much weaker, or in other words, this is a king who is mediocre in all aspects. In the past 10 years, not only has the strength of the empire not been improved, it has even been slightly weakened. Whether it is economic or military, it is not as good as before, and even its political power is much weaker than before. Over the years, the interests of the Bern Empire have been damaged, but Eli thinks it's okay, at least the domestic and international environment is relatively stable, but no one knows whether this stability can be maintained. Fewer births. Eli attributed the reason to this aspect. Bane 6 has only 3 heirs in total, 2 princes and 1 princess. The princess doesn't like politics. She has already inherited the title and lives in a city in the south of the empire, while the second prince is even more outrageous. The eldest prince didn't look so bad. As long as Bane 6 lives a little more, it will not be so few choices. It's a pity, let's see the next one. Eli sighed. Dude, this one has only been in office for 10 years, and Eli is already thinking about the next generation. In the afternoon, Eli glanced casually at the flower pots that hadn't sprouted yet, and walked out of the house, but just as he walked out the door, he found an extra letter in the mailbox at the door. From Librarian Severo Mesa. The purpose is to tell Eli to see you at the old place. Chapter 79 10 Years, Part 2. Chapter 79 10 Years, Part 2. Curator, long time no see. At a bar, Eli meets Severo Mesa, the current director of the library. It's really been a long time. Severo poured a large glass of rum, drank it in a big gulp, and the liquid left directly along his beard, and then said. Since they met 10 years ago, after an accident, the two have inexplicably become good friends, and occasionally have a drink together to exchange his progress in finding the wizard. Advertisement. Where did you go this time? Eli looked at the curator. Compared to 10 years ago, he was also much older. His face looked haggard to me now, but his eyes were still bright. As before, he would travel to various countries every now and then, looking for traces of wizards, but so far he still found nothing. I went to the Kingdom of Home this time. I heard that there is a mysterious area there, and people often disappear inexplicably. As a result, I only found a perennial fog and a monster inside. Severo shook his head. A little disappointed. Compared with me 10 years ago, he is obviously much older, but the desire to find a wizard in his heart is stronger, burning his old body like a flame. No, but it's normal, no one knows where they are. Eli said regretfully, he really hoped that the curator could help him find the wizard camp, but unfortunately he never did. Curator, I'm curious, why are you so obsessed with wizards, isn't it good now? Eli asked. You don't understand. The curator shook his head, looked at Eli and said. I think you are a good person to communicate with, but you don't seem to understand me that well. For me, I have been looking for it for 20 years. This is already a certain obsession, and I can't give up. That's it. Eli nodded, still a little confused. Well, where is the curator planning to go next? Further away? Eli asked again. No, it took me 4 years to go out this time, and I really might not be able to come back any further. The curator shook his head. This time I plan to leave the empire behind and go to the history of Saline Maida. I want to look for the places that Trin has been to, what he may have left behind. This may be more reliable. Well, come on. Eli encouraged. It may be that no one has ever talked to him about this, so Severo Mesa told Eli everything he knew, including the name of the first emperor, the possibility that he was a wizard, and the fact that the king forcibly used witches. Weapon backlash death and so on. This interested Eli very much, many of which he didn't know. After all, Severo Mesa has been at the top of the empire for decades, and the information he has collected is not comparable to that of Eli. Eli heard it with relish, and Severo Mesa regarded him as a confidant. Advertisement. Well, yes, I will be acting in the empire from now on. This may be my last hope. Where are these wizards? The rum flew out directly. On the opposite side, Eli pursed his lips. Indeed, maybe wizards don't exist at all. Eli nodded agreeing. No, they definitely exist, but they may not be nearby. Severo shook his head, denying Eli's guess. Okay. And then I'm going to quit my position as the librarian and concentrate on this. Suddenly, Severo exploded a bomb. What? Are you going to resign? Eli's eyes widened. Yes, I've made up my mind. I'm already 60. I really don't have much time, and I haven't contributed much to the library over the years. I think it's time to give up my position. You don't have to persuade me. Me? Severo Mesa said firmly. Severo has said that, what else can Eli say? I just sighed. After all, it's hard to find a curator who doesn't care about anything. I hope the next curator will not be too troublesome, but maybe the teacher can become the curator, but the possibility is not high. After all, Bachelor Lemon is 68 years old, and he is not too young. Well, Bane 7 is different from his father. In fact, he has certain opinions on the independence of the library. If I leave voluntarily, he may make some moves. You can remind your teacher. Severo added. Okay. Eli nodded. This is bad news. After all, if the library becomes a vassal of the king, among other things, at least Eli will be very upset. After all, he has worked here for 18 years and has certain feelings. Well, that's all, I should leave. After drinking, Severo bid farewell to Eli. Goodbye, curator, I wish you success this time. Goodbye, I will definitely succeed. Severo strode out of the room, his eyes determined. Wizard, he will find them. Severo left. Eli drank a few drinks, turned and left here too. Outside the door, here is a noisy bar, a large number of men and women dancing on the dance floor. If you look right, you can go directly to the room behind the bar. If it is in other places, this is definitely not allowed, but this bar is opened on Luying Street. That's right, this is where the two became friends. 9 years ago, after Eli came out from here, he met Severo, who was also just out, and the two gradually became acquainted. Advertisement. Mr. Eli, you have to go. Before Eli walked out the door, a gorgeously dressed woman greeted her. She is the nightingale here, the woman who manages the place. Yet. Eli nodded. In 10 years, the girls here have changed a few times. He knows many nightingales here. They used to be wandering warblers, but they just retired and became nightingales. As for why they take the initiative to greet Eli, the reason is very simple. If you spend more than a few hintels here every year, they will treat you the same way. Then go slowly. The woman sent Eli out with a smile. When we walked out of here, it was already late afternoon. Eli glanced at the sun, turned and headed back home. It's a little late to go to the library at this time, so let's miss work for a day. The next day. It's raining and still not working. Third day. Eli heads to the library. As soon as I walked to the door of the library, I heard the guards chatting. Did you know? Director Severo resigned on his own initiative, and a deputy director also left. Coincidentally, a son of a noble family directly became the deputy director by Airborne. You said that this is the king who wants to take over the library. Museum. A guard asked worriedly. Who knows? Another guard shook his head, and suddenly saw Eli out of the corner of his eye. Hello, Mr. Eli. The two guards immediately stopped talking and said respectfully. As a student of the deputy curator, Eli and the others are very familiar with them. Well, don't gossip. Eli nodded and walked into the house, but the guard's words were still circling in his mind. The aristocratic airborne deputy curator, and so quickly, this is most likely the king's handwriting. It's only been a day, and you can't bear it. Eli shook his head, ready to talk to the teacher. Chapter 80 The Persecution of Nobles. Chapter 80 The Persecution of Nobles. Lyman, this won't work. Now that the library is so sloppy, I think you should bear at least half of the responsibility. How can the library export talents for the empire like this? Before entering the teacher's room, a burst of sharp and sarcastic words came out. Eli frowned, but walked in anyway. Advertisement. At this time, there were two people in the room. One was the 68-year-old bachelor Lemon, who was sitting on a chair, squinting his eyes, and tightly holding a pen in his hand. Opposite him, that is, in front of the table, a man who looked to be about 28 years old stood arrogantly, constantly blaming Bachelor Lemon. I can't go on like this. It's too lax. At least I saw those guards dare to talk during working hours. This kind of discipline is really bad. If it's in our family, they will be severely whipped. The man looked angry. Unceremoniously expressed his dissatisfaction. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Maester Lemon nodded desperately. Humph, Lemon, I'm also the deputy curator, please have a better attitude. The corner of the man's mouth twitched when he heard this. Forget it, don't talk about it, I'm going to check other things in the library now, let's talk about it. Shaking his head, the man walked directly towards the door. When he happened to meet Eli who came in, the man didn't say anything, he just raised his head high and strode out with a haughty look. Eli looked at the back of the man with a puzzled expression on his face. Who the FK are you? Teacher, this is. He walked to Maester Lyman and asked. He is the new deputy curator. Maester Lemon said helplessly when he saw that Eli had arrived. Is that him? This guy doesn't look very easy to get along with. Eli asked strangely. It's not just difficult to get along with. This guy already regards the library as his home, but he is going to vigorously implement many new measures. Bachelor Lemon sighed. For example, you have too many vacations, and you have to cut them in half, or you are too loose, and you need to arrive at 7 o'clock every morning. Eli? This is something that humans can do. Then the others don't object. Eli frowned, he hadn't been here for a day, did such a big thing happen in the library? I object, but it's useless. Bachelor Lemon put by on the table, got up and stretched his muscles and said, he was sent directly by the king, and the purpose must be for the position of curator. It seems that once the curator leaves, they want to turn this place into their private land. Advertisement. Is that so? Eli frowned even more. If the library becomes the king's private land, it will not be a good thing for him, and it will be difficult to be as free as he is now. So, get ready to go to work on time. Maester Lemon looked at Eli and said with a smile. He's 68, and he's about to retire, which is actually fine, and they won't do anything to him. Okay, I'll go to work first. Eli nodded, let's wait for the matter to develop, and then act according to the situation. After bidding farewell to the teacher, Eli went to his own office and began to process the documents. After becoming a scholar, he has his own independent office. He is in charge of a very leisurely position with very little work, and he can go home as long as he is done. After an hour. After finishing the work, Eli is ready to leave work early. Suddenly, the sound of the door being violently pushed open suddenly sounded. A man came in with big strides, his head held high, and he walked up to Eli with a haughty face. It was the man he saw in the teacher's room just now. Eli is a little angry, won't you knock on the door? You are? Eli asked with a smile, though. Humph, I'm the deputy director of Othello. I'm currently in charge of the library's various notices. I saw that you didn't come to work yesterday. You can tell me what's going on. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Your salary will be halved, I hope you will not miss work without reason next time. Othello seemed to be announcing, without giving Eli any time to react, and left with his head held high after speaking, leaving Eli sitting on the chair. Trouble. Naturally, he doesn't like the salary, but it doesn't mean that you can deduct my money casually. There is a rule in the library that you can rest for 3 days a month at will, so it is reasonable and legal for him not to come yesterday, but Othello didn't seem to know it, so he fined half of the money directly. Typical aristocratic pie. Hey, once the curator leaves, all the troubles will come. Only now did Eli think of Severo's kindness. This guy, who spends most of his time in other countries, doesn't care about the library at all, except for some work when he comes back, but even so, the library is always in good order. But now with his departure, everything has changed unknowably. Hope it's not too much. Advertisement. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. This half month is also the most uncomfortable half month for all old library staff. In the past half a month, the guards were not allowed to speak, they were not allowed to leave their posts for a day, and they were not even allowed to enter the library to go to the toilet. The working hours have also been greatly improved, from 7 hours a day to 10 hours. Of course, these are not the most unbearable. The most uncomfortable thing for everyone is that Othello cut everyone's wages by 20% in the name of saving costs. Everyone has great opinions. But what makes Eli most uncomfortable is not these, but the increase in working hours makes him have to stay in the library for a long time, which is equivalent to working overtime in disguise, and Eli is very unhappy. And these days, Eli finally got to know the background of Othello. It turned out to be a direct descendant of a Viscount family. The family territory is very close to here, and the family is mainly engaged in finance, and there seem to be some other contacts. The reason why Othello can become the deputy curator is that he is actually a bachelor himself, and his sister seems to be a popular person beside the king at present. This may also be a temptation for the king. Finally, as another 5 days passed. In terms of time, the library should also re-elect a new director. Logically speaking, this is a good thing, but it seems that someone interfered, and the new method of selecting a curator has become a vote, and the voters are some scholars that Eli has never heard of. Ask again, good fellow, they are all noble scholars. Needless to say, once in the election, there is little chance that Lemon and the other deputy curator will be the curator. In fact, logically speaking, Othello broke the rules when he was the deputy director, because generally speaking, the deputy director of the library is not a nobleman, but this time, it seems that the king has some ideas. The main reason is that the action was very fast this time, and it just so happened that many scholars had just left King's Landing this time, and because they were going to a seminar in a city, no one cared about them. No. Thinking of such a situation, Eli shook his head. Really let Othello become the curator, then TM will be in trouble. Not only will there be another one who will break into your room arrogantly at any time, tell you that your salary will be deducted, and even fire you directly, while pointing at your nose and scolding you aristocrats with poor jobs may also be subjected to inexplicable overtime. That is really FG. Just thinking about it, Eli already felt his blood pressure go up. He had to do something. He will never allow anyone to disrupt the peaceful environment of the library. Chapter 81 Investigation in Action. Chapter 81 Investigation in Action. Eli has been in King's Landing for so many years, and he is not a vegetarian. He has his own news channel, and he soon found out specific information about the Othello family. Sir, the family that Othello belongs to is the Corsi family. The family was awarded a title 30 years ago because of the contributions made by Othello's grandfather. It is still a staunch supporter of the royal family. In a room, Eli's appearance has already changed into another appearance. He heard the person in front of him say that he is an information dealer in King's Landing. Well, did you find out about their family's main business? Eli asked. Advertisement. Ugh, their family doesn't seem to have any property right now. The businessman replied. No property. Eli wondered. Well, there is indeed no industry. The Corsi family once accumulated the first round of wealth through lending, but with the development of time, they gradually gave up this black industry, and then mainly through cooperation with major chambers of commerce. Contact, and make profits by reselling the goods. The businessman said seriously, in fact, they rarely do business with nobles, but the gentleman in front of him gave too much. Hey, Chamber of Commerce. Eli frowned, as if he had something to do. What about the connection behind them? Eli asked again. My lord, their family seems to be mainly connected with the Sarah family, an earl family, which can be regarded as a family with a long history. Every year, the Corsi family will give them a lot of money. Well, I see. Then tell me everything you know. Eli nodded, motioning for the man to continue. There is actually not that much information about the Corsi family, mainly about the industry, background, contacts, and other aspects. Soon, Eli recorded all the information. If you want to fight, you must first inquire clearly and make sure that the other party can be handled by yourself, otherwise he will not make a casual move. And from the man's information, Eli also knew something interesting. That is the background of the Corsi family, the Sarah family, which is an old rival of the Elena family and a vassal of the Marquis Herman family, which is interesting. I seem to have a little idea. Eli paid the money and turned to leave. It was noon that day. Elena family. Eli and Alex sit opposite each other. What's the matter? I heard that something happened to the library. Are you the teacher who wants to help you? Compared to before, Alex was almost 40 at this time, but his body was still strong, his gaze bright and bright. He looked at Eli and asked with a smile. In fact, over the years, whenever he has a problem, he often asks Eli, and Eli can always give him some good advice, but Eli doesn't ask for anything in return, which annoys him. Advertisement. No, this time I finally found him. I really need your help this time. Eli said directly. His idea is very simple, rather than attacking Othello, it is better to directly attack his family and the source. As long as the Corsi family is greatly affected, Othello's problems will naturally be solved. It's like this. Eli began to tell. So what do you want me to do? Help you entangle the Herman family? Alex didn't understand after hearing this. Yes. Eli nodded. Then how do you solve the problem of the Sarah family and the Chamber of Commerce? Alex was a little confused. You don't have to worry about it, don't worry, you will get a part of the interests of the Corsi family's business. Eli said with a smile. Well, it doesn't really matter. The Herman family is our old rival. These are just trivial matters. Alex said indifferently. Compared with these, he looked at Eli more. This scholar who seems to be content with the library is actually a very smart person, but he is not interested in fame and wealth at all, and he has never been short of money. He is a strange person. Well, that's it for here, I'll go first. Eli exchanged pleasantries with him for a while, and left. Rose Chamber of Commerce. No problem. Roland agreed directly. Unlike Alex, he was much rounder than 10 years ago. It's all trivial, don't worry, the Rose Chamber of Commerce is no longer the small Chamber of Commerce it used to be. These are all minor issues. After listening to Eli's words, Roland agreed directly. Although outsiders thought that it was he who established contact with the Kazan Chamber of Commerce 10 years ago to overcome the difficulties, only he knew who helped him, even if Eli didn't say anything. Well, does this affect you? Eli asked. No, it's just a channel. If it's broken, someone will come up. Roland said indifferently. Okay, actually, I'm going to let one of our old friends eat with another nobleman for the benefits at that time, and you will share a portion at that time, although it's not much, but don't mind. Eli said with a smile. Okay, I can't do anything with you. Roland laughed loudly. Then Roland started a familiar topic again. Eli, when are you going to get married? You can't do this. See you next time. Eli hurriedly walked out of the Rose Chamber of Commerce. Afternoon. Advertisement. No problem, Mr. Eli, I will definitely take care of it for you. Zhongli flattered. Don't worry, our Chamber of Commerce has deep connections with other chambers of commerce from other countries, so you can rest assured, and I will keep this matter strictly confidential and never tell anyone. Zhongli said solemnly. He was sent by Elijah, and he is also his most trustworthy person, and in order to ensure Eli's safety, he even put Zhongli's relatives in a place where he can see them, so as to ensure that they will not affect Eli. This point, Zhongli is clear, and Eli is also very clear. Therefore, Arya is still very sensible now. Well, then I'm leaving. Oh yes, I still need some monster blood, you can find it for me. After dealing with this matter, Eli continued. Okay. Zhongli nodded, it's difficult, but they will try their best to do it. Okay, then I'll go first. Eli nodded and left here again. Night. Gremory family castle. You want to give me a gift? Rias was wearing a purple dress, sitting lazily on the sofa, smiling and looking at Eli. She is more mature, less lively than before, but more intellectual. Yes, but I need your help. Eli smiled. Okay, no problem, I agree. Rias said directly. Don't you ask what it is? Eli asked with a strange face. No, I trust you, will you harm me? Won't. That's fine, it's mainly what you said, and I can help you do anything. Rias glanced at Eli and replied with a smile. Well, thanks. Eli then told Rias about the matter. Okay. After listening, Rias also agreed without hesitation. It's over, do you want to have a drink? Rias stood up and invited. Come on, it's late. Eli refused. Is it late? It's only 11 o'clock, and you came more than once even later, come on, let's catch up on the old days. Lias covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly. Okay, let's talk about the old days. Eli reluctantly agreed. Just drink a little. Chapter 82 Multi-Party Action. Chapter 82 Multi-Party Action. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. This afternoon, Eli just finished his day's work and was ready to return. Othello pushed open the door roughly, dropped a document directly, and said proudly, You have finished processing this document for me tonight, and I want it tonight. Deputy Curator Othello, I'm off work. Eli said calmly. Advertisement. Humph, I said yes, otherwise, when I become the curator, you are ready to leave, and your immortal teacher. Othello didn't care, and snorted coldly. Yeah, as long as you are happy, I'm off work, so you should leave this job to someone else. Eli shook his head, and left without even looking at the document. No wonder he will be the villain, this guy is completely brainless. You. Othello's eyes widened when he saw that Eli dared to leave in front of him. Come back to me. Angry voices filled the room, but Eli had left. Just kidding, his tradition of not taking the initiative to work overtime for 20 years, how can it be destroyed today? He died of overtime in his last life, and such a thing will not happen again in this life. Wait until I become the curator. Othello gritted his teeth and threw the document on the ground angrily. There are still 5 days until the election of the curator, when the time comes. Night. Othello returns home. At the dinner party, Othello sat on one side with a smug face, opposite his father Emir. How about your library? Emir asked, eating foie gras. Everything is fine, but some bugs are very troublesome, and I will take care of them when the time comes. Othello gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. That's good, you seize the opportunity. If you become the curator, our family will be compared to the Earl's family in an instant. Emir also showed a smile on his face. He knew that he was being used as a gun, but he would not let go of this opportunity. There was no way, the benefits were too great. I hope there will be no big accidents. Emir said, looking at Othello opposite. What kind of accident can happen? Othello looked disdainful. Advertisement. The next day, Othello and his father had breakfast as usual, and the atmosphere was peaceful. Suddenly, a panicked voice came in, and a man rushed in scrambling. Master, it's not good. Our business has a problem. Several big chambers of commerce suddenly joined forces to block our channels, and no chamber of commerce is willing to ship to us. The man panted heavily, with a look of fear on his face. What? Emir stood up directly, and Othello was also a little shocked. What happened? What's going on? What about foreign chambers of commerce? Emir couldn't care less about eating, as this was a matter of the family's lifeblood. You must know that what they are most afraid of in this kind of capitalist business is which side has problems. If this side does not ship, the chain reaction caused by the other side is enough to make them collapse directly. Master, I don't know. The man cried and said, not only domestic chambers of commerce, but foreign chambers of commerce have given up business under the leadership of Kazan Chamber of Commerce. Now we only have 2 or 3 channels. Grunt. Amir's throat moved slightly, and cold sweat rolled down his back. This is absolutely what happened. He didn't know. What the hell happened? He turned his head to look at Othello at the side, and said, have you messed with someone recently? Who can I mess with? It's not just a group of stinky scholars in the library. I didn't touch those who have status, or there was a student who was the deputy curator yesterday and left without paying attention to me. Othello was a little flustered, but he still said come out. That shouldn't be it. Emir shook his head. Othello is a bit stupid, but not that stupid. He knows that some people can't be messed with. No, if that's the case, go to Earl Sarah now. Amir's legs were a little weak, but he asked someone to arrange a carriage immediately. After glancing at the flustered Othello, he cursed, don't panic, we still have a backing, no problem. Othello settles down a little. Emir, I'm sorry, I can't help you this time, I'm really sorry. When hearing the news from Earl Salim, Emir also panicked. Did something happen? Emir worried, if Earl Salim couldn't help them, it would really be over. I don't know either. Since yesterday, the Gremory family and our family have had conflicts. It is simply inexplicable. The Countess is troublesome and has no brains. We have to protect our own property. Earl Sarah looked puzzled. The Earl, if this is the case, then we are finished. Amir's face was already a little blue at this time. Advertisement. On the way, he had used means to threaten those chambers of commerce, but they ignored him at all, which made him know that someone higher must come forward, otherwise this matter would be difficult. Earl Salim is the Earl with the closest interests to them. If he doesn't help, it seems that something really big will happen. Don't worry, this incident will also damage my interests. I will go back to the Marquis of Herman's family today to ask for help to hold off Earl Gremory first, and then deal with your matter. Earl Sarin comforted. That's good, I feel relieved with your words, Lord Earl. Emir seemed to have grasped at the straw, and heaved a sigh of relief. Look at you, what are you panicking about? It's just a small problem. I'll probably be able to help you tomorrow. Earl Salim whispered. Yeah. Emir nodded. 1 day is okay, but if it really drags on for 2 or 3 days, 3 or 4 days, then it is really over. The family is afraid that it will go bankrupt directly, sell the property, and the status of the nobility will plummet. Damn it, I knew I should arrange some real estate. Emir regretted a little. But what he used to earn was no-cost trading. He has already seen the huge benefits of it, so he chose this path. How can a no-cost business make more money, not to mention that they still sell bulk goods to make a difference, and what they earn is information. Bad money. Okay, you go back and wait for the news. Earl Salim was also the first 2 elders at this time, and sent Emir away first. Okay, Lord Earl, then I'll go first. Emir wiped off the cold sweat on his brow, turned and left. Night. Corsi family territory. Amir, Othello, and one of his big brothers sat in the living room, waiting for news without saying a word. Father, don't be nervous, it will be fine with the Herman family. Othello also lost his previous pride at this time, but he was still confident. He hadn't gone to the library all day today, after all, he really couldn't take care of it. I don't know who issued the ordinance that you can't be late. Yet. Amir nodded. Suddenly, a person came in from outside the door. Amir recognized him as the housekeeper of the Sarah family. How about it? Amir hurriedly stood up, while Othello and the big brother also stood up, a little nervous. The butler didn't say a word, but bit his lips, and said, I'm sorry, Lord Viscount, this time, I'm afraid we won't be able to help you that way. The Herman family is also in trouble. These words were like a bolt from the blue, knocking the three of them unconscious. Amir's eyes darkened and he fell unconscious. Othello and Big Brother also had their legs limp and fell directly to the ground. It's over, it's over. Othello was a little confused. Resume updates from 8 to 5 in the morning. Chapter 83 Leaving in Embarrassment. Chapter 83 Leaving in Embarrassment. The serial attacks of various forces directly stunned the Corsi family. The goods were put on hold, causing them to be unable to settle the payment. A large number of orders flooded them like a tide, and the family suffered a major blow. Amir woke up the next day. When he woke up, his first words were, "Is the business like this? Advertisement. It's all over." His eldest son said with a teary face. Hearing this, Amir almost fell into a coma again, but he managed to smile and said, "What about the specific loss? Almost all the property has been sold, and there is still a shortfall of more than 1,000 quintars." Othello said bitterly, he didn't know what happened. In just 2 days, such a thing happened. Who in the end brought such a disaster to the family? More than 1,000, haha. Amir closed his eyes in despair. More than 1,000 ginters, what a lot. This is why their business is not good. Once it is wrong, the loss will be sky high. The only way out is to say that the trade will give them the goods. What about the Chamber of Commerce, have you asked if it can be resolved? Amir looked at the eldest son, who was usually decisive and brave at this time, and he seemed a little at a loss at this time. He is a real person sitting at home, and disaster comes from heaven. Father, I went to the Rose Chamber of Commerce. Roland didn't see me at all. He kept shirking and went to the Kazan Chamber of Commerce. The fat man talked to me, but he didn't go to the center. The eldest son sighed. Damn it, if you know who did it, I'll kill him. Othello said angrily. He was about to become the director of the library, and it was simply inexplicable to encounter such a thing. Forget it, we can last for a few more days. Amir asked with a sigh as he glanced at the unsatisfied son. 2 days. The eldest son said with difficulty. Now even our castle has been mortgaged. Mother and others have been kicked out. We don't even have a place to live now. The eldest son continued. Is that so? Amir rubbed his dizzy head. Father, why don't you borrow some money from the other viscounts and earls? Let's talk about it first. Othello was so anxious that if the family really collapsed, what would happen to his future? Humph, all the properties are gone, and the channels are gone. In this situation, who will lend us money? Amir said bitterly. They are united because of their interests, so when there is no profit, that is when they go their separate ways. Then what should we do? Othello frowned, as if scolding. Why are you talking to your father? The elder son couldn't stand it any longer, and stared at Othello. Humph. Othello glared at him, and stopped talking. Forget it, there is only one way out. Amir finally thought about it, and finally sighed. What way? Othello's eyes lit up. Advertisement. Leave King's Landing, run. There were only 3 of them here, but Amir still whispered. The 3 of them stared wide-eyed. 3 days later. Eli gets word that the Corsi family has run away. It seems that they left King's Landing with their things overnight, and it is said that they are going to other countries, leaving behind a large number of angry business people whose goods and money have not been received. And their channels and industries were divided among Elena family, Gremery family, Rose Chamber of Commerce, and Kazan Chamber of Commerce. The former 2 took most of it, and the latter 2 got a little. All parties are satisfied. It is a voluntary action, and it would be even better to receive benefits. The only thing that surprised Eli was that Othello didn't leave, and stayed in King's Landing alone, thinking about his dream of being a curator. Eli, why didn't this guy deal with my stuff again? Eli's room was pushed away by Othello again, and he looked angry. The family left, and he was alone and helpless, but he didn't leave, because he felt that as long as he became the head of the library, these things would be resolved slowly, and he would become the hero of the family. And he is also reluctant to part with the coming fame and fortune. So in the past few days, he vented his family's defeat on everyone in the library. In just 2 days, everyone hated this guy deeply, and wished that he would leave quickly. Okay, I'll help you deal with it. I thought Eli would refuse, but I didn't expect to accept it. You are sensible. Othello was taken aback. In the past 2 days, everyone seemed to be full of malice towards him, but he didn't expect Eli to be so polite here. It seems that he misunderstood the young man. I still have a lot of respect for him, Othello. That's right, that's how it should be. Othello smiled, turned, and walked out. Watching his back, Eli smiled. What a poor man. 1 day later. Othello is dead. It is said that he died in an alley. No one knew who killed him, only that when he was discovered, his body had already stinked a little from the high temperature, and his face could not even see its original appearance. There is no doubt that someone specifically killed him. Advertisement. As for the most likely, it is the group of angry businessmen who are owed money, and because Othello is alone, and no one helps to investigate, this matter just goes away. And just after this, the election of the curator also began. With Othello's sudden death, elections are once again the order of the library. On the other hand, the team of scholars who went out to visit and study suddenly returned, which broke the plan of the nobles, and the right to vote returned to the library. The election started normally. One is a senior and diligent bachelor Lemon, and the other is a bachelor's deputy curator who has just been promoted a few years ago. The results are naturally needless to say. Lemon was confused. He somehow became the director of the library again. He didn't do anything, why did it just happen? This day. In a conference hall. At this time, the hall is full of people, these are the library's own people, including some people from other forces, because today is the succession ceremony of the library director. Eli stood beside Raymond and followed him to the central ledge. Amidst the blessings of a group of bachelors and bachelors, Clement took a quaint cane and a badge representing his status, and smiled. Everyone below smiled and applauded enthusiastically. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the sudden downfall of the Kersey family, otherwise there would be a real mess. No one wanted to suddenly become the king's private institution. Should such scholars serve people or study and research? Just as everyone was applauding, in the corner, a charming woman opened her mouth. She patted the woman beside her and asked, "Is that old man Maester Lyman?" "Yeah, Hella, don't you know?" The woman is also a bachelor, but beside her is the famous Hella University scholar. "Then who is that kid next to him?" Hyla asked again. "He seems to be a student of Lemon, his name is Eli." After hearing this, Hella froze on the spot. "How many years have you lived?" 10 years? She always thought that Eli was Lemon, and she even let the deputy curator out. Hella was confused. Reality is too magical. Chapter 84 A Peaceful Life. Chapter 84 A Peaceful Life. Just this side of the library celebrating Maester Lyman's becoming head librarian. Meanwhile, the palace. In a not-so-large palace, King Bane VII was lying on a luxurious gauze bed, with his head resting on his soft and tender thighs, and his 2 slender hands rubbing his temples. "Your Majesty, I got the news that the Corsey family fled King's Landing overnight, and a bachelor named Lemon became the head of the library." The woman was beautiful and dignified. Advertisement. "Oh, really?" The man on the jade legs opened his eyes. His face is very similar to that of King Bern VI, but compared to him, he is much younger, and he seems to lack a bit of domineering, but more of an unspeakable melancholy. "Well, it seems that your Majesty did not succeed in this move." The woman gently rubbed the man's temples and said with a smile. "Would you like to check it out?" "Forget it, no need, it was just a temptation." Bern VII sat up and hugged the woman in his arms. "The original curator, Severo Mesa, is a good friend of my father. I can't do anything about it, so I can only do this. This time, it is probably what he did. This old guy is very thoughtful in everything he does." Bern VII said calmly. "Even if you search, most likely you won't be able to find it, and there is a high probability that you will find an ordinary person, which is meaningless. Then, your Majesty, let the Imperial Library continue to develop like this." The woman was a little puzzled. "It's okay. Severo Mesa has been seriously injured. It is estimated that he will not live for many years. When he dies, I will slowly take over the Imperial Library. Just wait with peace of mind." Bern VII he pushed the woman down on the bed and looked down at her. Although he is 45 years old, relying on the great knight's physical fitness, he is still determined and powerful. The woman's cheeks were slightly red, full of anticipation. "Forget it, come a few more." Bern VII sat up and shouted towards the outside, and several women walked in again. The door was closed tightly. Yawn. At the same time, in the territory of the Bern Empire, Severo Mesa, who had just sneaked into an ancient tomb, yawned and scratched his nose. "I always feel like someone is talking about me." Severo pursed his lips. But it was only for a moment, and then he concentrated on the excavation of the ancient tomb. He has been in this deserted place for a week, it is really nonsensical for anyone to talk about him, he might as well concentrate on excavating the ancient tomb. This time, I feel that I will definitely find it. Severo smiled on his face surrounded by the scarf. Advertisement. 3 hours later, he left in a daze. God damn it, is this a rat's nest or an ancient tomb? Severo left with a dejected look on his face. Needless to say, there was no gain this time. He took out a map of the Bern Empire and drew a cross somewhere. Look carefully, almost 3/4 of the forks on the map have been drawn, most of which have been explored before, and the rest have not been explored. Soon. What are the benefits of having your own teacher become a curator? Eli felt it clearly. First, other people will be more polite when they meet you. Secondly, you can commute to and from get off work more freely, and the guards will not stop you. Finally, all books in the library can be seen, even hidden ones. How should I put it, it feels very good. Of course, compared to the happy Eli, Maester Lemon is much sadder. Although it is good to be a curator, he has more things to deal with. He is a 68-year-old man, and he is also very hard-working, so he decisively pulled him in. He took care of the work with his good student Herman. Herman was dazed, staring at the pile of documents on the desk every day. Why is it always him who is injured? He is 35 years old. Can't he be allowed to rest in this life? He had to work during the day and work at night, and he felt drained. The Empire is weakening normally day by day, and Eli clocks out of get off work normally every day. For Eli, the calmness of life is far more than the storm, and he started to devote himself to the experiment again. He currently has 2 main experiments in total. One is the in-depth study of potions and the configuration of spiritual potions. The study of potions has been the main content of his research, and his level has been slowly but steadily improving. Compared with 10 years ago, his level of potions has improved by at least twice, and many potions are also handy. However, it is a long way to go to configure a potion that can improve spiritual power, and the progress has been slow. The main reason is that advanced potions does not record this precious formula, so Eli can only find a way to configure it by himself, but it is never an easy task to create something from scratch. The second is the study of blood. Advertisement. After all, he only has 4 textbooks on wizards, and 1 notebook, which is also covered by rain and dew. Although the main body of the bloodline selection of bloodline warlocks is theory, it still has some practical applications. Eli has always trying to learn. That's why he asked Zhongli to help him get some Warcraft blood. The main reason is that the blood he collected before is almost used up. The study of blood vessels is more complicated, and the experimental equipment and receptors required are more troublesome, so he put this in a valley outside the city. Forget it, it's time to go outside today. After seeing that it was still early, Eli decided to do a blood test today. All the way away from King's Landing, Eli came to his secret base. Tranquility walked into a dozen entrances densely covered by witch formations, which was enough to ensure that if anyone broke into this place, it would be buried in an instant, ensuring that the things inside would not be discovered. Enter. It was quiet inside. There are only 7 or 8 grottos scattered on the stone wall, and there seems to be something inside. Eli calmly walked into the leftmost one. This is a place like a laboratory, mainly animal test subjects, including mice, wolves, tigers, and mainly monkeys. I have to say that monkeys are really good as experimental materials for blood. It may be worse than the human body, mainly because human experiments are rare, except for the occasional encounter with the heinous people in the slave market, otherwise he would not use innocent people for human experiments. He is still human. Let's start the experiment. Eli looked around and anesthetized a monkey. He took out the prepared experimental materials. This time, the experiment he was conducting was a flesh and blood experiment, and he wanted to try to transplant another wolf's hand onto it. Soon, the experiment began. Eli began to operate in earnest. Compared with simple element experiments, this type of experiment is still very difficult, mainly because of the repulsion and damage to the limbs caused by element fusion, etc. The reason for doing this experiment is that Eli has an idea to verify. As for whether this idea is useful to Eli's strength, it's really useless. Who said that experiments must be useful? Knowledge is power. This process is an asset in itself to Eli. This is one of the dull and tedious routines of the immortal wizard. Chapter 85 The Curator's Change. Chapter 85 The Curator's Change. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Everything is calm and there is no change. A regular life is full of motivation. Eli is doing experiments, going to work, studying, and entertaining occasionally, and he does these things every day. The seeds planted more than 10 years ago still haven't germinated. Eli feels very strange. They are poured with nutrient solution every day. Why doesn't this thing open? Advertisement. However, after exploring, Eli discovered that it should be the seed of a tree, and its quality is very high. Maybe in the future, it can provide Eli with the main material of a staff to improve combat effectiveness. His current staff is that cane, which has been integrated into the staff left by Vito, Saren's student, and the quality is slightly better than before. On this day, Eli, who was returning home from get off work, got a piece of news. The curator is back. Eli was very happy. After all, it was indeed a joy to have someone to help you find the remains of Salim Meditlan. In fact, it is not without reason that Eli expects the curator to find nature. He also has the motivation to find it, that is, he currently does not have any model of witchcraft. Even if he has enough mental strength in the future, he will not be able to break through the official wizard. He expected what he wanted in Salim Meditlan's legacy. It's still the same old place. Curator, how is this time? This time the curator seems to have gone to a remote place. At this time, the hair and clothes are in a mess, and it looks like it hasn't been cleaned for a long time. There is also a scar on the face, which was done by a wild animal. Hey, don't mention it, let's have a drink first. Severo sighed, picked up the glass beside him, and drank heavily. After drinking 2 bottles in one breath, he seemed to feel better. He sighed and said, "Don't mention it. I searched many places, but I couldn't find it at all. On the contrary, I was almost killed by a demon bear in the east of Kanghai Forest. It's okay, life is the most important thing." Eli sighed. "Although I really hope that Severo can find it, it is best to find it alive. Moreover, the devil bear that can hurt Othello is at least a late-stage 0 ring. It can only be said that the outside is still a bit dangerous." Eli made up his mind that he will never put himself in such a danger if he is not a third-class apprentice this time. Indeed. Severo was a little frustrated, but then he became firm again, and said to himself, "The remaining range is getting smaller and smaller. I feel that it will be soon. I will definitely find it. Besides, I was injured when I was young. This is really my last chance. Even if I die, I still want to find these wizards." Othello said firmly. Finding wizards may not be really useful to him, but when something becomes an obsession, it really cannot be changed. "Okay, I can support you with some things if needed, and I still have some friends." Eli encouraged. "Really? Then I'm not welcome." Severo looked surprised. Eli was taken aback, then nodded, "Of course. Just a little stuff, of course it's okay." Advertisement. "That's great. I haven't worked for 20 years, so I have no income. Now I can't support it anymore. Eli, you are really my good friend." Severo patted Eli's shoulder, smiling. "Come on." The wine glasses collided, and the two drank heavily. 3 days later, pack your bags. Severo set off again with his own and Eli's expectations, heading to a mountain range in the northern part of the Bavarian Empire, where Salim Meditlan once lived for a month. 3 months later, he returned in embarrassment again and lost all his salutes. Eli thoughtfully replenished him with supplies again, and 5 days later, Severo set off again. This time the destination was an inland lake in the south of the empire. 5 months later, Severo returns again. It is said that he started to investigate directly from the vicinity, and finally even dived into the bottom of the lake, searching the land there, but he did not find what was left of Salim Meditlan, but encountered a group of extraordinary fish. Escape. Although Severo Mesa failed at this time, he was still full of confidence. He still believes he can find it. Eli didn't say anything, but just subsidized the supplies thoughtfully, and Severo was very moved. "Go ahead and start looking." This life lasted for 2 years. Eli also almost provided dozens of quintals supplies, which he didn't feel much about, but Severo seemed a little embarrassed. In the tavern. "Eli, thank you for supporting me for so long, but after more than 2 years, I still haven't found it. I find it difficult, and I have no money to pay you back." Severo was already a little shaken at this time. "It's okay, it's just a little money. This is my wish too, but I think you should rest for a while." Eli comforted. At this time, Severo's condition was even worse, his physical fitness was weakened, and he also had several wounds on his body. Only then did Eli know that Severo had old injuries and his vitality was seriously depleted, which was only better than that of Bayern 6. "A little. No need, I don't have much time." Severo forced a smile, and lost the confidence he had before. What else could Eli say, and he nodded silently. This time, Eli personally sent Severo away. "Thank you." Severo thanked and rode away. Advertisement. Eli watched his back disappear over the horizon, then return. Another year. "Eli, I can definitely find it, don't stop me." At this time, Severo felt a little dazed, and Eli stopped him to let him have a rest. "No, you can't go out." Eli looked at his state, his mental state was very poor. How could he go out like this, this is completely desperate. At this moment he seemed to be desperate, even his life. Completely drilled into the horns, there is no way. In the end, he was forcibly sent home by Eli. While Eli hoped he would find it, it definitely wasn't this way. But on the third day after he sent Severo back, Eli learned that Severo had run away, and then left Eli a letter with only one line of writing. When a rolling stone rolls down a hill, it won't stop until it reaches the bottom. Eli was silent. Sighing, he returned home. Half-year later. Eli had heard from Severo for the last time. Severo was caught, taken into a dungeon, and was about to die. And when Eli inquired about Othello, he realized that he actually went directly to dig the imperial tomb and dug the tomb of Saline Medetlan, so he was arrested. And when everyone heard the news, they all looked in disbelief. Eli went home in silence. Eli was taken aback when he found that there was an extra letter in the mailbox. Because the letter is made of the same material that Severo often wrote to him. There are only 4 words in the letter. I found it. The update is in the early morning, and there will be another update tomorrow. Chapter 86 The Curator is arrested, add more, please read more. Chapter 86 The Curator is arrested, add more, please read more. I found it. There are only 4 simple characters on the white letter paper, but Eli, who is familiar with Severo Mesa, is sure that this is his font. This letter may be that he just finished exploring the tomb, and then immediately shared it with Eli, and then got caught. Found it? What did you find? Eli held the letter, a little confused. Advertisement. Have you found what remains of Saline Medetlan? Is it in the mausoleum? What is the legacy? Or was there something in the mausoleum that allowed him to determine where the things of Saline Medetlan were? Hey, no, I have to see Severo Mesa. After hesitating for a while, Eli still thought it would be good to meet Severo Mesa. As for where is the original curator? Eli decided to go to his teacher. In the library. 3 floors. In the curator's study, Eli saw the teacher. Eli, don't you need to go to work today? Is there anything I can do to find the teacher? Lameng helped his eyes on his nose. His eyesight has not been very good these years. Well, teacher, I do have something I want to know. Eli nodded. Speak. Eli has been with him for more than 20 years, and there is not much to say between them. Well, teacher, I want to know the situation of the original curator Severo Mesa. Eli said without hesitation. Clement raised his head abruptly, his eyes widened, and he said, don't get involved in this matter, King Burn 7 is already very angry now, and he will definitely not survive. I also respect this curator very much, but what he did this time is too much, and no one can help him. Is it too much? Digging people's ancestral graves seems to be too much. But looking at Eli's firm eyes, Lemon's heart softened again, and he said, really, I know you have some connection with Severo Mesa, but give up, no one can save him. Eli still didn't speak. Well, I'm really out of luck. How could there be students like Ni and Herman? I'll help you find news. Don't do other things. Who told you to be my student? Lai Meng sighed. For him, he has no children, and for him, Herman and Eli are the closest people. At this moment, he is as helpless as an old father. Advertisement. Hey, thank you teacher. Eli knew that the teacher would agree, and Eli laughed. What are you laughing at? I still have a lot of work to do here, and you helped me finish it today. Okay, I'll come, teacher, you go to rest. A brisk voice came. A smile appeared on Lemon's face. Lemon is now the curator of the Imperial Library, and his social status and information channels are not comparable to before. Soon, he collected what Eli wanted. Looking at a letter handed over, Eli took it. Here is all the content, remember to destroy it after reading it. Lemon watched Eli take the envelope and said. Okay, teacher. Eli was a little surprised. It took less than half a day to find all the information. It can only be said that it is good to have a curator teacher. Then teacher, I've finished dealing with the work, so I'll leave first. Eli has almost finished handling the work for Lemon, so he is going to go back and read the content of this letter. Yet. Clement nodded, watching Eli walk out the door. But when Eli just arrived at the door, he stopped Eli again. Eli, you are very smart, but don't do stupid things. Lemon was still a little worried. Teacher, don't worry, what can I do as an ordinary person? Eli smiled and walked out of the room. Soon, he returned home. Open the letter paper, which records all the processes. The cause of the incident was that 5 days ago, a guard of the Imperial Mausoleum suddenly felt very uncomfortable in his stomach during his daily inspection, so he planned to find a nearby forest to solve it, but found a big hole between the trees. The guard was so shocked that he didn't even bother to pull up his pants. Hurry up and report it. A group of 2 big knights, more than a dozen knights surrounded the cave, and then under the eyes of everyone, Severo Mesa climbed out, and was arrested. After investigation, it was found that the end of the cave was the imperial tomb. King Burn 7 was furious, and Severo Mesa was taken into prison, and he would be beheaded in 10 days. The curator is unlucky. After reading this, the corner of Eli's mouth twitched. If it weren't for the guard's stomachache, how could he have gone to such a remote woods, and he would not have found the hole, and Severo Mesa would not have caught it. Advertisement. It can only be said that everything is a coincidence. Oh, what a pity. Eli shook his head, then glanced at the address where Severo Mesa was currently arrested. Prison of the Second Reich, deepest part, room 3. Okay, I have to go. Eli turned around and was ready to act, but the next second, he froze in place. He had to inquire about the configuration of the prison first. And this inquiry was delayed for a long time. Kingdom No. 2 prison mainly detains important people and prisoners of the Empire, so the prison as a whole is very luxurious. Both the walls and the ground are made of tough iron stone, which is a kind of stone with high density. As for the guards here, except for a small number of soldiers, knights should be the main body, and there will even be a big knight guarding here at any time to prevent anyone from escaping. There are indeed quite a few guards, but they don't seem to be many. The most important thing is not to cause too much commotion, otherwise there may be support at any time. Eli briefly analyzed. He not only inquired about the prison, but even took a copy of the surrounding map. After all, he wanted to go in and find someone, so he must be well prepared. But there is one thing to say, in fact, the risk is not very high. As long as there is a little trick, it is not difficult to sneak in. Soon, Eli thought of a good way to sneak him in. Although the guards here are great knights, the warden who is really in charge of this place is just an ordinary person, but because he is a member of a great noble, he can become the warden. Instead of sneaking in bitterly, why not just walk in openly? On the contrary, sneaking in above board is safer. Anyway, he has a faceless mask, which can be used as a disguise. After all, this is a normal kingdom of knights, and no one would think that there is such a thing. Oh, who is the warden? Eli looked at the collected information. A name caught Eli's eyes. Karen Herman. The third son of Marquis Herman, an intermediate knight, once studied at the Imperial Knight Academy, and became the warden of the Second Empire prison at the age of 26. He recently came to the Second Empire prison for a month. The Herman family, isn't this the sworn enemy of the Elena family? Of course, this is not important. The important thing is that he has just been employed for a month, so he must not be familiar with the place, which surprised Eli. It doesn't look like it will be very difficult. Eli smiled. Chapter 87 Entering Prison. Chapter 87 Entering Prison. Karen Herman. The third son of the Herman family, but a few years ago he moved out of the Herman family's manor and lived alone in a manor not far from King's Landing. This is his estate. Eli glanced at the manor not far away, his figure turned into a black shadow, and quickly sneaked into the manor. Advertisement. It was just an ordinary manor, how could it stop Eli, and soon, Eli searched the manor and confirmed Karen's location. Beauty, you look so sexy today. In the room, Karen smiled lewdly at the woman on the bed. He is about 1.7 meters tall, with a short and fat body, a round and fleshy face, and a lot of pimples. He looks very ordinary, even a little ugly. The woman, on the other hand, has a slender appearance and a feeling of weakness, but the woman feels a little regretful at this time. She was pleasantly surprised to hear from her father that the direct descendants of the Herman family wanted to see her, but seeing it even made her want to vomit. It was ugly, but there was no chance of regretting it. I'm coming. Karen pursed her lips. The woman in front of her was very beautiful, and he could easily get it with simple means. This feeling made him very good. Karen smiled and walked towards the woman, but suddenly felt dizzy. Shaking his heavy head, he looked at the woman in front of him, who was already unconscious. Something's wrong. Karen's eyes widened. In the next second, his eyes were blurred and he fell heavily to the ground. Just kidding, even the big knight may not be able to stop the drug, can you? After the two fell into a coma, Eli walked in from the window, looked at the two, and frowned. Normal people inhale this drug, enough to be unconscious for a long time, so there is no need to worry about women. Let's look at the target this time, Karen. Seeing a stool beside him, Eli tied it directly to the stool, and then gagged his mouth. Wake up, Karen. Came out of his mouth suddenly. What happened? He was stunned. Then he saw that the eyes of the man in front of him seemed to light up, and he fell into a coma again. 10 minutes later. The man is unconscious on the chair. Advertisement. Eli nodded in satisfaction, he already knew everything. Originally he wanted to get more news about the prison from Karen, but knowing that he had only been there once and knew almost nothing, Eli was shocked. He knows that some nobles are more loose and free, but you are too much. But in this way, Eli is more relaxed. In this case, the prison knows nothing about him, so it is more relaxed. Enduring the nausea, Eli took off Karen's clothes, and his appearance and body changed through the mask, quickly changing into Karen's appearance, and then put the clothes on. I compared it in the mirror, and it was exactly the same as Karen not far away. Yes, that's enough. Eli smiled, then turned to look at the two people not far away. Lifting them straight into bed, then making sure they wouldn't wake up for a day, Eli strode out of the house. Master. At this time there was a guard at the door, who was standing guard seriously. Not bad, very energetic, standing guard very well. Eli praised. It's all for my lord, with me here, I won't let a bug in. The guard looked excited. Good. Eli nodded. Prepare the carriage now. I'm going to the second prison. From the past 10 minutes, Eli has already understood Karen's tone and some habits. There may be some flaws, but it's not a big deal. Yes. Although the guard was a little strange, since it was almost night after all, he didn't say anything. Oh, by the way, you stay here. Before tomorrow, don't open the door and don't let anyone in. I trust you very much, so I entrust this task to you. Eli patted the guard on the shoulder and encouraged. Yes. The guard was in high spirits. Oh my god, he was actually appreciated by the master today. Soon, the carriage was arranged. The carriage took Eli all the way to the second prison of the empire. 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Eli went straight down, swaggering towards the inside. Two low-ranking knights stood guard at the door, and when they saw someone coming, they prepared to stop them. Don't you have eyes, don't you see who this is? This is Lord Karen, the warden. Before Eli could open his mouth, the man who was the coachman and his bodyguard shouted loudly. Sorry, Lord Warden. The two guards were also taken aback, and glanced at Eli. Unexpectedly it was really Lord Warden. After all, he had only been here once, and now it was dark and windy again, so the two of them might not have seen clearly. It's okay, I have something to do. Eli waved his hand generously, and walked in, and the two guards didn't dare to stop him. I'm going to see Severo, do you know where he is? Eli turned his head and asked as if remembering something. Advertisement. Master Warden, Severo should be at the bottom floor. He should be held alone. I'll take you there. The guard hesitated for a moment before saying. In fact, normally speaking, Severo is not allowed to see him at this time, but who knows that the warden is in front of him, and no one dares to stop him if he wants to see him. Okay, then you can take me to see him. Eli smiled. That's right. Why do you have to sneak in bitterly, isn't it good to enter in a fair way? Even though the transformation effect of the mask of the faceless may seem useless, but you have to look at it in the kingdom of knights. This is definitely a real god-level item. It can go anywhere, but you need to be cautious. If it is in a non-extraordinary world, this will be even more terrifying. In this way, Eli was led all the way into the bottom floor, all the way down. Hey, how did I hear that Severo was locked up in room 3? Eli asked as he looked at the room 3 passing by on the way. That's the news that was released. Severo is a great knight. How could he be locked there? The place where he is locked is more hidden, and it is difficult for normal people to find it. The guard explained. You may not come here often, so I don't know. Oh, that's it. Eli nodded. Thank goodness I didn't come in by myself. Soon, through a secret passage, Eli came to an unrecorded floor. My lord, Severo is locked in the innermost part, but his condition may not be very good, said the guard. Not too good. Eli frowned. Just as Eli enters. In another room. The Lord Warden has gone to see Severo, the guard reported. Oh, see him if he wants to. Anyway, he is the warden. As long as he doesn't get pulled out, he can come wherever he wants. The guard reported was the only great knight here. Okay. The guard leaves. The big knight started exercising normally and didn't think there was any problem. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. This level where Severo was held was completely hidden and was used only for the most important prisoners. At present, there are not many people detained here, only 5 or 6, and they are detained in the cells on both sides. Eli saw that they were all lying in it, and they had completely lost their desire to survive. My lord, Severo is at the very inside. The guard walked in front and said. Soon, the few people came to the end and came to a huge iron gate. On the iron gate, there was only an iron window about 10 centimeters long and 5 centimeters wide that could be seen inside. Advertisement. Eli looked in through here, and the scene inside came into Eli's eyes. In the prison without a little light, Severo's feet were handcuffed with heavy iron chains, and his hands were also dragged in mid-air, his hair was disheveled, and his head was lowered, as if he had completely lost his perception of the outside world. And if Eli read it correctly, at this time Severo was covered with wounds all over his body, and his vitality was almost like a weak flame, completely overdrawn, and even Eli felt that he would die in a second. It's hopeless. What happened? Eli looked at Severo with rare sadness. My lord, you don't know how terrifying this old guy was at that time. He fought against dozens of knights by himself, killed more than a dozen high-level knights, and killed a big knight. The other big knight was also deep. He was seriously injured, and in the end he was besieged and couldn't hold it anymore, or he might have run away, and now he is almost dead. The guard said with a look of fear, as if he was the person involved. Well, you all leave, I'm going to go in and have a look. Eli said. However, my lord, this is still dangerous. The guard dissuaded. Master, you can't go in, it's too dangerous. Eli's guards also tried their best to dissuade him. Get out, I want to go in. Eli stared at the two of them. Okay. The guard hesitated for a moment, then immediately went to get the key, returned quickly, and opened the door. Eli's guard took a look, but also hesitated to leave. Severo. Eli walked in directly, walking into the darkness. Ahem. In the darkness, Severo coughed twice. In the darkness, under the loose hair, he couldn't see Eli. Who are you? Am I going to die? He gasped for breath. You are indeed dying, your vitality is about to be extinguished. Eli said softly. Oh. This time, Severo didn't speak. In the darkness, he could only hear voices, but could not see Eli's appearance. Why don't you talk anymore? It's the same as before, let's talk about what happened to you this time. Eli said with a smile. Severo? Why does it feel a little familiar? Hey, it's really disturbing, old friend, I told you not to do this before. Eli shook his head, approached slowly, and his appearance gradually changed, returning to his own appearance. This time it was close enough that Severo saw Eli's face. Advertisement. His eyes widened. Eli. Severo's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe it. Isn't this the deepest part of the prison? How did he get in? How did you come in? Severo coughed up a mouthful of blood, with a strange expression on his face. You guy, didn't you write a letter, and didn't write clearly what you found, so why don't I come to you? Eli replied. Severo. He understands that, but how the hell did you get in here? Let's talk about it, what did you find this time? Eli sat on the ground, and then took out a bottle of rum from his arms, who knows what he had in mind. Damn, UBD. Severo grinned at the smell of wine, but found himself trapped, unable to move at all. Click click click. Suddenly, two wines passed by. The sound of metal cutting sounded, blah blah blah, Severo fell directly from mid-air, looking at the broken iron chains on both sides of his hands, he was dumbfounded. This is... Severo trembled. Sit down and have a drink and talk. Eli just said. Okay. With all the doubts, Severo sat down, gritted his teeth, because his injury was too serious. Tell me about you first. Eli said. Okay. Severo picked up the rum with difficulty and took a sip. Since I left King's Landing for the last time, I have planned to die outside if I don't find it. I have been looking for it, but my condition seems to be getting worse and worse. Then, 3 months ago, I finally rounded up all the places to see, and there were only 2 places left, of which the Imperial Tomb was one. Severo said without hesitation, took a sip of wine and vomited blood. Eli sat across from him, looking at him calmly. And where did you find it? Eli asked. No, there's nothing inside, just an empty shell. Severo laughed, coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood, and said, I was discovered instead, and I wanted to escape, but there were too many of them. It looks like it. Eli didn't mind and took a sip of the rum, then said. Then what did you say you found it? Didn't I tell you that there are only 2 places left, that one is not, the other one is naturally. Severo glanced at Eli, and spit out another mouthful of blood, this time with some flesh and internal organs. Eli didn't hold back. Because of Severo's state, even if he doesn't come today, it will be difficult to survive today, and it is really hopeless. Where is it? Advertisement. The underground in the main hall of the palace. Severo said directly without shy away. Underground in the main hall. Eli frowned. Then how are you sure it's not somewhere else in the palace? Oh, I've searched all the other places more than 10 years ago, but I haven't found it there. Now that I think about it, it really seems wrong. It's obviously solid there, but once I felt a slight echo, which came from underground. If I wasn't a top knight, and chivalry is good at perception, I wouldn't have heard it, but I didn't think much about it at the time. And it seemed that Saren Meditlan had been there before his death. Now it seems that the bottom of the hall is definitely there. Severo said bitterly. If only he had noticed this a dozen years ago. Is that so? Eli was also shocked. Unexpectedly, Severo Mesa actually found it. But if it's really there, it's really a long-term plan. What about you guy, what's going on? Severo Mesa then looked at Eli. Eli didn't answer, and with a movement of his right hand, a burning fireball appeared. The firelight illuminated the faces of the two, and Severo Mesa was completely stunned. He looked at Eli and didn't make a sound for a long time. So my dream has already come true. Severo said tremblingly after a few minutes. Sorry. Eli put away the fireball and apologized. It's okay, ha 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 ha, I found it, as I said a long time ago, wizards exist, ha 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 ha. Severo Mesa laughed suddenly, spitting out his internal organs along with the blood. He looked at Eli and said, thank you, I have no regrets in this life. I feel that I may die soon, can you go out? I don't want you to see me in a mess. Also, I have a daughter in King's Landing. She will be in danger after I die. Can you help me send her outside King's Landing? Good. Eli picked up the rum and walked out of the room. 5 minutes later. Eli felt the breath disappear from the door behind him. Enter again. Severo has fallen to the ground, with a smile on his face, losing his breath of life. Hey! Eli sighed. Chapter 89 Waiting for an Opportunity. Chapter 89 Waiting for an Opportunity. After Severo died, Eli sighed, turned, and walked towards the outside. 2 guards are waiting. Let's go. Eli said directly. Okay. The guard nodded. Advertisement. Master Warden, how is Severo's condition now, should I go in and have a look? The guards in the prison hesitated. He's in good condition, let's see later. Eli changed into Karen again at this time, and said calmly. It is good. In this way, Eli was taken all the way out of the prison without anyone stopping him. Eli got into the carriage and returned to the original road. On the way, Eli made an excuse, got out of the car, and then left here directly, secretly returned to King's Landing, and went home. When the guard wondered why the master hadn't come back, 3 hours later, he finally realized something was wrong, and searched around, but couldn't find any trace. It's over. The guard felt something was wrong and was about to leave and return to the manor. When they arrived at the manor, after the report, everyone was shocked. The guard who had been guarding the door mustered up the courage to open the door, and saw Karen who was tied up and fell unconscious on the bed. The Herman family was surprised. Meanwhile, in prison. When the guards returned and saw the dead Severo Mesa and the broken chain, they all understood that something big had happened. The big knight in charge here is also confused. Immediately took a team of knights to the Herman family to ask for an explanation. Marquis Herman was also dumbfounded, and he was dumbfounded when he also knew Karen who was unconscious on the other side. So he told the big knight stationed about this matter, but the big knight didn't believe it. His bodyguard ability is average, but he is not blind, how could so many people admit it wrong? Immediately thought that Marquis Herman was covering up Kevin, and reported directly to King Bane 7. King Bane 7 is furious. They ordered the arrest of Kevin. At the same time, the Herman family was in bad luck. They were directly searched, and a large number of violations of the laws of the Empire were found. And when Kevin just woke up and saw a dozen knights around him, he was immediately stunned, and when he learned what he had done, he was even more stupefied. He quickly denied it, but no one believed it at all. Or rather the king didn't want to believe it. In this way, when Alex woke up and heard the news that his old enemy had been arrested, he was also stunned. People sleep at home, good things come from heaven. As for why Burn 7 reacted so violently, there was naturally a reason. Advertisement. First of all, the tomb was dug up, which represented the dignity of the royal family, and this matter was also publicized. The king had to give a strong answer. As a result, the Herman family was at the point of gunpoint, and naturally it did not end well. Ordinary nobles care so much about face, let alone the biggest noble in this country. Secondly, everyone is watching. If he does not give a reasonable treatment, then the prestige of Burn 7 will be reduced again. This time even he has no choice but to do so. Of course, these are things for later. Third day. The Imperial Library jointly retrieved Severo's body and buried it in the library's mausoleum. I don't know if it was a coincidence that day, but it rained a lot. Eli presented Severo with a bouquet of flowers, then stood in the crowd watching the priest say the prayers. A 30-year-old woman was crying with pear blossoms in the rain. In the rain, she didn't hold an umbrella and let the rain hit her body. Everyone could see her sadness. She is Severo's daughter. That's right, Severo's daughter is already 30 years old. After all, Severo is almost 60. How can her daughter be so young, but although she is already 30, she is very beautiful. Hey! Eli sighed. In a way, Severo is really a pity. He actually has a high talent for wizards, but it is a pity that he was born here. On the contrary, Eli, who is of average talent, got the inheritance of wizards. It was really a coincidence. His first 20 years were miserable. The intervening 20 years were brilliant. In the next 20 years, I have been pursuing it. This is Severo life, bright and brilliant. After the banquet, the others left. Eli followed Severo's daughter and soon caught up with her. Hello, I'm your father's friend. I'm also very sad that your father died, but King's Landing is not suitable for you to stay for a long time. Eli said directly. The woman was also surprised, but when Eli took out a bracelet that he took from Severo before leaving, the woman nodded. It was the necklace that my father always carried, and it was impossible for outsiders to get it. Okay. The woman was also straightforward, she understood that King's Landing was indeed not suitable for her. Okay, I will arrange it when the time comes, you just go home and pack it up. Eli said directly. The two separated. Advertisement. Since he promised Severo, Eli will naturally do it. 3 hours later. A convoy carrying a large amount of goods departed from the Kazan Chamber of Commerce, and its destination was the Kingdom of Lorraine. In a carriage. You will be safe when you arrive in the Kingdom of Lorraine. Someone will take care of everything, and you don't need to worry about money for the rest of your life. Eli said to the woman in the carriage. Is this going to be bad? The woman hesitated a bit, getting so many benefits for no reason, and sending her away, and everything was arranged. If she remembered correctly, his father had been in a difficult state for a long time, so how could he be able to pay the salary in advance? Don't worry, Severo has already paid me enough. Eli said as if seeing what the woman was thinking. Severo has indeed given his reward. That's a location that has a 90% chance of holding the legacy of Saren Meditlan. For Eli, that alone was worth an estate. What's more, Severo paid his life for this. This is what I should do, I'll send it here, all the way smooth. Eli said goodbye. I will definitely repay you in the future. The woman thanked her. No, I just did what I should do. Shaking his head, Eli got out of the car directly. This is the road a few kilometers away from King's Landing, and there are still many people. Glancing at the long motorcade, Eli turned his head and returned to King's Landing. Although Severo died, he left behind precious information. Saline Meditlan's legacy is in the palace, and it's still underground in the hall. It was impossible to dig that place without any movement, and there were not even an unknown number of great knights in the palace, even Eli, it was absolutely impossible to escape from the hands of more than a dozen great knights. Therefore, this matter cannot be reckless, and you must be extremely prepared. If it was Severo, he might sneak into the palace immediately. And Eli's idea is... Wait. Keep waiting. There is always an opportunity. Chapter 90 Opportunity. Chapter 90 Opportunity. If you put the time in a day, a week, or even a month, half a year, the chances will always be less, or even zero. But if the time is extended infinitely, then the probability of an opportunity is 100%. And Eli, waiting for this 100% opportunity. Advertisement. 5 years later. Eli had just finished his day's work and left the library when he heard the teacher calling him. Teacher, you are looking for me. In the familiar library, Eli met the teacher. Eli, you're here. Lemon raised his head and glanced at Eli. At this time, his hair and beard are all white, and the wrinkles on his arms are clearly visible. He is already 80. In this world, except for those great knights, he is really old. Teacher, what's the matter? Eli asked directly. At this time, his age should be 47 years old, and his appearance looks like a vicissitudes of an uncle. His eyes seem to be soaked in knowledge and full of special charm. At this time, no one has talked to him about marriage. Everyone knows that Eli Scholar is a man who likes to be alone. Oh, yes, so far, he is just a scholar, and he just doesn't want to be promoted. Otherwise, with his knowledge and the curator teacher, it is very easy. The main reason is that he may have to lead students to become a bachelor. Eli thinks that if it must be a headache for me to have a student like Herman back then. Speaking of Herman, this guy is retired and has grandkids, and Eli has a name for his grandkids. In recent years, he has known many people who died, such as the kid from the Knight Academy who died in a duel, Roland's second son accidentally drowned, etc. In just 5 years, so much has changed. It is foreseeable that at a certain time in the future, Eli's friends will die on a large scale. Even just thinking about it makes me feel a little bad. Eli can only keep calm and focus on more important things. That's what keeps him motivated. It's okay, you can send this document to see if anyone wants to try it. Lemon pushed a document out. Eli brings it over. He glanced at it casually, and his eyes lit up immediately. He understands. The opportunity has come. The document simply stated one thing, that is, His Majesty's 6-year-old eldest princess needs a teacher who is proficient in history for 5 years of education. Advertisement. Say something. King Bern VII originally had an eldest son, who died unexpectedly about 7 years ago. Currently, there is only one princess who was born 6 years ago, and according to Bern's regulations, women also have the right to inherit. As the eldest princess, in the future, as long as she is not too bad, she has a chance to become Bern VIII. This is an opportunity for Eli. Excavating the main hall of the palace is not an easy task, but if the king wants to dig and rebuild it, who can control it? Eli's idea is simple. Controlling the future king, when she inherits the throne, then it's time for him to reap. As for this may take some time to wait, that is a small problem. Teacher, who is this for? Eli turned his head and asked. Are you interested in this? Lemon raised his head, a rare surprise flashed in his eyes. As a student, he is good in everything else, but he is very lazy. Too lazy to socialize. Too lazy to be promoted. Too lazy to go out. Except for those friends I made when I was young, now I hardly attend any strangers' banquets, evening parties, and exchange meetings, nor do I take the initiative to make friends with other people. Although he vaguely seems to know that Eli's social circle is actually quite high-end, but he is not very clear. Anyway, he thinks that Eli should meet more new friends. There is also a promotion, why don't you just bring a student? None of this is willing, but it is rare for Lemon to understand this, and he has a deep understanding. There is also going out, which is the most outrageous place for him. For 30 years, the only time he has gone out is for diplomacy with the Kingdom of Lorraine. Other than that, he has never been within 10 kilometers of King's Landing. Do you want to try? Lemon asked again, with a tone of impatience. I do have some ideas. Eli looked at Teacher Lemon's movements and smiled. Is it so outrageous? Well, then I'll have a good chat with you. Clement nodded, motioning for Eli to sit down. Eli sits down. Well, in fact, every princess and prince has many teachers. These teachers are generally proficient in different aspects of knowledge and educate them. This is to ensure that they have their own multifaceted views. This time, the princess needs a history teacher. If you are interested, you can try it. As long as you are a scholar or bachelor of the empire, you can try it. Lemon said. Eli nodded, expressing his understanding. Well, what if there are many people? Eli asked. It's generally based on fame, or someone will take a test for teaching. It depends on one's ability, but if you don't even have a bachelor, you may be dismissed directly, and you don't need to participate in the subsequent comparison. Glancing at Eli, he smiled. Eli? Wrong payment? Advertisement. Don't worry, but you are my student. If you have my recommendation letter, you can pass easily. Seeing Eli's appearance, Lemon laughed, telling you not to work hard, you have to rely on him. Teacher, I'll leave the recommendation letter to you. Eli looked at Lemon with a smile. A month's worth of work. 3 days. 20 days. 1 week. Finally, after intense discussions, Eli won the letter of recommendation with 10 days of assistance. Then thank you teacher, then I'll go. Eli smiled and left. You. Looking at Eli's appearance, he shook his head, not doing anything right. What he had thought was to let Eli inherit his position, but after seeing Eli's attitude, he gave up this unrealistic idea, and it was impossible for him to handle documents every day. Hey, why are the files still there? Suddenly, he found that Eli didn't take the files. Eli, come back to me. Do you need a letter of recommendation? 3 days later. Eli took the recommendation letter from the teacher to the palace. Show the letter to a guard, and then Eli is led all the way to the palace, through corridors and gates, and is led all the way to a building. 1 in. Eli looked around. Man, so many people. There were more than a dozen people, and there were several great bachelors, and the others were all bachelors, including famous great bachelors, all sitting on the stools on both sides of the room. The competition is fierce. Eli secretly called a good guy. He also silently sat on the chair at the end, ready to wait for the selection to begin. As soon as he sat down, another person sat down beside him. Look sideways. Hella is currently a famous female university scholar in the empire. Long time no see. Eli greeted. Chapter 91 Teacher. Chapter 91 Teacher. Long time no see, I didn't expect you to have an idea. Hella was a little surprised when she saw Eli. Since Lemon's teacher became the curator, the two have known each other again, and they should be regarded as friends at present, very good friends. Hella is not young anymore, but although she is about the same age as Eli, she is well maintained, as if she is about 30 years old, and she always wears a faint smile and is very kind. Come and see, how about you? Eli replied. Advertisement. Me, I don't have this spare time, but someone recommended me to come here. Hella is a bit like Eli, who doesn't care about these things, and prefers to study. Yet. Eli nodded without saying a word. Soon, people from the hall arrived one after another. Eli didn't expect that there would be so much competition for the teacher of a big princess, but he didn't know how he was chosen. While everyone was waiting, a group of people suddenly came in outside the main hall, headed by a gorgeously dressed, dignified and beautiful woman, and guards beside them. From the whispers of others, Eli knew that she was Her Majesty the Queen. Hi everyone, I'm little Anna's mother, Christina. I'm glad so many people can come today. The woman said slowly. Today, there are 3 bachelors, 16 bachelors and 1 honorary scholar. They are all the pillars of the empire, and each of them is enough to teach little Anna. The Queen said. Everyone was taken aback when they heard it. Scholars, there are still scholars here today? Are you so brave? Eli pursed his lips, while Hella on the side covered her mouth lightly, her turbulent figure trembling slightly, which was really funny. Eli, this guy has always been an academic and she teases him a lot about it. Well, how to choose a teacher is a very difficult problem, so we decided to let little Anna choose directly. After a while, everyone will teach her for 20 minutes, and let her choose the rest. The Queen announced how to choose. The people below looked different. This method is very fresh. Eli's eyes lit up. This selection method is very suitable for him, right? Well, that's it. Everyone prepare for 15 minutes, and it will start in a while. The Queen came and left in a hurry, and left with the others. Everyone is thinking about how to teach. On the contrary, only Hella and Eli chatted first. I'm not interested, are you really not worried at all? Hella looked at Eli and asked with a smile. It's okay, let's go. Eli said modestly. Advertisement. As expected of you. Hyla's beautiful eyes flashed and she smiled. Eli is as confident as ever. However, as she is familiar with Eli, she knows that this guy is no less knowledgeable than her. He is really knowledgeable, and she sometimes asks questions, which is unbelievable. When 2 people are chatting, scholars naturally notice the 2 idlers. Who is this man? Do you know him? He looks very close to the Hella Grand Master. A bachelor asked the bachelor beside him. It seems to be a student of the Grand Master Lemon. The man replied, looking at Hella smiling while covering her mouth. She was also a little unhappy. Clement had been a bachelor a few years ago, but he was just used to being a bachelor. There is actually a reason for the man's unhappiness, so I have to talk about Hella. When Hella was in her 20s, she was the most beautiful female bachelor in the empire. Now she is 50 years old, and she is still the most beautiful woman in the empire. Bachelor is also very popular among scholars, especially since she is still single. Is that the scholar? It's really messing around. What is this kind of person doing here? The man was a little dissatisfied with the fact that Eli was a scholar, and he was even more dissatisfied with Hella's attitude. She is always very cold on weekdays, but rarely gets close to people. It seems that your charm is really too long-lasting. After all these years, it hasn't changed at all. Eli naturally felt it, and joked. Humph. Hella glanced at Eli, and said, your medicine is quite useful. I really feel that I am in good condition, and Rias likes it too. The 2 were talking about anti-aging medicine, which he prepared for Rias, and Hella, who also added it by the way. It started. The 2 chatted for a while, and Hella said suddenly. At this time, a senior scholar outside the door came in. He belonged to the court bachelor, glanced at everyone, and then said, the first one, Grand Bachelor Cole. An old man stood up and was taken away, while the others stayed where they were and waited. Eli continued to chat with Hella, as if he wasn't worried at all, and the other nervous feelings were also shattered by the 2, and he could only watch the 2 flirt. Soon, Grand Maester Cole returned. Another maester was called out. Because only 3 can be done in an hour, the eldest princess must be very bored, so in fact, the effect is the best at the beginning, and there are some disadvantages later. Soon, Hella tidied up her clothes, then left, and returned 20 minutes later. How about it? The princess is beautiful. Hella replied. Eli? What do you mean? Whether the princess is pretty or not has nothing to do with me. Advertisement. Didn't you say before that you like small ones? Hella glanced at him and said. Eli. Forget it, as for when he said this, Eli can't remember, but this woman still remembers, it should be when they chatted before. Okay, I won't tease you. Hella laughed when she saw Eli's appearance. At this time, 3/4 of the number of people had passed, and finally it was Eli's turn. I'm leaving. After greeting Hella, Eli and the guards left. After walking through several palaces, I came to a small palace. As soon as I walked in, I saw a table not far away, and a little girl looked helpless. Hella didn't lie to him, she was indeed very beautiful. The little girl has fair skin and a beautiful face. Although she is still young, she can be seen to be a beauty, like a little angel, very beautiful. Of course Eli doesn't really have any ideas, in fact, he still likes big ones. Like Hella, he prefers those with big breasts, good figure, and long legs. Are you a new bachelor? Let's get started. The little girl saw someone coming again, and waved her hand to let him start. Okay. Eli nodded. What do you want to hear about? Then it's about when Bern established the country. The girl thought for a while and said. Okay, I know a lot about this. Eli nodded, and the guards stood not far away. Eli began to teach, and at the same time, invisible spiritual power emanated, and a special attraction slowly emanated, which was the simple application of the charm technique. It wasn't a fair competition in the first place. Eli talked eloquently, and the girl quickly fell into it, and she always felt that the grandpa in front of her had an inexplicable attraction, which made her very fond of it. In fact, what Eli said was really good. In order to assist and help save Vero Mesa's search, Eli also read a lot of materials, and he is very clear about this aspect. Soon, the narration ends. The girl, the eldest princess, pointed at Eli and said in a childish voice. This is the teacher, I don't want anything else. Chapter 92 Double Happiness, Breakthrough. Chapter 92 Double Happiness, Breakthrough. Soon, the matter of the eldest princess choosing a teacher was over. To everyone's surprise, it was a young scholar who got the quota in the end, and after knowing that his teacher was the director of the library, many people directly called the shady scene. But soon, the Grand Master Hella directly supported Eli, which surprised and curious everyone, and it was reported that they had seen the two in some places, and their eyes shifted instantly. Everyone is curious about the relationship between Eli and this imperial female bachelor. Advertisement. It's so difficult that Bachelor Hella has never been married because. Some people were also surprised to find that Countess Lias, the famous countess of the empire, seemed to be inextricably linked with him. Many people shed tears of grief. Speaking of which, Rias and Hella have always been beautiful ladies in the empire, especially after they were several decades old, their appearance seemed to change slightly every year, but overall they were still very beautiful. This time, they became quite famous. But for Eli, it was still the same as usual, pretending not to hear or respond, so that more people felt that Eli had something to do with these two beautiful ladies. In this way, another item has been added to Eli's daily routine. That is to teach the princess every weekend. With the magical use of spiritual power, the princess also developed an inexplicable sense of dependence on Eli, and was imprinted by Eli 1 year later. Directly controlled the princess emotionally and mentally. Eli has the urge to abduct little girls. But it doesn't matter, it's just a pity that he is not a prince, so maybe it would be much better. Time passed day by day. Maester Lyman is getting old every day. A year later, Maester Lemon stopped working and moved back home. As for the library, with the passage of time, certain changes have also taken place. The number of nobles in the bottom layer is much more than before. Some positions are gradually controlled by the nobles, and the rights have been transferred to a certain extent. But at least the current curator and deputy curator are not nobles. Even so, Eli could feel the atmosphere in the library had changed. Become impatient, become less good at studying. Eli had no idea about this. 6 or 7 years ago, it was to protect the teacher's interests a little bit, but as time went by, the teacher's health was not enough to go to the library, and Eli also stayed at home directly with pay. Advertisement. On weekdays, I often visit the teacher. After all, this person has been teaching Eli for about 30 years, and he still has a great influence on Eli. In particular, his attitude of silently researching and not seeking fame and fortune has a great influence on Eli, which plays a very important role in his ability to concentrate on research and not engage in other things. Eli's ideas have really changed a little bit over time. In the past, there may have been the meaning of being in the limelight. That was because I was young in the past, but now I am completely bearish, and I understand that the thinking at that time was still a bit naive. Moreover, if Eli doesn't start working, he naturally has other things to do. Whether it is the potion science that has been refined, the spiritual power potion that has not been researched, or the bloodline research that needs time to deeply understand, it will take time. Recently, though, he's been focusing more on meditation. Just because he is about to break through. His spiritual power has reached 19.0 points, and it is only a few years away from the breakthrough. 3 years later. Eli's home. Eli sensed his mental power of 19.99, and took a deep breath. The last time he broke through as a second-class apprentice was in the 311th year of the Bern calendar, and now it is the 336th year of the Bern calendar, and a full 25 years have passed. It took 25 years to get from the second class to the third class. I have to say that it was actually quite slow, a few years slower than Eli expected. It was because he miscalculated the speed of mental power decay. With the improvement of mental power, the growth rate of mental power also slowed down a lot. He knew it would be slow, but he didn't expect it to be so slow. In this regard, Eli is also very helpless. In fact, he is good at learning witchcraft, exploring experiments, and learning blood. He is very talented in this area, but the speed of mental power improvement is very slow. This left Eli speechless. But fortunately, his lifespan is slightly longer, and there will be no process of weakening vitality, which makes him not care so much. Otherwise, how could a normal wizard have so much spare time to conduct so many experiments? In fact, the apprenticeship stage is really the stage of laying the foundation, and the improvement of mental power is the most important thing. After all, this is related to whether you can break through the formal wizard, and whether you can have a longer lifespan to study and study. And today, 53-year-old Eli is finally going to break through as a third-class apprentice. Breaking through the third-class apprentice is different from directly breaking through the mental power. There are two requirements. One is to reach 20 points of spiritual power. The second is to truly stabilize the spiritual power space through the spiritual power runes. Advertisement. There is nothing to say about the first step, and the second step is the biggest difference between the third-class apprentices and the previous ones. A stable spiritual power space will make it easier to build models and output mental power, and it can also enhance the combat effectiveness of wizard apprentices. It can be said that if second-class apprentices can beat several first-class apprentices, then when it comes to third-class apprentices, as long as they are properly prepared, 10 second-class apprentices will not be able to do anything. And here in Bern, with this step of improvement, even the real top knights will have no threat to Eli. At this time, Eli can also be said to be unimpeded here. In fact, at the beginning, Eli even had the idea of digging the palace after breaking through the third class, but later he felt that it was very unsafe. If Saline Medetlan left some powerful means, it would be troublesome, so he adopted a simpler but cost-intensive method. Time method. Moreover, Eli vaguely felt that in the future, he would need help in finding what Saline Metatron was looking for, and this was the very important reason. Just do it. Eli began to seal the room. Meditation begins. Half an hour later, I felt that my mental power had increased by 0.01, and my mental power broke through 20 points instantly. After the spiritual power reached the standard, Eli's spiritual power also turned into spiritual power runes one by one, and began to build a spiritual power space. This step is generally a bit difficult for young and talented wizards, mainly because they are not that familiar with runes, and they are not that proficient in the operation of mental power. But for Eli, decades are not in vain. He can't say that he has achieved perfection in this aspect, but at least he has perfected his skills. Soon, his spiritual power space began to stabilize a little bit. This process takes a long time. Half a day later, Eli opened his eyes glowing brightly with increased mental power, and he finally succeeded. A third-class apprentice, a successful breakthrough. Crack. At the same time, Eli heard a small voice. Hear the sound and look over. The flower pots not far away fell, and the soil turned a little. Eli smiled. Double happiness. The seeds have finally germinated. Available tomorrow morning. Chapter 93 Grief. Chapter 93 Grief. Breaking through as a third-class apprentice made any difference to Eli. In fact, there was no difference. What should I do or what should I do, but I am more confident. The first is the improvement brought about by the breakthrough. The power of witchcraft has increased by at least 3 times. Whether it is the flow of spiritual power or the speed of witchcraft, it is more than twice as fast. Secondly, the body seems to have improved a little, between the big knight and the senior knight. Advertisement. Of course, compared to knights, wizards have more ways to improve their bodies, whether it is special potions, flesh and blood transformation, or even blood fusion. The reason why he only took potions was because there were no materials. The empire was like a wasteland of wizards. There were no wizards, and there were very few monsters, and they were all very low level. Eli really didn't have such low level blood. Interest, might as well be like this. And that seed, too, started to grow slowly, which made Eli very happy. But a year later, following the end of Eli's teaching of the eldest princess, and pushing away the tearful little princess Lolita, after leaving the palace unfeelingly, she learned a bad news. The teacher suddenly became seriously ill. Herman, 53, told Eli through tears. What? Eli's eyes widened. The last time I visited the teacher was 7 days ago, why did I suddenly become seriously ill? What's going on? Eli asked anxiously. Eli, calm down, the teacher is already 86 years old. Herman had hardly seen Eli so restless, and at this moment his face was full of anxiety, trying to calm him down. I can't calm down, I'm going to take a look right now. Eli said. Calm down, if there is a gradient among the people around Eli, then Bachelor Lemon is undoubtedly at the forefront of the first echelon. In a way, Lemon is like Eli's father. It's really hard to stay calm. Maybe he can calmly face death after hundreds or thousands of years, but now he has only been in this world for 30 years, and he still does not have such a peaceful state of mind. Eli ignored Herman and directly boarded a carriage beside the road. Take me to. Say the address. Sir, this is private for me. The driver was also stunned by Eli. Is this still strong? Drive. Eli just said, throwing the money bag over, it doesn't matter how much is left. Sir, I. The coachman was about to refuse, but when he saw the money bag fell on the carriage, all Jintar rolled out, like a duck whose neck was pinched. Eyes widened. Okay, sir. The man was short of breath and even stuttered. Advertisement. He turned the carriage around and headed towards the place. Eli said. Just kidding, although the car is already reserved, does it matter? In front of that bag of money, nothing matters anymore. Faster. The carriage was speeding all the way, and the usual 20-minute journey had already arrived in 10 minutes. Eli got off the carriage directly. In front is an apartment complex, where Lemon's teacher lives. He walked in directly, following the path in his memory. He quickly found the teacher's house. He took out the key and walked in. This was given to him by the teacher. He remembered that the original words at that time were, "You can keep this key. Your teacher won't make money. There is nothing good to keep for you. When I die in the future, I will leave it here for you." At that time, Lemon even directly told him about his real estate certificate and where some inheritances were kept, so that Eli could get them after his death. Go into the house. Eli thought that there was no one there, but he didn't expect that it was already surrounded by people. The teacher was lying on a bed, showing his old age, his eyes were closed, and his physical condition was not good. Looking at his vitality again, it was almost the same as that of Severo Mesa back then. But at this time, there were 2 men and 2 women around his bed. Eli has never seen it, nor does he know it. Who are you? How did you get in here? A woman snapped at Eli. I'm the teacher's student, who are you? Eli narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't know what relatives the teacher had. I'm the mother of Lemon's sister's daughter's husband. This time I heard that Lemon is very ill, so I came to visit him. Hearing that he was a student of Lemon, the woman explained. Yep, Eli got it. The teacher was about to die, and all the relatives came. This is really a touching feeling. Get out. Eli's language was also very simple, expressing his meaning. What do you mean, little brother? The man beside him glanced at Eli and said. We are also the teacher's family. The man scolded. Get out. Mental power was released, and several people broke out in cold sweat. A few seconds later, as if they saw something frightening, they immediately ran out of the room, leaving Eli and Lemon behind. This is a simple application of witchcraft and fear in the enchantment system. Through special fluctuations in mental power, people's brains will produce specific hormones, produce fear, and see illusions. As for what they saw, Eli didn't know. Several people left, and Eli closed the door silently. Advertisement. Go back to the bed and look at Lemon. Cough cough. Suddenly, there was a coughing sound. Clement opened his eyes, looked around, then looked at Eli and asked in surprise, where are those people? Let's go. Eli replied. Okay. Eli, the teacher is really dying this time, and you really have to rely on yourself in the future. Looking at Eli, Lemon said with a pale smile on his face. There were a lot of words, but Eli couldn't say anything at this time. I know you can take care of yourself. I don't have much property. You can share it with Herman. Also, help me take care of Herman as much as possible. He is always very worrying. Lemon not saying a word seemed to use up all my strength. Teacher, he's already 53. Eli's mouth twitched. Humph, in my eyes, you are still children. Lemon smiled. Okay. Eli nodded. Well, don't be so sad, I'm not going to die today. Lemon said reluctantly. Teacher, don't talk so much. Eli held Lemon's hand, as if the skin and flesh were separated. I'll rest for a while, you go first, and call Herman over. Lemon closed his eyes, and he really had no strength at this moment. Eli silently put down Lemon's hand. Soon, Herman arrived, and he also spoke earnestly. 3 days later. On this day, Herman and Eli sat on the sofa in the teacher's room. Silent. Suddenly, Eli raised his head and looked towards the bedroom not far away. Tears streamed down the face. He-Man, we don't have a teacher anymore. Eli closed his eyes and said in pain. The teacher's vitality completely disappeared. This is the saddest day for Eli since he came into this world. 337 years of the Banyan calendar. Bachelor of the Imperial Library, University of Lemon, p. Chapter 95 Leaving, for the First Order. Unlike the simple funeral when Severo Mesa died. When Lemon died, many well-known figures in the empire came to express their sorrow. This was also the first time that Eli did not conduct any studies or experiments on this day. On this day, he was busy with the funeral. As for the cost this time, it was paid by the library. Advertisement. At last. Watching the gorgeous coffin being sent to the cemetery, a piece of mud flew on the coffin, and the wooden coffin disappeared in front of everyone little by little. Some people covered their faces and cried, while others treated them calmly. Eli and Herman stood in the middle. Eli was silent. Herman was also sad. He was no better than Eli at all. For him, Lemon actually cared more, and even helped him a lot in many things afterwards. Instead, Eli rarely needs help and is very capable. That's why he asked Eli to help take care of Herman. Don't be too sad, Eli, some people won't leave. Rias patted Eli's shoulder on the left side, comforting. On the other side, Hella also stood quietly. Unlike Rias, her feelings for Eli were more of admiration, or appreciation. Farther away, Marquis Alex, Earl Klein, etc. also watched this scene in silence. Roland hugged his wife, and his daughter stood aside. Although they were not familiar with Lemon, they knew Eli, and understood that this was a person who helped them a lot. Today, Eli's teacher passed away. Hey! Eli took a deep breath and turned to glance at the group of people behind him. I bow deeply. And leave. Everyone made way for him. Lemon's death was a big change for Eli. He got tougher. He felt that he had really grown up, as if he suddenly understood many things in the past, and he also understood that he should continue to live well and live up to the teacher's expectations. Immortality is just a state, and it is impossible for him to have the idea of a real immortal from the very beginning. Everything he experiences will be turned into nourishment, allowing Eli to grow gradually. And growth often comes at a price. After Lemon's death, libraries were also closed for 3 days to express their condolences. But at the same time, on the other side, the king's side finally started to act. For a while, the power level of the library was changing rapidly, and the composition of the staff was also changing rapidly. This place was gradually becoming the king's own territory. Advertisement. This time, Eli ignored it. 3 months later, the deputy director of the library has changed. The two nobles are both the king's own people, but in order not to look too ugly, a library person was elected, and Hella became one of the deputy directors. Another 3 months. The election of the curator has also begun. This time, it was a marquis who directly became the curator on a part-time basis. The library completely belongs to the king, and the original system here has also changed. The system is stricter, and the taste of ideas is gradually less strong. It is not so much a library as another bureaucracy. Eli did nothing but maintain his peaceful life. Another 2 months. This time, the Imperial Library asked Eli to return to take on part of the work, and gave free salary, as well as welfare benefits, and could promote Eli to a bachelor's degree. He refused. Then he resigned from all library positions and became an ordinary scholar. Since then, it has not belonged to any force. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Eli made a decision. He decided to go out to travel, to increase his knowledge, to understand more things, to see how the world works, to see the rules behind nature. He is already a third-class apprentice. For him, there is almost nothing that can threaten him here. As long as it is not a supernatural life, even if he can't beat it, he may escape. As for the possibility of encountering a creature of the first ring, the chance is not high. After all, he is only traveling, and he doesn't have to go to those deep mountains to find something. Don't get the purpose wrong. And even if he went, there was a map in Severo Mesa's legacy, which not only recorded the terrain and dangerous conditions of many places in the country, but also many places abroad, which would be helpful to Eli. In this way, the 339th year of the Bryan calendar. Eli, 54, told friends he was leaving King's Landing. A week later, somewhere outside the city, Eli sat in the carriage, looked at the people who sent him here and smiled. Be careful on the road, Rias said with reddened eyes. She knew she couldn't stop Eli's decision. Well, you take care of yourself too. Eli nodded, and the two hugged. It's 54 years old and still running around, really. After Rias said goodbye, Hella said dissatisfied. Take care of yourself. Eli didn't say anything, just a simple hug. This is his few female friends in King's Landing. Good friend, I hope to see you again. Alex was almost 60, and his body was not as strong as before. Advertisement. Take care. Roland just held Eli's hand and handed him a badge. This is my badge. Along the way, as long as there is a Rose Chamber of Commerce, you can go in and get it. If you need it, you can ask them to prepare it. Okay. Eli nodded. At this time, the Rose Chamber of Commerce has grown into the #1 Chamber of Commerce in Bain, and even the surrounding countries also have their shops. Sir, this is from the Kazan Chamber of Commerce. Zhongli respectfully handed over a sign and said. Eli also took it, looked at everyone, and then turned around to get into the car. Teacher. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded. Eli turned his head to look. A luxurious carriage drove out from the city gate, and the black dragon on the side of the carriage told him that it belonged to the Merlin family, the imperial family. At this time, a pretty girl poked her head out and greeted this side. As soon as the carriage stopped, a figure jumped down. This is a girl about 13 or 14 years old. She has a beautiful appearance, long black hair, blue eyes and fair skin. She is wearing a white dress. He ran directly towards Eli, and hugged Eli. Teacher, why don't you tell me you want to leave? The girl looked up at Eli. Anna. Eli patted the girl's head. This is the 6-year-old little girl who was about to come out now. When the girl came down, another woman who was also elegant and luxurious also got off the carriage. My lord queen. Everyone saluted immediately when they saw it. Anna is coming to see you, so I can only send her here, said the queen. She still doesn't understand why Anna likes a teacher so much. Fortunately, Eli is 54 years old. She thinks there is nothing wrong with it, but it is just a strong teacher-student relationship, so she brings Anna here. If Eli was 20 years old, then she must have killed Eli. Teacher, I brought you this. Holding Eli's waist, Anna seemed to have remembered something, and took out a coat of arms. My father gave it to me. As long as you are still in the Empire, if you take this out, even the Marquis will help you. Anna said, looking at Eli with wide eyes. This. The queen also stared, why are you giving me all these things? Forget it, let's leave it to little Anna, my lord queen, I'm leaving. Eli refused with a smile, saluted the queen, then patted Anna's head, turned and got into the car. Let's go, coachman. At this moment, the coachman was shocked, oh my god, who the hell is this, so many big people came to see him off. However, he didn't dare to delay, and slowly started the carriage, heading towards the main road. Goodbye, teacher. It was still Anna's crisp voice. Eli glanced at the waving crowd and drew the curtains. Next time you come back, it's time to take the legacy of Celine Matatharan. Chapter 96, 12 years. Chapter 96, 12 years. Everything went smoothly on the way out, and Eli didn't encounter any obstacles, and left King's Landing all the way. This trip may take a long time again, and he does not know how many of his old friends will die when he returns. As for the destination, Eli has no idea. No matter where you go, this is considered travel. Advertisement. In this way, Eli began a wandering wizard life. The coachman was sent away by him at a place similar to a transfer station, and he put on a young horse, and then Eli took the cart and left. Along the way, about half of the time is on the road every day, and half of the time is in research and study. This is travel rather than tourism, so naturally you still have to learn, so Eli's journey is very slow, and he often stops suddenly while walking, and then finds a place to conduct experiments. Stopping and stopping, of course, I met a lot of people on the road, but Eli never walked together, and occasionally encountered passing beasts, but he would leave as long as he radiated a little mental power fluctuation. I also encountered enemies of highway robbery. Eli's opinion on this is: thank you for the gift of nature. The materials for human experiments are available again. In this way, Eli stopped for half a year before finally leaving King's Landing and coming to another country nearby. After traveling for a period of time, he settled down in the capital there. The special local materials also surprised Eli, and the new local specialties made Eli feel amazed, and he had a new understanding of potions. The essence of potion configuration is the fusion of extraordinary elements. After staying here for a year, Eli left here in his carriage and started a wandering life again. This life lasted about 10 years. Eli will have traveled around the country too. He has also been to many places on the map left by Severo Mesa, collected a lot of materials, and has extraordinary blood. Although it is low level, it is also extraordinary. His own knowledge has also been further precipitated, which is much stronger than 10 years ago. The strength is naturally the same, and the mental strength has also reached 22.0, which is stronger than before, but the improvement is not large, as long as it is because of traveling and learning. But he also has some ideas about the potion to improve mental power. In the kingdom of Carlos, which is a place separated by 3 countries from Bern, Eli found an interesting magic plant, which can absorb blood and improve its own strength. Advertisement. This shocked Eli greatly. He lived there directly for 3 years, and now this plant called blood bamboo flower has become the main content of his research, and Eli's extraordinary potion is up to him. Even this is just the beginning. Eli thinks there is still room for this plant to dig deep. The potential is huge. Eli was a little thankful that he was out otherwise he would not have encountered such precious plants. Speaking of plants, Eli has to mention that one seed, which germinates, and grows slowly. After 10 years, only a sharp point emerged. Eli is also very helpless. However, its quality is really high, and it feels very high level, so Eli always carries it with him. The only regret is that there still seems to be no news about the wizard camp, which seems to be farther away. 1 year later. Kingdom of Yisai. In the capital city. Holding a strange plant, Craven galloped through the dilapidated slums on both sides, came to the civilian area, took a look at the surrounding environment, and then quickly entered a remote shop. The store is not big, and there are some weird things on both sides, and some commonly used medicines are also sold. Everyone in the civilian area of the capital knows that there is such a store that has been selling all kinds of weird things for a long time. As long as they are interesting, they can get money. Most of the items sold here are also weird. Only one of them, Ginseng medicine, is liked by many mercenaries. It even attracted the attention of a nobleman, but the nobleman disappeared the next day, and no one wanted to take it forcibly after that. Grandpa Eli, I found a strange plant, can you see it? Craven shouted loudly towards the inside. Kaka. The door behind the shop opened and an old man came out. The old man looked very old, with all white hair and beard, wearing a pair of glasses, like Frankenstein. It's little Craven. Eli smiled, walked over to take the thing in his hand, then shook his head and said. Unfortunately, it's just a very ordinary plant. That's it. The boy shook his head in frustration. The boy Eli knew, was a kid from the slums, and once found him a precious item. Haha, I won't let you make this trip in vain. How about it, I need a handyman here, what do you want to do? Eli smiled and said. Really? Craven's eyes sparkled. Advertisement. He just thinks this old man is very unusual, and he has long wanted to work here. Of course. Eli smiled. He estimated that he will live here for a few more years, and the shops here also need a handyman. Speaking of which, he came here last year, and suddenly had an idea for research on potions, so he settled down here to study. Is there anything new recently? Eli asked with a smile. Yes, it seems that the Kingdom of Lorraine next door is fighting with the neighboring country, and it seems that Bern is also participating in the war. The boy said a piece of news that Eli was interested in. Is war coming? Eli smiled, then motioned the boy to stay for dinner. It was not time for him to go back. The changes in the war were beyond everyone's expectations. The scope of the war gradually expanded, and the Bern Empire fought another country. In fact, the size of the two homecomings is about the same, but due to the various measures of Bern 7 over the years, Bern's national strength has weakened a lot, and the battlefield is also in a one-sided state. 1 year later. The war is over. Not victory, but defeat. The Bern Empire ceded a large amount of land to the other party and compensated a large amount of funds, and the war finally ended. In the same year, Bane 7 announced his abdication. Grandpa Eli, do you really want to leave? Craven looked at Eli, who was about to leave, with a look of reluctance. Yes, there is no permanent party in the world. Eli smiled and patted the boy's head. 12 years later, it's time to go back. It's time to get back what's Saren Metatrin. Okay, thanks to Grandpa Eli for teaching me how to write. Craven expressed his gratitude. Over the past year or so, when he had nothing to do, he learned writing from Eli. That's just the result of your hard work, you don't need to thank me. Eli nodded, and then walked into the carriage beside him. Coachman, let's go. The carriage moved and set off in the direction of the city gate. Chapter 97 Return to King's Landing. Chapter 97 Return to King's Landing. Back to King's Landing again. Instead of fanfare, Eli came back secretly. The carriage came to the city wall with a little more historical atmosphere, and the guarding soldiers were no longer the ones they were familiar with. After a brief look at their identities, Eli was allowed to enter. A few streets later, Eli returned to his front door. Advertisement. The vines that used to be on the fence have now covered the surrounding fences, verdant and verdant. Seeing that Eli is back, they made a salsa sound and stretched out their tentacles to get close to Eli. Eli smiled. He didn't take this plant away, but he didn't expect it to be alive when he stayed here. And faintly, he felt the magical power emanating from the plants. It has actually reached the low level of 0 ring, and turned into a truly extraordinary plant. Not bad. Eli smiled, the little guy was already faintly conscious. Pushing open the gate, there were no plants in the yard at this time. Just kidding, with such a plant, how could there be weeds, but he seemed to see a lot of bones deep in the soil. Needless to say, it must have been someone trying to break in and get killed. That's too regretful. Going forward, the door was already covered with a layer of dust. When it was opened, a cloud of dust was blown up, but there was no way to get close to Eli. As for the house, of course, the dust was swept away by the wind with a wave of his hand. Nothing changed. Eli nodded. When he left, the house was bought by him, and the laboratory and other places were also cleaned up very cleanly, and no one seemed to break into the place. Go and see your old friends. After putting away the items, Eli decided to go and see how many of his friends were still alive. At this time, he was 66 years old, and in this empire where the average age of commoners was less than 60 and the average age of nobles was less than 80, he was barely considered older. Hope his friends are still alive. The next day, Eli visited everyone. Unexpectedly, everyone is still alive. It seems that only Roland's health has been very bad recently, but with the help of Eli's potion, he also recovered his health again. Rias and Hela were as beautiful as before. Although the beauty potion that Eli prepared for them could not prevent the reduction of lifespan, it could hardly change their appearance. Several people recalled the past time, and Eli left the place where they were silently. Advertisement. Except for Rias and Hela, some of the others even have grandchildren, which is outrageous. In fact, Hela has always been an unmarried family. He also persuaded Lias Eli a long time ago, but after the close contact, he did not mention this matter. In the castle. Long time no see. Lia expressed her miss without hesitation. Eli gave Rias a hug. According to his original thought, he should not have any plans to have too much contact with women, but as his time grew, Eli found that sometimes it was very rare. He is still a human being with 7 emotions and 6 desires. He prefers to let nature take its course now, ensuring his own safety is the first priority, but there is no need to suppress himself. After meeting Hela and Eli, they looked at each other, and the two simply hugged each other without saying anything. Alex had given up the title of Marquis at this time, and his son inherited the title. Roland was similar, his body no longer allowed him to continue working, and his son inherited the Chamber of Commerce. Finally, Eli looked around and found that the only person who died was Elijah Kazan. He died of illness 5 years ago and left a son before his death. Of course, his son also inherited the Soul brand when Eli passed by Lorraine, and continued to work for Eli. Elijah Kazan did not see Eli die early, and could only hope that his son would survive Eli's death in this life. Poor area. After visiting his old friends, Eli walked around King's Landing. Many places have changed dramatically. For example, it used to be a big villa, but now it is a theater. The shop that used to be a store has been replaced by a stable, etc. There are too many. When passing by the library, Eli also cast a glance. At this time, the library seems to have been renovated, and the outside looks a bit luxurious, and the guards have been replaced by private soldiers of the nobles, guarding the place. Eli originally wanted to go in and have a look, but learned that the height of a silver tower is as high as one once entering here. There used to be 5 copper towers. Eli smiled, turned, and left. The library is no longer what it used to be. Losing Severo Mesa, Lemon, this place is meaningless to Eli, and he has no intention of going back. It may be too familiar. Eli walked and came to Luying Lane and Moon Lane. This may be the only place that is more prosperous than before. The failure of the upper floor made many people vent their frustration here. Eli took a brief stroll and then left. Time has changed here, and it has changed him. Advertisement. After half a day, Eli made clear about the various changes in King's Landing again. But after checking, he didn't leave. Instead, he walked towards the palace. It is time to reap the seeds that have been planted. At this time, in the palace, Anna sat on the chair, frowning beautifully. At the age of 23, she was already slim and tall, with long black hair falling down, her blue eyes were like a pool of sea water, and her skin was as white as milk. At this time, she was wearing a white dress with a beautiful face, she was as beautiful as an angel. This is the eldest princess of the Bern Empire, known as the rare beauty of the empire in 100 years. But at this time, the beauty frowned, and then sighed deeply. Your Highness the Princess. Seeing the princess's melancholy, the maid at the side couldn't help asking. Your Highness, is it true that your Majesty intends to let His Highness the second prince inherit the throne? This is too unconventional, and you are obviously very good, Princess. Father does have this plan. Anna shook her head, holding the handle on the side tightly, as if it was about to be crushed. As a high-ranking knight, she has the strength. In fact, very few people know. Bane 7 not only has poor political performance, but also has a preference for his son. It used to be okay that there was only Anna, but with the birth of the second and third princes, everything changed. King Bern 7 put more energy on his 2 sons and gave Anna less attention. At this time, King Bern 7 actually wanted to inherit Anna's throne to His Royal Highness the second prince. Even if it is not the second prince, it is definitely the third prince. Anna was furious. However, Bane 7 has abdicated, but before Bane 8 inherits the throne, he is still the core of the empire and can decide this matter. Could it be? Anna lowered her head a little unwillingly. Suddenly, someone came in from outside. Your Highness, there is a request from Eli to meet you. Anna raised her head suddenly, her eyes lit up. Chapter 98 Anna. Chapter 98 Anna. Teacher. Anna hasn't heard the teacher's name for a long time, it seems like 12 years. Outside, everyone said that although the eldest princess was beautiful, she didn't have any admirers. She seemed not interested in men, but only she knew that Anna had only him in her heart. His teacher. Eli. Advertisement. It's strange, when she saw the teacher for the first time back then, she felt that the teacher had an inexplicable attraction. Later, even if she was imprinted with the sole brand of control, she didn't hesitate at all. That's not liking, but it's beyond liking. In other words, it can be called faith. In fact, this is also the horror of wizards in the mortal world. With their spiritual power, they can truly control a person with a high probability and obey them completely from the heart. Bring him in. No, I'll go and greet him myself. After hesitating for a while, Anna stood up immediately, and walked out immediately regardless of the dress dragging on the ground. In another waiting room, she meets Eli. Although Eli looked very old on the outside, with all white hair and beard, Anna rushed over, just like that morning 12 years ago, and hugged Eli. Teacher, I miss you so much. Cough cough. The corner of Eli's mouth twitched, it seemed that he had used too much force back then. I miss little Anna too. The two let go, and Eli patted Anna's head. Well, it's not that small. Well, you guys go out first. With a smile on Anna's face, she turned her head and said to the other guards who were still here. The guards looked at each other and left immediately. After everyone left, Anna held Eli's hand, sat on the sofa beside her, and then told Eli about his 12 years of absence, while Eli listened patiently. From Anna's mouth, Eli also knew more about Bern. For example, the reason for the outbreak of the war, as well as the current predicament and so on. Then teacher, how have you been these years? Anna asked with big eyes blinking. All these years. Eli stroked his beard, and then said, that's a long story. Advertisement. Eli narrates, Anna listens. In fact, the relationship between the two is not like the master-slave relationship between him and Arya, but a little closer. After all, he has also been Anna's teacher. But he still has absolute control over Anna. Forget it, let's not talk about this, let's talk about your situation, the current situation of succession to the throne. After chatting for a while, Eli changed the subject, but he did not forget his purpose. And along the way, he felt as if the situation was different from what he thought at the beginning. Teacher, something might have happened. Anna pursed her lips, and then told Eli the current situation. That is, she may not be able to inherit the throne. Eli raised his eyebrows, he didn't expect Bane 7 to be so unruly. Really a king of crumbs. But Eli didn't panic. In fact, everything was different when he was promoted to the third-class apprentice. He could sneak into the palace, dig out the things inside, or do other things. However, Eli's idea back then was very simple, that is, if there were items inside that could not be moved, or were inconvenient to take away, and he might have to borrow the power of the royal family to find him in the future, that's why he kept waiting. Mainly to be safe. After all, there is only one copy of Saleen Meditlin's legacy, and there can be no accidents. So what do you think? Eli asked. Teacher, I know you need me to inherit the throne, but at present, there are only 3 ways, one is to change my father's wishes, and the other is to kill him, so that it may be carried out according to the law. I am the new queen, the third is to kill my 2 younger brothers. Eli blinked. The idea is very clear, but a little weird. However, my father's will can't be changed at all. He is a stubborn old man, but if I really want to kill him, it will be very difficult for me to do so. After all, he is my father. Anna was silent. And what about your 2 younger brothers? Eli asked. Seems like she has an idea for the third one. Well, what I want now is to kill them. They are not my mother's children, they belong to other women, and each of them has a lot of power behind them. Even if my father is really dead, I may not be able to inherit it. Bane 8, so, as long as they die, I can inherit. Anna said simply. At this time, she really looked like a person in power. In other words, the appearance just now will only be revealed when there are no outsiders, or in front of Eli. Advertisement. Really weak people can't lead a country. Eli thought she was a very interesting little girl back then. So how are you preparing so far? Eli asked. There are quite a few people who support me at the moment, but compared to my 2 younger brothers, it is still a little worse. This battle may last for a long time. I am worried that my father may terminate it early. He has always wanted my 2 younger brothers to inherit the throne. Anna. At this time, I was a little worried. If her father is really dead, it would be better, then she can give it a go, but now, not only facing the strong backing of the two brothers, but also being stabbed by the king, there is really nothing she can do. It is good. That's it. Eli thought about it, and it was really troublesome. When he came back this time, Eli's biggest goal was to get back the legacy of Saleen Meditlan. It's better not to have any accidents, and he didn't want any accidents to happen. Unlike before, he now has enough strength to carry out what he wants to do. Back then, Saleen Murtat, Lin Yi, and a student who was an oil bottle, were still able to build this huge country by himself in just a few years. Isn't it relying on strength? Now, it's time for him to make a move. Just to verify his strength. After developing for so long, it's time to play a team. Leave this matter to me, your teacher, and I'll help you. Eli patted Anna on the shoulder and said. Well, thank you teacher. Anna nodded. Although she doesn't know the actual situation of the teacher, she also knows that the teacher is definitely not an ordinary person. She absolutely believes in Eli and believes that he can do it. Well, it's getting late, you can send me the information and track of the two of them tomorrow. Eli nodded. Mr. ER, it's already very late. Otherwise, you can stay in the palace. It's really not possible. I can do it here too. I want to talk to the teacher more. Anna said coyly. No, going to bed early is good for the skin. Eli patted Anna's head and left here. The next day, Eli receives a message from Anna. 3 days later, the second prince died. The empire was in turmoil and the whole country was shocked. Chapter 99 Bane 8, Queen Anna. Chapter 99 Bane 8, Queen Anna. The second prince died. This is something no one thought of. It is said that during a hunt, the second prince entered the forest with others, and when the hunt was over, everyone found that the second prince had not returned. So everyone went back to the forest to look for it, dispatched many soldiers and knights, and finally found the dead second prince in a corner of the forest, and the great knight who was protecting him. Advertisement. It was definitely intentional killing. After all, the hunting forests are basically artificial creatures. How could there be monsters that threatened their lives? Even if there were, there was a big knight beside them, and they died so silently. The empire immediately sent people out to search, but there were no clues at all. The biggest suspects are actually the third prince and Anna. After all, the second prince is dead, and the most likely one to inherit the throne is the third prince. As for Princess Anna, it is also possible, but the degree of suspicion is still lower than that of the third prince. But the review team still subconsciously moved away from the two princes and princesses. After all, any of them may be the future heir, and fighting in the same room is not a good thing, and no one will allow such things to be widely spread. At this moment in Anna's palace. When Anna received the news, she was also extremely surprised. After expressing his sadness and surprise on the outside, he returned to the palace calmly. As for who killed the second prince, there is no need to say more. He just passed the information to the teacher, and the second prince died. It is hard not to be connected. The teacher is too powerful. Anna returned to the palace in a happy mood. Gently take off the white silk pajamas, and then take a bath in the palace. While Anna was enjoying it. In another palace. His Royal Highness the third prince sat on the main seat, laughing while drinking wine. Underneath are all kinds of nobles, some of them were those who supported him before, and some of them supported him after the death of His Highness the second prince, sitting on both sides, drinking wine. His Royal Highness the third prince has been really happy these few days. With the death of the second prince, he has basically locked on burn 8. He would wake up with a smile in his dreams these days. As for the sadness of the second prince's death, I'm sorry, there really wasn't one. He longed for him to die. Advertisement. Now it's all right, someone solved it for him. Your Highness, are we being too ostentatious like this, and His Royal Highness the second prince just died, if someone wants to harm you, I think it's better to stay in a safe place. Seeing His Highness the second prince, a woman reminded him. She was sent by the nobles from His Royal Highness's mother's side to protect him, and she is also a grand knight. Zimi, don't worry so much, just take a look. The third prince glanced at the woman and asked him to look forward. Did you see that there are at least a dozen great knights here, and there are dozens of night guards outside? Do you think there will be any danger here? His Royal Highness the third prince stretched out his hand and said loudly. That's right, here is the peak knight, and it is absolutely impossible to walk in front of His Royal Highness. A nobleman raised his glass and said loudly. That is, with us here, no one can hurt His Highness the Prince. His Royal Highness the second prince must have been ambushed by a large number of great knights, otherwise he would not have died so quickly. There are so many people here, how could anyone dare to come here? Many nobles talked and raised their glasses to celebrate. That's right, let's drink. His Highness the third prince smiled. Indeed, here is an iron wall, who dares to come? Come, drink. The third prince stood up and raised his glass to everyone. Many nobles also stood up and raised their wine glasses. Hey, why do I feel a little sleepy? Suddenly, a nobleman said. Me too. Another nobleman also shook his head, feeling something was wrong. Boom. A noble not far away fell directly to the ground. This seemed to be a signal. In the next second, the people in the palace fell down like wheat. Even the great knight fell directly to the ground after walking a few steps. This is... The third prince's eyes widened, and he also felt an unspeakable dizziness. From the corner of his eye, he saw that the great knight protecting him had also fallen. The third prince yelled in his heart, but he also fell straight forward. Go down the steps. The sound of flesh and stone colliding sounded, and the third prince rolled directly into the hall. Moment. The hall, which was noisy 1 second, fell into silence the next second. Even outside the palace, there was silence. Quack. A few flying birds flew by, and the silver moonlight shot in from outside the door. The black shoes stepped on the moonlight and walked into the hall. This is a special stun potion that I have researched over the years. Even the late-stage zero-ring golems I encountered in the kingdom of Lorraine couldn't resist it, let alone the Great Knight. Eli looked at the fallen Great Knight with a smile on his face. Smile. Advertisement. There are many people like this, so it is convenient to use this method. Third Prince, where is the third prince? Eli did not forget the purpose of his trip, stepped on the crowd, and soon saw the third prince who had fallen down the steps. Tisk tisk tisk, what a terrible fall. Seeing the blood on the third prince's head, Eli sighed, and then a wind blade passed by. Click. There were many deep cracks in the ground, and the third prince's head had been separated from his body. After confirming that the third prince was definitely dead, Eli looked around to make sure no one was awake, and walked out of the hall. It was as easy as shopping in a mall. The next day, when a passing guard entered the palace, they found that there were all fallen people inside. At that time, everyone was frightened and ran out. Third day. The news of the death of His Royal Highness the Third Prince once again shocked the kingdom. But this time there was no search, let alone any action. The official news is that His Royal Highness the Third Prince fell down the steps and died accidentally, but those who knew the inside story did not dare to disclose it, nor did they expose it. As for who did it, everyone had a vague guess, but no one dared to say. Another 3 days. The Empire announced that Grand Princess Anna would inherit the throne. A month later, Anna became the new queen, succeeding Bane 8. On this day, the whole country celebrates. People came out of the streets and alleys, gathered around both sides of the road, looked at Anna on the gorgeous limousine, and cheered. Everyone was expecting that she could bring new hope to this country. Bern has really been in decline for a long time up. From then on, she was the new master of the country. As for the past, no one dared to talk about it, or no one cared. Only the nobles would care about this, and the people didn't care about who would inherit the throne. They only knew that the bad 7 who made their lives worse had finally become history. It only took 3 days for the succession of the king, but it took a long time for the various things that followed. By the time all the affairs of the empire were completed and the nobles expressed their allegiance, a month had passed. It's all over. Anna also secured the position of king. Chapter 100 Under the Palace. Chapter 100 Under the Palace. This is the palace that Severo Mesa said. With the stability of the empire, Eli finally came to the palace of King Bane. Almost 20 years have passed since Severo Mesa, the original curator, told Eli about this place. Well, teacher, are you sure you're here? Anna asked curiously from the side. Advertisement. At this time, there were only the 2 of them in the hall, and the others had already been dispersed away. Eli turned his head and glanced at Anna. Today, Anna is wearing a gorgeous red dress, the dress behind her is dragging on the ground, and there are only simple gems on her head, but it is still dazzling, like a phoenix. This is the new queen of the Bryan Empire, Bryan 8 Queen Anna. But unlike the image of a domineering queen who has been on the throne for 2 months, she is beside Eli at this time, like a little girl. Yeah, something's not quite right. Eli nodded. Lightly stepping on the ground, the spiritual power penetrates down the ground, and you can feel obvious resistance at a position of 5 or 6 meters underground. There is definitely something at that depth. Go aside. Anna waved her hand to step aside. Anna was obedient and walked away immediately. A gust of wind element slowly appeared in Eli's hand, and quickly condensed, turning into a wind pillar like a rope. The next second, the wind pillar was pulled out like a whip. Crack! There was an ear-piercing rubbing sound, and a large rock was instantly split open on the ground. In this way, Eli used the wind blade to directly chop up a piece of rock on the surface of the palace, exposing the underlying part, and the prototype of this witchcraft is actually the wind wall shield, which has already been changed by him. But Eli thinks it's nothing, witchcraft is such an inconvenience. And as the rocks on the surface were cut open, some differences were indeed revealed underneath, turning into a large piece of rock and soil. Here, the wind blade is not suitable. Sorcery, dirt control. The spiritual power is running, the witchcraft model is constructed, the soil layer is slowly pushed away to the sides, and a hole slowly appears. Through the hole, Eli looked down, and there really seemed to be a huge space underneath. Found it. Eli felt the faint magical fluctuations in it, and smiled. Is this the teacher's power? Not far away, Anna stared at this scene with wide eyes. Everything just now had too much impact on her. She had seen a great knight chopping out a wind blade before, but that could only be done by a top knight, but Eli actually turned the wind into a rope and used it for cutting. Advertisement. Amazing. And even if it was the wind blade just now, she felt that the great knight might be torn apart. Well, where is the person I asked you to find? At this moment, Eli suddenly asked Anna who was beside him. The bottom seems to be a big cave with a huge space, and Eli's mental power can only see the front part. Anna immediately knocked on the door on one side. Soon, the door opened, and a bound knight pushed in. Just kidding, the situation inside is unknown, and it is still a remnant of a first-ring wizard. Eli doesn't dare to go in by himself, so let someone help you go down and take a look. Your Majesty the Queen. The prisoner was also very confused. He was going to die today, but he was suddenly brought out and told that he might be required to do something. If he is needed, he may live, if he is not needed, then he is dead. So he waited anxiously, and then suddenly told him that it was time to need him. The man was ecstatic and was taken away. But when he came to the main hall, looking at all this and the old man not far from the queen, the prisoner was a little confused and didn't understand what was going on. Check out the situation below. If you can come out alive, I won't kill you. Anna ignored the man's state and said directly to the man. Okay. Although the knight was confused, he also knew that this was his only chance. Soon, after tying the rope to the knight, the man jumped straight in through the hole. Boom. The bottom seemed to be very deep, and the rope fell for more than 20 meters before the knight landed. Eli waited calmly while Anna pulled the rope. For the first 20 minutes of the investigation, the rope just kept extending and then remained motionless. Eli even thought that something happened to the man, but after a few minutes, the bottom rope suddenly moved, which indicated that it could be pulled up. Finished the investigation. Eli's eyes lit up, while Anna was wearing a gorgeous dress, and slowly pulled the rope. Soon, the man was pulled up by Eli. Hurrah! After coming up, the man gasped heavily. How is it? What's going on underneath? Anna looked at the knight and asked. Report to your Majesty, there is a naturally formed cave underneath, without any living things, but there is a small lake formed by dripping water, and there is a grotto on the rock wall on one side. I went in, and there are several boxes in it, and there is a dead body at the side. The knight panted, although he wondered why Her Majesty the Queen was pulling the rope, he still narrated the following things. Eli observed that the man's spirit was not fluctuating and stable, and he didn't seem to be lying. There is really no danger down there, and after ensuring safety, Eli is also ready to go down. Advertisement. However, considering other issues, Eli still asked some questions, and finally confirmed that there was no problem, then nodded towards Anna, ready to go on. But not a few steps. Eli stopped. Why would he go down in person? Just let the knight take out the things. Who knows if there is a trap on the corpse, let the brave knight bear everything. You know what happened today can't be leaked. Eli turned to the knight and said. Understood. The knight nodded hurriedly, but he also understood to a large extent that he might have seen something important. After all, this is the palace hall, and he was a little worried that the queen would really let him go. Then do you think you have any hope of living? Eli asked again. Knight cold sweat has come down. In this way, I will give you a chance to become my slave, and I can let you go, are you willing? Eli said calmly. The knight was a little confused, and looked at the queen beside him. Anna just nodded and said, if you agree, no one here will hurt you. The knight received the promise, then nodded solemnly, and said. I would. Half an hour later, the knight who had been branded with his soul went down into the cave again. Half a day later. Inside the hall. Eli looked at the 3 boxes in front of him and a corpse wearing a wizard robe, showing a joyful smile. Especially when the knight uncovered the wizard's robe, took out the crystal ball in the corpse's arms, and handed it to Eli. Eli established a connection and perceived the contents. Can't help but smile. Found it. Really found it. And Saline Meditlin's body is actually here, no wonder the curator didn't find Saline Meditlin's body in the mausoleum. Eli looked at the crystal ball, couldn't help it anymore, and directly submerged his consciousness. He wanted to see what this guy, Saline Meditlin, was looking for. Let me be healthy. Chapter 101 The Journal of Saline Meditlin. Chapter 101 The Journal of Saline Meditlin. New calendar. First age 3010. I have come to the territory of the Shadow Monitor Lizard Bloodline Warlock. The environment here is good, and there are many interesting materials. I plan to live here in secret for a while. I merged with the blood of a shadow-type monster, so those warlocks couldn't tell the difference at all, they just thought I was their kind. On the surface, I got along well with them, but in my heart I despised these warlocks who had completely lost their will to explore the truth. Advertisement. They are no longer worthy of being called wizards. The first page of the journal appears to be Saleen Meditlin arriving at a place and then preparing to live there. But what do you mean? Warlocks should be just one type of wizards, why would Saleen say that they lost the will to explore the truth? It's a bit strange and I don't quite understand it. Eli continued to look down. Oh, I heard that a small wizarding site was found nearby. It may be the site of the former college here. Maybe I can find some good things from there. Well, it's completely abandoned there, and it's already been searched for, so there's nothing of value. Disappointing. Today, I found out that there seems to be a small wizarding force here. I was so surprised. There are still wizarding forces here. I want to find them. I need more knowledge. I secretly participated in their exchange meeting, it was really great, this kind of knowledge collision feeling. Between the lines, Eli could also feel the psychological changes of Saleen at this time. First of all, they explored a wizard ruin, and then found wizard forces and participated in the exchange meeting. Everything looks normal, but it doesn't make sense at all. Why are you so happy to find out about a small wizarding force? Could it be that there is no wizarding force nearby, but didn't he join the warlock's territory before? Isn't this the act of looking for glasses while wearing glasses? Strange. Eli frowned. This diary stunned him at the beginning, which is why he has no understanding of the wizarding world. How should I put it, the wizarding world seems to be a little different from what Eli imagined. Eli looked down curiously. Advertisement. Most of the things that followed were all kinds of things that happened in the warlock territory, including some temporary camps, exploration, research, and so on. It seems to be all normal, but Eli always feels a faint caution? Yes, it seems to be cautious. It seemed that he was afraid of being exposed, and he always showed up as a warlock, and the reason for his fusion of blood also kept him from being exposed at all, but something happened later. First era 3015, damn it, with the improvement of my spiritual power, my lifespan is speeding up. Damn it, I have to think of a way. Well, I have nothing to do. Maybe I should take the path of a warlock from the beginning. Although I chose to advance to the wizard and then integrate the blood of a warlock, which is indeed stronger, but I also lost a lot of what a warlock can have. It's a pity that I didn't understand the disadvantages of wizards at that time. No, it's not the disadvantages of wizards, but the disadvantages of this world. If I want to survive, I don't have much choice. Either go to the dark, continue to advance, and break through the second ring. At that time, my vitality will increase again, or choose some other means. Will the improvement of mental power increase the loss of vitality? Seeing this, Eli has already deeply understood that this is absolutely wrong. Why the increase in mental power will consume life force faster is simply outrageous. This is completely against the law. It's not right, I don't know what common sense knowledge should be in this. Eli knew there was a problem, but he didn't know what the problem was. Just like no one would write in a log that walking requires legs. Saleen Meditlin did not enter the reason why this happened in the journal either. Eli took a deep breath to keep himself calm. If not, analyze it yourself. Saren's journal mentions the promotion of warlocks and integration into the bloodline after promotion. Through previous study, Eli also knows the difference between the two. The former is directly integrated into the bloodline when advancing to the first ring, and then it is mainly based on digging the bloodline. It will get the talent of bloodline witchcraft, and basically give up other aspects, especially the elemental. After all, the bloodline will directly affect the wizard, and many elements directly cannot application. But there are also advantages. This will completely inherit the power of the bloodline, and the lifespan will be greatly enhanced, far exceeding that of ordinary wizards. The latter is based on the wizard as the main body, and then integrates into the blood and uses the blood. This is just using the blood as a tool to use him. It will not be much different from the previous one, that is, there is no blood. Innate witchcraft, and lifespan growth will only be normal. The former is like a heretic among wizards, relying on the power of blood, and does not have a strong desire for knowledge, while the latter is to dig knowledge. There is a sentence that describes it like this. Advertisement. A warlock's power comes from blood, while a wizard's power comes from knowledge. However, the warlock in the log seems to be more extreme, and he even described it as completely losing the will to explore the truth, which is very strange. Because even if it is a warlock, there are very few warlocks who are so extreme. There are also disadvantages of combining the back world. Eli faintly felt that there might be a problem in this world. Is there a problem in this world? Eli was taken aback by his own thoughts. After all, this idea was too whimsical, even outrageous. It shouldn't be. No, it's okay. Eli's thoughts were confused. In fact, he discovered that he actually knew nothing about this world. His exploration of this world is still in the mortal world such as the Burn Empire, but is the real world of wizards, or the extraordinary world, really what he thinks? This is an unknown. Forget it, keep reading. Knowing that there is a problem, but it doesn't solve anything, Eli decided to continue reading. I participated in the blood sacrifice of wizards. They seem to want to exchange life force with unknown existences through this method. I resist this idea, because real wizards should be seekers of truth. But I finally said yes. The blood sacrifice has begun, damn it, we've been found. Warlocks discovered our evil deeds, and I was hunted down, but fortunately, I managed to escape. This group of wizards seems to be bothered by the speed of life force loss, so they used blood sacrifices. Is this why they were hunted down? It does seem a bit evil. At this time, Eli doesn't think so much anymore, so let's talk about it after reading it. I escaped. But I was promoted too late, and my vitality was indeed not enough. However, I found a secret realm of Antonio, the four-ring true spirit wizard 5,000 years ago. The location is in the west, a place called the Southern Desert. There is no place that wizards are willing to go to. It is a barren land. This is a wizard who is still left after the cataclysm. I heard that the secret realm can also slow down the speed of life, and there may be remnants of true spirit wizards in it. It is said that there is a life-extending panacea. I decided to go. Southern Desert, here I come. Chapter 102 Catastrophe and Harvest. Chapter 102 Catastrophe and Harvest. The log is basically coming to an end here. Eli is a little numb. The main reason is that he knows every word in this diary, but he doesn't know the combination. He understands what the secret realm means, but what is the cataclysm? Could it be that the new calendar in the diary is also related to this? There used to be an old calendar? Advertisement. Well, never mind, anyway, do you know what Saren Meditlan is looking for? Eli was helpless, but he finally knew Saren Meditlan's purpose. A secret realm with 4 rings of true spirits. True spirit is also known as the Lord of the World in the Endless World. It is a truly powerful existence. Even in the world of wizards, it is not a weak existence. Such a secret realm is indeed enough for the first ring Saren Meditlan to pursue. Then Eli looked at the next log. It records the things that he came to this land, including accepting a Tolman student, and building an empire to search for the ruins, but he didn't find it until his death. I'm sure they're in the Bane area. I may have guessed wrong. It seems to be in a bunch of surrounding countries. There should be a range. In the end, Saren Meditlan gave an area, that is, a dozen countries around Bane as the center. It's a pity that if Saren Meditlan can be identified from the beginning, maybe he will be found. Eli shook his head. Obviously, since Saren Meditlan is still here, he naturally did not find it. After reading the log, Eli continued to check the others. In addition to some experimental data and some knowledge, in the end, Eli actually found an interesting thing. Last words. My friend, I'm sorry, if you read this letter, I should have failed. Really sad. I became a wizard apprentice at the age of 22, and became a full-fledged wizard at the age of 40. But when I advanced, I realized that this is a hopeless world. It's so hopeless. As the wizard's power increases, the consumption of life force will accelerate rapidly. This is the wizard. Shame. Since you have seen this, there is a high probability that you have obtained the inheritance I left in the Empire, right? Ha ha ha, I forgot to tell you, in fact, the inheritance will not kill people at all, only those who do not have the talent of wizards will be killed. I am very sorry that I died due to the impact of mental power. I kept the rest of the range and all my legacy, these are my precious wealth, I hope you can treat them well. Wizards are very united, poor boy, I'm sorry, if you can, you'd better take the path of pure warlocks. Advertisement. Wizards really don't fit in this world anymore. Saren Metatron stays. Even between the lines, one could feel Saren's sadness. Eli sighed. It seems true that something might be wrong with the world. Moreover, as the strength of the wizard increases, the consumption of vitality will be greatly accelerated. And the reason why Saren persuaded Eli to take the path of a warlock should be for the long life of a warlock. What the hell happened? Eli shook his head. This world has definitely experienced something, and it is probably a cataclysm. Maybe there will be clues in the uncharted realm as well. And is he really going to give up the wizarding path? Eli blinked his eyes. He was already a third-class apprentice, and he was indeed about to consider the matter of being promoted to a wizard, whether to take the path of a blood warlock or a wizard. I'm a wizard. Eli said quietly at the end. It's just a drain on life force, if it's someone else they might care, but would Eli care? He is an immortal, and he has no shortage of that stuff. Moreover, the strength of a wizard must exceed that of a warlock. There is no doubt about this, so why choose a weak profession? He needs to be stronger in order to better protect himself and protect his eternal life. And the most important point. Although he is very salty, but for the pursuit of knowledge, Eli is also very firm. Of course, these are just Eli's thoughts, and I will talk about the rest later. Eli's consciousness was slowly withdrawn from the crystal ball. At this time, Anna and the knight shrank aside, as if they didn't dare to disturb Eli. Seeing that Eli woke up, Anna breathed a long sigh of relief, felt that he came over, and asked, "Teacher, is this what you are looking for?" "Yes." Eli nodded, then looked at the boxes on the ground. "Teacher, I'll send someone to deliver it to your home," Anna said again. "Okay," he replied, then looked at the hole behind him, and said, "This place is sealed up for now, maybe I will go in and have a look later." It is good. Advertisement. The impact of Celine's diary on Eli was too great, and Eli didn't bother to care about it, and returned home directly. Not long after returning, the 3 boxes were sent back. Looking at the 3 boxes, Eli didn't open them, but after putting them in, he went straight to sleep. He needed a rest. The next day, Eli wakes up. He called the knight who was already his slave to open the box, and the contents of the 3 boxes were displayed in front of Eli in an instant. The first 2 boxes are all kinds of books, as well as various notes of Saren, as well as the experiment log, and the 3rd box contains a wizard robe, a staff, and a ring. Soon, Eli also knew the functions of the 3 things. The wizard's robe is a top-level zero-ring witchcraft, both in defense and magic defense. After charging, it can release a shield that can resist 1-ring witchcraft every day. Eli likes this wizard robe very much. For him at this stage, it is completely a life-saving artifact. The staff is also a zero-ring witchcraft, which is much stronger than Eli's. It can directly make the zero-ring witchcraft exert 150% of its power, and it is a small best in the apprenticeship stage. However, Celine doesn't look very rich. Eli curled his lips. He was a wizard with 1 ring, but they were all items with 0 ring. But the last item that was indeed a ring was called the Thunder Python Ring. It can control 2 Thunder Pythons for bombardment. Of course, it can be combined into 1. Anyway, it feels very strong. The only pity is that it needs 1 ring to use it. Eli, just take a look at it now. It can be seen but not used. But it's already pretty good. Eli looked at these and showed a satisfied smile. The wizard tool is second, mainly the 2 boxes of extraordinary books and notes left by Celine. Those are the truly precious things. With those, Eli can make up for his missing knowledge. And there are some 1-ring witchcraft models in it too. As long as he has enough mental power, Eli can break through and become a real wizard. As for what he said later, that's for later. There are also the relics of the true spirit, which is another matter, don't worry. Chapter 103 The Next Plan, Add More. Chapter 103 The Next Plan, Add More. Eli intends to put aside the matter of the ruins. After all, the scope is quite large. If he plans to search for it himself, it may take a little longer. Of course, he didn't plan to look for it himself. After all, even Severo Mesa spent more than 20 years alone, and he only searched 4 or 5 countries around him briefly, but this time it was even bigger. The range is dozens of countries. Eli has time, of course, but he's not that bored. Since the empire is controlled through Anna, why should he search for it by himself? In fact, this is also the idea given to him by Celine Meditlin, otherwise Eli would not have brightened his eyes when he saw the princess recruiting a teacher. Advertisement. Eli's strength is enough for him to guarantee his safety in the Night Kingdom, but the search should be left to the people of the Burn Kingdom first. It may take a long time, but at least it will be much faster than Eli himself. And Eli himself, who is set to settle again in King's Landing. The purpose of settling down this time is to study his experience of the past 10 years, what he wants to learn, and the legacy of Celine Meditlin, which may be more important in the long run. There is still a need to prepare for breaking through as an official wizard, and he should also start preparing. After breaking through the official wizard, whether to go to the real wizard world or stay here is another matter, and we will talk about it at that time. 3 months later. A small manor outside King's Landing was renamed Leighton Manor, which attracted the attention of many people. Because this manor is not simple. Although it is not big, it belongs to the royal family. There is a small forest near the manor. Every year, the royal family will call some nobles to hunt. But this year, the manor has not only changed its name, but will no longer undertake hunting duties. Instead, Her Majesty the Queen bestowed a scholar named Eli, which made many people curious about the background of Eli. But after investigation, Eli's background was unbelievably simple, and the only thing that made them suspicious was that he was once Queen Anna's teacher, which made many nobles lament the Queen's strong affection. After testing, this should be the place with the highest concentration of elements nearby. In laden manner, Eli smiled as he looked at the large manor in front of him. Because this time he may not only need to cultivate plants and some magical beasts, but also conduct blood experiments, then the original house can naturally be abandoned, and the valley is a bit far away, so it is better to gather them together. Advertisement. After observation, this place should be the place with the highest concentration of elements, so he asked for this manor from Anna. In the first half, he plans to raise some monsters for the convenience of blood experiments, and in the second half, he will plant magic plants and build a laboratory of his own, in which he will complete his plan. As for the staff here, except for more than half of the insignificant work, he is going to use the slaves who planted the soul brand for the experiments that really involve supernatural, so as to ensure that his affairs will not be leaked. In fact, returning to King's Landing this time is a direct change for Eli. The increase in strength made him fearless, and he also controlled the Queen of the Burn Empire. It would be ridiculous if he was still living the past life. The development has been completed, so it is naturally time to reap the fruits. As for the ruins, Anna also arranged for many people to search for them. As for when they will be found, that is another matter. After traveling for 12 years, it's time to settle down again. Eli pursed his lips and returned to the house. A month later. Behind the manor. A gust of wind blew, and Eli came out from behind the trees, looking towards the potion field in front of him. All kinds of magical plants have been planted by Eli in the area of 5 or 6 acres in front of him, some of which can be found in the kingdom, and some that can be collected during the journey. These are all conveniently researched and planted by Eli, and the most important of these belongs to a small area in the southernmost part of Mishishan, where blood bamboo flowers are planted, which is a precious plant that Eli found outside. It's really a strange plant. Eli walked to the area. On an area of about a few square meters, there are 3 strange plants planted. They are made up like a knotted bamboo, but much smaller than the bamboo, and the color is blood red. What's more weird is that on the top of the bamboo, there are a pure white flower grows, with 7 or 8 translucent tentacles swaying at the stamen. This is the blood bamboo flower, Eli's greatest achievement in the journey. But don't underestimate this plant. Eli saw this, and in just a few seconds, it sucked all the blood, or vitality, of a bison. It was simply a blood-sucking demon. And what's very interesting is that after absorbing the blood, their energy level will also slightly increase, and there are faint fluctuations in mental power. Eli saw the potential it had. At this moment, it seemed that the 3 plants were hungry, their tentacles were swaying, and the flower body also exuded a seductive smell, attracting nearby creatures. Eli ignored it and just watched the fragrance spread out. Advertisement. Soon, a mouse ran out from the distant woods and came near the blood bamboo flower. In an instant, several tentacles popped out and directly penetrated the mouse. The mouse died before it even had time to react. The tentacles that entered the corpse were not idle either. The tentacles instantly turned red, the bright red blood flowed along the tentacles to the petals, and the petals also showed a red color. It's almost there. Eli took a look, and directly collected the flowers. At this time, the concentrated spiritual power in the petals was in it, which was exactly what Eli needed. Holding the flowers, Eli quickly returned to the laboratory and started a new round of experiments. In experiments, time always flies by. 3 years later. In the lab. Eli carefully dropped a little blood-red medicine on a piece of cultured human tissue cells. Just for a moment. The human cell tissue began to shrink, a large amount of vitality was lost, and at the same time began to rupture, but with the rupture of the cells, a trace of spiritual power also appeared. Failed. Eli frowned, he had forgotten how many experiments failed, but this time it was very close to success. After all, it is just a small problem of cell rupture. I believe that as long as this is solved, the new potion should not be a problem. What Eli is curious about is the principle of that kind of plant. This is also the object of his research, but it has just started. Well, it is almost successful, but this plant is really worth digging, and there is also the blood of the monster. Maybe I should try a new stage. Putting down the potion, Eli stretched his body. The potion was just one of his many experiments, and others were in progress. Take your time. After stretching his body, Eli continued the experiment. The few years he got from Saleen Meditlin's legacy were destined to be a time for him to rapidly improve his knowledge and skills. He couldn't bear to waste a second, and he didn't have the heart to care about other things. Despite the ups and downs of the outside world, he just nestled in his laboratory. Let Anna help him resist the wind and rain outside. Chapter 104 Krypton Destiny No. 2, Edition. Chapter 104 Krypton Destiny No. 2, Edition. The research on the blood bamboo flower is relatively harmonious, because the main body is from the flower of the blood bamboo flower, and some tissues, but the bloodline experiment is different. Although there are animal experiments, but with Anna becoming the queen, the living human body is not a big problem for Eli. As a huge empire, there are all kinds of people who have to die every day, and Eli, it is kindly accepted these people and let them play their remaining heat. Organ transplantation, bloodline transplantation, human tissue observation, organ demonization, flesh and blood transformation. Bloodline is also a road that contains a lot of knowledge. For Eli, the same is very attractive to him. Advertisement. And because of the doubts about blood warlocks in his heart, Eli also devoted part of his energy to researching blood and transplanting blood, and ran all the way on this road. Are you ready? In the laboratory, Eli looked at the man tied to the cross in front of him. It is said that this is a criminal who killed more than a dozen people and was arrested after hiding for 5 months. He was arrested because he couldn't help but went to Luying Lane. It is really outrageous. But at this time, the evil criminal watched Eli approaching with horror, as if he saw a demon. God! Half an hour ago, there was also a person next to him, but right in front of him, this man injected a tube of mysterious blood, and then the witch formation under his feet flickered, and the man exploded directly. That's right, even with the physical explosion, the man was directly frightened. Where was he sent? He would rather die now than accept this kind of psychological torture here. Relax. Eli approached slowly, smiling. Men are getting more and more afraid. What? The next second, a terrifying sound came from the laboratory. Eli frowned, watching helplessly as the blood of the person in front of him melted, and his body tissue began to melt little by little. Even the witch formation on the ground couldn't stop it at all. It shouldn't be. Eli frowned. This time, the young man in front of him was fused with the blood of a dark grey wolf. It seemed that even this level of blood was not something he could bear. It's really a pity. Failed again. Half an hour later, looking at the man whose flesh and blood had crumbled, Eli cleaned it up and started a new experiment. Spring goes and winter comes. When you are extremely focused, you will enter a magical state in which your learning ability and memory will increase greatly, and you will not notice the passage of time. Eli has been in this state for a long time. Advertisement. He even lived in the laboratory directly, and set up a bed for himself next door. When Eli exited from this state, he still heard bad news. Alex Marquis, dead. When Eli was standing at Alex's funeral, he had just finished an experiment. As soon as the experiment made a breakthrough, he was suddenly notified, and he was caught off guard. Alex should be barely considered to be Eli's age, and this is also the first person in the same period that Eli died, which made him a little emotional. After attending the funeral, Eli saw his son and left. Now he is much stronger than before. Another year. Little progress has been made in the blood test. Eli's blood bamboo research has reached a new stage. He deeply dissected the petals of the blood bamboo flower, and found that only a step at the end of the petals worked. There was a strange tissue there that could transform the absorbed life force into other powers. The blood bamboo flower experiment entered the second stage. The medicine at this time will only destroy about half of the cell tissue, and it can also improve mental power. This is a huge improvement. But Eli doesn't know what's going on. It seems like every time there's progress something else happens. This time, it was Herman who was dying. When in the ward, Herman took Eli's hand and said tremblingly, "Student, this time I have to go first." After saying this, he fell on the bed. Eli closed his eyes, remained silent for a long time, and left the ward. Herman is really one of his closest friends. Although he is his senior brother, the two of them have worked in a harmonious environment for nearly 30 years. The relationship is much stronger than that of Alex. And Herman's son and daughter are also married, so they don't need to rely on any help. At the gate, Eli met his family. "Grandpa Eli, this is what my father told me to give it to you." His daughter handed over something. Eli saw that it was a pen, which seemed to have been given to him by a teacher. Eli was stunned for a few seconds, then took the pen. "If you need any help, you can come to me," Eli said to Herman's heir, and then left. Advertisement. Time is the past year again. This year, Eli's experiments didn't make much progress, but the bad news didn't matter, they were always rough and cruel. In the ward, Eli sat by the bed, looking at the emaciated Hella on the bed. Because of the potion, she was still as beautiful as before, but she was a little haggard at this time, with light eyeshadow painted on the corners of her eyes, giving her a beautiful sense of brokenness. "Eli, do you know what I regret the most in my life?" Hella asked weakly. She was not married and had no children. Before she died, only Eli came to see him. Eli didn't answer, just kept silent. "In this life, my biggest regret is that I participated in the party where Maester Lemon took over the library decades ago. Without that, maybe this misunderstanding would have continued, and we would have known each other." Seeing that Eli did not speaking, Hella smiled. "You are a person who is far superior to ordinary people in every aspect. Knowing you, you are too cruel to ordinary people," Hella still said to herself. "Can you give me a hug?" After her speaking, Hella asked. "Yeah." Eli nodded this time and gave Hela a hug. After the hug was over, he realized that Hela, who was still talking just now, had closed her eyes. This time, Eli let out another long sigh. Really FG. Why does he have to know so many people? In fact, Hela has a very complicated relationship with him. It can be said that he is a confidant, but more of an admiration. Hela's funeral was arranged by Eli himself, until it was all over. Eli returned to the lab and dove into it again. 1 year later. Eli gave the new criminal in front of him, and Eli poured a bottle of potion directly into him. Soon, the man changed, his muscular tissue shrank rapidly, and his black hair quickly turned into white hair, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. Eli also let out a long sigh of relief. Some men's cells were collected and observed, all the cells were intact, but completely drained of vitality. It finally worked, Krypton 2. Seeing the result, Eli smiled. 9 years. It finally worked. But looking at the successful potion, Eli felt a bad premonition. Chapter 105 Change of Mentality. Chapter 105 Change of Mentality. But this time nothing seemed to happen. After Eli conducted several human experiments and confirmed that the medicine was effective. The next day. In the lab. Advertisement. Eli first recorded his mental strength as 23.0, which was an increase of 1.0 compared to returning to King's Landing. The increase was not large. The main reason was that Eli also felt more and more about his own aptitude. Of course, this may have something to do with Eli not spending all his time on meditation. After all, no apprentice will spend most of his time on experiments and studies. Most of them only dare to conduct a small amount of experiments and concentrate on meditation. Superior. Eli, on the contrary, can only be described as a freak among wizards. But it's okay, mainly because he has a lot of time, so he's not in a hurry. After a brief preparation, Eli took out the configured Krypton 2, which can also be called the blood bamboo flower elixir. Seeing the bright red potion oscillating in the potion bottle, the traces of blood turned into tentacles, swaying wantonly, as if trying to grab something. Eli opened the potion, and took this weird potion directly. As the medicine entered his body, Eli trembled all over. The blood-colored potion was like a tentacle, leaning against Eli's cells. Eli could feel his own vitality passing away, but at the same time, traces of spiritual power also slowly appeared and gathered towards the brain. Eli could feel that his mental strength was indeed improving. Although this potion may indeed be, slightly, a bit weird, the effect is still good. But this means that he can use it. If other people use it, I am afraid that the spiritual power will not be improved, and the vitality will be lost by more than half. It is completely worth the candle, especially in this world where the vitality seems to be insufficient. In the end, the bloody tentacles slowly disappeared, and this time the potion was used up. After the end, Eli's mental power is 23.5. It increased by 0.5 once. It seems that this potion is indeed quite powerful. Of course, this is not the price of losing 20 years of life for a normal wizard. The cost is not directly proportional to the gain, but fortunately Eli is doing business without money. It's really evil. Even at this moment, Eli still feels weird about the blood bamboo flower. This kind of plant is so outrageous. Advertisement. Shaking his head, Eli felt a little joy as he digested the newly increased mental power. It seems that this time, nothing bad happened. But when you don't want something to happen, maybe something will happen. Half a month later, just as Eli digested the effects of this bottle of potion and was about to prepare the next bottle, a servant came and brought bad news to Eli. Lord Gremory's condition has suddenly deteriorated recently, and he is about to die of illness. Click. The reagent bottle in his hand fell, and Eli closed his eyes, remained silent for a long time, and said, "Take me to see her." Damn, it's exactly as he predicted back then. In a period of time, he may encounter a large wave of deaths, and it seems that the time is about this period of time. At this time, Eli was already 75 years old, and his friend had already reached the time of death. Sitting on the carriage heading to the Gremory family's territory, Eli closed his eyes and sighed long, feeling complicated and melancholy. Unlike the friendship with Alex, the brotherly relationship with Herman, and the mutual appreciation with Hela, Rias is undoubtedly very special. Although the two were once alone under the moon, they were not together. But even Eli has to admit that Rias has feelings for her. Forget it. Sighing, Eli decided not to think about it, and was ready to talk about it after meeting. The carriage quickly brought him to his destination. Eli walked in quickly, and the guards at the door didn't stop him. The guards all knew that Eli was the only outsider that the Earl allowed to enter and leave all the places of the family at will. In a room, Eli saw Rias Gremory, but it seemed to be different from what the servant said. Eli looked at Rias, who was looking at him with a smile in front of him, and checked briefly, and found that she was right. At this time, Rias's vitality was running out, and she could live for 3 months at most, but it was still the same as dying of illness soon. There is a big difference. Are you sick? Eli asked. Of course not, otherwise I would have dragged you out of the lab, but I'm really not in good health, so I want to see you. Rias is only a few years younger than Eli, but because of the potion, her appearance hasn't changed much. He looked like he was in his 20s and 30s. My life is short, can you stay with me for the rest of the time? Rias looked at Eli and asked. Okay. This time, Eli didn't refuse. Advertisement. The next 3 months were amazing 3 months for Eli. He had never rested for such a long time. He had no experiments or bloodline cultivation every day. He just read witchcraft books every day and stayed with Rias. Getting along is also very normal, nothing more than those things, talking about past memories, and happy things. Whenever this happens, Rias always laughs. The two visited many places in King's Landing together, and also went to some other places. Rias was as happy as a girl, and Eli watched from the side. Rias is already very satisfied with the usual happiness, and Eli also has new insights in this environment, not knowledge, but other aspects. So, until the end watching Rias close her eyes on the bed, Eli was relatively calm. It's over. Eli looked at Rias, whose vitality had also disappeared, and turned to leave. Unlike the teacher's death, this time, the successive deaths made his mentality change more violently. If it is said that he had more fantasies about worldly things before, but now, Eli has decided to shift more energy to the pursuit of truth. The lives of ordinary people are limited, and even high-level creatures definitely have their own limits, but truth and knowledge are infinite. From today onwards, he will become a seeker of truth, and even, a master. Of course, this doesn't mean that he doesn't have all kinds of emotions and desires, that's impossible, it's just a change of attitude. That's all. The death of Rias triggered a new round of competition for titles, because Rias had no offspring, only his big brother left 2 descendants, but many collateral families also wanted to inherit the title of nobility, their rights are equal. The contention lasted for a long time. However, just when a collateral line was happily preparing to inherit the title, the queen suddenly ordered that Rias's big brother's son become the new earl. Everyone was shocked. And Eli, who received the news, just smiled lightly. This was something that Rias had talked with him within 3 months. At that time, she just casually mentioned that he felt guilty towards the big brother, but his big brother's son seemed to be unable to inherit the title because of something. Eli still remembered, so he did it. It's that simple. Chapter 106 Bloodline Research, add more. Chapter 106 Bloodline Research, add more. Krypton 2 was revolutionary for Eli. Because this potion is, to some extent, completely different from normal potions. For example, Krypton number 1 stimulates cell regeneration to squeeze mental power, while Krypton number 2 transforms vitality into spiritual power. So this kind of medicine is not resistant to medicine to a certain extent, it is only the limit of the medicine, or whether the extraordinary power is enough to convert Eli's vitality into spiritual power. For Eli, at least 1 ring ago, this potion was enough for Eli to use. Advertisement. So, in the next few days, Eli just takes a bottle of potion every once in a while. But the research on blood veins and blood bamboo flowers did not fall behind. Another 3 months. This time, and Eli's last friend in the Empire, Roland, also left. Eli also attended the funeral, but this time he was much calmer than before, just telling Eli and the descendants if they need help, they can come to him. And Eli is also considering whether to change his identity to continue his life, but after thinking about it, he still gives up, mainly because it is really unnecessary at present. Anyway, there are some people in their 80s and 90s in this world, but there may not be so many, and changing identities is also very cumbersome and meaningless. After all, almost everyone who knew Eli died. There is not a single friend I met when I was young. Eli was suddenly a little thankful that he hadn't met new people since he was a teenager, otherwise, watching death wave after wave would make him somewhat uncomfortable. So, sometimes a little less communication is not necessarily a bad thing. Eli doesn't care about the outside world. In the 361st year of the Burn calendar, that is, the year after he produced the Krypton number 2, another major event happened. Queen Cynthia, Queen of the King of Lorraine, has died aged 90. The Kingdom of Lorraine is in turmoil, and the surrounding countries are also ready to move. Queen Cynthia's life was brilliant. She led Lorraine, a backward country, to continuously develop business and military affairs. In the end, even Byrne had to admit that this country was about the same size as the Empire. Eli was also impressed with that queen. Whether it's his unique hobby of perfume or the people's fanatical belief in it, Eli has never seen it in Bane. That kind of belief can only be possessed by a queen who leads the country's development all the way, at least Bane 6. She, 7 is not such a hero. But the impact of the queen's death on Lorraine goes without saying, and the impact on Byrne is even more terrifying. Since the establishment of diplomatic relations 30 or 40 years ago, the two countries have always been on the same front, and because of the existence of the Kingdom of Lorraine, although the Bern Empire was always weak, there was no war. But with a new King of Lorraine in office, who knows what will happen? Advertisement. If something goes wrong, it will be quite difficult for Bern. Because although Anna is not weak and can manage the country well in a short period of time, it will take time. It is only a few years, how can it be possible to restore the weakness brought about by King Bern 7? That is impossible. As for King Bern 7 at this time, he has been living in a manner, maybe he also realized what a bad king he is. Everyone is waiting for news. Eli heard about it, thought about it, and continued to experiment. If something big happened, Anna would naturally tell him that there was no need to worry. 3 months later. Eli's blood experiment has made new progress. In the lab. Eli looked at the man in front of him. He obviously still had a human appearance, but his nails were sharp bone claws, his eyes seemed to be a little red, and his body size had increased by 1/3 compared to before. At this time, the man who had integrated the blood of the Windwolf was tied to the bracket, swinging his body wildly, as if he wanted to see if he could break free from the shackles of the rope. Eli didn't stop, just watched calmly. Such a violent experiment may allow him to observe the real situation of this human being. He held a note in one hand, and jotted down something from time to time with the other. Caw caw caw. The sound of the rope snapping sounded, and the man's eyes became even more scarlet, and he fell from the cross to the ground with a bang. The sudden breakaway seemed to surprise the man too. He glanced at the sharp claws in both hands and the dwarf like Eli on the opposite side, grinning ferociously, with saliva dripping from his mouth. Go to hell. The man ran towards Eli, he was going to kill him and make him so inhuman. That's right, it's just an ordinary person's template. After being integrated into the blood, the strength can reach the level of an intermediate knight, and the speed is almost as high as a high-level knight. What the man didn't expect was that Eli was still calm and wrote down the data calmly. The man became even more furious. Die. A wind wall suddenly appeared. The claw hit the wind wall, and the man saw his claw being torn apart instantly. He let out a howl of pain, and he looked at Eli with a look of horror on his face. Let me see your limit. Eli looked towards the man, showing a kind smile. Ah. Advertisement. The sound of fear echoed in the laboratory. Half an hour later, the door opened. Eli cleared the lab of the flesh and blood and returned. Even if ordinary people are integrated into the blood, it is indeed stronger, but it seems that there are still many shortcomings. I need more experimental subjects and real tests. Eli wrote slowly in his notes. As his research on the bloodline deepens, he also understands that this is a good path. Eli feels that he should also integrate into a bloodline in the future to enhance his strength. There are still experimental subjects, but where should I throw them for experimentation? Eli frowned. Suddenly, boom boom boom. The bell rang 3 times in a row, and Eli looked up. If he remembered correctly, 3 beeps should be the sign of the beginning of the war. War? Eli's eyes lit up, is there a better place for testing than the battlefield? 361 years of the Banian calendar. The new king of the Kingdom of Lorraine announced that he would cut off contact with Bern. The still recovering Kingdom of Bern was exposed to many countries like hungry wolves in an instant. For huge benefits, the war began. This time, it was different from the last time in Eli's impression. At that time, the country was still under the leadership of King Bern 6, the country was strong and the military was strong, but now, after King Bern 7's hooting, it is not polite to say that Bern at this time is the weakest period in history. And this time it was the Kingdom of Weiss next door who launched the war first. The war started suddenly and ended quickly. When King's Landing got the news, Bern was defeated, and the nobles who participated in the war were directly captured. The first war after Queen Anna came to power ended so hastily and difficultly, but everyone knew that there would only be more intense wars in the future. In this regard, no one dares to say that he is full of confidence, not even Queen Anna. At this time, Eli also chose to do something. Whether it was for the purpose of searching for relics or experimenting with bloodlines, it was time for him to do something. Bern. It is currently his private property. There are still 2 more in the afternoon. Chapter 107 Blood Night. Chapter 107 Blood Night. Anna, how is the current situation? In one room, Eli was sitting in the main seat, and Anna was sitting dignifiedly opposite, with her legs crossed, listening carefully to Eli's words. Teacher, the situation is not very good recently. The Kingdom of Weiss is much stronger than we imagined. Bern has been weakened for too long. We are not as powerful as their knights, and their number of great knights is also a little more than ours. Anna said bitterly. A little unwilling. If it weren't for his stupid father, the empire would not be so weak. Advertisement. It can only be said that Grandpa's vision in choosing people is really bad. Teacher, is there any way you can ask this question this time? Anna asked expectantly. To be honest, she always felt that Eli was omnipotent. Of course, I'm here to help you this time. Eli said with a smile. Experiments aside, his upcoming actions are indeed helping Bern. I have an experiment here, which may help you, but it needs your cooperation. Eli said. Teacher, just talk, you can do anything. Anna is also under a lot of pressure these days, and she is eager to get help. Okay, I need some knights, even big ones. Eli said bluntly. Yes. Without hesitation, Anna said directly. Then Eli briefly mentioned it, Anna nodded and started calling. Soon, a knight was called. Andre, you are a high-ranking knight and one of the people I trust the most. I have an experiment here that may help the Empire. Would you like to participate? At this time Anna was already sitting in the main seat, and Eli stood up. After all, on the surface, the Merlin family is the master of the Empire. Everything is for the Queen, everything is for the Empire. The knight knelt down on one knee and offered his loyalty. Then please, teacher. Anna turned to Eli. Eli smiled. Leave it to me next. December 361 of the Banyan calendar. With Bern's defeat, the Kingdom of Weiss made another move. Soon a large number of troops were dispatched, leading a large number of knights, towards the Bern Empire. The intention was obvious. They wanted to tear a piece of flesh from Bern's body. The battle is imminent. When the news reached King's Landing, the nobles were also terrified. Everyone is full of anxiety. Advertisement. At the same time, in a martial arts arena in the palace, Andre gasped, looking down at his body. He was once 1.9 meters tall, but now he was 2 meters tall. His eyes had turned into weird vertical pupils, and his muscles were bulging even higher. He could feel that his perception and strength were far beyond before. Her Royal Highness. He took a deep breath, looked at Her Royal Highness who was not far away, but looked at Eli next to him with a look of fear. He didn't know what happened to his body, how he became like this. He was drugged by Eli, and he woke up like this. At first he was terrified, but he thought it was Her Majesty's order, and then he gradually regained his composure. Teacher, is this your experiment? Anna asked with her throat moving slightly. That's right, I've been researching blood recently. I've integrated the blood of the explosive lion into his body. It looks pretty good, but there are some flaws that I may need to make up for later. Eli pursed his lips and said. It is a good way to use war to detect. This is how Eli can think so now. He has completely regarded Bern as his testing ground, using the resources of a knight country to support his growth. Let's test your strength. Eli said directly. Okay. Anna nodded, waved her hand, and a man appeared on the other side of the martial arts stage. Grayson, the Great Knight, is my bodyguard. Anna introduced. At this time, on the martial arts arena, Grayson also looked at the opposite man in shock. You are Andre. Grayson knew Andre, and he was also shocked at this moment. What happened? How did Andre become like this? Is this the power of the devil? Grayson, let's test Andre's strength. Anna shouted not far away. Hearing the Queen's order, Grayson nodded, and became serious. The power of chi and blood in his body vibrated, and a steady stream of power emerged in his body. Moment. He made a move. He took half a step back with his right leg, bent slightly, and then stepped on the ground. A small hole appeared in the ground instantly, and his body quickly approached Andre. Seeing Grayson make a move, Andre let out a roar, and rushed towards Grayson. Boom! Like two cannonballs colliding, the two collided together in an instant. Hum! The sound of bones rubbing against each other sounded, the smoke dispersed, and the two figures faced each other, and judging by the situation, they seemed to be evenly matched. Anna was shocked. You must know that Andre is only a high-level knight, and he is far behind the Great Knight, but at this time, he can actually compete with Grayson head-on. This is simply a ghost. Advertisement. Grayson also widened his eyes at this time. Feeling the power coming from Andre's hand, it is not weaker than him, how is this possible? As far as his collision was concerned, the 5 Andres might not be able to resist it, but it is unbelievable that they actually blocked it at this time. Immediately, he also realized that Andre had to be put in the same position as himself. He pulled away in an instant, then changed direction, and attacked on the other side, and Andre didn't give in at all. In this way, the two began to attack each other excitedly. The battle was evenly matched. Grayson also fought seriously, but he suddenly found that as the battle started, Grayson's eyes seemed to be getting redder and his strength seemed to be stronger. Roar! A sound like a beast's roar sounded, and Andre attacked Grayson like a primitive beast. In that way, as if he had completely lost his mind, several cuts appeared in Grayson's body instantly, and blood flowed out. Sensing the smell of blood, Andre seemed even crazier. He launched a desperate attack, which Grayson crazily resisted, but such a desperate attack, even for him, was hard to stop. Anna was shocked when she saw this. Immediately waving, a few more knights rushed in, they were also very surprised to see the crazy Andrei. Keep him under control, Anna ordered. Several big knights shot at the same time, but it took 5 minutes to control Andrei, who was going crazy, and he was firmly bound to the ground. Andrei, who was under control, slowly regained his composure and fell into a coma. Teacher, this is... Anna turned her head and asked. The reason why it is called an experiment is because it is not perfect. Eli replied calmly. At this time Grayson also came over and knelt down on one knee in front of Anna. Grayson, what do you think of your current strength? Anna didn't ask Eli again, but asked Grayson. Your Majesty, Andrei's combat power at this time is already comparable to that of a newly promoted Grand Knight who does not use elements. If he falls into the state of madness just now, even a Grand Knight who has been promoted for a few years must temporarily avoid the edge. Grayson, he replied with lingering fear. Anna nodded, feeling extremely hesitant in her heart. A few days ago, the teacher came suddenly and said to help, but today is an experiment. It is indeed very strong, but it has other flaws, which makes her a little uncertain. But she just hesitated for a while, then turned to Eli and said. Teacher, I will give you more knights, even great knights. Eli nodded and smiled. Byrne is so weak now, as long as Anna doesn't want to lose, she will definitely agree. Although she can force her to agree, Eli still prefers to convince others with reason. Well, thank you teacher for your help. Anna nodded. Obviously it was Eli who wanted to test the blood, but Anna had to respectfully thank her.